Wagertainment for every fan. Get sports betting tips from the best in the game. Available on the Odyssey app and our sister station 650 The Bet.
Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to H time. Let's get the work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
This is a 58-yard attempt from Matt Amendola for a tie. John Weeks will snap. Cameron Johnston will hold. Here's the snap. Here's the spot. Here's the kick. Does it? Amendola. Oh! The crossbar, no good. Oh my goodness, he didn't make it. Another foot, and he's got it. And with 29 seconds to go, the Jags will kill the clock.
Yeah, it felt like that was the right decision for us to kick the ball. It's close, didn't go in. All right. Thought we had good range from there, just didn't make the kick.
No great choices there at the end for DeMeco Ryans. You're either going for it on 4th and 12 at the 39 or 40-yard line, or you're trying a 58-yard field goal with a shaky kicker, and you heard what happened there. Mark Vandermeer on the call. Boink off the upright. The Texans sit at 6-5 on the season. The Jaguars 8-3, and the battle for first place goes to Jacksonville yesterday. As we welcome you in on a Reaction Monday here on Sports Radio 610, Sean Pendergast, Seth Payne. A lot to dig into from yesterday. For the 7th straight game, the Texans go down to the wire. This is now 7 straight games that have ended on last-second field goals, late touchdowns, defensive stops in the last minute.
There were. I was trying to figure out and be honest with myself whether, okay, if that field goal had gone in, would I have been completely different and elated and be just convinced that this team just has that it factor? I honestly don't think I would be. I think there are a lot of things about this game that really concerned me and made me feel like, okay, ultimately I think this Texans team is a 500 team, even if they had won. Because, okay, if you step back and say, all right, the Jaguars are one of the better teams in the NFL and one of the higher seeds in the AFC, and you played them down to the wire. If you had your actual starting kicker in there, a very good chance you would have won this game. The biggest issues right now, after watching that game and getting an icky feeling all over again, are A, that you cannot run the football versus a good run defense. Your running backs average 2.9 yards per carry. C.J. Stroud was the best rusher you had in that game. B,
scrambling.
Yeah. B, it wasn't like the designed quarterback run play or anything.
Right.
B, your defense allowed 4 plays of 40-plus yards. Plus a couple, just for good luck, a couple 20-plus yarders in there, one on the ground. So that felt bad. That doesn't feel sustainable versus the better teams. I'm not, because I'm in playoff mode now. I'm not. My expectations are different. And then the overall feel I had on offense was that, man, this is why Buffalo Bills fans will yell and scream about, no, the offense is not as good as the statistics would show, because so much of yesterday felt like C.J. Stroud running around, figuring out something, somehow, some way of advancing the ball downfield, but it never felt sustainable. It didn't feel consistent. It felt haphazard. So I've got a really bad feel after that game, because I think that they are, even though they're not as physically talented as the upper echelon teams in the AFC, I thought that they're better than that. I thought that they're much better than some of those, or that they could be. So the mental errors and breakdown, some of the lapses, I feel like if they could push through that somehow, they're a better team, but not that product that was on the field yesterday.
Yeah, I agree with everything you just said. I think my overriding feeling is C.J. Stroud is incredible. Mm-hmm. C.J. Stroud is a great football player. C.J. Stroud dropped back in yesterday's game to throw 46 times. 36 he attempted a pass, 4 he got sacked, and then he had 6 rushing attempts. And by my memory here, and I haven't gone back and rewatched the game, you have, I think all 6 rushing attempts were scrambles. They weren't designed. He looked up and said, I'm going to go take a yard for a touchdown, or 10 yards, or 8 yards, or whatever.
Well, the one when he ran it in, though, that was
the touchdown. Was that a design run?
Designed,
okay, so
other
than that, so five of the carries not designed. So 45 times he dropped back to throw. He was he got sacked on 4 and 5. He scrambled. Of the 36 where he dropped back and actually threw the football, I don't know. I haven't gone back and rewatched. I'm just going to tell you what I felt in my gut, that at least half of them, whatever the play was scheduled to do, that's not what the pass attempt was. He was getting flushed out of the pocket. He was rolling out. He was buying time. He was eventually having to throw the ball away a few times. He was still 26 of 36 for over 300 yards. There's only so many times you can ask him to put the cape on at the end of games and go bail you out. And yesterday, I know that ultimately the play that would have sent the game to overtime, that's the other thing, that would have only tied the game up. They would have had to go execute in overtime, too, to win that football game. He did bail you out. He got sacked, and it was 2nd and 25, and he was able to get you out of 2nd and 25. Like, people know this. C.J. Stroud's not the problem. C.J. Stroud is great. But this offensive line was terrible yesterday.
And that's where it's important, too. It wasn't just after Titus Howard went down and Juice Scruggs went in. It was Titus Howard was an issue. Titus Howard was getting destroyed early on. Just destroyed. And I don't know. Maybe he was injured. It looked like he was in pain the play before he went out. That was the Tank Dell call that was called back.
The 62-yard catch.
I know we haven't gotten to the officials yet. As far as those 2 sacks that CJ took at the end of the game.
Yeah.
At first my initial thought was, man, you can't take those sacks. That was such a collapse, and the offensive line was so thoroughly destroyed on the last one that no, I don't think CJ had a chance. CJ didn't have a chance to keep his eyes downfield and get away from it because it collapsed so quickly. The first one was just a botched screen, and I don't know why Singletary lingered before getting out. I don't know why the offensive linemen who were supposed to block, the offensive linemen that were out on their out escorting the would-be runner if there were a runner to throw to. Everybody else got destroyed. So that was just a busted play by multiple people. So those 2 plays there, they're winning on CJ. CJ's like, it would be awesome if you could have avoided those, but those are not the types of sacks, especially like on the screen. Both of his sacks actually, he was in the pocket by the time he was enveloped. Like, he couldn't throw the ball away without getting a grounding.
Yeah, right.
It was bad. Not by him, by everybody else.
It was bad. So this, I thought there were coaching errors in this game. You wound up having to burn 2 timeouts in the second half because one, there was just all sorts of confusion getting a play in. The other, you had 12 men on the field for a punt return, a potential punt return.
Oh, yeah.
So there were coaching breakdowns in this game. Bobby Slowick had times in this game where he was getting cute on short yardage again.
The 3rd and 1 and the 4th and 1.
Yeah, which is, I don't know, like this is just, Bobby Slowick, again, I'll caveat by saying he gets a high grade for me as far as architecting a passing game here, but the run game stinks, and some of the play calls he makes at crucial times in the game are infuriating. Like my Slowick meter on my concern of him leaving in the offseason now is very low today.
That was the 4 and out in the 4th quarter.
Correct.
Where it was 3rd and 1. I'm reading the play-by-play right now.
Yeah.
CJ Stroud pass on 3rd and 1. Incomplete, deep right to Nico Collins. 4th and 1. Pass incomplete, deep left to Dalton Schultz.
Well, here's the thing. Passing on 3rd down, okay, they're in gun. Like, they're not even disguising that they're passing on 3rd and 1 and 4th and 1.
And that's a little bit of that, though, comes back to, all right, just how much of a genuine threat were you to run the ball at that point?
The ball, right.
You guys can't run. You guys are awful at running.
No, I get it.
I'm going to tell you another thing, though, too, man. This one's just bothering me. So in a defensive backfield that allowed all these ridiculously long 40-plus yard throws, and we'll get to the officials, on that awesome stop on 4th and goal, or on 1st and goal at the end of where
Des King.
Couldn't think of his name because he just got here 3 days ago. Des King came up and made a great stick. I don't know if it showed up on the TV copy. Jalen Petrie starts celebrating by running off the field towards the tunnel like an emphatic, like, that's it. Well, the play's still going on. There's dudes like trying to stop the running back from bulldozing 1 yard into the end zone, and Jalen Petrie runs into the freaking tunnel. Dude, all the hype that you got last year for being a productive player on a horrendous team, that is not real. You got to go back to basics, man. I'm watching it. I'm like, what? Why is he running off the field? There were no whistles. The play was still going on. You got 5 of your teammates driving in a scrum, trying to keep the guy from advancing any further, and you're running off the field in celebration. Like, what the hell is going on? This is, honestly, yes, they could have won this game, but the old Jeff Van Gundy saying, do not ignore in victory what you would address in defeat. I think these last 2 weeks, these guys have started to taste the rat poison a little bit. They've started to believe all the awesome things that everybody is saying about them, and they got to stop it now. You guys, you got your asses beat way too many times in that game. I don't care about the officials. You know what? They've got the Texans. This is not new. The Texans have had a bunch of pass interference and defensive holding calls against them. Know how the officials are calling the game. Yeah, the cards were stacked against you in some regards, but not to that degree. Like, just play cleaner football. And also, how about just be where you're supposed to be? Be where you're supposed to be and not allow 4 plays of 40-plus yards. You're blaming that on the officials? 4 plays of 40-plus yards?
Right.
That was disgusting. So they are, like, this will have to be a big gut check week. Like, running off the field while the play's still going on, missed tackles. These missed tackles have been disgusting, endemic. So, like, all of that's got to stop. Get back to basics and be a football team instead of eating all the rat poison.
Yeah, well, and on the offensive side, just toughness along the offensive line. Your 2 running backs carried the ball 11 times for 32 yards in that game.
Yeah.
We got duped by those 2 performances against Cincinnati and Arizona.
Versus those bad rushing defenses.
Yeah, we got duped.
Yeah.
We got duped.
Yeah, you played grown men yesterday. So
you did.
That defense is full of grown men on the Jaguars.
Josh Allen, man.
As far as the officiating, the Tank Dell reception, yeah, he was moving towards the line of scrimmage when they called the...
It was ticky-tack, but...
but he's got to just not be moving towards the line of scrimmage.
Agreed.
It's not Canadian League football.
Yeah,
That's on Tank Dell.
Agreed.
I love Tank Dell.
Agreed.
There's no way. I'm not going to sit here and rant about Tank Dell. That's just a rookie mistake of just... He was taking, I would say, maybe like a 10 or 15 degree angle towards the line of scrimmage.
Yeah, the defensive penalties were the ones, I think, that the ones that had most people frustrated because they were down near the goal. 2 of them resulted in 1st and goals at the 1. The Steven Nelson holding penalty, I'm still trying to figure out. He barely touched the guy.
I know. Those were ridiculous.
Those were bad. Yeah. Those happened.
And they were also makeups for our buddy Jalen Petrie. They're molesting a receiver
on an
allow
interception.
Derek Stingley interception.
Yeah. Like you nailed it. You give up 4 plays of 42-plus yards in the passing game, and you rush for 11. You rush 32 yards on 11 carries with your running backs. You don't deserve to win.
It's just, I mean, you guys, you gotta have some pride here. 40-plus yards 4 times. Running off the field while the play's still going on. I don't care that you held them to 24 points.
Well, 2 of them are Dearness Johnson and somebody named Farrell.
I know. These tight ends. How about the tight end?
I can live with Calvin Ridley's 45-yard catch and run. He's Calvin Ridley.
Wholesale choosing just to be like, well, I don't really know the name of that tight end, so I'm just going to let him out here we'll give him a cushion. We'll give him a little, explore the space, Farrell.
The AFC playoff picture is bananas right now, and you are right in the middle of the swamp and the muck. We'll lay out exactly what the effect of this game was yesterday on the Texans' postseason chances and how are we feeling that there will be a postseason here in Houston. We will get to that next. You got some homes you got to talk about.
Oh, Kirk Holmes. Yeah, Kirk Holmes, 3rd-generation custom home builder who, look, they build a solid home. And by that, I'm not just saying like, oh, yeah, solid house right there. No. They only use 2x6 walls. You go to a
It's Reaction Monday, presented by Shoppers John Deere on Sports Radio 610. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
Payne and Pendergast with you on a Reaction Monday. All right, so if the Texans had won yesterday, we would be coming in today and saying they're tied, the top of the division, but by virtue of being 2-0 against the Jags, they have the tiebreaker. The Texans are in first place right now. That is not where we are, and the Jags have set themselves up nicely. They are 8-3. The Texans are 6-5 now. Don't look now. We had forgotten about the Indianapolis Colts a little bit just because we were so focused on the Jags, and that's appropriate. You eat what's on your plate. But the Indianapolis Colts won yesterday. They beat the Tampa Bay Buccaneers 27-20. The Colts are 6-5 now, and they actually, if the season were to end today, they would be in second place in the division, again, by virtue of head-to-head. They beat the Texans back in Week 3. Texans will get a shot at them again in Week 18. That's crazy to think about. Same exact matchup as last season. The last season, that game was for the first overall pick in the draft. This season, I mean, there's a decent chance that that's a meaningful football game for at least one, if not both of these teams.
Yeah.
The Colts and the Texans. So you Seth, not you, but the Texans are you've gone from an opportunity to be in first place in the division to you are in the middle of a swamp right now in the AFC. And there was a little bit of separation yesterday. Last night, the Ravens beating the Chargers. Wouldn't shock me if Brandon Staley got fired this week. They lose to the Chargers lose to the Ravens last night, so they're 4-7. So there's been the Raiders lose yesterday to the Chiefs. So you've started to see some of these teams that are 5-7 and 4-7 getting pushed down. Mm-hmm. Denver, your opponent next week, is the opposite of that. They've won 5 in a row. They beat the Browns yesterday. So Denver they jump into the mix here. The Browns kind of come back to the pack a little bit. Miraculously, the Steelers are somehow 7-4, and I have no idea how this is working.
One of the many between the Browns, the Steelers, who I'm missing, teams with no quarterback.
That's what I wanted to say. Yeah. That's what I wanted to say. This is where I'll say this about the Texans. They got Denver coming to town this week. It is a massive game for their playoff hopes, and the wild card is probably going to be the route right now. You're 2 games back of the Jags. You got the Colts in the dance here, muddying things up. So it's not even that you're chasing the Jags. You're trying to get rid of the Colts at the same time. And here's the other thing. With the Jags, you're 1-1 against them, so head-to-head's not going to matter. The next tiebreaker is division record. The Jags are 4-1 in the division, and you're 1-2 in the division. So it's going to be an uphill climb to win the division. Wild card is probably going to be the route for the Texans to get, which is fine. Like that we're having this conversation is a sign of progress here heading into December. As frustrating as yesterday was, but here, and you point this out, right now, the seeds in the AFC for the wild card, which begin at 5. You got your 4 division winners, who are all deserving division winners right now if the season were to end. And it starts with this, the wild card. 5, Pittsburgh, 7-4. 6, Cleveland, 7-4. 7, Indianapolis, 6-5. Those would be the 3 teams to make the wild card if the season ended today. The next 3 teams, 8, 9, and 10, are the Texans, 6-5, the Broncos, 6-5, and the Buffalo Bills, 6-6, by virtue of an overtime loss to the Eagles yesterday in what was an incredible game. It was a really, really good game between 2 very talented football teams. I refuse to believe that the football gods are going to give us a scenario at the end of the year where the 3 wildcard teams in the AFC are quarterbacked by Kenny Pickett, Dorian Thompson-Robinson, or somebody else for Cleveland, and Gardner Minshew, and that the next 3 teams out are C.J. Stroud, Russell Wilson, and Josh Allen.
Right.
I refuse to believe this.
Well, the Russell Wilson's the interesting one there, and obviously the very relevant one, because Russell Wilson hasn't been the same guy, and yet he is
better than any of these other guys.
He's playing winning football as of late. It's just it's not justified by the contract.
No,
it's kind of like I don't even know what you make of Deshaun Watson at this point because he just hasn't flat out been unavailable.
And now he's injured
for various reasons.
Yeah.
So, has the NFL changed? It is a quarterback not match. This is a little bit of a glitch in the matrix this year because of a bunch of different factors, but it does. I mean, it shows you, in some respects. All right, if there was ever a year in which your rookie quarterback being a rookie shouldn't hurt you and you could just focus on the positives if you could play good, sound football around him. This is the year to do it. And that's why yesterday is frustrating me way, way, way more than it should on the face of it for missing a field goal with your backup street free agent kicker at the very end of the game, just because there are so many things that are avoidable. It's not based on not having top end talent or anything like that. It's just flat out bad mistakes, physical errors, mental errors, all those things that you should have been able to. If you just played clean football, you could have won that game. And they're just playing really sloppy, ugly, nasty football while your quarterback is doing everything he can. And I honestly, I left that game more critical of C.J. Stroud than I should have been, partly because I almost expect him to overcome certain things. Like those 2 sacks that he took at the end of the game. Those are unavoidable sacks. The offensive line and the breakdown on that screen, whatever the hell happened on that aborted play on the screen, there was nothing he could really realistically do in those situations but go down and take a sack or risk an intentional grounding or interception. So because the pocket collapsed so fast. And he had plenty of other examples in that game of him scrambling around for 7, 8, 9 seconds avoiding a sack. So I'm not going to calling him to the mats for that. It's just, if there was a year to do it, and take advantage of having a rookie quarterback playing like a veteran quarterback, this would seemingly be it.
Yeah, you're going to be playing important games throughout December and January. That unto itself is progress, and I'm not trying to look at yesterday through rose-colored glasses. They missed out on a huge opportunity yesterday to put themselves above this swamp that they're in right now.
I mean, if you look at the NFC too, as far as quarterbacks, the way the script would have been written over the last couple of years, I mean, the 49ers are, Brock Purdy's a different version than Dorian Thompson-Robinson, but Brock Purdy was never expected or anticipated to be the guy that he is.
Supposed to be Trey Lance.
They're the 2 seed. Jared Goff cast off with no regard at all by the Rams. They're the number 3 seed in the NFC. The Falcons are the 4 seed, just by virtue of the NFC
bad
South
division,
at 5 and 6.
Yep.
And then you've got the Vikings, who
Josh Dobbs
and Geno Smith as the 7 seed.
Yeah.
Okay, this might be a trend. The whole dismissal of the importance of a top draft pick at quarterback. I don't know.
Yeah, and even some of the ones who are the big name, like Mahomes, isn't having a Mahomes kind of year. Josh Allen is not having. His team's a 10 seed right now.
Josh Allen is the key guy that I keep thinking of yesterday. Bills fans are so miserable about that offense, despite the fact that you look at the overall rankings on yardage or scoring or whatever. It looks like it's easy, but what they watch every week is kind of what we saw yesterday, which is, oh, wow.
That's scary.
This feels like a whole lot of bad play punctuated with some really awesome plays by the quarterback at times. It doesn't feel sustainable. Yeah. It doesn't feel, I don't know what it looked like on the TV copy, but this is what it looked like watching in person. You and I turning to each other multiple times saying, wow, CJ's really limping. Oh, yeah, ooh, he's limping. Ooh, that one looks like it hurt. Like, I don't know. You can't sustain that over 17 games.
No. Yeah, that's my concern coming into every Sunday, man. Let me ask you this. 2 questions about the kicking game. You brought up the field goal at the end.
The answer is yes and no.
Okay. Then I'm gonna pick the questions based on what I want to hear.
Let's see if I'm close.
Well, I guess we'll start with the decision at the end of the game. Were you cool with a 58-yard field goal with Matt Amendola versus C.J. Stroud going for it on 4th and 12? How were you with that decision? 50-50? Like, we were sitting there while the decision was being made. What were you feeling at the time? Do you remember?
I was feeling, I don't know, I was kind of, I was emotionless. I'd gone into my Zen state of acceptance no matter what happened. And I wasn't expecting that to happen. I thought they should have gone for it. I didn't trust Amendola. Yeah, I'm having a hard time. I feel bad for that kid. And for the most part, I feel like he's been treated pretty delicately. Like, people don't expect the guy signed off the street to hit that field goal, the distance he hasn't since college. I wish they would have gone for it.
I kind of did too.
Yeah,
I wasn't.
I can't crush him for it. I mean, like,
no. And I'm not. And my next question here, nothing to do with him bouncing a 58-yard field goal off the crossbar. Yeah. I am on record tweeting this midway through the game, so I stand by what I tweeted. And even if he'd made the 58-yard field goal, I might still feel this way. they need to bring some kickers in this week.
Yeah.
Unless Kaimi's coming back after this next game and they just don't want to mess with it, that might be a big tell as to where Kaimi is health-wise, because DeMeco Ryans is not going to tell us anything about Kaimi Fairbairn. So,
and the important thing, you pointed this out well yesterday, they only have one more return from IR designation,
correct.
Right?
Yeah, after bringing Juice back, they've got one left.
So it's either a kicker or it's not. It's either Fairbairn or it's not.
Yeah, like Charlie Heck is still on injured reserve or he's in his practice window, but if Fairbairn's healthy enough, it needs to be him. And that might be a tell. Like, if they do bring in some kickers to try out tomorrow, that might be a tell that this thing could be a little longer with Kaimi. If they don't, then I'm maybe a little more optimistic that they're like, all right, we got one more game against Denver. If Matt can get through that, then we got Kaimi coming back. But my general feeling, just in a vacuum, is that, look, Matt Amendola missed a kick last week. He missed a 50-yarder this week.
Yeah.
The kicks that he makes are just inside the upright more often than not. To me,
he almost missed an extra point yesterday.
Right, that's what I'm saying. That's exactly what I'm saying. And people are going to go, well, he made him. It counted. He made him. For me, when you have a kicker situation like this that's fluid, like if Kaimi was making them, that's what I would say, because he's highly paid and under contract and he's not going anywhere. Yeah. A replacement kicker is a totally fluid situation, and to me, it's a little bit like expected batting. The guy's making good contact. Eventually he's going to hit.
Yeah.
For kickers, for me, it's the guy is making these kicks, extra points by 6 inches. Eventually he's going to miss a really important kick.
It's like somebody that starts off the season batting 400, but they're all bloops.
Yeah.
They're all just a little bit of, they drop in holes and everything. You're like, all right, well, this is not going to last.
Right.
So, that lining up for that. Okay, if I tried to put it in a different situation, if I had a choice between shooting a rhinoceros with a pellet gun or driving over it with my
a Cooper Mini.
Well, no. The other option would be less likely, but okay, CJ Stroud, it's okay, I've got a big safari truck. Maybe I'll just ram it into the rhinoceros. Yeah. That makes more sense than trying to shoot it with a pellet gun.
There's no good choices.
Yeah. But I'd rather drive the truck into the rhino.
I agree. Yeah. CJ's the truck in that analogy.
Yeah.
Text message. I never make excuses, but just glancing over the officiating like this is crazy. This text, if you missed the open,
I feel that feels to me, that statement just before we discuss it feels a little bit like I never do this.
But here I go.
I've never done this before. But
oh yeah, let me give this a try.
I've never done this before. Hold on a second. I've got a checklist of I got to turn my phone off. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
For those who missed it, Seth and I acknowledged some of the shaky calls by the officiating in the open. There's definitely fans out there that want blood. Ben knows. He was producing the postgame show yesterday. We literally had a caller call in that wanted to organize a movement to go up NFL offices and get all these guys fired from the officiating.
Oh, wow.
Literally, the guy's here. He gave out the name of the main official.
Yeah.
I forget his name. He's like, the name of that official is such and such, as if he wanted everybody to pepper the guy's Facebook page. We need to find a way to get these guys fired. And I'm like, dude, it's the NFL. There were 7 other games yesterday.
It was
where people
it was pretty
are
bad around.
It hated the officials.
Yeah, we seem to be in a pretty bad stretch for the officials as of late, and it was really bad. The only thing I'd say is there were some egregious calls that went in the Texans' favor too, and more of them did not go in the Texans' favor. But I can't ignore the fact that I'll keep coming back to this. It'll be boring as hell, but the defense allowed 4 plays of greater than 40 yards. That's an abomination. You can't do it. And then the Tank Dell. I know nobody wants to hear this. Tank Dell was running. Tank Dell was moving towards the line of scrimmage. This is football 101. Was it ticky-tack? Perhaps. But he was moving towards the line of scrimmage on that motion. You're allowed to do that in Canada. You're not allowed to do it in the United States.
Right.
I'm sorry. I know you all want to move to Canada for various political reasons.
Right.
On both sides of the aisle. I can't help you there, okay? Yeah. This is a sports talk radio show.
That's right.
Stop turning into political talk radio.
Yeah.
We're not moving to Canada.
Why?
You're not allowed to move towards the line of scrimmage when you're in motion.
Coming up next, why did Tank Dell get political yesterday on his 62-yard catch?
Why did he make a statement about wanting to be in Canada
All right. Speaking of Tank Dell, his head coach in college let go yesterday. That's in headlines. We've got, we'll certainly dig into a little bit more. A lot of college coaching news yesterday. It was a wild Saturday night for you Aggies. We'll get into that as well.
It's nice to see. I was happy to see Stoops just really. It's rare you see somebody love the place they're at so much that they pledge their commitment to it
out of nowhere
after they're turned down for a job elsewhere.
Yep. So we'll get into all that. We'll circle back to the Texans as well in headlines next.
Zadok Jewelers. They took care of you on Black Friday, but they're going to take care of you on Cyber Monday as well. The Zadok collection is on promotion for 20%.
new roads.
It's Reaction Monday, presented by Shoppers John Deere on Sports Radio 610. Live from the Twin Peaks studios, here's Payne and Pendergast with today's headlines.
Oh! This is a 58-yard attempt from Matt Amendola for a tie. John Weeks will snap. Cameron Johnston will hold. Here's the snap. Here's the spot. Here's the kick. Does it have enough? Amendola off the crossbar. No good. Oh my goodness. He didn't make it. Another foot, and he's got it. And with 29 seconds to go, the Jags will kill the clock.
Yeah, it felt like that was the right decision for us to kick the ball. It's close, didn't go in. All right. Thought we had good range from there, just didn't make the kick.
Yeah, that was the story at the end of the game. There were a lot of other things the Texans could have done to not have to be in that situation yesterday. Unfortunately, not the case. Jacksonville Jaguars, good football team. And they were the better team yesterday. 24-21, they beat the Houston Texans yesterday. Jags 8-3 on the season. Seth, the Texans fall to 6-5. Currently, if the season were to end today, unlike last week when they were in the playoffs as a 6th seed, they would be the very first team outside looking in as the 8th seed, and they are tied with the team they play next week. A little early to say this is an elimination game. If it were college, we would say that because only 4 teams make the playoff. Yeah. But this all of a sudden, next Sunday, and we'll get into Denver as the week goes on, but the Texans have put themselves in a position now that, yeah, I mean, you got a home game against Denver. You got to win this thing on Sunday and go 7-5, and then you've got to patch a schedule that's very favorable. But yeah, big disappointment, big breakdowns that we saw in the run game. That came back to roost again after 2 really good games of running the football. Just the offensive line in general yesterday and the defense giving up big plays.
Yeah, the offensive line, the pass rush defensively, after a promising start in the first couple drives, just really was a nothing there. I think part of that was Trevor Lawrence able to get rid of the ball at times. I thought John Gennard had some good rushes that just didn't even result in a pressure because Trevor Lawrence was able to get rid of the ball. Yeah. But the huge plays allowed defensively, and the officiating just being an abysmal mess, which if the Texans had played better, I would be freaking out more about the officiating. But honestly, I felt like if it weren't for the brilliance of C.J. Stroud, there's no way they should have been within a field goal in that game. Yeah. They were outplayed in a lot of regards by the Jaguars yesterday.
Yeah, for C.J. Stroud to do what he does at the end of football games, I feel like it's one of those things like it's one of those cards you get from Subway where you punch a hole each time you eat a sub. Yeah. You've only got so many times you can punch the card, for him to put the cape on. And yesterday,
it's like a rubber band that you can tell is kind of frayed.
It's a little frayed. Yeah.
Sammy with his ponytail, probably when he uses that scrunchie
he knows.
of his.
Yeah. CJ did everything he could to put them in position yesterday.
Yeah.
You look at the box score and you go, if someone had told me, I think I heard Mark Vandermeer say this in the postgame, in the network postgame. If you had told me before the game, C.J. Stroud is 26 of 36 for 304 yards, 2 touchdowns, no interceptions, and that he's going to run the ball 47 yards and get in the end zone, I would have been like, just show me those stats. Oh, yeah, they won. He didn't turn the ball over, threw for 300 yards.
That was against the most
47 yards.
Against the most, that is a big positive. Against the most opportunistic defense in the league, CJ was very, very careful with the ball. He threw a couple scary ones towards the end, but I think that was in the moment when it's time to throw those scary ones. Yeah. It was just that was what was demanded of at the moment.
Yep. So the Texans lose yesterday 24-21. We'll dig into this again at the top of the hour. Seth mentioned the pass rush. Non-existent. Is there a pass rusher in the house? We will get to that at the top of the hour.
Dear.
Yeah.
Not that.
As far as yesterday around the NFL, the games most relevant to the Houston Texans, the Denver Broncos, their opponent next week, whooped the Cleveland Browns. This might be where the Cleveland Browns, having no quarterback and everybody injured. And by the way, Myles Garrett was in a sling after the game yesterday.
Oh, really?
So they're already missing Nick Chubb and Deshaun Watson for the rest of the year. And now Myles Garrett may have a shoulder to deal with here. Look, you look at the standings right now, 7-4 Pittsburgh, 7-4 Cleveland, 6-5 Indianapolis. Those are the 3 wildcard teams. Pickett, Dorian Thompson-Robinson, who left the game with a concussion, by the way. P.J. Walker finished that game. and Gardner Minshew are the 3 quarterbacks of the wild card teams. The 3 teams that are the first 3 out are quarterbacked by C.J. Stroud, Russell Wilson, and Josh Allen. Something's got to give over these last 6 weeks. I'm still very optimistic that the Texans are going to be in the postseason this year, based on the quarterback. That'll if you get to 10-7, you're probably in the playoffs.
That's where yesterday, like the Broncos were just a better team than the Browns,
yes.
But they held the Browns. They at least treated the Browns like that other teams have somehow failed to. They held them to 162 net passing yards on 42 attempts.
Yeah.
They made it look like they had a rookie quarterback.
They didn't let him hang around.
And they injured Myles Garrett.
They did, possibly, yeah. They definitely injured him. We'll see how serious it is.
Did you see that guy that looked like Myles Garrett at the pregame yesterday?
I did.
He looked exactly like him, except like a chubbier. I didn't want to go up to him and be like, dude, are you Myles Garrett's chubbier older brother?
Right.
Uncle or something? Because he was like 6'6" also.
Yeah. He's like Myles Garrett if Myles Garrett just lost interest in football and decided to go to Cabo for like 2 years.
Yeah.
You know, eat donuts every morning, drink margaritas.
It's like if Myles Garrett got the prime CBS spot as color commentator, was awesome for 2 years, and then got fat and drunk. That's what he looks like.
Sounds familiar. Hey, speaking of which, the Thanksgiving Day game, as we go through headlines here, the Thanksgiving Day game broadcast by CBS between the Commanders and the Cowboys had 41.4 million viewers.
Is that a lot?
That's the 3rd most watched regular season NFL game of all time. So we can say anything we want about the game. Tom Brady can talk about how mediocre the quality of play is. We can talk about all the quarterback situations that are so janky and awful right now. 41.4 million on Thanksgiving Day.
I was excited to watch Sam Howell finally, and all these prodigious
yard passing.
They are the Sam Howell situation is probably the perfect example of how weird everything is in quarterbacking this year. You go to look at the quarterback passing board, the leaderboards and everything, and Sam Howell's right up there because you want to brag about C.J. Stroud, and then you realize like, oh yeah, C.J.'s second, but Sam Howell is first.
Howell's first, and Jared Goff is third.
Yeah, I know.
It's wild. So yeah, people still love football, especially on Thanksgiving. Speaking of the Cowboys, Shaq Leonard is visiting the Dallas Cowboys tomorrow. Shaq Leonard, former Colts linebacker that you and I kind of kicked around the idea of the Texans taking a look at him.
Feels like there's so many more Shaqs in the world these days.
This is right about the time that if they would be born, like mid-90s is when Shaquille O'Neal was at his peak.
Wasn't Shaq Mason? Shaq Mason wasn't named after Shaq. Oh no, he was because it's Shaq. And then
Olajuwon's his middle name.
That's right. His mom was a big NBA fan, right?
Shaquille Olajuwon Mason. Yeah.
So Shaq Lawson, Shaq Mason, and Shaq Leonard. Shaq Leonard, who I was curious about. I think that DeMeco is going to be really intrigued on kicking the tires on Shaq Leonard. And I mean that literally, in that he'll want to physically kick Shaq Leonard in the back and see if
his leg works and his back works.
But the whole thing about Shaq Leonard was when he was in his prime, the reason he was so good was because he forced turnovers and he made interceptions, but he had that Peanut Tillman punch also, and was really, really good at it. Remember when DeMeco was mic'd up this offseason and he was talking to Tavier Thomas? Oh, he was talking to Toa also about just doing the peanut punch and everything and watching the teaching tape. Yeah. Shaq Leonard might have been on that teaching tape. Problem is he's got 0 forced fumbles and 0 interceptions this year.
Yeah.
He's a shell of himself.
He's punching at air these days, Dallas and Philadelphia are believed to be the 2 teams that have the inside track on him. Switching over quickly to college football, coaching news with teams of local interest. Dana Holgorsen fired at the University of Houston, 4-8 this season. It was a rough first season in the Big 12 for the Cougs, so they are now searching for a new head coach. Texas A&M, man, this was a wild ride on Saturday night. Texas A&M, of course, fired Jimbo Fisher a couple weeks ago. They close out their regular season losing to LSU in Baton Rouge on Saturday. That wasn't the crazy thing on Saturday with Texas A&M. That was expected for them to lose to LSU. The crazy thing was there was a point where it looked like they were getting ready to offer the job to Mark Stoops of the famed Stoops family.
They just didn't. They forgot one minor detail.
That the fans would revolt against Mark Stoops?
Yeah, they hadn't cleared it with the Board of Regents
yet. Yeah. So it leaked out there that Mark Stoops, that there could be an offer coming for Mark Stoops at Kentucky. That news leaked out, and Aggies flipped the hell out about it. The bottom line was, by the end of the night on Saturday and by Sunday morning, Mark Stoops is having to state on social media how much he loves Kentucky, and presumably any Aggie brass that wanted Stoops as the head coach had to pick up the pieces. They did. This is actually a good hire, I think. They hired Mike Elko, the coach from Duke, who was the defensive coordinator for Jimbo's first 4 seasons at Texas A&M, when the defense was really, really good for the Aggies. This seems to be a popular hire for Aggies out there. I think I don't know. Aggies, you weigh in on the text page, 713-572-4610. But that was a wild Saturday night, man. People flipping out. It reminded me of when Tennessee wanted to hire Greg Schiano a couple years ago. And remember, all the Tennessee fans flipped out about that, and Tennessee's like, just kidding, Schiano. We're going to hire Josh Heupel instead.
My flyover take on Elko, without, like, if I had nothing to go on other than image and production as a coordinator and everything, it'd be like, this guy's he's either Brett Bielema or he's the best version of Coach O. Which one is he? I want to go with Coach O right now. This is the best version of Coach O.
Yeah, Aggies would take that. All right, so
He's got that big old school, like, big beer drinking, I'm going to kick your ass type of look.
He looks
to
like
him.
fun. Yeah, he looks like fun.
Well, fun, but a little bit of scary too.
Yeah.
Fun, but like if you're dating his daughter, you better not hurt her, son.
Big time.
Yeah.
Big time. All right, those are your headlines, getting you up to speed on everything going on. In an all-football version of headlines, Rockets beat Denver on Friday, by the way. It's been a few days, and the Rockets are off till tomorrow. They had like 4 days off this weekend, but they beat the Denver Nuggets again. They're 2-0 against the world champs this year. They beat them again on Friday by 19. All right, heading into the 7 o'clock hour. Is there a pass rusher in the house? Is there an available pass rusher out there to help a team that only had 2 quarterback hits and no sacks last night? We'll discuss.
Looking for the 3-time Motor Trend Truck of the Year, the Ram pickup, if you want.
AILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey station.
It's WEEKDAY, presented by Shoppers John Deere on Sports Radio 610. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, the pass rush, I would say we've not given the appropriate amount of heat towards the Texans' lack of a pass rush yesterday. We hit on the offensive line in the opening hour of the show pretty heavily. We touched on the officials, although there's some people out here that just want us to literally leave the show, go find the officials, and come back with all their heads on a spit. We are not a bitch about the officials show.
If the problem is, like, and I'd go past over the last few weeks. Okay, Tank Dell didn't get that reception overturned on the sideline. You know what? Against the Bengals, Tank Dell had a reception that was incomplete, that was ruled a reception and not overturned. Like, that was...
So the one you're talking about here is the one right before the half that they reviewed for what felt like an eternity.
Yeah, and they came back and they said it was incomplete. Like, Tank Dell, like, the Texans have gotten those types of calls both for and against them over the... Like, that, you chalk that up to the game. That's one that it's not enough to be overturned, fine. Like, that reception that he had on the sideline at Cincinnati, that was not a reception, but they didn't overturn it.
Yep.
So I'm okay with that. Like, the Tank Dell deep ball that was called back, he was moving towards the line of scrimmage. You can call it ticky-tack if you want, but that was one. The defensive pass interference, those are the ones that were really bad. But the problem is that Jalen Petrie got away with a pretty egregious one that led to a Texans touchdown very quickly after.
Well, it literally Stingley picked the ball off on that play.
Yeah. And it led to a touchdown.
Yeah. Yep.
So it was like, it was really bad, and it was stupid. But the Texans did a lot of stuff in this game that they've gotten away with over the past couple weeks, and it just hasn't been, they've gotten away with it because they had the victories. Like, there were too many bad football things going on for me to be worried about the officials right now. If it weren't for the brilliance of C.J. Stroud, there's no way they should have been within 10 points in the fourth quarter.
I totally agree with that. C.J. Stroud was incredible. The offensive line stunk. The defense gave up too many big plays. I thought the DeMeco and Bobby Slowick coached at best like a C or a C plus game, maybe a C minus at times. Bobby Slowick still gets too cute with short yardage play calls. I don't know if that's going away anytime soon. Granted, the run game doesn't do him any favors, but you're in gun on 3rd and like 8 inches. Like, what are we doing? And fourth. The defensive line, the pressure, non-existent.
Yeah.
On Trevor Lawrence yesterday. He was hit twice, sacked 0 times.
Against
yesterday.
the bad offensive line, too. I think that needs
lost
to be
its
stressed.
left tackle. Cam Robinson went out early in that game.
Yeah. This is an offensive line that was cited as one of the biggest reasons that Trevor Lawrence hadn't been quite himself or hadn't looked like he did towards the end of last year. I am wondering if more of it was actually about Trevor Lawrence's knee. Because last week versus the Titans, they started throwing downfield for the first time in a long time. They got Trevor Lawrence out and moving, and I think that's opened up their offense. So the Texans pass rush needs to be better, but at least part of the problem yesterday was I saw some nice rushes by Jonathan Grenard, which he didn't get credited with the pressure for because the ball came out so fast and because there were guys old. I mean, it was on both ends yesterday. The only thing the Texans defense really did well was limiting the run. And that, too, I heard a lot of people say, well, Boye held ATN to, what did he get, 80 yards rushing?
Boye? Boye held ATN. I'm just wondering who's Boye?
No, I heard people say that they held ATN to...
Oh, I thought you said Boye held ATN. I thought I heard you say that.
Ben,
I thought I heard that too.
Really?
Yeah.
Maybe I said that.
Yeah, I thought you did.
Roll it back, Ben. How the hell did I say Boye?
You said Boye held ATN. I was just wondering. Yeah, that's all. That's what I heard you say.
What's Boye up to anyway?
I don't know.
Is he still playing?
I don't know. He may have heard his name now and go, you know what? I need to get back into football.
Oh, boy. So anyway, I thought the one thing they did well was they limited the run, but I need to point out that ETN hasn't been good this year. He's had one game over 100 yards. It hasn't really been he's averaging 3.9 yards per carry.
Been good, yeah.
No, on an actual running back basis, he hasn't.
Okay.
Did you see? He goes down easy. Like, this Texans team can't tackle anybody, and they were like getting him down with the first tackle at times yesterday. So I'm not going to give him too much credit for that. It was in a game in which they held the Jaguars to 24 points. It was actually a pretty shaky defensive effort in a lot of ways.
Yeah. The big plays hurt. The lack of a pass rush hurt. J.J. Watt tweeted this on, what was November 24th? Friday. Friday afternoon, 1:45 p.m. J.J. Watt tweets a picture of him with Mike Eubanks, I guess. Mike Eubanks is the one that's in charge of the weight room over there and other things at NRG Stadium. And he's got his arm around him. He's in front of a bunch of machines. And he says, thanks to Mike for letting me use his weight room. Cal, DeMeco, Nick for letting me use the facilities all week. Just like old times. H-Town, kind of hook 'em emoji there. And then hashtag H-Town. So JJ's got he's got the emoji lingo down. He's got the hashtag down. The one thing people noticed about this picture, and this, of course, is on the heels of J.J. Watt going on the McAfee show and not really denying he wants to play again vehemently. DeMeco Ryans, I think, fueling the fire a little bit by at least semi-jokingly being open to J.J. coming back, if not serious with a smile about him coming back. The one thing people noticed about this picture, Seth, as I'm sure you noticed as well, JJ is wearing cleats in this picture.
Yes. Where,
when you work out in the weight room, do you wear cleats?
Not unless you're doing agility drills on the little turf area they have there. So,
right.
Yeah, if you're wearing cleats, you're doing some kind of running drill. And, okay, he could have been using them to push a sled or something, which is typically something that nobody should do in retirement. Ever.
That's an odd drill to do in retirement.
If he's doing any kind of sled pushing on the turf there or anything, then that's something you would do to get ready to play football. So I think there's a very, very good chance that this is not just, as John McClain claims this is all just some kind of creation by Pat McAfee to try to drum up ratings for his show. Maybe that's how it started. I think it's almost impossible when I put myself in JJ's shoes. I think it's almost impossible that he's not contemplating a sort because it's just too enticing. I know his body feels too good. Because he did the thing that he probably should have started doing like 5 years ago. He didn't really do much in the offseason other than stay in shape.
Yeah.
As defensive linemen who've had a bunch of injuries, I wish I could have done this, as you get into your 30s and if you've had a bunch of injuries, if anything, you should just worry about your body composition and staying strong until training camp and then ease your way into shape because your body needs so much time to recuperate. He's actually, by virtue of retiring, he's done what he should have been doing a long time ago, and now he probably feels the best he's felt.
Feels amazing,
He might feel the best now since maybe his sophomore year in college because he just hasn't been through the beating that you take every single year.
Since his year off as a pizza guy.
Yeah.
This is the best he's felt since he was driving around Wisconsin delivering pizzas to people.
Except that he probably feels even better because I'm sure his diet is better now than what it was then. You know when you eat 2 entire pizzas, how bad you feel afterwards?
I do.
Or how I feel after a day in the press box? I show up I fasted for 36 hours and then somehow thought that, I'll just go up and I'll have the chicken breast in the press box. That went downhill real
The desserts
fast.
were good.
What was I saying to myself all the entire elevator ride up? I was saying no sweets.
Yeah, no sweets. You were pep talking
Sean,
yourself.
No sweets. No sweets at all today. No sweets.
Right.
Later on.
4 little miniature things of mousse later.
You saw me rubbing pistachio pudding all over my chest.
By
the fourth quarter.
Slathering himself in mousse.
That's why I wasn't upset about the officiating.
That's right. So cake pops later.
I think that JJ is almost assuredly actually genuinely thinking about coming back. Here's the nasty, ugly little thing that nobody wants to talk about.
Let's hear it.
Like your least favorite child. He is a professional football player.
Uh-huh.
Professional football players get paid money.
They require currency in return.
Professional football players get paid a lot of money sometimes to come back and provide sacks for a football team. Are we so certain that if JJ decides to play again that it's going to be for the Texans who have only $4 million in cap space?
That's a good question. It feels like the one thing seems to have been somewhat consistent with through this whole thing, through getting pressed on it by McAfee. That's really when we get that's where we get, kind of some insight into this.
Yeah.
Is that it would only be for a couple of there's only a couple of situations he would come back and play for. The Pittsburgh one, he acknowledges that, hey, it'd be cool to play with my brother, to play with TJ. And then he even, when they brought up Detroit last week to him, or 2 weeks ago, McAfee and his minions there, JJ literally corrected them and said, you guys are leaving out one team that has a young quarterback that's in the playoff hunt. He was almost like, why would I go to Detroit? It would be Houston I would go to. I'm paraphrasing, but this feels like if he were to come back, it's like a Pittsburgh, Houston, or bust kind of thing.
Yeah, I think if he did, if there were any kind of negotiations about money at all, it should be all based on bonuses.
I'm cool with that. I'm cool with that.
Not sack bonuses, because that's bad. As Matt Burke has talked about, like sack bonuses get tricky sometimes.
Let me ask you this, because I talked to a few people that expressed this to me yesterday. JJ was a big topic around the stadium yesterday, understandably so. Do you think there'd be a feeling of the guys who are on that team right now that if JJ were to come on the team, like say in week 14 or 15, and the Texans are in position to make the postseason, do you think there'd be guys on the team that would feel like, hey man, like we've done the heavy lifting to get here? This feels like a look at me move.
They should be kicked in the nuts. Oh, excuse my language. Can I say that? Yeah. They should be kicked somewhere sensitive and said, like, okay, I'm sorry. Oh, do you have double-digit sacks this year? I apologize. I'm sorry, good sir. I didn't realize you guys were so awesome. Yeah, they can go die if that's the way they feel. Yeah, no. I hear this come up sometimes where people say, like, well, people are going to be upset that they didn't go through training camp. That'd be like if you're some recruit getting upset about a war, like an army recruit getting upset about a war veteran coming in and getting a free drink at the VFA. It's just no. The guy's been through all that stuff. He doesn't have to do a damn thing. He can show up and play. Yeah, I'm okay with that. By the way, ETN, this is where I feel like I was talking to somebody last night who was talking about how impressive it was that the Texans held ETN to 77 yards rushing. In the 10 games that the Jaguars have played this year, held to 77 yards or less 7 times. Okay. It's not like all that impressive a feat to stop ETN or hold him to 77 yards.
I think where maybe I was feeling like I knew he was averaging 3.9 yards per carry. He's had a good fantasy year. That may be where I'm getting caught. His volume-wise, he's got 670 yards. He's got 7 touchdowns on the season. He's a guy who catches balls out of the backfield. He's good for 3 or 4 catches a game. Fantasy owners like that stuff.
Okay.
So that may be where I
like winning football
No. Your take is the valid one for what we're talking about here. I'm just saying, like, in terms of my mind, I'm like, I don't think the guy's been trashed this year. Like, I feel like he's destroyed me in at least 2 fantasy leagues.
He's been a good red zone option.
Well, and he had a stretch in the middle of the season in October where he rushed for 2 touchdowns in 3 consecutive games.
Yeah. So he's not a horse though.
No.
He's so un-Derrick Henry like. I kept expecting, because he's that size and everything, and I kept expecting Derrick Henry, and then he would just go down like a sack of potatoes.
Text message. Sean, Seth said, boy, you held ATN to whatever it was. Okay. It sounded like you said boye. And with them playing Jacksonville.
I reverted to Old English for one word. I said, boy, ye held them to...
Hear ye. Seth pulled out a scroll.
You held them back like a bunch of French immigrants.
As the town crier, yes. I do declare that you held Travis Etienne to 2.6 yards per carry.
That's yesterday. What it was. It was the ETN. You see, I spell it ETN phonetically because you're supposed to pronounce it ETN. It's not ATN like the way you would expect.
No, but you that rundown during the pregame yesterday, and I'm like, I kind of like that. So I did my Pender notes yesterday.
Yeah.
You see, it's littered with ETN. That's what I used. It was good shorthand for me. Thank you for that.
I think that's it's part of nobody wanting to be perceived as being too French. The fact that, like, Favre pronounces his name the way he does, and ETN, he's like, ATN sounds a little too fancy. That's like saying croissant. Yeah. It's like nobody ever wants to be the guy that shows up and was like, hey, can I get a bacon, egg, and cheese croissant?
No. This is America. We pronounce a C and an R like cru, not qua. All right.
Who's that drunken hillbilly that throws a lot of interceptions? That's Brett Favre. Favre.
All right. Let's acknowledge there are performances, even in a loss, that we need to acknowledge with the Texans and around the league and around the sport of football in general. We do it every Monday at 7:25. Acknowledge me, and we do it next. I'm going to acknowledge soda weight loss right now.
spot.
It's Reaction Monday, presented by Shoppers John Deere on Sports Radio 610. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, it is 7:25 on a Monday. This is when we acknowledge.
Everybody except Tom Middlescreen loves this.
Oh, Middle Screen doesn't like
Middle
acknowledgement?
Screen hates it.
Really?
He finds the drop jarring.
Oh, you mean this drop?
Acknowledge me.
Okay.
Part of it's because he's trying to listen to it while he's also teaching. I think he teaches.
Yeah, I can't help you with that, Middle Screen.
he gets
got a show to do.
We do it just as I think we're doing this just as the kids are filtering into class, and he gets upset about that.
We get called into our boss's office. Guys, why has the show gotten so boring lately?
Yeah.
Well, there's this guy named Middle Screen who teaches a class, so we've had to kind of quiet down our drops and things like that. People love acknowledge me. They like hearing us acknowledge good performance, and sometimes on a day like today when the Texans lose, we must acknowledge that there was good performance on the other side as well. But let's start with the Texans. C.J. Stroud.
Acknowledge me.
We will acknowledge you, C.J. Stroud. You're a tremendous quarterback. You are the reason this game was close yesterday. You were on the run all day long because of your offensive line, and you made a throw yesterday to Tank Dell in the end zone. Let's take a listen to Mark Vandermeer.
Stroud in the gun, gets the snap, looking. CJ stepping to his right now, winding back to the left side, trying to find some time. Now throws back across his body. Caught, touchdown, Tank Dell! Stroud with the amazing scramble, and Dell with the TD reception. Go Cougs!
There were times when CJ was scrambling where it wasn't a result of poor pass protection. I don't want to lump all of those into poor pass protection. Sometimes it was because the Jaguars had just decided to play coverage, and they did a really good job of dropping back, just really covering up all the options. So CJ was scrambling. That time it worked out really well.
Just to buy time and find somebody open.
Yeah. And I can't remember on that play if he got legitimately flushed or not. Initially, I thought, all right, they got to work on the scramble drill because it feels like in the second half, everybody must be just running deep routes trying to pull off the Tank Dell touchdown from last week. I don't know. It was more complicated than that. The Jaguars did a really, really good job covering up the shorter routes in the second half.
You know who he may have missed yesterday?
Yeah.
Noah Brown. Mm-hmm. When Noah Brown had those back-to-back 150, 170-yard games, especially against Cincinnati.
Yeah.
A lot of those catches were CJ buying time, and Noah Brown just having this sixth sense to work back towards CJ with nobody near him, and he's getting big 20 and 25-yard chunks.
That's a really, really good point, and that's what Noah Brown is so good at. Like, Noah Brown is really good at reading coverages and finding the soft spots in the zone.
Yeah.
So you miss a guy like that when teams decide to play coverage like the Jaguars do.
As far as CJ goes, first of all, that play to Tank Dell, that was a Mahomes kind of arm slot throw right there.
Yeah.
Like just running away from his right arm and just kind of contorting his body to sidearm it at an odd angle to Tank Dell was just, I mean, he's a ball placement specialist, but that was an arm slot thing that was really impressive.
And it's just another example of Tank Dell holding onto the ball after getting just physically clobbered.
Yep.
I don't know how long Tank Dell can take all that punishment.
I know, man.
It doesn't seem to bother him a bit, but I also know that he's tough as hell, so he might be hurting on the inside. Literally.
Well, he is hurting. They asked him about Dana Holgorsen getting fired. He was not happy about that after the game.
Yeah.
They asked him in the scrum around his locker, and someone said, well, who, at the end of him talking about Holgorsen, they said, well, who would you like to see become the coach at the University of Houston? He said, Coach Holgorsen.
Did Sean Bajani get into an argument with him?
No, he didn't.
So there's quite a few cougs in the media corps. They might.
There's a lot of. Well, the firing
started arguing with Tank Dell about.
That'd be great. The firing came down in the middle of the pregame show, so there were a lot of cougs out at the coming in from the tailgate who were like, guys. I like Dana, but you go 4-8. It is what it is. Real quick with CJ, NFL rookie record. 4th straight game with over 300 yards passing. NFL rookie record, 5th game with 300 yards and 2 touchdowns passing this season, tying Justin Herbert and Andrew Luck. Josh Allen.
Acknowledge me.
Not the Buffalo one, the Jacksonville one that made life hell for C.J. Stroud and Laramie Tunsil, if we're being honest, yesterday, including this sack on the final drive.
Here's the snap. Stroud with pressure. Stroud's going to be sacked back at the 32-yard line. Could not get away from Josh Allen. His second sack of the day.
Yeah.
Ouch.
Yeah. Now that that set up a 2nd and 25, which CJ was actually able to miraculously work his way out of. They ended up getting a first down, but then Josh Allen combined with Trayvon Walker on a sack that ultimately was the reason why you're operating in 3rd and 12 and 4th and 12 and set up the final field goal. Without that sack, who knows? Maybe the crossbar.
They did a really good job of committee pass rushing. Like CJ on those 2 sacks inside of 2.5 minutes really didn't have any options. I mean, he could have done something superhuman and miraculous, and it's possible that he could have escaped those and not taken those sacks. But the pocket collapsed so quickly and from the inside that he really the broken screen was the most frustrating one, because that one, he's just sitting like in a screen as a quarterback. You're expecting there to feel like there's pressure. The offensive linemen are baiting guys to come upfield when all of a sudden Singletary's not out on his route, and the guys, like as an offensive lineman, you got to imagine this. Your only job is to make it look like you're getting beat.
Right.
That's all you have to do.
Right.
Just don't get actually beat. And they got actually beaten, destroyed, just crushed on that play. So it was CJ's going to take that sack there. Any quarterback's going to take that sack.
I am bummed the Texans lost that game, because if they had won, Desmond King, this would have been a huge play if it had directly led to a Texans victory. This is 1st and goal. Last play of the half at the 1-yard line. Jacksonville offense on the field.
1st and goal inside the 1 second left. They pitch the ball to ETN running right, and he's going to be stacked up and stopped. A gang tackle of Battle Red brings him down as we hit the half. Desmond King gets there first, and the Texans come up with a goal line stand and a one-play situation. End the half.
That was huge.
That was
kept it at 13-7. Would have been 20-7 going into the half.
That was massive. I also think if you're going to take a silver lining from this loss, I honestly think there's some things on that play that have been part of a gradual slide that goes unnoticed sometimes because of victory. But Jalen Petre's running off the field in celebration as the rest of his teammates are still trying to stop the ball carrier because the whistle hasn't blown. Like, this is the sloppiness that you can't get away with. Des King makes that play. The dude just got signed 3 days ago. Like, Des King has had his share of, ups and downs in the NFL, and he's a gritty, tough-ass dude. Don't be running off the field while your teammates are still trying to stop the play that's currently in progress.
Yep.
Like that, this Texans defense is doing some things. The reason I'm not complaining about the officiating right now is because the Texans defense did so many stupid-ass things yesterday, and so many just abysmally bad physical errors, mental errors, everything that they've gotten away with the last couple weeks. Like, it came to roost yesterday. The missed tackles, the mental errors, 4 plays of 40-plus yards. Yeah, the officiating sucked, but so did the Texans defense in too many instances. So that's why I'm not just going to sit here and whine and complain about the officials all morning.
Yep. Yeah. No. If you're
the officials are. You know what? Here's the thing. Yeah. The officials are still going to suck next week, and they'll suck the week after that. And they'll suck the next week. The players on the field actually can improve their performances.
Like if you're coming to the store today expecting Seth and I to do 2 hours on the officials, you're in the wrong restaurant.
Yeah, they're awful.
You're looking for tacos. You walked into an Italian.
Write an email to Roger Goodell. Write an email to the league. Do all of that by all means. And the Texans file their complaints and everything. Yeah. But that was a known. That was a known aggressive officiating staff coming into the game.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, let's keep going around the league. Acknowledge me. Jalen Hurts.
Acknowledge me.
Channel View Zone. Here is his game-winning touchdown in overtime in a game that actually helped the Texans in the playoff hunt here.
Hurts on a quarterback draw. He's at the 5. He's in. Touchdown. The Eagles win. Hurts does it again.
Oh, my God.
Hurts does it again.
Are you kidding me? Kidding me?
He's amazing.
37. That's good, Ben. We got it. 37-34. The Eagles beat the Bills in overtime. Jalen Hurts, the first 5 touchdown game of his career. 3 passing, 2 rushing, the winning drive in overtime. Buffalo had kicked a field goal in overtime to take the lead. In the winning drive, 9 plays, 75 yards. Jalen Hurts, 32 yards passing, 27 yards rushing, including that touchdown. Seth, he's the second quarterback in NFL history to go 10-1 in back-to-back seasons, to open the season since 1950. Second quarterback since 1950 to do that, to go 10-1 in back-to-back seasons. The only other one, Peyton Manning, 2005 and 2006.
I think I still feel in some regards because he's not a conventional, because he's not Peyton Manning, he's underappreciated.
He's so good.
Because people just really don't want to acknowledge what a quarterback's legs do for a team. I like the tush push, all of that. The cool thing now is that the brotherly shove, the tush push. I don't like the word tush in general.
Yeah, me either.
I don't like Heine. That's why I don't like you guys calling
Kurt Heinisch, Big Heine.
Yeah.
I've been more respectful about that lately.
I'm not into butt play. So I think that when it comes to the tush push, I think that alone, like you can see, it's not as simple as it's physics because any group of players can do it.
No, he's special.
It's partly that you've got a quarterback who can squat twice his body weight.
Yeah.
You know, there's a little something to that.
I hate the brotherly shove, but I sure would have loved it yesterday on 3rd and 1 and 4th and 1 for the Houston Texans.
Well, the stats are starting to show, too, that it's not as simple as, any team can do it. The Eagles are really good at doing it.
Yeah, absolutely. So Jalen Hurts, Channelview Zone, we do acknowledge today. Last one. Joey Bosa.
Acknowledge me.
Chargers were playing the Ravens last night. Joey Bosa didn't play. He's hurt. He's out. But he was shown in a luxury suite at SoFi Stadium. He was spotted during a Sunday night game. Mm-hmm. And I know if I were in the luxury suite, I would have whatever the carving station had in front of me. When they showed him, I'd have been on my 4th dessert. Joey Bosa on a Sunday night game was sitting in the luxury suite in a sweatsuit, eating Raisin Bran out of one of those little Raisin Bran cups.
Oh, yeah.
Acknowledging Joey Bosa for his commitment to the meathead gimmick even while he's out for an extended period of time.
Why is that? Do you equate Raisin Bran with health food?
On a Sunday night football game when you're in a luxury suite with a bunch of really good food in there and you're eating Raisin Bran?
Raisin Bran's really good, though.
Raisin Bran trash.
Oh, my God.
Yeah.
Really?
Yes.
I look at Raisin Bran.
I'm not a huge cereal guy to begin with.
See, I look at Raisin Bran as a treat. I actually look at that as almost like a sweetened cereal. It might be actually too. I think they throw some sugar under the flakes as as the raisins. Yeah.
Okay.
The raisins are sugary. Okay. It is a sugary. Raisin Bran is one of those awesome cereals that's like disguised as a healthy food because it says bran. Okay. And yet it's just, I'm guessing it's loaded with sugar.
We can acknowledge it's probably, of the things that were in that suite, probably among the healthier things though, right? Like Raisin Bran?
Probably, yeah. I don't think he was eating it for health reasons though. I think he was just eating because it's tasty.
The visual struck me as fun.
When I see Raisin Bran, when I'm at a buffet and they've got the little cereal machine at a hotel or something, I hit the Raisin Bran hard.
Do you?
Yeah. It's not because I'm trying to be a meathead.
I hit the Fruit Loops.
Ugh. That's too much for me. That's too
just only in situations like that, like at a Fairfield Inn where the breakfast is provided. It's the only time I ever eat cereal.
I can't delude myself in my A1C results into that. I can trick myself into thinking Raisin Bran's an okay indulgence.
All right, we acknowledge the good. We've got to go back through the shopping list here of things that fell apart yesterday for the Houston Texans. And what is it setting up for next Sunday? It sets up a game that I feel just as amped, if not more amped, for this Denver game coming up as I did for this Jacksonville game this past week. We do that next.
Hey, if you're looking for a treat and
Reaction Monday, presented by Shoppers John Deere on Sports Radio 610. Live from the Twin Peaks studios, here's Payne and Pendergast.
Not a missed opportunity for us is one that, of course, we didn't play our best. And as I told our guys, you don't play your best, you don't execute versus a good team, this is what happens, right? There's no need to hold our head or sulk about anything. Like, we got to do something about it when we're out there on the field, right? We got to execute. We got to play better. You play better, you'll win the game. And today we didn't deserve to win because we didn't play good enough.
That was DeMeco Ryans, the Fry the Officials crew is not going to like that one.
This is why I don't really love complaining nonstop about the officiating. I thought there were some really bad calls yesterday. I think that's a bad officiating crew. I thought more of them went against the Texans than went against the Jaguars, but some pretty bad ones and or non-calls went against the Jaguars too. Sure. Because the players that I like and the teams that I follow, they have zero control really over whether the officiating is going to be good next week, where I know I can point out things that they can do better next week and have a better chance of beating the Broncos.
Yes.
That's why I can't dwell on the officiating. There's not enough time for it. It sucks. And it sucks. Sometimes it sucks really bad. Sometimes it doesn't. And then you move on. I would go back over the last few weeks. Hey, a couple weeks ago, the Texans had a muffed punt. There was a muffed punt that went in the Texans' favor, even though it's
against Arizona. Yeah.
That's right. That was Arizona. It's not clear whether Arizona actually touched the ball or not. Tank Dell against the Bengals had a ball that was ruled a reception that certainly was not a reception, but it was not overturned on replay. Like, it happens. It sucks when it does happen and it goes against you, but the players can't really do anything about it. So I'm not going to sit here and ignore all the really dumb and bad stuff the Texans did yesterday, because there were also some dumb and bad officiating calls.
I think it's probably accentuated yesterday, the complaining about the officials, because if you look at the box score, the Texans had 7 penalties for 49 yards. So if you just look at that, you go, okay, well, you wish they didn't have 7 penalties, but 49 yards, that's not too bad. But then you go and you dig back into the game and you go, okay, well, 4 of them came on third down situations, and they were marginal calls, PIs, defensive holding.
I'll tell you the thing that was frustrating was that, all right, the officials missed what probably should have been an interference call on Jalen Petrie when Derek Stingley ended up getting the interception.
Correct.
Jalen Petrie held that receiver back, and the ball goes straight. It goes on a straight path to Derek Stingley.
Yes.
So, and then the Texans end up scoring a touchdown. Okay, all right, bad call, but things happen, right? One way or the other. It felt like after that, the officials were not going to make up just a single makeup call. It felt like making calls on the Texans DBs until a touchdown was scored.
Yes.
Because the Texans scored a touchdown after that, it felt like the officials were like, well, my bad. I guess I will offer you up a touchdown now as retribution. My apologies, good sir.
Right. I think if there's 3 things that, to me, lost this game for the Houston Texans, that, to your point, Seth, they can go back to practice this week and get better at, hopefully.
Yeah.
The offensive line was not good yesterday. They were not good protecting C.J. Stroud. They were not good clearing pathways for Dameon Pierce and Devin Singletary to run through. So C.J. Stroud found himself, sometimes caused by pressure, sometimes C.J., as you pointed out earlier, choosing to kind of roll out of the pocket and guys are covered downfield, so you're trying to find somebody open. Here was DeMeco Ryans on the off-script plays that C.J. Stroud was forced to execute.
Yeah, credit to Jacksonville for their defense. I think they mixed it up really well. Credit to those guys. They played well up front. Coverages, they were tight. And we got to play better up front. Got to protect it better. All right, we got to run the ball better, and it all starts up front. We weren't the best team up front today. On the offense or the defensive line, we weren't the best teams. And that's the reason why we didn't win this game.
I feel like we're back to square one with the running game again. I feel like what we saw against Cincinnati and Arizona was more about Cincinnati and Arizona than it was about, hey, you finally had the same 5 guys out there on the offensive line for 3 or 4 straight games, and the cohesiveness is starting to take effect. And maybe Devin Singletary, his running style might better fit for the Texans. Nope.
When he had his nice runs, Devin Singletary's effort yesterday was that he had a couple of really, really, really nice runs. Well, in one screen, his best run was the run after catch
33
on the screen.
yards. Yep.
That was beautiful. But a couple nice runs as well. But then everything else was snubbed at the line of scrimmage.
Yes.
Dameon Pierce snubbed at the line of scrimmage.
Yep.
One of those was, okay, you got 2 yards on 3rd and 1, so bully for you.
Yeah.
The offensive line was atrocious yesterday.
Atrocious.
It was atrocious in run blocking. It was atrocious in pass protection. Look, when you've got Juice Scruggs starting his first regular season NFL action at left guard after being trained as a center with the Texans, that's tough. But they were bad before Titus Howard got injured. Titus Howard was getting abused before he went out.
Yeah.
It was really disappointing.
Did you, we have a text message asking about that. Did you get a chance to focus in on Juice at all in your rewatch of it?
Yes, he had some good reps. There were some reps where on defensive line games, he looked particularly unaware, which I'm not going to crush him for it because he's playing guard. I don't know how much he played there, in practice this week and everything. And you're going to expect that out of a rookie. I thought there were some nice one-on-one physical matchups that he won. There were times where it wasn't just Scruggs. There were Juice Scruggs. Some of those sacks were just complete and total collapses. Partly because they didn't pick up games on the left side, partly because guys on the right side who have no excuse for not picking up the games were either physically getting beat or not picking up games. It was just really disappointing.
Was it better or worse than what we've seen out of Titus Howard at left guard? Was it
I think he moves and plays and has a stoutness about
like a
him
guard.
that's more like a guard.
Yeah.
Titus, the problem with Titus is, I think it's just tempting to believe that, because offensive tackles are more athletic, then playing guard should be easy. That's like saying, a really good edge rushing defensive end should be a run stuffing nose tackle. Like there's just different demands. And the more highly compensated people and the rarer demands are those for those offensive tackles and defensive ends. But it doesn't mean that they could slide inside. I mean, if that were the case, okay, then have your quarterback play nose tackle and guard. It's just there's a stoutness that's required that Titus Howard does not have. And I don't know if it's because of his physical abilities or a lack of desire or just being like your good guards tend to be the kind of guys that would be the guy that you want in a barroom fight with you.
Right.
They're nasty, they're physical, they're tough, and Juice Scruggs feels like he's that guy.
I agree. Now, Titus was carted off. Word was out of the locker room after the game, because we've got several feet on the street in the locker room here at 610 after the game. The guys who were in the locker room said that Titus was walking around the locker room. It's not like they took him to a medical center or some medical facility.
That's tough because you can walk around with an ACL tear.
Yeah, I'm just pointing that out. I'm not saying he's healthy and he can start next week, but let's pretend for a second that Titus he's damaged, but he could still potentially play. Is Juice Scruggs, is what you saw out of Juice Scruggs in this one game at left guard enough for the move to come where we've been hoping for a while, where Titus finally gets moved back to right tackle?
Yeah, perhaps. A lot of it is just pressed into action immediately. Some of Scruggs' issues were stuff that you would expect, and that I would think, okay, that can with rookie offensive linemen especially, you usually see rapid improvement over the course of 3 weeks. Like there's usually guys that there's a lot of adjusting to the speed of the game. There's a lot of just understanding exactly what's going on. Some of the things that he got messed up on were the Jags defensive line did a really good job of disguising their stunts and their games. So he seems like that kind of guy. Like I would say maybe more so than any other position, interior offensive linemen from weeks 1 through 3 in their first NFL experience get a lot better.
And we should point out, this coaching staff thought enough of him for him to be the starting center coming out of training camp, but then he got the hamstring injury and he never got a chance to start. So just as far as they certainly didn't feel about him well, he's a rookie and we just can't put him in there. They're ready to have him start at center. I know this is left guard, but they obviously feel good about him as a football player.
There were some times where he was locked in on his guy and did a really good job locking him down, but the problem was there were also times where he did the same thing where that's what they wanted him to do. And he was oblivious to what was going on either side of him.
Yep. Yeah. So the offensive line, not good. That needs to improve if they're going to beat Denver. And by the way, we've had several texters point out, look, Denver's been getting after the passer pretty good of late as well. So we'll see. Defense allowing 4, not even explosive, like an explosive play is 20 yards or more. These were 4 plays of 42 yards or more.
And they were some of them were by players who you would not expect to gamble hey, which guy is going to have the 40-plus yard play? It would be, you get really good odds on these guys.
The average Texan fan hadn't even heard of 2 of them.
Yeah.
Dearness Johnson and the Farrell kid who was playing tight end, they were the ones to get the first two.
I remember Dearness Johnson because I like to think of him as Ernest Johnson. And also because he had a couple nice plays against the Texans the first time, but yeah.
Back when he played for Cleveland, too. He had some good plays.
That's what it was.
He had some good plays when he was with the Browns against the Texans. Yep, he was with the Browns. But they allowed 4 ultra-explosive plays. The only one that didn't lead to points was the one right before halftime to Christian Kirk, and that's because Des King stopped Travis Etienne on a pitch play to the right-hand side to keep him out of the end zone. Otherwise, they all 4 would have led to points. Here was DeMeco Ryans on his defense allowing explosive plays.
Yeah, the explosive plays, you can't have them, right? You give up explosive plays, it equals points, and that's what happened. We gave them too many explosives on defense, right? They beat us on a couple plays, good plays by them. We didn't execute the details of our job. When you don't execute versus a really good team, that's what happens.
Like when it's 42 yards, like it's that almost like automatically you're in field goal range for an NFL kicker. Like, it's one thing to give up like a 15-yarder and a 20-yarder. Like, you make him have to get a couple chunk plays like that. You give up 42, 42, 45, and 57, like you're immediately handing over points to the other team.
So, and the part about those was they weren't superhuman efforts. They were blown assignments, blown coverages, guys just completely vacating entire regions. It was like a vast weight. It was like the Sahara Desert out there in some
Thomas
of those places.
getting beat over the top on the Kirk play. Before the half. Can't let that happen.
Yeah, there's just a lot of, again, these little glitches, these mental errors that I'd like to think the Texans had moved beyond. And right now, hey, you've got your 2 starting cornerbacks. You've got one of your starting safeties. I can't sit here and blame I can't sit here and blame injuries for the abysmal performance in the secondary. Tavier Thomas is not your ideal slot corner, obviously, but there shouldn't be this many huge blown. There shouldn't be this many these plays over the top or just gashes out down the sideline.
You think Des King gets more snaps this week?
There's a really good chance he does. Yeah.
That was a rough game for Tavier Thomas.
Yeah.
His Pro Football Focus grade has been really good this year. I think it's going to take a hit this week.
Slot corner is one of the weirdest and hardest positions to forecast from week to week. Remember, because AJ Boye was AJ was outside. Aaron Colvin was the best slot corner in football when he was with the Jaguars.
Jalen Ramsey and AJ Boye.
Yeah, AJ Boye and Jalen Ramsey on the outside. Aaron Colvin came here and he got cut after the second game of the season, his second year here.
Yeah.
Because he was so bad.
Yeah, that was rough. I would say the other thing, if we're pointing fingers or we're checking off, assigning blame to the loss yesterday, pass rush has to be better. I know Trevor Lawrence gets rid of the ball really quickly. We knew that going into week 3. That was one of the big talking points is he gets the ball out really fast. You got to find a way to hit him more than twice and to get him on the ground at least once.
And he didn't get rid of it quickly yesterday. These last 2 weeks, they've started pushing the ball downfield, the Jaguars have. And, the Texans looked unprepared for it.
All right, so 6-5, that's where we are. Sets up a big one this coming Sunday against the Denver Broncos. We'll start to dig into that one tomorrow.
I'll be grumpy for 3 more days, 2 more days about this.
Okay.
And then I'll start turning the corner.
Flush it out of the system.
But I hate Sean Payton. There's that.
Yeah, well, that'll be good. That'll allow you to flush this quicker. We can focus on the looking forward.
That's the healthy thing to do.
Absolutely.
Focus on other hatred.
Yeah. All right, we're done. We're out of time. Seth, antibodies to you.
Antibodies and hatred to you.
Thank you very, very much. We're done. John Harris, Mark Vandermeer. You got them for the next couple hours. In the Loop at 10, The Drive at 2. We'll see you tomorrow at 6 a.m.
Monday Night Football is on Sports Radio 610. The Bears head to Minnesota to take on the Vikings in an NFC North showdown. Hear it here tonight at 7 on your home for the NFL on Westwood One.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey station.
It's time to break it all down. What happened and why? Welcome to Texans Monday, presented by Houston Methodist.
This is a 58-yard attempt from Matt Amendola for a tie. John Weeks will snap. Cameron Johnston will hold. Here's the snap. Here's the spot. Here's the kick. Does it have enough? Amendola off the crossbar. No good. Oh, goodness. He didn't make it. Another foot, and he's got it. And with 29 seconds to go, the Jags will kill the clock. and put a serious, if not determining dent in the Texans' division hopes, because had they won, you know the rest of the story. They would have been in a tie and had first place because of the sweep, and they didn't get the sweep. They have a split. So now you need the Jags to lose a couple of games down the stretch. You have to win out, or they have to lose 3, and you have to only lose 1. Whatever the case may be. And the tiebreakers are going to favor them because they're really good in the division
record
right now.
has been tremendous.
Their only loss is to the Texans right now in the AFC South.
That's it.
And that was
4-1
earlier in the year. And so here you are. All right. And Sean said you're in this swamp. I'll call it a mosh pit. We can call it a scrum. You can call it whatever you want. You were with a bunch of AFC teams fighting for a postseason berth. And here we are entering December with a winning record fighting for a postseason berth. So that is glass way half full. That's 3/4 full in my book. That is something that you would have signed up for every single time in the offseason. To be in possession of a winning record and fighting for a playoff berth, just a hair on the outside looking in, because the Colts are 6-5, you're 6-5, they beat you, but you play them in the final game of the regular season. But a whole lot is going to happen between now and then, and it all starts Sunday, Johnny, with the Denver Broncos, who are back to being the Denver Broncos when they're good.
Yeah.
They've won 5 in a row.
I'm glad this game is here, man.
That's 4 consecutive games, I believe, with 3 or more takeaways for them. They are a takeaway machine right now. Yeah. You were a takeaway team in the league yesterday going into the weekend.
Didn't turn it over.
Didn't turn it over. And now you're going to play a team that, I guess in the last 4 or 5 games, they're the top takeaway team in the league. They must be. The Denver Broncos, who are living by that right now. And Russell Wilson has 20 touchdown passes, only 4 picks. He's back to being Russell Wilson. Older Russell Wilson, but good older Russell Wilson.
Yeah.
And Sean Payton is the coach. So never mind what you saw earlier. You can look at their season numbers and everything and how they are against the run. None of that matters. You got to look at the last 4 or 5 games for this team and see what they're doing. And you know who they've beaten, by the way? The Broncos lately.
Yeah, go read that.
You want to hear this?
Yeah, read the winning streak. 5-game winning streak.
The winning streak started with a win over the Packers, fine. But then they beat the Chiefs 24-9. They beat the Bills. They beat the Vikings and the Browns yesterday decisively 29-12. Now, beating the Browns, look, the Browns have been winning games with whoever's in there at quarterback, but they really took it to the Browns, and Myles Garrett now has a shoulder problem. They're going to be here Christmas Eve, by the way. But this is a really tough putt here on Sunday. This is not, a month ago you looked at this on the schedule and thought, okay, that Denver game looks very gettable. And it's still gettable. You can beat anybody in this league, but this is a very tough team coming in here on Sunday. And everything we said last week about everybody's got to be there and be loud and all that, you got to double down on that this week. I know you didn't win yesterday, but this is a huge game Sunday for this team. You win this and, well, we'll be talking about how much you have to win next week. But you win this, it'll be really good. You'll be 2 games above 500 again. You lose this, and ouch, you're really going to go have a tremendous run down the stretch. And I think you have to anyway. But it all starts Sunday with the Broncos invading. At noon, by the way, game change. You know that. It's a noon start now with Denver.
Okay, can I read you a quote?
Read me a quote.
Okay, this is a quote. This is from August-ish. Hyundai Texans radio studio, off air, Wednesday,
really,
3:00.
Wait, was this off the record?
Somewhere off the record.
Okay.
Quoting Mark Vandermeer, I just hope when we're going into December that we can be in the hunt.
I did say that.
On the screen.
I think I said that on the air.
Can we be in the hunt? Yeah, I think you maybe did.
That's on the record.
You maybe did. Anyways, we're there. We're right in the midst of it.
I know, but now I'm greedy, John.
No, I know.
I am Gordon Gekko.
Listen, we have to be careful. This happens a lot too. When you've got the 12-year-old kid who's 6 foot 180 at 12, and you watch him in all of the little league, and you're like, that kid should be dominating, and then you realize he's 12. Like, okay, you change your perspective based on situations, and we've seen this team play much better than it did yesterday. But here's the thing about yesterday, because I know we got to get into that and react to that.
And we have Andy Kalu coming up soon. We have John McClain, 8:30. We have Andre Ware at 9. Go ahead.
And they'll all react to it as well. Here's the thing I took out of there, okay? All the things we've said about this team all year. It's coached by a rookie head coach. Rookie offensive coordinator. There's a lot of rookie on a coaching staff.
A lot of inexperience.
There's a lot of rookies
in their roles.
Yeah, there's a lot of rookie field.
Yeah.
You, yesterday, really offensively struggled. You didn't run the ball at all, so you got no help from the run game. Okay, you got but one turnover from them. You gave up 445 yards. Now, here's an interesting stat too. On 6 plays, you gave up over 50% of their total offense.
Wait, 6 plays?
6 plays.
Yeah, because they had 4 of 40 or more. We all know that stat by now.
They had 68 plays.
Yeah.
So on 6 plays, they went for 227 yards. On 62 plays, they went for 218. 218, I think.
Read the first part again. 6 plays,
6
200.
plays.
What?
6 plays, 227 yards.
Johnny's doing the math in his head, by the way, boys and girls.
6 plays, 227 yards.
Don't try this at home.
62 plays, 218 yards.
Oh, my gosh. So the majority of their yardage was on 6 plays, and it was over 220 yards.
You have the deep ball to Tank. That's taken away. You have the ball to and that was Tank's own fault. You have the Tank Dell catch, which you put the picture out. That's the picture that I was shown at halftime by a couple of the photogs. Like, all right, like, what can I do?
Well, that's a whole other topic.
And the officials, you make your own breaks, that's all I'm going to say. You had all those, the third downs. They flashed up a graphic at some point during the game as I was going back and watching it. The Jaguars on 3rd and 8+ converted 7.1% of the time. Last in the NFL.
Coming in.
The very 7 what they throw the ball to Christian Kirk.
All right, well, give me the 3rd and long stats from yesterday.
Okay, the 3rd and long stats from yesterday were I don't even.
Okay,
they're egregious.
They converted a lot of 3rd and long.
They went over. They were over 500. Yeah. They were over 50% on 3rd down. You had all that going on. Yeah. You had CJ sacked 4 times. You had the offensive line at times really not protecting him all that well. And yet, mind you, the 2 timeouts that got burned in the second half because for
12 men on the field.
Inexcusable reasons. Yeah. And yet, if you get one more foot on a bomb, Matt Amendola, that thing is online, and it just died about 10 yards from the goalpost, and you hit the upright, and you lost to an 8-3 team. Like, to me, the fact that you were even in that game with all that I had said, I think is a feather in the cap of the Texans. Now, I'm not in for moral victories.
No,
I'm upset because we didn't play well yesterday, that those things happened.
It's 7 consecutive games of living on the edge.
But to go against that Jaguars team, a team that's been there, that's done that talked about being battle-tested and all the things that they had going, if Matt gives it one more foot and it goes to overtime, who knows what happens? Who knows?
Yeah,
and maybe you walk out of there stealing that game. Had we walked out of there with the win, I would have felt like, we stole that one. We stole that one.
Of course. Well, you feel like that a little bit against Arizona. A little bit.
Nah,
a little bit. But you play your best, and you got the victory.
You kept giving them money. It was like you went to the strip club, and you were like, yeah, and you were just,
Why do we have to
throwing
go there?
bills. I don't know. It's just, that was the first image.
The money.
Like, the money. You're just throwing money away, and you're
I
like,
might do that at a regular restaurant.
Hey, I still got money in my pocket. And then the strip club closes, and you still have money in your pocket. That was kind of the game against Arizona. I don't know why I went there, but that's kind of the thought. You should have put up so many more points against Arizona. The Tampa Bay game, you could say, well, that was maybe not one you won, but, your offense did enough. Yesterday, you just didn't get enough. Look, the run defense was outstanding.
You're 1 foot away from tying the game. I don't know what happens after that.
You really had no business tying the game.
The universe, well, I think you do because you have one of the great quarterbacks in this game. And I know a lot of people are talking about, hey, a lot of stuff was off schedule. Well, there was a lot of pressure on him too, right? No running game, a lot of pressure. He's making plays for you. I'll take him every day of the week, twice on Sunday, maybe 5 times on Sunday because C.J. Stroud is freaking awesome. And I'm not saying you're not saying this.
I know.
But that puts you over the hump in a lot of ways, having a guy like that. Now, they've got to figure this out, what the Jags were doing to them pass rush-wise, what the Jags were doing to their receivers at times to cover them up and force Stroud to scramble around like Fran Tarkenton. That's an old name, but I got to say, I have not seen a quarterback in this league scramble that much eyes downfield in a long time.
Yeah.
Right? He must have run 1,000 yards scrambling around trying to find receivers. God bless him. He is keeping his eyes downfield. He also ran for a bit because he was your leading rusher at 47 yards on 60 the touchdown run. But man, oh man, is he awesome. Keeping you in this game. Now, I know we could debate, and I get it. 3rd and short, 4th and short. What are we doing here? Let's try to just get the first down. I understand. He's trying to make a play. The first thing that comes to mind with everything that people are throwing at him right now is Stroud is trying to make plays. Doesn't always work. Works more often than not. It just didn't work yesterday at the moment of truth.
And real quick, before we get to ND, because a quarterback moves around in the pocket or has to move out, it doesn't mean that the protection was absolutely horrible. No, there were times the protection was not very good yesterday. I will admit that. But even you look at the sack numbers, like one of the sacks was a screen that just was busted up. And that's got to be something that, CJ just throws the ball at the feet. But the protection, I'm not going to sit here and tell you it was great, but there were times that even in the protection, it's like 3-4 seconds are going by. A defensive lineman gets there, and CJ spins out and gives himself some more time. It doesn't mean the protection was absolutely terrible because he had to move up and manage the pocket. That's what a quarterback's supposed to do, and he does that really well. But there were just too many times yesterday where he was kind of running for his life with a Jaguar chasing him, and you can't live like that consistently, and they had to do that too much yesterday.
Well, this is a better defense than the ones you've been facing, and it bared out that way, right? Mm-hmm. It was very difficult to move the ball against them. It's too bad they couldn't get a little closer, couldn't keep that drive going at the end, because I was thinking win, not field goal.
I was thinking the same thing.
When they began that drive.
I wasn't even thinking field goal.
We know who we have. We know what's going on here, but credit the Jags. They played well defensively, and then you had a 58-yard field goal. It doinked off the crossbar. It's too bad because he hit it accurately direction-wise, but it just didn't have quite enough on it. Another foot, another 6 inches, it probably bounces over. And that's the end of the stadium where we saw that ending game in 2020 when the Titans kicked the game-winning field goal and it bounced off an upright, then another upright, then the crossbar. Remember that weird situation?
Yeah.
And it went in for them? Well, you hit the crossbar, didn't go in for it. Game of inches, all of that. Officiating, we'll get into all of it as well. Is ND with us now here on Texans Monday? And ND, sorry, didn't know you were waiting. We're just rambling along.
Sorry, ND.
ND, good morning. All right, so your general thoughts on what you saw yesterday. Close but no cigar against the Jacksonville Jaguars for first place in the division.
First of all, no apology needed. I was enjoying the back and forth. And you know what? When I watched the game, and obviously the way they lost it, I was down. I was upset. But then when I had a chance to really think about it, when I had a chance to look at the big picture, let me first say there are no moral victories and you play every single game to win. But I forgot. I can't speak for everybody else, fellas, but I forgot Jacksonville is one of the top teams in the NFL. We're so used to Jacksonville, AFC South foe. The Texans beat them early on in the season. When you look at Jacksonville and their record, only 2 teams have a better record than the Jacksonville Jaguars, and their losses are quality losses. They only lost to the Texans, the Kansas City Chiefs, and the San Francisco 49ers, the best teams in the league. So I felt like we lost good for the opponent, but the way it happened, you're going to be disappointed. But I'm still so excited about what the Texans could accomplish this year. And y'all talked about C.J. Stroud. I mean, he's here. He's arrived. I always like to give quarterbacks a year and a half before I say, they're a bust or they're going to be great or they're going to be average. But, man, just what he's done in these 11 games, even in the losses, you can't help but be excited. He's such a mature scrambler. When I was watching that game yesterday, I was thinking to myself, as a rookie, he's playing the way they hoped Lamar Jackson would play. He's playing the way and using his legs and athleticism the way they hoped RG3 would use it, and he's doing that as a rookie. So the loss sucks. You want it to be a top of the division, but I'm still excited when I look at the big picture with these Houston Texans.
ND, I know you probably didn't watch, Juice Scruggs in particular, but just up front, the Jaguars really, they took it to the Texans' offensive line. They had some really good scheme things that they ended up doing. How does the offensive line, how does the offense in general just bounce back from this and give CJ the confidence that he can be in the pocket and stay in the pocket and deliver without kind of feeling the rush the way that he was getting it yesterday from Jacksonville?
You know how you feel better about an offensive line the following week? You don't play Josh Allen again. I mean, Josh Allen's one of the more underrated edge rushers. And I'm halfway joking because every week you're going to play against a great defensive end. But he's one of the better ones, and he showed why He's a top 5 sacker as far as the sack numbers. He's even on the stunts in the games. It wasn't that they just called great games. I mean, he had a stunt where he was coming inside and he still put on a rip move on the offensive guard, I believe. It wasn't the center of the guard. So he still does a great job with technique. But yeah, I mean, you're going to have protection breakdown. You're going to have guys lose one-on-one battles. You just have to make sure you consistently stop their players. It's to me, when I walked away from that game, Josh Allen stood out for the Jacksonville Jaguars. And when they take on the Denver Broncos, there's also going to be a great edge player when they play them. But I feel like that with the week of practice, knowing who's going to be your starting offensive line, knowing that the games are coming, they can continue to get better and protect C.J. Stroud. C.J. Stroud bought a lot of time with his legs, and I felt a lot of times when he was scrambling around, he didn't have to, but it bought him an extra 2 seconds. So I didn't watch that game thinking that the offensive line just had a horrible game.
Andy, unless the Texans play the Jaguars in the postseason, they will get through this campaign without having sacked Trevor Lawrence. No sacks yesterday, no sacks in the first meeting, and that was a lopsided Texans victory. He gets the ball out so fast. What gives with that? Because you felt like you bottled up the run game enough, but Lawrence gets the ball out quickly. I know they capitalized on a couple of screens big time. Your thoughts on what they weren't able to do with Trevor Lawrence, which was get a ton of pressure on him?
You're right. Not only did they not get the sacks, but you didn't see too many quarterback hits. And I'm not comparing him to Dan Marino, but with that quick release, it reminds me, if we're just talking in the category Dan Marino. I remember early in my career, late in his career, Dan Marino's career, as soon as I would get out of my stance and I'm thinking I have a great pass rush move, he's already throwing the ball. He's already letting it go. And you saw a lot of that from Trevor Lawrence. Like, he's a guy that he relies and he appreciates his offensive linemen, but he's also going to use that quick release. He's also going to put the ball in his playmakers' hands, the Christian Kirks, the Calvin Ridley, right away. 3-step drop, release the ball. Look at your first option, your second option, then release the ball. So, look, Will Anderson still played well. I'm sure John Harris saw some of the one-on-one moves, Will Anderson beating the offensive lineman, but with that quick release, there's only so much you can do. So in a situation like that, Mark, you have to make the quarterback continue to have that quick release. You can't let him sit in that pocket and pat the ball 2-3 times and get overly comfortable. You just have to give credit to Trevor Lawrence for getting that quick release and throwing the ball as soon as he sees that his option's open.
I need to stop the show right here and reflect on ND facing Dan Marino and just soak that in for a moment. Okay, we can continue.
Yeah, I mean, that's all right. I mean,
you know what? After I hit him, I asked him for his autograph after the game. He just ignored me. He literally just ignored me. Like, who is this peasant talking to
me? In the current days, you would probably ask for his jersey at some point. And here's the thing too with the pass rush, you knew you couldn't play man because that's a talented wide receiver core. There's no doubt. Indy, when you play a big game like that, and there's a lot built up. And look, we weren't in the locker room all week. We don't know exactly how DeMeco was. This is the game of the year. No, we went on a radio, and they were probably like, "Look, it's the next game. It's a division opponent, etc." As a player, when you lose a game, and you know full well, man, we did not play our best, but that's a crushing blow. Okay, the division's probably away. How, as a player, do you kind of take all that in on Monday to get ready for another big game like you're going to have against Denver and get yourself like jacked back up, if you will, to get to take on the Broncos next Sunday?
You know what? And again, I can't speak for every player, and obviously every individual player is a little bit different, but typically the guys aren't looking at the big picture. Like, they're upset that they lost to a division foe. They're upset that they lost to a good team in the Jacksonville Jaguars. And like you mentioned, they didn't play their best game. You know, we saw 2 weeks of Devin Singletary getting 100-plus yards per game, and I think he had less than 20 yards. I don't remember the exact number, but less than 20 yards yesterday. And Dameon Pierce still didn't have the game that we're used to seeing him from his rookie year. So they didn't play their best ball. But, John, I don't think they're thinking like big picture, like, oh, man, we had a chance to be number one in the division. Now we're number 2, and now our wild card position isn't as great. It's just one game at a time. They're upset right now, as you and I are talking about it. They're upset. But this evening, tomorrow, is on to Denver. And if you're sitting there licking your wounds too long, you're going to have more wounds to lick when you take on the Denver Broncos, because for whatever reason, it seems like the Denver Broncos realize how to play some football. You know, they're winning some games. They just beat Cleveland, and they've had, I don't know what their win streak, but they're playing some pretty good football as of late. So you can link too long, and they don't look at it like us as fans, as analysts look at it, and how damning that loss was as far as the positioning going into playoffs. They know they're still in the hunt. They know they still have a chance, and that's all they need to get excited.
All right, I'm going to say something. I want both of you to react to it, and that is a couple of things here. One, we need cameras stationed in every NFL building. They demand you play these games in an NFL stadium because of certain technology that has to be there for every NFL game. Well, it's time to double down, triple down, quadruple down, and invest in cameras that are going to be stationed in every NFL stadium so you have better looks for replay. You have to have better looks. And I can complain all day about officiating or whatever, and I know it evens out I hope it evens out over the course of a season. I didn't think it evened out yesterday, but that's besides this point. For both sides, you need it to be called right. Then I really want to have challenges available to review almost anything in a game. Challenges, all right? Just the way you do it. Now, you get automatic reviews on turnovers. You get automatic reviews inside 2 minutes. You get automatic reviews on scoring plays. So allow us, meaning every NFL team, to challenge other calls along the way. Thoughts, and do you go first?
You know what? The only reason I don't like that, Mark, I feel like it will slow the game down. And you did mention this, but I like the human effect. I mean, there were some calls that you're saying, "Oh, come on, refs, you're screwing the Texans." But if we're going to be real, there were some calls against the Jacksonville Jaguars, non-calls, the Derek Stingley interception. I remember watching that and thinking, "Oh, that's going to be, going to, what's the word? Be reversed because there was a holding on that, defensive holding, and it
would have been with a challenge."
Yeah, so I'm just okay with the human effect, and I'll never forget the great Jim Johnson, may his soul rest in peace, our defensive coordinator when I was in Philly. When a game comes down to one or two calls, then he would always say, "Y'all didn't do y'all's job to allow one or two calls to sway the game." And we really had to look in the mirror. So he basically was telling us, you need to beat an opponent so bad that the ref's bad calls doesn't factor into the outcome. And I know that sounds good, and, that's just player talk, but I do believe in that. So I actually appreciate the way they do the challenges. It doesn't slow the game down too much, and it puts the onus on the players to make sure that they beat the team soundly enough to where one or two or three bad calls doesn't change the outcome.
Same way. I mean, I used to, growing up as the son of a football coach and watching my dad on the sidelines get after the officials, I've always had this kind of hate relationship with officials. But I've always been, how many plays are there in a game? There were 68 on the Jaguar side. The Texans didn't have as many. So there are 140 plays in a game or whatever. There's 150 plays in a game. You got an opportunity. I mean, the Texans had opportunities. I mean, you can't hide behind. Yeah, were the refs awful on both sides? Were they awful on both sides? Yesterday was bad. In fact, I'm just watching the Tank Dell deep ball, and I'm still trying to figure out where the illegal shift came from.
The one where, he was called for turning upfield too early?
Is that what it was called?
I thought because he was facing the line of scrimmage moving, when the ball was snapped, he was turned upfield.
No.
Retrospect.
No.
One?
It is bad. I'm going to show you during the break.
Okay.
It's bad. It's bad. But it was bad. Indy's right. It's bad. But you can't allow one play, two play, whatever.
I know.
So the officials were not good. They were not good. But the one that bothers me is the Tank Dell review, because that's right there for you to see. There's red toe on
there is
green turf.
Look, we were watching on the monitor upstairs. I felt like we didn't get a great look at it until I saw the still photos later. And look, we can Zapruder all day long. It's hard. People are saying, why don't you still pictures? Well, what do you want us to do? Stop the game and break 24 hours? It's going to be tough.
Let them go to the dark room.
Yeah,
I know it's all digital.
There's no
now,
dark room.
Either way. Andy, I walked out of there, and I know we talked about the pass rush. I walked out of there really, really impressed with Jacksonville's defensive line and defensive front. And I don't know really what it is other than they just play with a level of football violence that I think I would like to see in every defensive line. However, yesterday, the Texans' defensive front played that way and held Etienne to 56 yards rushing, which I would have never thought they were going to be able to do against Travis Etienne. How much has the run defense improved for the Texans, and what do you think is the biggest key to that throughout these 11 games?
When you talk about run defense, for me, I just think integrity and mindset. It's kind of like playing defense on basketball. You still need to be a little bit talented to play great defense, but it's more of a mindset. And when I watch them against the run, the front seven, not just the front four, let me give some credit to these awesome linebackers, Cashman and Co., and the way they've been playing. It's a mindset. It's like you're not going to get an inch on us. They have that mindset, but they're also the front four in the right gaps. It allows the linebackers to flow without wondering if they're going to have to cover for a defensive lineman not being in the right position. But I just really love how Will Anderson on his tackle for loss, how excited he gets as excited for a great play against the run as a lot of edge guys get for getting a sack. And I like that. That lets me know that they're preaching to the guys during the week the importance of stopping the run, taking pride in stopping a running back, a top running back, and not allowing him to get 100 yards. As a defense, you do take pride in that. Going into the game, if you're playing a top-tier running back and you hold them under 100 yards rushing, you take some pride in that. So you can tell that it's being coached up and practiced on throughout the week.
Andy, great stuff. Thanks so much for joining us. We'll catch up tomorrow.
All right, sounds good. Talk to y'all soon.
Andy Kalu joining us. Texans Huddle tomorrow night at 6. Player to be determined. I'm not going to list the names that we're working on because, it might not be any of them. So we'll have somebody announced later today during the DeMeco Ryans show at 5 p.m. Coming up, John McClain. What did he think of what he saw yesterday? And Andre Ware at 9. Texans Monday is always brought to you by Houston Methodist, and they have emergency care centers available for you all over the city. You might be driving right now, and it's good to know where they are in case you need them. You hope you never do, but they're available 24/7 for you. Log on to houstonmethodist.org/ER for more information on Houston Methodist Emergency Care Centers and Emergency Departments. It's the official healthcare provider of the Houston Texans. Houston Methodist, leading medicine. It's Texans Monday.
Back with more of Texans Monday in a moment.
Behind every door at Houston Methodist, you know what to expect. Expertise. Whether it's life-saving brain surgery, your 3D mammogram that catches breast cancer sooner, or orthopedic specialists helping you feel stronger than ever. With hundreds of doors across Houston, you can get expert care everywhere.
That's the difference between practicing medicine and leading it. Houston Methodist, leading medicine.
As the official ticket marketplace of the Houston Texans and the NFL, Ticketmaster has a wide selection of tickets available for every game.
to get DeMeco. So I've got to get him as soon as the half is over because CBS reporter is going to get Peterson first and then get DeMeco after halftime. So I'm getting him first. I'm getting him right away. So I had taken my headphones off so I could then – I got to get my phone to interview DeMeco. So I got to move quickly. Mm-hmm. I'm telling you, that place erupted.
Oh, it's been loud the last couple of weeks.
It was unbelievable. I mean, the noise. I mean, it was awesome.
Well, and here's the other thing.
Awesome.
We need you Sunday. I know you there yesterday, screaming, yelling. Need you again because Denver has won 5 games in a row. Let's get to the General, John McClain, to talk about that, among other things. General, yesterday, your assessment of the game, and then we'll talk about the Broncos coming in here Sunday at noon. Good morning.
Good morning, guys. I hope you're doing well. I thought when they went ahead 14-13, they were going to win. I thought when they got the ball at the end, they would win or force overtime. It's amazing to me that the Texans lost this game by 3 on a field goal that hit the crossbar with 29 seconds left, the 7th consecutive game decided by 30 or fewer seconds. And the offensive line played a terrible game, couldn't run block, couldn't pass protect in crucial moments. Defense gave up 4 pass plays of 42 or more yards. Trevor Lawrence, second most per game in his career, his best of the season. And I never complain about the officials. That's some of the worst officiating I've seen, including against the Jaguars, because Jalen Petrie clearly held on Derek Stingley Jr.'s interception, and it wasn't called. But I thought it was great. Before the game, Warren Sharp of Sharp Football pointed out that the Texans' defense was second in the NFL in defensive pass interference penalties. The Jaguars' offense, number 1 at drawing pass interference penalties. And Clay Martin's crew, 3 of the last 5 years, among the top 5 in calling defensive pass interference, and they had 3 on 3rd down and a hold on 3rd down. It was phantom. I thought it was the worst officiated game of the year. I thought that play that Tank Dell made a great play on the sideline last night online. I saw all these pictures that were close-ups, magnified, that showed he got both feet down, but they looked at it, the announcers looked at it, all thought he didn't. But it was just all around a poorly officiated game. And C.J. Stroud played great, of course, overcame the lack of a running game and the protection issues, and they still go to the wire on that game. And this one Sunday's going to be great because Russell Wilson's playing well. They've won 5 in a row. And the Broncos have forced 15 turnovers in their last 4 games. And during their 5-game winning streak, they've allowed fewer touchdowns than they allowed against the Dolphins when they gave up 70 points.
Oh, I'm glad General brought this up because, the officiating was bad. But I know that I've seen a lot of people talk about that holding and said, oh, that wasn't holding, it wasn't holding. It was not holding on the guy they called. They said Steven Nelson. It was a blatant hold, but you got to look inside to see it. It is a blatant hold, but they just called on the wrong guy. Steven Nelson was not the guy that held. They just called the wrong number. But I can promise you it was holding.
All right.
That one was legit, but I just want to make sure everybody understands that. Because when they show Steven Nelson and Nelson is on TV and he's looking around like, what's going on? It wasn't on him. They just called the wrong number, but it was.
Well, how do you know it wasn't on him? As bad as they were.
Because I got 2 eyes, John. I can see the holding happening.
But maybe
in real
they
time.
missed it.
Yeah, but they might have missed that one and called it on Nelson anyway.
But I'm telling you, that was not. I've seen holding. I know what holding is.
Why can't they get the number right?
Because
how hard is that?
They're running the same route in the same area, and the guy throws the flag from behind. And I'm just telling you what I saw. I know is a holding.
Come on, we're trying to lambaste the officials. Join the party, Johnny.
I know.
Jeez.
I saw how. Okay. I knew right away. I told you right away they were going to call holding. But then when they called the wrong number, I'm like, oh boy, because I knew the holding was not on Nelson. I could tell that. I
Who
promise.
Was it on?
Who was it on?
Who was it on?
Out him. It's all right. We all got the tape.
It was the same guy that had a lot of pass interference penalties throughout the game.
All right, we got it.
They felt sorry for Javier Thomas.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So that said, John, what's the one thing, the biggest thing that needs to change going into this Denver Broncos game?
One thing on each side of the ball, they have to run the ball better like they did in the 2 previous games. The Broncos have not played good run defense, and they got to stop giving away explosive plays. They've done that now too many times in recent games, and when you're missing 3 of your top 4 safeties, it's understandable that they would give up a couple, but man, it's too many. They need Jimmy Ward back in the worst way. And we said last week, I know on my pregame appearance, they always ask me for a player upgrade, and I said C.J. Stroud. He can't keep turning the ball over and throwing interceptions, and he had no turnovers, and he played great and kept them in the game right up until the end. And I don't have a problem with DeMeco going with Amendola, even though he'd never made a 50-yard field goal, because he 58 yards, he had it right down the middle. It was a foot short, so I don't have an issue, although a lot of people complained and thought Stroud should have had the ball in his hands to go for it on 4th and 12. But I don't have a problem with that decision at all.
Yeah, that's a classic second guess right there. I was okay with it, too. Look, you missed it by inches, and we would have seen overtime, and who knows what happens then. And, they had multiple chances to get the ball downfield. I was okay with it. I was just hoping it would go through, and it didn't. John, what about the Indianapolis Colts? Because don't say I didn't warn you about this, guys. I've been talking about them because I never ignore the horseshoe. The despised, hated nemesis horseshoe, and here they are at 6-5, and they actually are in the playoffs looking at you, and the Texans are right outside with the same record. But look, we got a long way to go, and you're going to play them, so you can remedy that situation. But what do you make of them continuing to win, John?
I'm not surprised with Gardner Minshew at quarterback, and they got Jonathan Taylor back, so they run the ball well. And Minshew's played well. I think if Anthony Richardson was the quarterback, they wouldn't have a 6-5 record and be in the playoffs right now while the Texans on the outside looking in. And the good thing for the Texans, teams tied with them or ahead of them. They played 3 of them, starting with the Broncos on Sunday, Indy in the last game of the year. And isn't it strange to think that game that meant so much last year could mean so much this year for an entirely different reason. And they get to play Cleveland, which is ahead of them. And Cleveland Broncos just pounded the Browns. Myles Garrett left with his shoulder in a sling. That wasn't good for them. They're hoping that it's not serious, but the Broncos are playing very well. I'm writing a column today on SportsRadio610.com about the Broncos and Texans. Each interviewed the other's head coach, and both teams are happy with the way it's worked out with DeMeco here and Sean Payton in Denver.
Yeah, General, you talk about Denver, and you mentioned the turnovers, 15 how many ever games. I mean, they've been a turnover machine. It's been ridiculous what they've been able to do. But now Russell Wilson has seemingly been rejuvenated with Sean Payton, and that's kind of scary. And Russell Wilson and Cortland Sutton, who had a big game against the Texans last year, they're starting to get on the same page. A, how good do you think the Broncos really are? And B, how glad are you that the game is here in Houston and not in the high altitude of Denver?
Yeah, I think that would work to their advantage. Now, in the game Sunday, he only threw for 134 yards, 1 touchdown, but he didn't have a turnover. And I think they were +3 in that one. And his rating was 91.9, but they ran the ball for 169 yards. And the one thing that we can count on, the Texans doing well on defense, is stopping the run. They did it again. They went into that game. The idea was to try to shut down Travis Etienne. They did a great job of it. Travis Etienne, I think he averaged 2.8 yards a carry. You take away his 20-yard run, in the other 19, he averaged 1-something overall. Texans allowed 2.7, so their run defense has been great. And so that's the one thing that I think they'll do well with the Broncos coming off 166 yards rushing against Cleveland's defense.
All right, General, we have to talk about the rest of the division, and the only team left is the Tennessee Titans, who defeated the Panthers yesterday. I guess the owner of the Panthers had an expletive in the locker room that everybody heard. It made People are going to say expletives sometimes, especially when you lose, but that one went public. And here are the Titans with a report or multiple reports this week that Mike Vrabel's job is safe or whatever it is. I would assume it would be. They're very depleted. They're 4-7. But if they beat the Colts this week, and I'll be rooting for them, you can bet on that. I guess I will be. They're going to be 5-7, and if they go on a big run, you never know, but it doesn't look like they're fit for it. Your thoughts on their situation?
Well, first of all, Mike Vrabel's job has never been in jeopardy. The owner, Amy Adams Strunk, loves Vrabel. There's talk that he might want to go to New England. I don't think that they'd let him go if he wanted to, but all signs are that he doesn't. It's strange. They're unbeaten at home. They can't win on the road, but they win at home. I think they've only played four games at home. Unfortunately, they're going to Indy. And, they struggled with, Will Levis didn't have a touchdown pass yesterday. He threw for 185 yards. But he didn't have an interception either. Bryce Young had a 76 rating, no touchdowns, no interceptions, and threw for 194. And the owner, David Tepper, this was pretty stupid. It wasn't in the locker room. It was coming out of the locker room when the media was around. And one of the longtime beat writers heard him go bleep, and that's pretty stupid. So now everybody's talking about it. They've got the distraction of Frank Reich getting blown out after 1 year, but the Titans still struggle. Their offensive line is a big problem. When you throw for 185 and you'd think you'd lose. They were fortunate to play the Panthers, whose only victory has been over.
Don't say it.
That's haunting us. Haunting the Texans. Ouch. Yeah, they beat the Texans. Anyway, General, thanks so much for the time. We'll read your stuff on sportsradio610.com. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, guys.
All right, always a pleasure to catch up with the General. Johnny and I on two things that must improve next. And why don't we hear your conversation with DeMeco after the game? Then we'll get to Andre Ware at 9 and talk about CJ and this passing attack and what needs to happen against the Denver Broncos on Sunday. Denver on a roll, 5 victories in a row. Let's go. It's Texans Monday, presented by Houston Methodist.
This is Texans Monday.
The big game is here. It's the new Houston Texans scratch ticket from the Texas Lottery. Play today for your chance to win up to $100,000 instantly. Or enter for a chance to win Houston Texans prizes like an away game trip on a private plane, season tickets, a VIP suite experience, and more. Make everyday game day with the new Houston Texans scratch ticket. Houston NFL Holdings LP, all rights reserved. Visit TexasLottery.com for odds. Must be 18 or older to participate. Play responsibly.
This Thanksgiving and Christmas, imagine the juiciest smoked turkey, a ham that's the envy of the block, and sides infused with that irresistible smoky flavor. All thanks to the Big Green Egg from Texas Star Grill Shop. Its innovative design and precise temperature control turn every meal into a masterpiece. Say Texans and get a free gift with your Big Green Egg purchase at Texas Star Grill Shop. Grilling legendary holidays, the Big Green Egg from Texas Star Grill Shop elevates your cooking to championship levels. TexasStarGrillShop.com.
Texas Children's Hospital is proud to be the official children's hospital of the Houston Texans and local sponsor of Play 60. Getting kids moving for just 60 minutes a day can improve bone health, fitness, brain function, attention, and academic performance. Join us in our commitment to the Houston Texans and Play 60. Because at Texas Children's Hospital, everything we do is to ensure your family's future is a healthier one. Learn more by visiting texaschildrens.org/Texans.
The Texans took a tough loss against the Jags.
Here's the snap. Here's the spot. Here's the kick. Does it have enough? Amendola off the crossbar. No good.
We got to play complementary football, offense, defense. We got to help each other out. So it's a great one to learn from. You can't put the whole game on that situation.
Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
More Texans Radio is on the way.
Ashley is proud to present the Kickoff Kid this season. Each lucky winner receives 4 tickets to a home game.
to Sting, and it shouldn't.
Yeah.
And so he's got to react and make that catch.
I thought he might get that one that was downfield for Jones on the right sideline in the red zone.
He and Nelson missed 2 other interceptions. Nelson has the one in his hands.
Oh, my gosh, that was going to be good. Oh, my gosh.
24-21, you're going to get the ball.
I know that's tough, though.
I know. Listen, that's a tough catch for a receiver, much less defensive back.
Yeah.
But that was in his hands. And Sting, I've watched that play 10 times, Mark, and I don't know how he doesn't catch it.
Here's the thing about Stingley.
And then Ridley catches it.
Stingley has this nice face and everything. You look at him, like we are around these guys.
Mm-hmm.
He's physically a specimen.
Yeah, he is.
Stingley is a stud.
Mm-hmm.
And, he's got this baby face kind of thing.
Yeah.
And so you don't really, and there are many athletes. We could do a whole show on athletes whose bodies don't quite match the face, like Lance Berkman.
Yeah.
Like the first time I met him, he said, yeah, everybody thinks I'm going to be fat when they meet me, and I'm not,
Right.
kind of
He's
thing.
actually
his
fast
face
and
was a little
athletic for the
full
most
and that
part,
kind of thing. Anyway, Frank Reich reportedly fired from the Carolina Panthers, and this just happened in the last few minutes here. Ian Rappaport or Pelissero or both breaking the story. I guess Rappaport broke it, and Pelissero, I don't know how these guys divvy this stuff up, but they both got it. Anyway, Reich's gone.
How about this for the Panthers, Mark? They'll be looking for their 4th head coach since Dave Tepper took the team over in 2018.
4th?
4th. This will be the 4th.
Wow.
4th head coach that they'll be looking for since 2018.
Chris Tabor, the special teams coordinator, will be the interim. Jim Caldwell's on the staff.
Wait.
You know who else is on the staff?
Go say it.
Dom Capers.
Oh, that was not the name I thought you were going to say.
Dom Capers. Oh, Josh McCown.
That's the name I thought you were going to say.
This Carolina team is full of drama and Texans ties. I'm surprised he doesn't just give it to Caldwell for the rest of the way. But, good for Chris Tabor being a special teams coordinator, getting this opportunity for the stretch run.
Yeah.
Caldwell's on the staff. Capers is a senior advisor of sorts. Reich fired during the season back-to-back years.
Oh, wow.
Has this ever happened? A coach gets fired during the season. He got fired last year from the Colts during the season. Gets fired this year from the Panthers during the season. It has to have. Maybe it's very odd that this would happen this way.
It's also the second straight year that a coach in the NFL, first-year coach in the NFL with that organization, doesn't make it through the rest of the year. Nathaniel Hackett last year with the Broncos.
Oh, first-year coach.
Yeah, I got first-year coach, not even getting through his first year.
Yeah. Okay, I got what you're saying.
Nathaniel Hackett was let go last year by the Broncos.
First-time coach.
Not a first-time coach, but
it's the first
with
year.
that organization.
Yeah.
So I hate it for Frank. I've always thought Frank is a stand-up guy. I've always thought that. No matter the battles we had with the Colts, what he was doing with charity work in Indianapolis, just the kind of guy he is and the guy that he always seemed to be. And I've talked to Chris Ballard, GM, for a long time, and he always had high respect for Frank. I hate the fact you get in that situation with Dave Tepper in Charlotte, and he's just he looks at football like the hedge fund business. And I know nothing about hedge funds.
The arrow's not up. We're going to whack the coach.
That's exactly the way he looks at it. That's exactly the way he looks at it. And I know the Panthers have not looked good. They've not looked good after trading up for Bryce. They're not going to have as many picks next year, all that kind of stuff. And so,
well, it just stinks. When the Bears beat them,
right,
and it improved the Bears' draft pick by winning a game because they own Carolina's pick, that's a bad look.
It's tough. It's tough. There's no doubt.
How many sizzle fires is this hot take?
Okay. Oh, boy.
You can win with Bryce Young.
It's like 1.5.
Okay. You don't think Bryce is okay?
Bryce
I look at him,
be fine,
and I'm thinking he's just on a very bad team now. If that team happened to beat the Houston Texans on a very bad day for the Texans,
they're swapping offensive play callers. Frank's got it, then he doesn't, and then he takes it back, and I mean, it's
who knows if Tepper made him do it? Who knows?
Absolutely, and there have been a lot of rumors in Carolina, and we'll see if Frank will talk about this. That Frank wanted CJ. Point blank, end of story. That he wanted CJ.
That would be wild if he talked about that.
That he wanted CJ, and it was somebody higher up, i.e. Dave Tepper, who really wanted Bryce Young.
Tepper was
there have been a lot of rumors about that. Not just when CJ became good here or was good. He's always been good, but became great here. It was before that. It was all actually back to draft time. I think people just thought that Bryce would be better earlier than he was. But you can't put tissue paper offensive line in front of a 5'10" quarterback.
No,
you can't.
And you have to have a running game, and they don't. And Chuba Hubbard, God bless his soul, trying very hard to make it happen for them, but they just can't get it done. And Reich last year had Jim Irsay telling him to start Ellinger.
Right.
This year he's got Tepper telling him whatever he's telling him. It's rough. Look, I know ownership has an opinion, and they deserve to have an opinion because they own the team and all of that. I can't believe every ownership group would completely stay out of the way of everything, but I think the good ones, all right, you guys do your job. Just give me the rationale for let's be on the same page. Let's be aligned with some of the big decisions and all of that. But clearly it's not going well in Carolina, and Frank Reich is out of a job, and this is it. He's never going to get another chance again unless it's as an interim, and he takes off from there. But I doubt that happens, and it's too bad because I think that he's not a terrible head coach. No. It's just that he's been in rough situations the last couple of years. And with Indianapolis, look, and I'll defend him on this. Phillip Rivers, you get to the playoffs, you don't win, right? Mm-hmm. And then you get Carson Wentz, and you lose that game against Jacksonville at the end of the season. That was really rough for him. And last year they had a meltdown at quarterback.
Well, the problem with Wentz is he vouched for Wentz. Okay. That was the guy in Philly. That's my guy. Look, we can make this work. And then at the end, Wentz gets COVID. You had that whole situation. It just that was really when Jim Irsay felt burned.
Okay.
Remember how they changed the rule, the amount of days a guy could come back from? And so he didn't practice all week, but he played against the Raiders on a Week 17 game. They end up losing. Then they go to Jacksonville, and they lose again, and Wentz is a big part of the problem. And that's when Irsay was like, okay, there's an issue. And they went from there. I hate it for Frank. I think if I were a younger coach, I would want to have Frank on my staff in some way, shape, or form because I just would want his guidance. I would want the way he handles teams, et cetera. But, that's somebody else's problem. We got to worry about the Broncos on Sunday.
Exactly. It just feels like Reich is still in the division somehow because you played him last year, you played him this year, and it's just strange, and he's out of a job right now. All right, Andre Ware. The job is to analyze what happened yesterday, to talk about the goes. He'll react to the Reich news and the rest of the league as well, and college football. What's the Tax Act Texas Bowl projection? It'll be announced on Sunday. Let's have it. It's coming up here on Texans Radio.
Keep it here for more exclusive info on your Texans. Texans Monday, presented by Houston Methodist.
Behind every door at Houston Methodist, you know what to expect. Expertise. Whether it's life-saving brain surgery, your 3D mammogram that catches breast cancer sooner, or orthopedic specialists helping you feel stronger than ever. With hundreds of doors across
play here. An Odyssey station.
Now, back to more coverage of what happened and what happens next. It's Texans Monday, presented by Houston Methodist.
Second and goal at the 7. Stroud in the gun, gets the snap, looking. CJ stepping to his right now, winding back to the left side. Trying to find some time. Now throws back across his body. Caught, touchdown, Tank Dell! Stroud with the amazing scramble. Dell, the TD reception. Go Cougs! That's almost a no, yes play as C.J. Stroud found Tank Dell for the TD pass. Also ran for a score yesterday, and what a day for the Texans. Coming so close, but losing to the Jaguars. Field goal that would have tied the game, bounces off the crossbar, and here we are at 6-5 entering December in playoff contention and all the games on your schedule that you need to take care of business and get yourself a spot, but you got to take care of business, and that's the big thing. Let's talk to Andre Ware now here on Texans Monday, presented by Houston Methodist. Dre, good morning. So much to get into. How do you interpret basically what happened yesterday with that close but didn't get it game?
Yeah, it just felt like you could never get the car in gear to go fast enough to win the race. That's kind of how it felt, where you just stuck in a certain place and it never just got going where it was everything felt smooth. It was a choppy performance, I thought, on both sides. There were good times on both sides of the ball, and then you throw in the third aspect of it, the special teams, and I'll just leave it right there with what happened at the end of the game. So it was just an inconsistent across-the-board performance.
Yeah, and Dre, when it comes to special teams, you have 12 guys on the punt return team on the final punt. You have to take a timeout. I mean, thank God you had a timeout to take at that point, so you didn't get to 12 mentally, but you had that. It was. You're right. It's a shared responsibility loss from everybody. Dre, we've kind of talked about this kind of all morning, and you obviously play the position, so you know it better than Mark and I, and you know the feel that it takes to play that position. Yesterday, do you feel like the pass protection was not so good? Do you feel like, okay, CJ kind of moved sometimes when maybe he had the right protection? CJ had some time to throw. How do you kind of feel about the pass protection in front of CJ yesterday?
Yeah, I would equate it. Pass protection, I would equate to boxers, a big boxing match, where styles make fights. So it's going to be different from week to week. It'll be better in some instances because some teams just don't have across-the-board good pass rushers. And then you're going to have a team that has one great one and some that are okay, so you might be able to hold up if you're helping out or chipping to get out. And then you have some that just have worker bees, and that's kind of how Jacksonville is. I mean, Josh Allen is a really, really good player. I don't know that I would tab him as a superstar yet. He's trending that way, though. But across the board, they have a good group, and that group posed problems at times for the pass protection or the offensive line of the Texans. And so when you do that, it's going to obviously affect the quarterback moving, and CJ had to play a different style of game, and I would hinge to believe that he doesn't prefer to play it that way, though he'll play anyway. But if you can sit back there and just, pick your teeth and survey coverage, then that's the way you prefer to play it. But yeah, Jacksonville poses some problems. It's why they're one of the better pass rush teams in the league, is because they've got pass rush across the board.
Dre, the Texans are 9th in the league against the run. Good, much better than previous years. But they're 27th against the pass. And Jacksonville hit some huge chunk plays, and also they had the 1,000 paper cuts quick pass game going with Trevor Lawrence getting the ball out fast. What about the pass defense and what needs to happen to improve? And it's not just pressure, right? Because it's hard to get pressure on a guy who gets rid of the ball that quickly. What do you think about that?
I think I would prefer the paper cuts over the gashes because when you look at it, I mean, it was just the opposite in past years, right? Where the run defense was was the problem, and the pass defense was better. This way, you see it; it's glaring, but you obviously strive to have it both ways to be able to defend the run and the pass. But there were just some matchups yesterday that didn't favor the Texans, especially in the pass game, where you knew certain individuals were going to be picked on, and now it's on film. So the season, so does the rest of your schedule. So you got to be careful in how you match up going forward.
Okay, Dre, I'm going to ask this because it just is kind of the opportunity to vent, if you choose to, the officiating from yesterday. I've said it all morning. Look, there are a lot of plays in that game that could have been made, but that's one of the most egregiously bad officiating performances that I've seen. Go ahead and vent about the officials.
Yeah, it was bad. Let me just say that. And I rarely come away from a game where I feel like the officials have had some type of effect on the outcome, because I think calls just kind of even themselves out across the board. I might, I don't know that I feel that way when I'm coaching basketball games because I want every call, but that's just my nature. But it just kind of happens that way across the board in the football game. So, but yesterday had a different feel to it. Yesterday had a really, really bad feel, and it had a bad feel when I was leaving, and it just has stuck around a day later. And so when that happens, then it was really, really bad. And I think that officiating crews behind the scenes, they're going to have to explain some things to their higher-ups.
Would you be in favor of challenges on just about everything? Just challenges, not automatic reviews, challenges on just about everything. We already get the automatic for the scoring plays and for the turnovers. What would you think of that, or are you not?
No, I think I'm in favor of it, because if you have the technology, use it. If it's about getting it right, let's get it right. And it's okay for the officials to be wrong and then correct it. And so I think a lot of that is going into that not becoming a rule, and the fact that it may extend the game X amount of minutes. Well, let's try it in the preseason, and if it airs out, let's go ahead and float it into the regular season. But I think there's some things that should be challenged. Some, quite honestly, I don't know why aren't challengeable issues right now within the game.
Dre, I know we haven't been paying too much attention to the Broncos. I know I haven't. I've kind of been focused on one game at a time. I've kind of seen them from afar. But Russell Wilson, what'd you say his numbers? 20-4, 20 touchdowns, 4 interceptions thus far. There's a live wire coming in here on Sunday, Dre. What are your early thoughts about Russell Wilson in particular, kind of rejuvenating his career thus far? He didn't have a great game against the Browns yesterday, and there have been a couple of games where he didn't do great things. But it's hard to argue with the numbers that he's put up, and he's got them 6-5 for this massive one. Your thoughts about Russell kind of rejuvenating things in Denver?
Can I tell you what I hope for as opposed to what I really think might happen?
Yes. Go for it.
No, but what I'm hoping for is he comes in here and he's the Russell Wilson that took over last year, or for that matter, the start of this season when he and Sean Payton were off to a rocky start. But what we're really going to get is a guy that is starting to perform at a level that he has been, which is consistent with how his career has gone. And that's he's taking care of the football. He's starting to understand. And I tell you guys all the time, when you have to go learn a new offense as a quarterback, it is extremely tough. The terminology, starting to understand what routes go with what coverages and where the checks come from. How do I protect myself as well in protection? All of that stuff. And now I got to name it something and forget all the stuff that I've been playing with for the last 8 to 10 years. And so that's what went on last year. Then all of a sudden you roll Sean Payton in. Here comes a new offense again. That's what was wrong with Russell Wilson. Now he's been in that same offense for a while, and it's starting to get comfortable with. He's getting comfortable with it. That's what's coming, along with some pretty good playmakers and a nasty defense. So here comes another tough opponent. Whereas when you looked at the schedule earlier in the year, you thought, oh, this is one that I can get right with. That's no longer the case.
I think, all right, here's my instant analysis. You guys react. All right, Trey, you go first. This team, this Bronco team, I have completely deep dived on them in about 5 minutes this morning, so I know everything there is to know. And here it is. Teams have been running on them a lot. You can run on the Broncos. They've been giving up a lot of yards. Russell Wilson's throwing for a game a little bit less than that. They sometimes run the ball well. What they're doing is taking the ball away furiously. There were 3 Cleveland fumbles yesterday lost. I think there were 5 overall, and 3 were lost. Do I have that right? Something of that nature. Yeah, 5 fumbles, and they lost 3, the Browns.
Way to go, Browns.
And Denver capitalized. They are an opportunistic takeaway team. You got to take care of the ball, and you should be okay, but you got to play better than you did yesterday. Thoughts?
I agree with what you're saying. You covered it pretty well within 5 minutes if you deep dived on all of that in 5 minutes.
They're going to invite me into the room today.
Yeah, that's a heck of a job there. They should put you in on the game plan, no doubt about it. But, yeah, it's just a team that, there are teams that are going to give up certain aspects of the game where statistically it just looks like, oh, they're going, you should be able to do this, that, and the other. And all of a sudden you get to game day and it's not that way. Well, that's where the adjustments have to happen. And the good coaching staffs make the adjustments to keep their teams in games. And it happens from week to week. There's always an adjustment to an adjustment. Where one coach, one sideline is doing one thing and the other's going to adjust to it. It's a fun give and take. It's why coaches get so emotionally involved for those 17 weeks of the season. And it's that way in Denver. Look how it started for them and how they're playing now. And we're at a point where they're able to enjoy the fruits of all of it. So you just got to enjoy it from week to week and not put a whole lot. We can look, I would say it all the time, we can look ahead, but coaches can't because of how teams change from week to week.
Especially in this league, there's no doubt. I mean, in college, you can kind of gloss over, in certain conferences, you can gloss over a couple of games like, all right, we're playing, Peshtigo State. Like, okay, we should pound them. But then again, we've got our rival coming up in a couple weeks. Okay, we got to get up for it. In this league, I mean, it's the one thing we've talked with coaches that, we talked with O'Brien about this for a long time. He's like, he said the same thing. Like, hey, you've got a couple of layups that you can just get through. And I thought about this walking in the building today, about how hard it is to win a game. Because I saw, I don't know what time, I walked in the building about 6:45, and I saw, a few of our equipment guys were out there picking up some equipment and bringing it back in at 6:45 in the morning. And I realized, Coach Ryans has said this, people have said this, it's so hard to win in the NFL. What I've realized what it is everybody during the week in this building gives so much of themselves to get players ready, to prepare them, the players to prepare.
Just to get to game day.
Just to get to game day.
I said it before. It takes so much to show up and lose.
Yeah.
Just to show up and play okay and just to be mediocre takes a ton of work.
Right.
Never mind win.
Yeah. There's no question. I mean, that's kind of my thought on that. Okay, this is kind of an odd question for both of you. I've been firing through some Instagrams, and I saw one of the posts from our Instagram, Texans Instagram, and they were out at a tailgate. And I'm always fascinated by this. Okay, so this is kind of off the wall. If you guys could go to a tailgate, we weren't calling a game, and we could go to a tailgate, and you could wear one Texans player jersey, past, present, whatever, to a tailgate, which player would it be?
Dre.
It's a layup.
I know.
It's a layup.
I knew it.
You know which one I'm putting on.
I know. Just go ahead and say it. Just tell everybody.
I bet all of our listeners already know which jersey I'm wearing.
Say it.
Red and white. On Cullen. Wearing number 3.
Yeah.
Tank Dale, baby.
Yeah.
All day long, Tank Dale.
I knew it was going to happen. Mark,
what would yours be? There's only one Texans jersey I will ever wear.
Yeah.
and that is a deep steel blue number 80.
Yeah.
That is it.
Okay.
Andre Johnson is the only Texans jersey. That's it for me. Okay?
Yeah.
I love
He's
him,
old
and that's
school,
my
I'm new
jersey.
school.
Yeah,
He's old
right.
school, I'm new school.
And I love them all. You know, I love all these players. They're my kids. I love them all. But that's my jersey.
So I
And
look
it
at
just
this
so
tailgate.
happens both guys we chose are receivers. How about that?
Yeah.
Yeah. I looked at this tailgate, and someone was wearing a DJ Swearinger number 36 jersey. it just struck me as, is there anybody else that you could possibly have picked any worse?
But you know, he brought time expensive, and I get it.
I know,
okay?
I get it, I
but
guess.
we should do those jersey switches, not out of disrespect for DJ Swag with 4 Gs, but, you know, sometimes you want to upgrade. Dre, let's get into this. Frank Reich dismissed by the Carolina Panthers. He's gone. What do you think?
Yeah, I kind of have a little, I wouldn't say inside look, but somewhat of one. Obviously working with their play-by-play guy every single week, and so you kind of start to get the feel that this could happen. And sometimes it's amazing to me just how stubborn certain coaches are at times and reluctant to change. And they had, you know, Frank had given one of his assistants play calling duties. 3 weeks later, he took them back, and they'd beaten us. The first time they'd done it was when they played us and were able to beat the Texans. And then 2 weeks later, he takes it back. And so it's like you're glutton for punishment because that's what the owner wanted. And so give them what they want. But Frank couldn't do that. He takes them back, and then all of a sudden they're still as bad as they ever were. And obviously we get to a point where we are today. It's unfortunate. I think he's a heck of an offensive coordinator, but obviously those types don't make head coaches all the time.
Can I interest you in a stat?
Yes.
Between his MLS and NFL teams, David Tepper has fired 4 head coaches in the last 18 months.
Yeah.
To your point earlier, what I was saying about him being a hedge fund manager, you said
stock down,
stock down, out. You know, like there's a very scientific sort of way of going through that. Dre, as we transition, your alma mater will have a new football coach in 2024 and beyond, as Dana Holgerson is relieved of his duties, as it was announced by the university.
Oh, ask him the question. Dre, are you interested?
Yeah, are you interested? Yeah, are you interested?
Come on, Dion.
Of course I'm interested. Let's go, man. Let's go build a winner from year to year. And obviously, yeah, man. Just bring me in for an interview. I got my whole book ready to go. But in all seriousness, it's unfortunate whenever, you know, coaches lose jobs or guys are dismissed that, you know, I wish Dana the best. He gave us some high rides and you know, obviously you can't lose to the likes of Rice and certain programs and still be there. And that's just how it was. I think at the end of it, you can't boast a little too much that certain things won't happen. I think I read something that it's impossible for it to happen until it happens. And just always live in the present and not what you as an individual think that won't happen. So it happens. It happened, and he'll land on his feet because he's a heck of a football coach. He'll be, at the very least, calling plays for somebody soon.
Yep.
He's got a hefty buyout, too, where he doesn't do a lot too fast.
And this is a good job, Dre. This is a great situation
now,
for somebody.
Mark, it's a great job facilities-wise. You're going to be able to compete there. And, yes, you have to compete there. I think a CEO type is needed where staff coaches and with NIL and all of that, that's what a head coach in college football is. U of H is on that level now where it's that kind of job. It's no longer a resume job where you're coming here and you're going to bounce to somewhere else. It's a place that you can stay for a very, very long time because of the conference in which you compete in and the city in which you're going to be able to drive to work in every day. It's a place that once you're here, you want to stay. And if you just win, you'll be here a long time because the fans of that program we'll love you.
It's a great point. You just sold me on the job. I want it now. I'm not qualified, but that's a good job. That's a great coaching job. Dre and Johnny here, Tax Act Texas Bowl. Here is the pundit projection. Texas A&M and Kansas State. That seems to be the consensus. If it turns out to be that sounds pretty good to me for NRG Stadium on December 25th. What do you think?
I can guarantee you everybody that has their hands on that bowl game, that one they're pulling for. They may not say that publicly, but behind the scenes, yes, because that's going to fill the place. Kansas State travels exceptionally well, and they've got one heck of a football team with them obviously in transition and that in the coaching department, but they're obviously not anymore. They hired Mike Elko, who we kind of felt like weeks ago that would happen, right, Johnny?
That's right. Right.
Kind of felt like they would.
You guys did?
What the morning that we found out?
Be the guy. Yeah.
Dre and I were sitting there at a table with Robert. We were having our breakfast in Cincinnati. We were at Paycor Stadium, and that was when it was announced. And I said to Dre, timing wise, I was like, Elko told him yes.
Wow.
I felt like it was Elko.
Stoops? Yeah. What about the Stoops situation?
That was weird. I don't know.
Smoke and mirrors.
Yeah,
smoke and mirrors right there. That was to go ahead and get the okay faster. That's exactly right. There always has to be another guy floating in the that you have in your bag. You really don't want him, but it's a big enough name to get the guy you want to say hurry up and say yes.
Yeah. So
that
wife
happens at a lot of jobs.
My wife went on a date with this dude that I didn't like. And really, she did. She forced my hand. She went on a date with this dude. I was like, you shouldn't be going out with him. A week later, I had my first date with Paige. So it's exactly right. You entice with somebody else. And so I think that's what they did. They got Elko's attention.
Dre, if I'm Mark Stoops, I don't want to leave Kentucky anyway. If I win 9 games a year at Kentucky, I'm in great shape, right? 9-10 wins.
But he's begging for NIL money, and that's tough.
We think that way, but we also, as the coaches, think a different way, and it's all about competing. It's all about being able to turn around bigger, baddest program, the big, baddest player. This guy could, this staff couldn't get this out of this player. I can, or I can go do this for this program. They think a little bit differently than we do. And so it's all about what I just described for most coaches.
Guys, am I crazy in thinking if I'm Auburn, I got to rush more than 3 at the end there? I got to make him throw the ball a little bit. It was a turkey shoot. I know it was a hell of a throw, but they gave him all day to think about it. He could go back there, do his tax return, think about where he wants to throw the ball. All right, now I am ready to throw the football. There's no pressure. There's no rushing the internal clock of Milroe. I don't think they approached that the right way.
No, absolutely not. And if there's one guy that's beating himself up over it, excuse me, is Hugh Freeze, because he coaches every game like it's its last, and he would go. I guarantee he's being honest with the media there and telling them how much he would go back and change things if obviously he could. But yeah, unfortunate, because it might have forced the ball out of Milrose's hands a little bit faster. He had all day. He could have had a picnic back there, and then threw a dart to finish the thing off. That was amazing.
The thing about it was Auburn was getting pressure on him a lot of the day.
Yeah,
just their normal 3-4 man rush. They were getting pressure on him. So I hate that. And the thing is, okay, he can scramble. They're 31 yards away from the end zone. You got fast guys in defense. Yeah. Somebody will go make a tackle before he gets in the end zone if he decides to bail out of there. So. Yeah, that was rough.
Because everybody who's not an Alabama fan was rooting for Auburn that day. And didn't they lose to New Mexico State the week before?
Not just lose. They lost by 3 touchdowns.
Freaking crazy.
Y'all killing the fighting Jerry Kills, man. New Mexico State had one heck of a season this year.
They lost to UMass, though.
But the New Mexico's like 9-3 this year. They've had a heck of a run. Yeah, New Mexico State. Absolutely, that's amazing.
Jerry Kill has been one of the more underrated coaches.
Yeah, everybody loves
in
him.
the last 20 to 25 years. He was great at Minnesota.
Everywhere he goes.
Yes.
Yeah.
He's been
You
good.
go there, Johnny. I was there. What was it? 2 years ago, maybe even last year. And you walk away thinking, how the hell are they going to win here? Right. But for some way, somehow, he's been able to do it, and he's done it every single where he's gone. He's got a plan. He sticks to it. He coaches hard. He's not for the faint of heart, but he's going to coach his son hard, and he's going to get the most out of him, and that's what he's done there. You put a schedule together, and they wind up 9-3, which at that place is one hell of a job.
Dre, do you get to stay home this weekend until the Texans play?
No, I don't. I wish, Mark, but I've got to go to Detroit, the MAC championship game. Miami University in Ohio is playing Toledo, who their head coach is on everybody's radar, it seems like, but it seems as though he's not going anywhere. He just loves it there. And he's built one heck of a program, so I'm anxious to see what it's about. It's indoors. So I'm all right with going to Detroit this time of year with it being in a dome. I'll get some good pizza and some good Cajun food up there as well at this restaurant I frequent while I'm there.
You might see future Texans cornerback Quinyon Mitchell, number 27.
Oh, really?
Stud.
So they got to drive into Michigan to play this championship when Miami's in Ohio and Oxford.
Game. And championship weekend's pretty good. That's a good game.
It's good. Good game. Dre, looking forward to Sunday. Thanks so much for the time.
All right, guys. We'll talk later.
All right, Andre Ware with us. What did DeMeco Ryans tell John Harris after the game? We'll have that for you and digest what occurred yesterday, but more importantly, get you ready for the Broncos this Sunday. How to beat Denver. It's Texans Radio.
Stay tuned for more Texans Radio.
Behind every door at Houston Methodist, you know what to expect. Expertise. Whether it's life-saving brain surgery,
One, I formation, Singletary and Beck. CJ, back to pass, runs to the right side. Stroud runs across, high stepping, touchdown CJ Stroud. CJ Strong. Stroud runs in for the TD, and the extra point can take the lead. 47 rushing yards for Stroud and that touchdown. Threw for 2 more, 304 through the air. Gosh, he's amazing. He's just amazing. This is incredible. Incredible stuff. You lose the game by 3. Close game. Doink off the crossbar. And you have to live with it. And unfortunately, it's against the Jags where they get a 2-game lead on you. Season series split. That's their only division loss. They're in the driver's seat. And the Colts edge ahead of you based on the fact that they beat you earlier, but you're both 6-5, and you'll play them again, so you can do something about that. But this Shane Steichen Coach of the Year crap, this talk has to die down immediately. I do not like it. I don't want him stealing my Coach of the Year award. Mine, for DeMeco Ryans. I want to present it to him. So it's the Colts. You know I can get on a rant on them any single time we are on the air.
Has a Texans coach ever won Coach of the Year?
No.
Oh, okay.
There's a first time for everything.
Yeah. I mean, I know it's not at the forefront of DeMeco's mind, but...
No, it's not. And he just... Look, entering December with a winning record and you're in playoff contention. I mean, that's phenomenal, right? That's phenomenal. And it's not like, oh, you need all this help. You have the games on your schedule. If you take care of your business... Now, there's 6 games. Give me the record. What's it going to take? Give me the record in 6 games. And I know it depends on who you beat, who you lose to, because that could really factor in big here. You lose to the wrong team, you beat the right team, these things are going to play out.
I've always felt like 10-7 was going to get you in the playoffs.
Okay.
Especially in the AFC. This AFC is daunting.
But you got to beat the right teams. You might have to beat the Colts at the end. You might need that one.
You've beaten some of the right teams. You beat the Steelers. That was good. You have beaten the Jags. That's good. At least once.
These AFC North teams are so alive. Now, Cleveland could really go...
3 of them have lost their quarterbacks.
Yeah, Cleveland could go into a tailspin here. Because...
If Myles Garrett's injury...
That's the one. That's the one.
I'm not going to say they could afford to lose Deshaun. They couldn't afford to lose Myles Garrett. Right. That injury, we'll see what it is.
He's getting MVP talk.
Yes, as well he should have. He's dominant.
Yeah.
But if he's out, that's a major. That's Van Halen without David Lee Roth.
Well, wait a minute. Or Hagar. That's the guy in
No. Wait, I missaid that.
Okay.
That is Van Halen without Eddie Van Halen.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah. That's how much Myles Garrett needs to.
Sammy Hagar and Joe Satriano's going to play.
I showed you that video.
Yeah,
that was incredible.
He's going to play the Allen parts. And Joe Satriani is an amazing guitarist, and I've heard some of the stuff that they were doing the Howard Stern show. I've seen some of the stuff. He can handle the Eddie Van Halen workload. Yeah. Okay. Now, it's not Eddie Van Halen. I get it.
Yeah.
But they're going to be good.
But Myles Garrett is the Eddie Van. And he's the Eddie Van Halen of that.
Yeah. There's no Satriani to replace him. Yeah. I got
you. I mean, my Van Halen analogy works.
Listen, I can do classic rock sports analogies for the rest of the day if you like here on Texans Monday, but I'm not going to do it.
Good call, by the way. That was a good call. I mean, I love your calls. Your touchdown call for Stroud. That was good.
Oh, you liked it?
And by the way, that was going to be a throw to Laramie. Let's be clear about that.
Well, you were all over there. You're like, Laramie's eligible.
Laramie's eligible.
in my ear.
Laramie's eligible. I wanted you to be ready for it.
We were talking about this for weeks. Yeah. That a possible touchdown pass.
As soon as he was eligible, you're like, okay, they might throw it especially against Jacksonville.
Yeah.
Laramie, growing up in Lake City, which is probably about 45 minutes away. He's like,
awesome.
And
I was getting not nervous, but my heart rate increased even more in that goal line. As a play-by-play guy, you're like, they might score here. Get ready. And you want to do a good job. And
that's why I told you Laramie was eligible. I kept thinking they were going to
Laramie.
And they did try to get it to him, but the Jaguars played it well.
Stroud is
They played
really quick. The way he moves around, he looks like he's about to scramble all the way out, and then just stops, freezes, throws. Almost like Curry, he brought up the Curry analogy last week. The Curry jump shot, where it looks like Stephen Curry is just throwing it up. If you go in slow-mo, he squares up perfectly.
Yeah.
It's just so fast, the camera barely picks it up. Oh, by the way, you know who else is so fast the camera barely picks it up? Tank Dell getting his toes down.
Oh, I just got to that play in the game, actually. And it's...
Do you get a good look on the video? You don't get a good look on the video, which is amazing to me. It's almost like...
But here's the thing about that play. The back judge who's behind the play, the one closer to the goal line, signaled a catch.
Yeah, so give him...
He signaled a catch.
He's got the better look.
I thought he had the better look. It was the guy at the line of scrimmage who came running down and was like, no. I'm like, he's got the better look.
Yeah, well, and you could say that's not why they... Look, after all that, and I said this in the broadcast, after all that, they lead 14-13, right?
They still get to a 14-13 lead.
Make a stop.
Yeah, I know.
Maybe make a stop.
I understand.
Get into a better situation. They couldn't do it. They lost, and they'll have to deal with it. And Denver up next week, and they're very tough. And here's John Harris with DeMeco Ryans after the game.
All right, Coach, tough one today. What do you think the biggest key was in the game today against Jacksonville?
I think the biggest key was third down. They converted, I think, 7 of 13 on third down, and that was our key to victory. Beating these guys, we had to win third down, and we did not. Right, that allowed them to sustain drives and continue to go where, we just played too many snaps on defense. We had to get off in those situations.
But against the run, you held Travis Etienne to 20 carries. I think it was about 56, 57 yards. I would imagine that was close to number one on the whiteboard to stop him and stop the run. You did a pretty good job of that.
Yeah, guys did a good job of stopping the run. But hurt there is just the passing game. Gave up too much in the passing game with the explosives that we control by playing better technique, being more disciplined with what we're supposed to do.
Offensively, there were some plays made, some plays not made. What do you kind of think overall offensively? What do you want to see going forward be a little bit better?
Yeah, we just have to be more consistent, right? I mean, we get things moving. We got to be better. Right, to continue drives, right, sustain drives. We got to protect better up front. We just got to get that rhythm and that flow. It didn't feel like we had the flow all day. It was kind of sputtering back and forth. Made some explosive plays, but we just got to be consistent. Got to get the ball in the end zone.
I always love when a guy gets his first opportunity to play NFL football. Juice Scruggs stepped in there today and had to play a lot of football today. What'd you think? I know you got to go back and watch the film, but just how do you think he held up as his rookie first game?
Yeah, we'll watch it, but I'm proud of Juice for the work that he's put in to work himself back and to be in this position to come back and help us, and we needed him today. Right, losing Titus, he stepped in, felt like he did a good job. We'll evaluate the film and see where he is, but I think Juice is ready to go. He's ready for his moment, and I think he'll just continue to get better as he continues to play.
Coach, last one. Denver comes in. How do you wipe this one and get ready for the Broncos?
Yeah, today doesn't matter. It's a rough one, right? Tough pill to swallow for today, but again, they know Denver doesn't care. Nobody cares, right? So you get that out of your mind really quick, and it's all about, how you respond. I feel like our guys are going to respond the right way.
Coach, I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thanks, John.
There's DeMeco Ryans with John Harris after the game. We'll have the complete DeMeco Ryans show today at 5 o'clock, and it's always interesting to get his fun thing after he watches all the game tape and everything else he needs to consume to give us his takes on the game. But third down, Johnny, he brought it up. They were better than 50% on third down, and that is just not going to get it done. Unless you're turning them over a lot, you did get the one pick, but unless you're turning them over, that's not going to do it for you. And he's the first to tell you that, and all those chunk plays. I want you to repeat the stat I think you began the show with. Yeah. The majority of their offense came on a half dozen plays. 6 plays for the majority of the Jags offense. 6 plays.
6 plays produced 227 yards. 6 plays produced 227 yards. 62 plays generated 218.
My gosh.
So
just crazy.
It's funny because I was coming out from the halftime break and I was kind of writing a couple things down on my play card, and one of them said eliminate explosives. So as we're coming back to the broadcast and you say, Dre, what's the second half tune-up? And Dre goes, eliminate explosives. And we hadn't talked. Dre had gone out and gotten pecan pie and came back and was telling us how great the pecan pie was. And so we didn't talk at all, but we were on the same wavelength. You had to eliminate the explosives, and you just weren't able to throughout that game. Those 6 were absolutely massive. I give Trevor Lawrence credit. He had a really fantastic football game. He played extremely well. That was the Trevor Lawrence I was very afraid of back in 2020 when he was coming out of Clemson. That was the guy. 2021 was a mess. Oh, by the way, I said earlier there were 2 straight years where a coach in his first year with an organization was fired before the end of the year. I forgot about Urban Meyer in 2021. So we had Meyer in 21, we had Hackett in 22, and we now have Frank Reich. If you missed the news, Frank Reich fired by the Carolina Panthers. And you've got Chris Tabor, who will take over as special teams coordinator. Offense will be led by Thomas Brown and the venerable Jim Caldwell.
Yeah, Jim Caldwell, who I thought did a pretty good job with Detroit and with the Colts until the 2-14 season.
Frank Reich did a good job with the Colts.
He did for a while. Look, last year, I thought that they fired him too fast last year because the Colts have turned things around before. Now, maybe they were getting sick of getting close and no cigar, and Steichen's doing a good job right now. But Reich is out of a job, and this is going to be it for him as a head coach. I mean, you just cannot imagine him getting another opportunity unless it's as an interim. So, too bad for him, and I wouldn't call it a startling development. Who's next? Staley with the Chargers? I was watching them last night.
Yeah, I think a lot of people are convinced that Staley is gone.
You want to talk about a team that has talent and close but no cigar and all of that. It's not just him. They brought in Kellen Moore to run that offense, and there are a lot of times where it just doesn't seem like there's anywhere for Herbert to go with the football.
I know.
And he's so talented, and they're just having a rotten year. Everything's sliding in the wrong direction.
Reset. I think the Chargers need to reset.
They're at New England this weekend, and our friends in Foxborough, look, I don't enjoy the misfortune of others. Actually, I'm lying. I really, in a sports enjoy
your sports hate for the Patriots.
The sports hate for the Patriots is almost that of the Colts. And to see what they're going through right now, look, they had I'll give them all the credit in the world for 2 decades of dominance, but the takedown is kind of fun to watch because, look, they knocked you out of the playoffs twice and made you miserable on a few occasions, and I'm okay with it. I'm okay with what they're going through right now.
Yeah.
You know?
I mean, find out how the other half lives, I guess, at that point. But, yeah,
Smoking hot players of the game. All right, let's talk about smoking hot players of the season with 6 games to go.
Okay.
And they're huge, starting with Sunday against Denver. Noon kick. HoustonTexans.com has your tickets. And everything we said last week applies to this week. Need you to be loud, early, all of that, because this one looms even bigger than what you had yesterday. It's Denver Sunday at noon. It's Texans Radio, presented by Houston Methodist.
Texans Radio continues in a moment.
The Texans and SLB are proud to present the Houston Texans Stats Challenge for our 8th consecutive year. This program is designed to help middle school children learn and sharpen their math skills using the game of football. With interactive worksheets and fun videos from Houston Texans representatives, the Stats Challenge presented by SLB makes math a blast for everyone. Last year, over 700 teachers and 85,000 students across Texas completed the challenge. Help your local middle school be the next to join them. Visit HoustonTexans.com.
Welcome back to Earth, folks. We hope you enjoyed your 8.5 minutes in orbit.
Technology lets you vacation in space, but to get work done on Earth, you need more than technology. You need CDW to design and manage this hybrid solution that delivers the same secure network experience to all your satellite offices. And with consistent connectivity that empowers your team, they can collaborate from any space.
And no, you can't keep the helmet.
Cisco makes hybrid work possible. CDW makes it powerful. Learn more at CDW.com.
TaxActTexasBowl.com.
Now, more on Texans Radio.
Here's the snap. Here's Stroud looking. Stroud scrambling to the right. Dumps it off to Collins over the middle, and he walks in. Touchdown, Houston. Stroud to Nico.
Oh, I love Benny playing Detroit Rock City. Kiss. This is one of my first albums, Kiss Alive. Actually, this isn't Kiss Alive. The one that starts with Deuce and goes into Strutter and has Rock and Roll All Night, the live version,
exactly
which they overdubbed later, and they admitted to it and ruined every live album of the 70s for me after that, although I still listen to them. All right, thank you, Benny. Too much on classic rock this morning. I don't care.
No, there's no such thing. There's no such thing.
So many things going through my head right now that we have to get through before the close of business today. Smoking out players of the year. C.J. Stroud, obviously, number one. Nico Collins has 50 catches for 800 yards and a score. Tank Dell, 47 catches for 709 and 7 scores.
Wait, how many touchdowns does Nico have?
5.
5, okay.
And Dell has 7. So you have a chance to get 2 receivers over 1,000 yards for the first time ever. Look, they don't throw parades for this stuff.
Wait,
what?
Tank's got how many?
Yards?
No, touchdowns.
7.
And Nico's got?
5.
I want to spin this in a way that Sean Pendergast would be proud. What are the odds that they both get to 10 touchdowns?
That's going to be tough. All right, all right, that's going to be tough, Johnny.
You got 12 between them. You got to get 8 more. 8 more. 8 in what do we have left?
Nico needs 5.
We have 6 games
in the next 6. That's a lot. A little perspective. Andre Johnson never had 10 touchdowns in a season.
We're getting greedy.
Season.
Hey, we're getting greedy. It's Thanksgiving. We had a lot of food.
But he's had some unbelievable seasons with like 1,500 yards and 100 billion catches and all that. I mean, I was going through the numbers because I thought, did Owen Daniels ever get 1,000 when Andre had 1,000 or anybody else get close? No. The year he and Hop were no. That didn't happen. But this could happen this year with these 2 receivers, Collins and Dell.
Yeah, for sure. And the only thing there are a number of reasons you just kind of pointed some of them out. I think the other thing, too, is that, CJ spreads the ball out a lot. He's gone to Dalton down in the red zone a bunch. It's not just going to those 2 guys. He
has 5.
Yeah. It's not just like in Miami, it's Tyreek and Waddle. It's those 2, and they're going to be the ones, dominating the touchdown action. But CJ has shown he'll throw it to about 5 guys down in the red zone. If you get open, he'll find you, which I thought was interesting on the Tank touchdown. Nico's actually open. It's the play design. It's open, and Nico starts jumping up like, I'm open.
Yeah.
But when I went back and looked at it, there's kind of a blocking scrum in front of CJ. He can't see it.
Yeah, well, of course.
And that was why he couldn't see it.
That's the thing. People and watching at home thinking, well, this guy looks open, that guy looks open. Yeah, they might be open, but the quarterback's got to be able to see him and have time to square up and throw it properly, right?
And the protection was good.
Doesn't always happen.
It just was like in his view that you couldn't see Nico. He like broke into view and he just couldn't see him.
This just happened. This just in. There's a lot going on. All right, what about the decision to kick it versus go for it on 4th and long? I'm okay.
There was no good answer to it.
Yeah.
You're 4th and 12 with no timeouts, or your 58-yard field goal.
Yeah.
So
you need 12, and then you got a spike, and then, all right, you got a better field goal opportunity. I get that. I don't know. You know what it is?
That's a tough. That's like I said. There's no good call.
And what about the bad spot, though?
I've seen people pointing that out. I was not aware of it, but it's.
I'm going to say this, Johnny.
It's the whole game was that way. The whole game
had bad spots, up and down the sideline. What about Kirk stepping out between the 1 and the 2, and they give them the ball inside the 1 at the end of the half?
Yeah, I mean, like I said, it was there was a lot of that. I'm kind of glad they spotted it where they did because it invited Jacksonville to go for it, thinking they could get a yard. Jacksonville, this is my frustration if I'm a Jacksonville fan. Big win, no doubt. It's my frustration. They get in those situations earlier in the game. They do the Trevor Lawrence. Hey, I'm 6'6", dive over the top with the ball, quarterback sneak.
Easy peasy.
What do they do on this one?
Pitching it out.
They toss it wide.
Yeah. To ETN.
What?
You had ETN bottled up. You held him below 60 yards. You did your job on him. Against the run, the Texans are a top 10 team. Against the pass, not so much.
Yeah.
Offensively, this is 10th in the league in offensive yardage. They have their best offensive numbers in a long time, since the Kubiak era right now. Now, they're not running the football, though, and you need to. I know you had back-to-back over 100 with Singletary. Got to get back to that against Denver on Sunday. Denver gives it up on the ground, so you've got to get back to how you divvy it up between Pierce and Singletary. Got to figure that out, but have to run the ball, can't turn it over, because that's how they've been winning. They've been taking the ball away, period. Go look at the Denver numbers. They've been winning with the takeaway. Russell Wilson's throwing. They're all talking about the resurrection of Russell Wilson. He's throwing for 200 a game, but he's running it in key moments, and that's a big reason why they are successful. They are working with what they have with older Russell Wilson and making it happen in a 5-game winning streak, and you've got to stop it on Sunday at noon.
Okay, here's your quiz question.
What is it?
How many times have the Texans beaten a Russell Wilson coached or led team?
Zero.
Yeah,
you never beaten them.
Zero.
We all know about 2013.
Zero.
We all know about 2017 up there with the Watson showdown.
2021 they came here.
2021 they came here, and that was a bad year. Denver last year, and that was like,
got to end that streak.
Yeah, you can do it. You can do it. This bunch can do it. It's a huge week for your Texans. And on this radio station, because you have In the Loop coming up next, you know what they're going to be talking about, and it's going to be fun. We'll have the DeMeco Ryans show at 5 o'clock today. Thank you, Benny, for producing. Have a great day, everyone. Go Texans.
This is Texans Radio on Sports Radio 610.
Behind every door at Houston Methodist, you know what to expect. Expertise. Whether it's life-saving brain surgery, your 3D mammogram that catches breast cancer sooner, or orthopedic specialists helping you feel stronger than ever. With hundreds of doors across Houston, you can get expert care everywhere.
That's the difference between practice and leading it. Houston Methodist, leading medicine.
The big game is here. It's the new Houston Texans scratch ticket from the Texas Lottery. Play today for your chance to win up to $100,000 instantly. Or enter for a chance to win Houston Texans prizes like an away game trip on a private plane, season tickets, a VIP suite experience, and more. Make everyday game day with the new Houston Texans scratch ticket. Houston NFL Holdings LP, all rights reserved. Visit TexasLottery.com for odds. Must be 18 or older to participate. Play responsibly.
From dinner with the crew to an easy evening on the couch, Tito's Handmade Vodka makes for the perfect pair to any weekday plans. Stock up on your must-have mixers and go-to garnishes, and just add Tito's for a cocktail hour that's best served any day of the week. Tito's Handmade Vodka is distilled from corn and is naturally gluten-free. Find recipes and more at Tito'sVodka.com. 40% alcohol by volume, namely 80 proof. Distilled and bottled in Austin, Texas. Crafted to be savored responsibly.
You don't want to miss it.
Y'all deserve to feel special.
Gotta go! Stroud throws back in the end zone. Caught Nico Collins. Touchdown, Houston.
We find our tails off every day to make sure y'all walk around with that swag that we walk around with when we get a dub.
CJ Stroud with more magic.
Nice, nice, nice.
Catch the Texans as they take on the Denver Broncos Sunday, December 3rd on My Cause, My Cleats Day, presented by Chevron. Tickets at HoustonTexans.com.
What a day.
Hey, did you know the Statue of Liberty is the largest holiday gift ever given? That's a big deal. Just like those getaway sales event. Hey, did you know when the year ends?
jokes are coming fast and furious every time y'all talk about this guy.
With Landry Locker.
Landry, I mean, you're going to be in midday forever now.
And John Lopez.
On occasion, Lopez makes a statement that's so ludicrous, it makes me pick my phone up and call you guys.
You're in the loop on Houston's sports leader.
Your champ, 610.
Sports Radio 6.
Where do we want to start? Where do we want to start? Texans lose, biggest game of the year to the Jacksonville Jaguars. On to the wild card. Not all is bad, but where the hell do we start here? I want to start with the final decision that was made. DeMeco Ryans decided to attempt a 58-yard field goal rather than going for it on 4th and 12 with C.J. Stroud. What did you make of that decision?
I questioned it, obviously, from the very, very start because you had a kicker that was inconsistent, never made anything close to – they said 56. It sure looked longer than that. But a 56, 57-yard field goal, whatever it ended up being. But I also kind of trusted DeMeco on that.
I didn't.
You didn't?
I thought it was his foolish decision. I thought that the Jags tried to bail him out with the timeout. I think it was moronic. Could I interest you in a stat?
Yes, sir.
Or a number?
Yeah.
12.
And that is?
That's how many plays the Texans had yesterday over 12 yards. They had 12.
Yeah.
I'm not even counting the 11-yard scramble that C.J. Stroud had.
Mm-hmm.
Another number, 0. It's a number of field goals that Amendola has made from past 50 yards.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah.
So I thought it was a rough decision by DeMeco Ryans. I would much rather roll with C.J. Stroud. Do you think anyone in their right mind, if DeMeco Ryans had gone forward on 4th and 12 with C.J. Stroud, knowing that the Texans had 12 plays over 12 yards, knowing that C.J. Stroud's done what he's done, knowing that Tank Dell's doing what he's doing, Nico Collins is doing what he's doing, Robert Woods is doing what he's doing, Dalton Schultz is doing what he's doing, do you think anyone in their right mind would have said, damn, you really should have kicked the field goal there?
No.
0.
No, not
like
at all.
0. There wouldn't have been one person that would shape their lips to say they should have kicked the field goal.
Yeah.
On the other side, if I'm Jacksonville, I'm sitting there when Doug Peterson calls that timeout, and I'm saying,
what are you doing?
Dude.
Yeah, what are you doing? I thought the same thing on that.
Dude.
Yeah.
What are we doing here?
Yeah.
So I thought that was a really, really bad decision by DeMeco Ryans. Would it have mattered? 4th and 12 is tough, although it seemed like CJ was in a groove where he was going to make those plays, and we've seen him make those plays. But I thought the decision to kick the field goal was a bad one by DeMeco Ryans.
I said it from the start. I questioned, going for the field goal there from the very, very start. The one thing that kind of tempered that was they knew what they had. Frank Ross is one of the best in the game. They went through the pregame. He was kicking field goals over 55 yards or at 55 yards. It was a yard or two further. And so I went like, all right. I mean, I think maybe I trusted him too much. Maybe I trusted that decision too much. Their coaching, the special teams coach, Frank Ross, the fact that they had confidence in him, enough confidence in him to try the kick. Look, you're not wrong. Like that was my first instinct. Like, oh no. But 4th and 12, man. I don't care how many plays you had. How many plays you had over 12 yards? That's a tough get.
It's long. It's definitely a tough get. It's not like the end all be all.
Yeah.
When it comes to, losing that game.
Yeah.
Yesterday. As far as the most relevant thing I think to come from that, I think that was as good as Trevor Lawrence has been this year, but I still don't think he was the best quarterback on the field.
Oh, I agree with that.
So,
especially given the context of what each team had.
And given the context of the inflated stats, he threw a little screen pass that you or I could have thrown that went 40 yards, do a little dump off to the tight end that went for 40 yards. As good as Trevor Lawrence was, and in his defense, he did throw a dime to Calvin Ridley that got dropped in the first half. The most relevant thing for a Texans fan with that loss, most important position, the position that controls the fate, that you will be playing games like this for years to come.
Yes.
I still think C.J. Stroud was better than Trevor Lawrence.
Yeah, especially because I'm driving home from the stadium and, sort of digesting, looking for my big takeaway like I always do. And I came up with 3, but one very important one ties in with what you just said about C.J. Stroud actually being the better quarterback on the field. This was the first time all season, every game, that I thought it was obvious there was a talent gap on the field. There was an obvious talent gap on the field. Even against more talented teams, it hasn't been obvious. The Texans have either had the game plan or the playmaker in C.J. Stroud and others, or the defense that stepped up late. This was the first time. I was driving home, and I'm like, damn, the Jaguars have a better roster, and it showed.
Yeah, they have the better squad.
Yeah.
Now, it's easy to understand, they're a little bit further along. So it's not the end of the world.
No.
But some of the areas in which they were better, I think, I don't want to call it alarming, but it is somewhat troubling. And I'm going to start with the offensive line.
Mm-hmm.
Laramie Tunsil got his ass kicked yesterday.
He was not his best. That is absolutely true.
He absolutely got his ass kicked. Laramie Tunsil was getting completely bullied yesterday by Josh Allen. Josh Allen, you can make a case. We can talk CJ, we can talk Lawrence. Josh Allen of the Jags may have been the best player on the field yesterday. He made some huge plays at the end that allowed the Jags to even force that field goal to happen.
I walked away thinking not just Josh Allen. He was the most obvious one. Kind of ties in with my takeaway of there was a true talent gap, and it was obvious. I thought their elite players played elite. And I can go down the list. Calvin Ridley, good Lord.
Second half, he recovered.
He was elite. Josh Allen, you just mentioned him. Good Lord. I thought Christian Kirk, as an elite number 2 wide receiver, played that way. Trevor Lawrence, probably the best game he's had all year, even though I think, as we mentioned, that it's not like C.J. Stroud was not better. And even though Trevor Etienne only had 56-yard rushing, he had 30 receiving.
Travis Etienne, yeah.
I mean, Travis.
And he had a chest injury. He was hurt.
Yeah. He came back. I thought he was going to be out. They said that he was going to, he was questionable to return. The next thing you know, he's on the field. He had some key runs and some key receptions. He had 56 yards rushing, which you think, okay, oh well. He had 30 receiving and big plays. So their elite players played elite, and that was my big take.
Josh Allen had a career high 12 pressures, including 8 against Laramie Tunsil.
Yeah.
So he completely kicked Laramie Tunsil's ass.
Yeah.
This offensive line, they have a lot invested in this offensive line. It's not very good.
Mm-hmm.
Or they just don't trust it.
Right.
Because Titus Howard, he got bullied before he got hurt. We saw that. Shaq Mason, I don't know what. They traded for him, and then they gave him an extension without seeing him on the field.
Had a big holding early.
Isn't his name Shaq Elijah?
I don't know.
I think his name's Shaq. No, I really do think his middle name is. Yeah,
it is.
Okay. Yeah, Shaq on the Suns and Elijah on the Raptors.
God,
I don't know how the hell that dude got an extension. Honestly, how the hell did you have that type of confidence to put him out there? That's the big cactus right there.
Mm-hmm.
And Akeem in those damn knee pads.
The big cactus.
I mean, that offensive line's rough, and that's a problem because you have stuff invested in that.
Mm-hmm.
That's a big problem. And here's the other thing, and we haven't quite gotten to this area yet, but look. They lost their damn left tackle. The Texans didn't even their left tackle was on the sidelines crying like his career was over or something like that.
Yeah.
And he was fighting back tears in the second half.
Mm-hmm.
And I didn't see from Will. I didn't see or hear from any of the Texans
Grenard,
front four or anything like that. Trevor Lawrence didn't get sacked.
Yeah.
So meanwhile, you have the two-time highest paid offensive lineman in NFL history getting his ass whooped.
Yeah.
To where the guy's having a career day.
Yeah.
Will Anderson's going against air,
mm-hmm.
and he can't even get to the damn quarterback.
Yeah.
So as much as we can say there's a talent gap, Josh Allen was a high draft pick for them. He kicked the ass of what's supposed to be your elite offensive tackle. Will Anderson was a high draft pick for you, and you didn't hear a damn thing from Will Anderson when it came to pressuring the quarterback when their starting left tackle left the field.
Yeah, that was the other note I had when I talked about the elite players. Even their elite left tackle, Cam Robinson, got hurt. And drop off. I mean, like nothing. Like you mentioned, 0 sacks. There was no drop off there. No, this was a tough one for that reason. And then, my other takeaway on this one, Landry, was as I'm going home, this is the first time that a Texans loss has really hurt. You've kind of expected some losses. Some losses you go, well, they got a long way to go. This one you expected a better performance, you expected a better outcome. and it kind of hurt as you're going home. So I don't want to go with like that's progress. There's enough of that.
Yeah.
There's enough of that. Oh, that's progress. I'm tired of it.
I'm so glad you didn't do that.
I'm tired of the.
My God.
But it does speak to.
I've heard way too much of that this morning.
I saw some this morning.
I had to turn the damn radio off.
Well, I wasn't even listening to the radio that much. But
it's good to be playing meaningful games. Meaningful these nuts. We've known they're going to be meaningful for weeks.
I'm out of the that's progress business.
Switch the music, huh?
Yeah, switch to whatever the hell you want to switch to.
Yeah, but it does speak to elevated expectations.
For sure.
It does speak to higher standards. It does speak to a greater confidence in this team. It does speak to altogether different goals for this team. So it hurt driving home, but I wasn't about progress. I was like, damn, you were that close. So yeah, those were my two biggest takeaways. There was a better team on the field, and for the first time all year, it showed. And I'm out of the that's progress business. The higher standards need to be met.
I will say this, though. As much as you say it was progress, I almost feel like there was a little bit of regression, too. If we are going to evaluate this team, and you let me know, 713-572-4610. Shout out to the loopholes. If you listen, you are one. I do think there was some regression in very key areas for the Houston Texans. If we're evaluating them, again, we're evaluating like a big boy playoff squad, which is what they are right now, and they should have playoff hopes. I think their chances are still at 40%. So they still got a really good chance to get into the playoffs, and they're facing teams that are right there with them the next few weeks. So there's exciting football ahead. But I think there was a regression in a couple of key areas. Number one, C.J. Stroud. Mm-hmm. This felt Deshaun Watson-like, where I used to say Deshaun saves all butts, and Deshaun's having to extend plays, and Deshaun's having to run for his life, and Deshaun's having to put on a heroic performance. And this felt like, and it feels different than it has the last few weeks, this felt like a CJ saves all butts game where he put on as good of an effort as you could ask for, and they came up short. I haven't felt that way in a while. I felt like they've had solid game plans, etc. This felt like a CJ saves all butts type of game.
Yeah, that's not his fault though. I mean, it just felt that way.
It's not his fault, but that's not good for sustainability. That's not good for winning. That's not a good recipe to win at a high level.
And that speaks to three things that came to mind when it came to the whys of why this team lost. Well, I should say two, because one of them is just the trenches. Like offensive line, defensive line, you got worked. Both lines got worked. That's number one. And the second one, those receivers had a hard time getting open, man. The Texans receivers had how many times? You talk about CJ saving all butts and scrambling around and reversing his feet like Deshaun Watson back in the day. There was a reason for that. The receivers could not get open against that Jaguars. So, yes, there was some big plays. And, yes, CJ, because he's CJ and moving around and scrambling around and buying more time, he completed enough passes to have a really, really good day and runs as well. But overall, that was 3, 4, 5 seconds of the receivers not being able to get open. First time all year. Just like I said, first time all year, there was a clear talent gap on the field. First time all year, these receivers not named Tank Dell had a hard time. They looked very average. That doesn't sound fair because he threw for 300 yards.
No, it's true.
But if you watch the game,
no, I mean he had to extend the plays.
Yeah.
These weren't within that.
Yeah.
And speaking of which, that brings me to this.
Mm-hmm.
And you guys on the text line, shout out to the loopholes if you listen. You are. When I do mean you people. We'll get to the refs a little bit later on, but I'm not going to sit here and act like the refs cost the Texans this game.
Yeah.
Let's be serious. The Texans got the most beneficial call of all. Jalen Petrie, first play he's made all year was a penalty that wasn't called. I mean, that was the first time that he's actually contributed to a turnover, and it should have been a blatant penalty. Derek Stingley intercepts it. Texans go take the lead.
Yeah.
Tavier Thomas, I thought those were penalties.
Yeah.
The Tank Dell should have been a catch. I don't know what this jackass on the left running up there saying it wasn't a catch when he had the worst. I don't know what that idiot was doing.
Yeah.
He just wanted to be seen on TV. He knew where the camera was. So that was a bad call. But there were bad calls all over. I think that kind of canceled out. I think that kind of canceled out, especially when you talk about the Stingley. Here's my biggest problem, though. What the hell are you doing, Bobby Slowick?
Oh, the 2 third downs?
No, that was stupid. The third and the fourth, that was dumb, too.
I mean, the third and fourth. Yeah.
But it's kind of connected to what I'm saying here. I get that the Jags have a better run defense than the Cincinnati Bengals and the Arizona Cardinals. But I didn't think that meant Devin Singletary was going to go from 30 carries to 22 and 150 yards and 112 yards to 6 carries.
Yeah.
Brother, what are we doing?
No, why are you?
Like, what are we doing? Like, you completely abandoned the run game. The AFC Offensive Player of the Week 2 weeks ago gets 6 carries against the Jags in a close game. And this is after he followed up that performance with over 100 against Arizona.
Yeah.
And, oh, by the way, Dameon Pierce gets 5?
Mm-hmm.
What is going on? Do they just need to make Dameon Pierce inactive so Bobby Slowick doesn't lose his damn mind?
No,
I'm serious. I'm serious.
No, I know.
6 and 5? So you're telling me that we're going to where he gets 30, 22, and then 6. And don't tell me the game plan dictated that. I don't want to hear that.
Week to week, man.
That's what that crap looked like.
Yeah.
That's what that crap looked like. Devin Singletary, and then you have 3rd and 1 and 4th and 1, and you throw it twice. That was almost the end of the game because Jacksonville goes and scores a touchdown there, you're done.
Yeah.
But Devin Singletary goes from back-to-back 100-yard games and Dameon Pierce gets 5. What are we doing, sir?
I was actually encouraged.
What are we doing
in the first half because Singletary was on the field for 23 snaps.
Yeah, and they even gave it to him inside the 5 before the CJ, and I was like, okay, good. Trust his ass. Give him the rock.
And Dameon Pierce.
I don't even want Pierce there in short yardage.
And Pierce was only on the field in the first half for like 6 snaps. So I'm thinking, okay, they'll start feeding Singletary in the second half. It just didn't happen. I think he got into this mode of switching back and forth. And
why?
I didn't understand it. No, I don't know how.
Why
indeed? I mean,
look, I understand that this is a different quality of run defense, but 6 carries to 5.
Yeah.
What are we doing here?
No, I totally agree. And I thought he was going to feed him more in the second half. It didn't play out that way. In fact, they got Dameon Singletary a lot more touches, and I was as confused. Pierce.
Yeah.
And I was a lot as confused as you were.
I just don't get why this happened. Like, of all the things, when you're watching this game, it's like, okay, well, Dameon Pierce is back. Well, I mean, what do you think he hit? Like, he got close to half the carries of Devin Singletary.
Yeah.
So you talk about how great Motor's been. Hell, the last time that they were both healthy on the field, you even had
he was even better.
Yeah, the New Orleans game where he had 12 and Pierce had 11.
Yeah.
Now all of a sudden we go back to 6-5. Like, has Bobby Slowick not even been watching the last couple of games? Did we just wipe the slate clean and say, all right, let's get Dameon Pierce involved and let's just abandon the run?
No,
that was awful.
It was. I totally agree.
No excuse for that, Bobby Slowick. Seriously. And then 3rd and 4th, we're taking deep shots. Come on, man.
Oh, man, that one was frustrating.
Got to be better than that. OG passing thought. Where does the officiating come into things? We'll hear that. Reaction Monday continues next. I also want to hear from you. 713-572-4610. Texans lose to the Jags. We got a lot to talk about.
I guess you can't win them all.
It's Reaction Monday, presented by Shoppers John Deere on Sports Radio 610. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
All right, Reaction Monday here on In the Loop, Sports Radio 610. Texans fall out of the playoff picture. They're really out of the division race until further notice. As we do every Monday, we have John Lopez, OG Passing Thoughts.
All right, man. First one was early in the game, and I just jotted it down. Not necessarily a huge passing thought, but something to stick a pin in. Put a pin in this. Did you notice the shifts and Houston Carson getting under center on the first punt? All the little, it looked like they were going to try to fake a punt. Of course, they just kind of got out of it and punted the ball. Put a pin in that. I'll bet you later on that was not just for this game.
I think they were just trying to draw him off sides.
I think they were. But I think that because they went there and they had Houston Carson go under center and all that, that might be something they go back to.
All right, if they run that fake punt, Frank Ross is no longer a friend of the show.
Why?
Seriously.
Why?
Because I just think he was trying to draw him off. If they're going to put Houston Carson under center and run a fake punt, then I'm out.
What I'm saying is they like to show stuff on tape, and I think that was something that was part of the equation there as well. Another passing thought, Jalen Petrie had a tackle for loss, baby. TFL for Jalen Petrie. How about that?
He also made a play. I mean,
yeah.
If you can tackle guys and not get flags and turnovers are forced, I got to give him credit. That's the first big play that Jalen Petrie has made this year, and it was a big one, very big one. Could have been a massive one.
And he got that like as you just mentioned, that pass interference.
They said that he sold the edge on the goal line stop. I kind of thought he just dove and got thrown down, but. Whatever.
He wasn't, but he had six tackles.
And then there was another play on the side where I guess the sun kind of bailed him out. They just lobbed it up. Receiver dropped it. Jalen Petrie was jumping backwards. He was covering.
Yes.
He was covering Casper the Ghost over there.
Yeah.
Did you see that?
Yes, I know exactly what you're talking about.
Where the sun? Did you see that?
He hit the circle button by mistake,
Brother,
man.
They threw it up, and Jalen Petrie is jumping with his back turned, and he's like 6 feet away from the receiver, and the receiver just drops it. And then he gets up and does the incomplete thing.
Yeah, of course. They all do. Another passing thought, and this, Figgy mentioned this in the pre-show, and I think it ties in with this. I thought this was the best in-stadium crowd that we've seen in a long time.
They forced another timeout.
Yeah, they forced another timeout. It was almost full. It wasn't quite there, but it was almost full. No complaints. But Figgy, you said the parking lot was kind of so-so.
Yeah, it wasn't as... Maybe I'm like, this was the most important game in like 4 years.
Here's what I think happened. I think fans got into the stadium earlier. I noticed it at kickoff. At kickoff, it was not as full as it would get, but it was getting pretty full.
Boy, there's a lot of jackasses around here that are just trying to take pictures before, like 20, 30 minutes before.
And of course it's going to be empty.
It's been that way even when they were good with Kubiak. Like, it's always been a later round. Oh, here we go. A few minutes to kick off.
Yeah.
Look at the crowd.
No, at kickoff.
You guys are jackasses. Whether you're a media type or you're a jackass.
Hey, I always thought that for months, man. Yeah. People always take a picture when it's like an hour before the kickoff.
It used to be a thing, but at this point, you're trying to. Like, the crowd's getting in, they're getting louder.
If you take that picture at the end of the first quarter,
a few minutes before,
at the end of the first quarter, I'm with you. But at kickoff, it was pretty good, and it stayed loud all the way through. Another passing thought: we talked about the running game. We will again, but beyond that, beyond just 6 carries for Singletary and 5 for Pierce, Singletary just looked like he had a better feel for the holes. Like he had a better feel for
he got 6 carries.
Yeah, like he would kind of wait.
Dameon Pierce there's no point to Dameon Pierce.
Yes.
I was almost upset that Mike Boone was inactive. Like we've seen Mike Boone, there is no point of Dameon Pierce.
Yeah.
Especially if he's going to get 5 carries and Devin Singletary is going to get 6. There's no point.
Yeah.
It doesn't make sense. If it's going to make Slowick just ignore Devin Singletary and everything he's done the last couple of weeks, then Dameon Pierce is a negative. Like, you're not just saving him for certain situations. If he's going to have 1 less carry than Devin Singletary, after Devin Singletary's put together the last 2 weeks, then you're better off not even having him out there if he's going to be Bobby Slowick's weak spot.
I totally agree. All right, let's not bury this. Referees. All right, let me give you my thought.
A lot of that on the text line.
I want to see what you and Figgy's thoughts are on this. I didn't think the refs had any effect on the outcome. And here's why. The Jags were complaining just as much and had some awful calls just as much as the Texans.
That blatant hold by Petrie that led to the Stingley INT. It led to the Texans taking a 14-13 lead. And I thought the Tavierre Thomas, I thought that was penalties.
Yes.
You ride a guy out of bounds just because he's strong and he doesn't automatically fall down. I thought those were both penalties.
But my thing
he was getting cooked.
My thing on the refs deciding, air quote, deciding a game. To me, that's all it comes down to one call. One call that flips the end of a game.
Maybe the Dell catch as well. People were complaining about, but I didn't. The Nelson was trash.
The Nelson was bad.
The Nelson one was trash. And that was kind of under the radar big because if you force a 3 and out there and you get it like near midfield, then the game is completely different. So the Nelson call was trash. The non-flag on Petrie was trash.
What about that movement one?
That
motion one.
That's exactly.
That's the one that got me.
I didn't think
he was the only one moving. Does CBS have someone acknowledging flags?
I don't know. I know, Biggie. That's the one I was going to mention.
He was the only one moving.
I don't know.
I didn't think that multiple people was moving.
I don't know what was going on with that, and they called it very late.
62 yards worth, man.
No, that was the momentum.
Yeah, yes. 62
I mean, because that place
worth.
was crazy. CBS did not even acknowledge it till a minute later.
The Figgy, it's funny you mentioned that because I was going to say if there was one play, because usually it comes down to one play that could decide the game for me if you're going to blame the refs. I thought it was that one. I thought it was that 62.
They was rolling, man.
Yeah, they were rolling. They were back in it. I thought that. So if you're going to say that, okay, whatever. Juice Scruggs at guard after Titus Howard went down, give it to me. I'll take it. No, I'm not trying to be too harsh on Titus Howard. Give it to me.
Boy, you watched that play before.
Yes.
My man got.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
He was a blocking sled.
Yeah, he was. I'll take Juice Scruggs right now. All day. Sorry. Another passing thought, and this one hurts me, man.
It's kind of unfortunate that Juice Scruggs goes in there and you really don't notice that Titus is gone.
Mm-hmm.
We're 12 weeks into the season. This dude's been a rookie.
It's his first game.
And it's his first game.
It was his first snap.
I mean, and you can tell me, well, Titus is a better tackle. Okay, I guess. I don't know.
Landry, that was his first NFL snap.
That's all I'm saying. Like, that shouldn't. There should be like
if he was a better tackle, they would have had him at tackle.
Just keep an eye on that extension.
And this one hurts. Texans wide receivers looked average. Tank Dell was great. Great route running. We worried about them in the preseason, then we said nothing to worry about. First time I'm like, dude, that's not an awesome secondary. It's a good secondary. They couldn't get anything. If it wasn't for C.J. Stroud scrambling around, it would have been a long, long day.
A lot of people disagreeing on the calls. They think the Texans got screwed over. Text line 713-572-4610. 832. Jags only have one call go against them. How are you going to say that the Texans didn't get?
Jags had more than one. They were complaining all day long. They were complaining. Go to any Jaguars blog or website or whatever. They were complaining the same thing. I refuse to go there. DeMeco Ryans continues to be next level managing clock and timeouts. End of the first half, perfect at the end of the first half. I thought he did a fantastic job. We said this last week on Monday. We're saying it again on Monday today. The call on the field matters. Tank Dell caught that ball.
Well, the jackass that was in front of the play ran over and said he didn't. The guy that was right there that has the view that everyone else saw immediately said he caught it.
Yeah.
Like some of these referees just want to be on TV.
Yeah.
Like they get off to it. They get off to just getting on TV.
Who was the referee? Clay Martin or something like
Whatever
that?
his name was. He came running over when the referee right there that was like 8 yards, he was in the screen.
Yeah.
Was saying it was a catch. He came over and emphatically. He just
said, no,
wanted,
you're wrong.
He
You're
wanted to
right.
be seen doing the
out of bounds,
doing the side out of bounds.
Yeah.
And that was a rough
call on the field.
Too.
The call on the field matters.
Rough call.
If the Jaguars had lost, and I was in Jacksonville, I would be torching Doug Peterson.
He was
torching.
The one thing about this whole thing, and this was the most unorganized that the Texans have been, but a lot of that I don't think you can connect to DeMeco. Like Frank Ross's special teams unit having 12 men on the field, that's Frank Ross's fault. The offense not being ready to go. By the way, quit calling timeouts to save 5 yards. I don't know. Like, of all the analytics, quit doing it. It ain't worth it.
Oh, you're talking about on the punt?
No.
Because the punt
that's an automatic first down. Yes, do that. You have to. Look, it's 1st and goal from the 12.
Oh, yeah.
Our 1st and 10 from the 12. Just take the 5-yard penalty.
Yeah.
You're adding 5 yards to C.J. Stroud. You're leaving your timeout. I know it sucks.
Mm-hmm.
5 yards ain't worth a timeout. Of all the analytics, it ain't worth a timeout.
I'm talking about Doug Peterson at the end of the first half going for it.
Should have kicked a field goal.
Absolutely.
You go up 2 possessions right there.
And you get the ball.
And then his dumbass was talking to the sideline reporter, and he said, well, it's a win-win there because you get the ball back. No, it's not.
It's a two-possession
win-win.
game.
It's only a win-win.
I heard them say that. I did not understand that.
It's only a win-win if you take the points and then get the ball.
Yes.
No, it's not a win-win if you go for it.
That's what I'm talking about.
That's a have to execute and then win. A win-win.
You gave up 3 points.
Yes.
You charge it to the game and say, and by the way, the Texans had already missed a field goal.
Yeah.
So you're going up by a touchdown and a field goal.
It's a 6
and they have kicker issues.
That's what I'm saying. I would have torched him.
Yeah.
Because that's a 6-point swing. You turn it into a 2-possession game, and you get the ball back.
I also wouldn't have kicked it at 55-yarder. I know that your kicker's good.
He's really good.
Yeah, he's good. But I also McManus wouldn't have kicked a 55-yarder.
But I'd have torched his ass for that.
Yeah, you got to take the points there.
Yeah. That baby boy TD celebration.
Pretty good.
It's got to go. I had to Google it, and I know I'm not alone. It took too long.
Pretty good, man.
It took like
Have you seen the movie Baby Boy?
No, but I Googled it.
That's probably why.
No, I saw the scene.
Dude, it was appreciation, man.
I saw the scene.
CJ appreciating the movie, man.
I got to disagree. It took like a minute to line them all up, and then he did his little skit, and then he slept. By the way,
good.
Titus Howard, give him an Oscar for that. That was pretty good.
That was
Fan. Yeah, give Fan an Oscar for that. Yeah. But yeah, that's got to go. Couple more real quick here. Stingley was terrific.
Yeah, he's great. He's playing
This is
awesome.
2 games in a row.
Even on that, and I want to make this clear. Even on that penalty where Petrie clearly grabbed.
Mm-hmm.
Not very many corners have the ball instincts to be able to make that play. So that doesn't take away from how impressive that was by Derek Stingley.
Time to cue up the old, not literally Figgy, the old Adam Sandler Waterboy bit. Trevor Lawrence made Tavir Thomas his bitch.
Man.
He made him his B, man. All day long. All day long. It was bad. It was really, really, really bad. Give kudos to Trevor Lawrence and their offense and all that, et cetera.
What does Tavir Thomas have in common with?
Oh man,
a turkey.
What?
They both get cooked on Thanksgiving weekend.
Last one,
man.
Feel free.
I felt sorry for Tavir Thomas.
It was ugly.
I was like, man,
it was ugly, man.
This is pretty sad.
It's like to the point where get somebody else in there, man. I mean, seriously, just to save his pride.
God.
Last one. Feel free to criticize Bobby Slowick, and we're going to get back to this. That you either pass the ball on 3rd down or 4th down, not both. If you're going, because you know you're going to go for it in 4th down.
Well, apparently Devin Singletary doesn't exist anymore when Dameon Pierce is there.
But I get the 3rd down, let's throw the ball here because we're going to run the ball anyway on 4th down. We're going to go for it on 4th down. The old thinking in advance thing. You don't throw the ball twice, and much less deep balls. I don't know what Bobby Slowick, that was not his best moment by any stretch.
Coming up, on to the wild card, though. We had division hopes around here. Now it's on to the wild card, and it's going to be a wild ride, and it ain't as bad as you think. That's next.
All right, guys.
We're making the stories from outside the loop matter to you. This is Localize It.
Don't you know I'm local?
You're in the loop on Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
All right, so on to the wild card. We will no longer look at the division. Let's hear from DeMeco Ryans before we lay out this wild card race that's going to be wild, and it also might be in the Texans' favor. Here was DeMeco Ryans talking about the state of the team with 6 games remaining in this.
Don't have to prevent anything. Guys just have to come to work. Like I told them, we're close there for this game. It's how you respond is how you come back to work throughout the week. No magic that's just going to happen. Nobody's going to show up and help. It's just about our guys just stepping up and executing in the moment. And that's the message to our guys.
All right, so there you go. There's the message. Here's the task ahead for the Houston Texans. You're sitting at 6-5. Right now, you're the 8th seed. 7 seed gets in. So you're right on the outside of the playoff picture. The 5 seed right now is the Pittsburgh Steelers. They're 7-4. They're 1 game ahead of you. You've already beaten Pittsburgh. I don't think that I think Pittsburgh is fool's gold, 7-4. Okay, whatever.
They're getting it done,
We'll see how that goes. They are getting it done. Then you have the 6 seed, the 7-4 Cleveland Browns. Oh, by the way, you play the Cleveland Browns Christmas Eve without Deshaun Watson. And oh, by the way, this is the other thing. The week after, you have Deshaun out for the season. You have Joe Burrow out for the season, who you'll be competing with for that wild card. Myles Garrett's in a sling.
Yeah.
That's a big deal. That's a bigger deal than Deshaun Watson. Myles Garrett, maybe they might be in outside MVP consideration, but Myles Garrett in a sling, kind of a big deal.
I think he was in MVP consideration going into yesterday. He just wasn't himself yesterday. I don't know how much of that game y'all saw, but he was not himself. So there's the 2.
There's the 2.
I think the Browns game now, after the Jacksonville game, is the most important game of the year.
Denver's coming to town, too. And
I'll get to that.
The team right now, you have the exact same record as, and oh, by the way, you get to face them, the Indianapolis Colts. By the way, we would be hard-pressed if we didn't credit Shane Steichen for the job he's doing. Might be the most under-the-radar good job that nobody's really talking about. The fact that Indianapolis is sitting at 6-5 with Gardner Minshew at quarterback, Shane Steichen doing what he's doing. But from a Texans perspective, you've already beat Pittsburgh, you play Cleveland, you got Indianapolis, and you have the same record as the Colts, and you're 1 game behind the previously 2 mentioned teams.
I want to get into Shane Steichen and maybe even the coach that we're going to face on Sunday tomorrow, because I think there's a big story there. I really do. So maybe we can do that tomorrow. But the Indianapolis Colts have by ESPN stats and information, the easiest schedule left in the NFL. So there's that. They've got the Titans, the Bengals with no Burrow, Steelers at home, Falcons, Raiders at
That's
home.
good because you got the Titans. You got the Colts taking on the Steelers, 2 teams in front of you. So that's a win-win if you get in.
But it could be if the Steelers are bumped out. But the Colts have the easiest schedule left according to ESPN stats and info. So that's something to keep an eye on.
But you control your own destiny right now. If you're the Texans, you control your own destiny, and you face a bunch of these teams. Now the Texans are tied with Denver. Both of these teams are 6-5. Who comes to town this week? The Texans. They open as a 3-point favorite against the Denver Broncos. So you can gain some ground there. And then Buffalo's at 6-6. You mentioned the easy schedule for the Colts.
Oh boy.
You want to hear Buffalo's remaining schedule? They're a game back of the Texans. You seen this, Figgy?
They have a bye in the Chiefs.
Bye.
Yeah.
They got a bye. Buffalo's got a bye. They're 6-6 right now. They're behind the Texans. Let me lay out this schedule who they got. At the Chiefs, the Cowboys, at the Chargers, Patriots, and then at the Dolphins.
Yeah, that ain't gonna be. They might not make it.
And then you have Cincinnati at 5-6. They have no Joe Burrow. Las Vegas fell down to 5-7, and the Chargers, they're as good as dead. So the wild card race is very, very interesting. You've already beat Cincinnati. You've got Denver this week where you can gain some ground on them. Indianapolis and Pittsburgh, they play each other. And then you got Cleveland on Christmas. So on to the wild card, and you're in a good situation right now if you're the Texans. Now, you got to beat Denver. If you beat Denver, it becomes kind of an uphill battle. But
if you lose to Denver.
I lose to Denver. Yeah. If you beat Denver, then you're feeling pretty good about yourself. But it's right there in front of you. The Texans have an opportunity to make the playoffs.
It's definitely in play, and it's definitely the goal now. Jacksonville, they flexed a little bit just overall. I'm not talking about Trevor Lawrence in particular. Just the team seemed to flex a little bit. They showed
felt like they needed that.
They needed that. They lost 11 out of 12 to the Texans going into yesterday's game. So I think the Jaguars are already 2-game lead, split the series. They're going to win the division.
Can I tell you what I want?
Tell me what you want, what you really, really want.
I want the trilogy, Texans versus Jags in the first round. I don't know how it happens. It happens very often. We saw it with the Texans and the Colts in 2018. I want Texans versus Jags. Whatever it takes. I want Jacksonville in the first round of the playoffs.
And it would be in Jacksonville.
Rematch in Jacksonville. Texans versus Jags.
Yeah.
That's what I want. I want this rivalry to start off in style, and there's actually a pretty good chance that this happens.
Yeah.
There's actually a pretty good chance that this happens with the layout. I want Jacksonville.
It would elevate.
That's what I want.
It would elevate the rivalry. It would elevate Trevor Lawrence versus C.J. Stroud. It would be just a hell of a good game to watch. I'm with you.
Give me that.
Give me that too.
Give me the Jags. So we'll see what happens, but the Texans got the Broncos coming to town, and they open as a 3-point favorite. On the text line, 281 says Texans. Vegas has Texans -3 versus Broncos. That blows my mind. Really?
Sounds about right.
Blows your mind.
Yeah.
Go bet on
maybe it's a slight surprise.
Yeah, go take the Broncos then. I don't look at that as like
bet on it.
If it blows
bet
your
on
mind.
it. Yeah.
So yeah, give me Texans Jags Volume 3. That's what I'm rooting for. That's the layout of the wild card. Here on In the Loop on Reaction Monday, Sports Radio 610. Coming up, Trevor Lawrence versus C.J. Stroud. We're going to hear from the two men featured in the top matchup in Texans' loss yesterday, plus the matchups that we aren't talking about enough, including one that was a highly paid ass whooping. It's next.
The Texans took a tough loss. It's Reaction Monday, presented by Shoppers John Deere on Sports Radio 610. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
All right, we'll hear from C.J. Stroud in a sec. Also hear Trevor Lawrence, what he had to say. And we'll talk about the matchups that don't get enough attention. I feel C.J. was the better quarterback yesterday. Did Trevor Lawrence play good? Sure. He was good. Probably the best he's been all year. But the numbers were a little bit inflated. You had the 40-yard screen that Jim Abbott could have thrown right-handed. You had the tight end screen that went 40 yards. He had 4 pass plays for 40 yards, one of which the Christian Kirk was a dime. Also threw a dime to Calvin Ridley that got dropped, if I'm being fair. But I think C.J. Stroud had to make things happen. I think a lot of it was laid out pretty smoothly for Trevor Lawrence, in large part because the Texans can't guard intermediate routes. They haven't been able to do that really at a high season long. And I thought CJ was the better quarterback. Trevor was good, but I thought CJ was the better quarterback.
He had to do more. It's as simple as that for me. I mean, I hadn't thought of this analogy, but you brought it up in the first segment. He looked like Deshaun Watson saving asses out there.
Yeah.
And
Deshaun saves all butts type of performance.
Yeah, and that's why I thought he was better. I also thought he was better because he made his receivers catch the ball, find some space and catch the ball. They had a rough day getting open, but he danced around and reversed his field and did enough. No, I agree with you. I think he was the better quarterback, but Trevor Lawrence, let's not say too much about it. You know, he was helped a little bit. He threw some really accurate, really nice balls.
He was fine. I thought it was appropriate. I thought it was very appropriate.
Yeah.
That Derek Carr was the last quarterback to have 4 40-plus yard passes. I think it was like in 2020 or something. Because I think that's better company for Trevor Lawrence. I think he belongs in Derek Carr company more so than the Peyton Manning, John Elway montage that was playing as he was in the draft. He's a fine quarterback.
Yeah.
I don't think he's as good as C.J. Stroud, and that's I just don't. And I don't think that yesterday he was better than C.J.
I agree, and that doesn't mean he's not going to be flirting with elite if he can continue what he's doing now.
Let's hear what Trevor Lawrence had to say about this. So Texans, Jags, it seems like it's set up to be the 2 cream of the crop teams in the AFC South. Hell, I hope we see this matchup again in the playoffs. Here's Trevor Lawrence talking about the state of the AFC. How he feels about the excitement of facing C.J. Stroud and the Texans in the near future, and maybe even in the future further along.
You know, I want the teams in our division to be as bad as possible. So, no, I'm not. That's how I see it. And the way they're playing, it's exciting, yes. There's going to be I'm sure some great matchups down the road. And CJ's he's playing lights out. He's doing a great job. I mean, to be a rookie and to play how he is, I got a lot of respect for him. I know how hard it is. I've been in that position. So he's doing a great job, and it's going to be fun for years to come. But no, I mean, I wouldn't prefer that. I'd prefer if, the guys in our division didn't have good quarterbacks. It'd be better for us. But he's doing a heck of a job, and just going to keep getting better. He's still obviously young and a rookie, and to be playing how he is now, it's impressive. It's impressive to watch, and it's going to be fun.
All right, there you go. It's going to be fun. Okay. Yeah, we'll see. I want to play this team so bad again. Like, I just want to see this matchup. I just want it to lay out. I want a nice rivalry.
They so beatable, man.
Well,
they don't scare me at all.
I will say this though: they probably had some moments where it shouldn't have been as close as it was.
That's what I'm
for
saying.
Jacksonville, like at the 1 yard line, kicked the field goal. Calvin Ridley drops the pass. That would have made it a 10-point game instead of that. Like Calvin Ridley, that was perfect. That was the best throw that Trevor Lawrence made all day.
And he made one on the sideline that I was like, ooh. That would look
but
like
see, that always been Jacksonville, though, man.
And the penalty on Petrie, and I know there were some penalties on Tavierre Thomas that we're arguing about. I mean, that's midfield. You giving it to him at midfield.
Yeah.
I think if we're being fair, and we always want to be, if I'm looking at it from the Jags POV, and actually, if I'm looking at it from
any POV,
Jacksonville should probably be telling themselves, "Man, we left a lot of meat on the bone."
Absolutely, but see, here's the thing. Figgy said Jacksonville's always been that way, and they have. You're not wrong, but I thought their elite players really showed up, and the other thing that I don't know if you want this or not. I want Trevor Lawrence to be really, really good.
I don't.
I do. I love these types of plays, these types of divisional 6, 8, 10 years of these two quarterbacks kind of owning the division and going at it.
Yeah, I don't. I kind of got the Trevor Lawrence.
You're like Trevor Lawrence. I want them all to stink.
I want them to stink. I absolutely do. We've been through a little bit too much bad football for that to happen. But it just depends how you look at it. Let's hear from C.J. Stroud. C.J. Stroud, quarterback of the Texans. We'll hear from him. And then there's some other matchups that I think deserve a lot of attention. They're not as, for lack of a better term, sexy as the quarterback talk. But there are some guys that need to be showcased on Reaction Monday, some of which make a lot more money than others. Here is C.J. Stroud after the Texans lost yesterday.
We got to be cleaner, execute better. First half, I felt like we came out second half, moved the ball pretty well. But we gotta play complementary football, offense and defense. We gotta help each other out. So it's a great one to learn from. But no, you don't want to lose a close game like that. And it's tough to put it all on the kicker's hand and everything. I think Matt has done a great job, and we got to put him in better situations. Maybe get closer, or even go try to score a touchdown and win the game. So a lot of different things that could happen and play out a different way.
Years past, a loss at this point is kind of another loss. Right now, this loss hurts. What does that say about this team going forward, that this does hurt at this stage of the season?
It's a long season, man. I don't think it hurts us like that. Like, of course, yeah, divisional, you want to win the game, and pretty significant, man. It's about a mindset, though. Like, what we gonna do? Not play no more? Like, we gonna just tuck our tail and not play hard? Like, nah, I don't really believe in that type of mindset. I'm going out there every play, every game, trying to win. So I don't really think that our season's over at all. It's a long year. We have 6 more games to play, 7 more games to play. Like, it's a lot more football left, and you can see the trajectory we're on. We're taking strides, but we got to play complementary football. We got to play for the offense. We got to help the defense. Defense got to help the offense, and special teams have to do their job too. So there's a lot of things we can learn from, but I think we're at where we're at, and the sky's the limit still. There's no confidence taken away in this loss. We're going to learn from it. We're going to get better. And we'll go get a dub.
You had a couple of impressive plays where you're extending the play, escaping the rush. You also had a couple of impressive scrambles. How do you balance that in your mind? Obviously, things are probably moving a million miles per hour in the moment, but you've done a pretty good job of determining what to run, determining what to throw the football on the field.
Appreciate that. Yeah, I try to do my best to keep my O-line honest, move in the pocket really well. And when it's time to scramble and get some yards, try to go get some yards. And feel like I try to do that as much as possible today. Got a couple good runs, but at times, sometimes I don't need to scramble. But it's tough when they're towards the end, especially they're dropping 8, rushing 3, and they're really covering a lot of the zones, taking away some of the short stuff and backing up. So we take away the deep stuff. So my job is to try to make a play, and I feel like I did that as many times as I could. Credit to those guys in Jacksonville. It's a great team. They have a great defense from D-line all the way to DBs to the backers, communicate very well. And, I mean, at the end of the day, we got to lick our chops and lick our wounds and understand, like, it is what it is, and we got to be better. So I got to go out there and make some more plays on my end. And but this isn't the end. We'll be better.
CJ, felt like there was more scrambling, more running, more escaping from you today. How much of that was built-in game plan stuff? How much of it was the pressure, and how much of it was just situational? Really, all three. It's a players' league. I got to go out there and make plays, and sometimes when it's not there on the field, sometimes they get you. Like, they're in the NFL too. I mean, they get paid, and they cover us up pretty well, and it's my job to extend the play. I think we did a good job in scramble drill. I know towards the back end we were a little tired out there, so we weren't really moving well. And I feel like we can definitely be better at scramble drill. Got to work on some things but the off-schedule stuff isn't always coached. It's kind of like just go out there and play and make a play. Don't make a bad play worse, or go out there and just have fun. That's how I think about it. I mean, I'm going out there with my guy, my brothers, and we're going to go play ball like we're playing in the backyard when things don't go as planned. So some of it is planned, some of it's not, but I feel like we took strides in that area today, and that's something you see around the league, from Mahomes to Burrow to Josh Allen to really all over the league. Those guys do really well in scramble drill. I think we took a step to that today. Week after week, you continue to show up, play at a high level, and produce with your squad.
It's a blessing, man. I mean, I honestly, like, for me, everything always goes back to my faith, my family. Like, they give me a lot of freedom and to really hone in on my job. And this isn't college, like, this is a job. Like, I was talking to Brady on the podcast, and he had a great word of advice from me. It's just like, man, this is your job. Like, people depending on you. And I've luckily had that blessing on my life since I've been young. And I feel like it's been a blessing just to work hard every week. I wake up every day like, man, I'm in the NFL. Like, man, this is a blessing. Like, I know we lost today, and I'm up here smiling, man, because I really, like, I'm living my dream. And it's not always going to be perfect. God never said it was going to be, but at the end of the day, like, I know that he wouldn't put nothing on me that I can't handle or this team can't handle. So it's been a blessing to come out here and work hard and really see, like, the city of Houston. Like, me and my mom got to give back for Thanksgiving, and, like, there's hope in the city. And I'm not saying it's just the Texans or anything like that, but, like, that means something to these people. And that's what it's really about. It's not about me and breaking records. That stuff will come if it comes, but it's really about helping people and sending hope and inspiring people. So appreciate y'all. God bless.
There you go. It's C.J. Stroud after the loss. Obviously, we focus a lot on the quarterbacks. C.J., good effort. Seemed like he was having to do a lot more. But there are other matchups, I think, that maybe don't matter as much, but they mattered a hell of a lot. And Josh Allen, that was a mismatch. Mm-hmm. I mean, Laremy Tunsil got completely punked. Josh Allen had a career-high 12 pressures, including 8 against Laremy Tunsil. And this was Tunsil's first game over the last 6 seasons when he allowed more than 4 pressures to a single defender. So I don't know if he just ate some extra turkey. I don't know if there was something else going on, but this was a very piss-poor performance by Laremy Tunsil and Josh Allen, arguably the best player on the field for the Jags.
Look, if your strength is going to be pass protection, then it always has to be, and your weakness is you're clearly going to be rush blocking. You can't fail. You can't fail in pass blocking.
Yeah, if you're one-dimensional.
Yeah. You've got to be consistently protecting the quarterback. Even if there are other issues elsewhere on the offensive line, if you're like, well, he's a great pass blocker, then you got to stay great. You have to. I mean, there's no excuse for Laremy Tunsil today. That was a stud he was facing. Don't get me wrong. That was an absolute. I think he's got 12 sacks already this year. But you can't. I mean, if your strength is not going to be run blocking, you got to be consistent pass blocking.
Matchup number 2. Will Anderson versus Air.
Mm-hmm.
They lost their starting left tackle at the start of the game, Cam Robinson. He had a towel over his head and he was crying.
Mm-hmm.
Will Anderson, might have been Thanksgiving weekend. He damn sure didn't eat.
Why do you do this, man?
Landry came back with all kinds of analogies.
Man.
Landry came back with all kinds of analogies.
No, it wasn't a big man. You make it seem, man.
Hey, all I'll say is this. Hey, you know what they said? You know what they should have said to Will Anderson after the game?
What's that?
Hey, go get you a plate.
Get something to eat,
Go
man.
get you a plate. Get something in your belly.
Stop it, man.
Landry spent all 9 hours of his drive coming up with analogies.
Man.
I mean, I don't understand how there is no pressure of Trevor Lawrence. I don't think sacks are the end-all, be-all, but there was no pressure on Trevor Lawrence. Meanwhile, your high-paid left tackle's getting smacked. Stuff happens.
Yeah.
But damn. I mean, what can you do?
It wasn't great. And when Walker Little got in there, and Walker Little, he's a fourth-year guy. He's been around a little bit, but he's not a stud by any stretch. He's not Cam Robinson. You know, you had to have been able to. And the other part of this is the defense, the defensive play calling has to take advantage of that. And they didn't, bring anything creative at all.
Yeah. Be able to pressure with 4.
Yeah.
Only thing that got cooked more than turkey this weekend.
I know what you're about to say.
Tavier Thomas.
Yep.
Goodness gracious. Next matchup, Tavier Thomas versus whoever. This was not a matter of we're going to take advantage of this matchup. This was a matter of this was literally where is number 4? Let's pick on him. And Jacksonville did that. And that's where they kind of took control of the game.
Of course it was. It was Adam Sandler. I mean,
the water boy. There's my bit.
Yeah. It was Adam Sandler. There he is. There he is. Yeah. Center Fritz is wide open. Receiver.
And thank God he pushed Christian Kirk out at the 1.
Yeah.
I mean, good hustle.
Yeah.
Good hustle, but man, he was getting cooked.
He was getting cooked.
He was getting absolutely
deep fried. Like my 2 turkeys this weekend.
Crazy. He was getting absolutely worked.
Mm-hmm.
Next matchup, Doug Peterson versus DeMeco Ryans. I don't know that you can blame DeMeco for 12 men being on the field on special teams. Matter of fact, he kind of saved it. He kind of saved the day calling the timeout. That's Frank Ross's job. Frank Ross can't have 12 men on the field, especially in that situation after your defense forces a punt. Also, Bobby Slowick, I don't know why teams still insist on calling timeouts to save 5 yards. I just don't think the value matches up. But substitution issues forced the Texans early in the second half to call a timeout. On the other hand, though, I don't think Doug Peterson was worth a damn. He didn't take the points at the end of the first half when he could have had a 2-possession lead.
That was a huge mistake.
I don't think I would have kicked the 55-yard field goal with 7 minutes remaining. That could go either way. Doug Peterson wasn't quite like anything to write home about.
His play calling was strong in the second half, in the third quarter in particular. But those 2 plays, I think, trumped that. I would have been nuts if I was a Jacksonville guy and they lost this game over what happened at the end of the first half. I thought that was inexcusable.
That was a really crazy stat. Jacksonville, before they converted that 3rd and 11, which led to their first field goal to take a 3-0 lead, they were 3 of 41 on 3rd or 4th and 8+.
Yeah.
So they're worst in the league on 3rd down. They were 3 of 41. And there were a couple of plays in the first half where they literally just conceded. It was 3rd and 10, and they were just throwing it behind the line of scrimmage to Etienne.
Flare.
Yeah, just a little flare there.
Yeah.
That was.
I thought he was good in the second half.
Yeah,
I thought Doug Peterson had a good bag going. Yeah,
you can't dispute with what they had going, taking advantage of Thomas, all that.
Yeah, no, that was a huge. So he gets a lot of points for that. But those 2, the field goal, I didn't have as big a problem as you. They have I think he'd made 18 in a row at that point, McManus. Field goals.
It's just risk reward.
And he has the leg.
It's just the risk reward for me where.
Yeah.
And even then, you can maybe make a case that the Texans would have actually gotten a break if he would have made that field goal because you're down. You need 2 touchdowns instead of a touchdown and a field goal. So maybe you're playing for that. Now, you're not as close. I wouldn't have done it. I said it initially, but hey, he did it, and they figured it out. And that's the thing Jacksonville's saying. Texans fans are saying, man, we were I don't know where we're getting this foot away. Like, it has to be, like, you have to kick it higher, too.
Yes.
Like, it's not just a yard. Like, you can be a yard short, but when you have to kick it higher to clear, then
it's going to be shorter.
Yeah, it's going to be shorter. So if you kick it higher, it's shorter. The guy's never made a 50-yard field goal, and that's something that he's never done. 55. He's done that before.
Yeah. Nobody's talking about on the final kick obviously by Amendola. I thought the refs spotted the ball at least a half yard, maybe longer, shorter than who caught the ball right to set up the field goal. Was it Tank? Anyway, they caught the Texans caught the ball. I thought the spot was about 3/4 of a yard behind where he caught the ball. Maybe that 3/4 of a yard made a difference.
You think they need to have kicking tryouts this week?
Yes. Here's the thing.
That was my confession on Monday. I said I'm worried about not having Fairbairn in this game.
Here's a preview.
I'm over this guy.
Here's a preview to one of my confessions for later in the show.
This guy out of here.
I'm not mad at Matt Amendola for missing that last field goal.
I'm mad at him for missing the 50.
Thank you. That's the one.
And not even close.
Yeah, that's the one that I'm mad about. The 58-yarder, 56, whatever it was.
Yeah,
I'm not mad at him for that.
I think they should have gone for it there.
Yeah. The other one, though, you got to make that kick. Maybe GQ has an opening for him. He can get a job over at GQ.
Maybe the XFL comes back coming up. All right, so we got a lot of people talking about this on the text line. We'll address it. Where does officiating rank amongst the reasons why the Texans lost that game? We will cuss and discuss. We want to hear from you. 713-572-4610. Reaction Monday continues next. First.
Reaction Monday, presented by Shoppers John Deere on Sports Radio 610. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
All right, where's officiating on our list of reasons that the Texans took the L yesterday? Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you. Where are we at on that? Where are we? What, is it at the top? A lot of people on the text line. Shout out to the loopholes. If you listen, you are one.
No.
Sorry to offend you. They think it's right at the top.
I'm offended.
Texans got screwed. Well, where is it on your list?
If I had to go like 1, 2, 3, 4, I would say 3 or 4 without really giving it a whole lot of thought. Number one, it's hard to admit this because we're so high on this team and we know that they've played well. The Jaguars had a better, deeper roster. They're elite players. They left a lot of points on the board. They were sorry. It hurts me too. It hurts me as much as it hurts you. They were a better team. The Texans, to their credit, and specifically C.J. Stroud's credit, had a chance to tie and then maybe win the game. But Jacksonville was a better team. It's hard to admit. They were a better team yesterday.
I think if you challenged me, I think I could give 10 reasons ahead of officiating for the Texans. I don't want to put this.
My number 2 reason
I could give you probably 10.
Would be one of yours, and that is you got worked on both sides of the ball in the trenches.
Yes.
Both sides. Like
yes.
Your offensive line was abysmal, especially at left tackle, which you should be able to count on Laramie Tunsil to protect the quarterback. And what did you say? He gave 12 pressures?
12 pressures,
8 by him.
to Josh Allen.
Yeah, 8 to Josh Allen. And then defensively, what was Jonathan Grenard doing, in that game when Walker Little came in? What was Will Anderson doing? The run defense was okay, but the linebackers were not what we've gotten. They got worked in the trenches. Number 3, you want to say officials and referees, okay. There were some bad calls. I think the Tank
I think the Texans benefited from the biggest one.
They might have. That's where I was going.
The Petrie.
I think the Tank Dell catch was a catch. No catch was a catch. I think the Tank Dell 62-yarder, which might have been the biggest call of the game, at least to that point.
Cost me my fantasy game.
Dude, I looked and looked and looked.
The referee's getting a letter.
I looked and looked and looked. In fact, I pulled
strongly worded.
I pulled one of those film guide things. I got home from the game and I went specifically to that play to try to find it again.
Yeah. Oh, you watched the tape?
Just that one play. Just one play.
8 times. 8 times.
Just one play. So, yes, the Texans got screwed on calls. But you know who was complaining just as much as the Texans about the officials?
The Jags.
The Jags.
So I'll give you 10 reasons ahead of the officiating for the Texans.
I got to hear this.
I think I can do this.
I got to hear this.
All right, number 1, in no particular order, just ahead of the officiating, okay? Number 1, Laramie Tunsil got his ass kicked by Josh Allen.
Mm-hmm.
Number 2, the Texans couldn't pressure the quarterback. Number 3, Kayami Fairbairn was out. So you did not have your normal everyday kicker. Number 4, Jimmy Ward was out. The importance of Jimmy Ward is very, very. I mean, it limits a lot of things. So number 4, Jimmy Ward was out. Number 5, Bobby Slowick. For some reason, he decided that Devin Singletary couldn't do a damn thing after rushing for 100 yards on multiple games and being AFC Offensive Player of the Week. He got 6 carries compared to Dameon Pierce 5.
Yeah.
So that's number 5. Number 6.
Wide receivers. They couldn't get open, man.
Dalton Schultz.
And Dalton Schultz.
I mean, maybe he needed to stay in and help Laramie Tunsil. Dalton Schultz, not a factor. That's number 6. Number 7, Tavier Thomas.
Mm-hmm.
Goodness gracious, man. What in the hell were you doing out there? That was bad. So I'm already at 8. Number 9, maybe we can get to officiating at 9. Maybe. But that's 8. That's 8 that I can say 100% that I feel like we're more responsible for this loss than what we just mentioned.
And you didn't mention the 2 that I did. The trenches were well, you did 1.
Yeah.
And I thought that they just were a better squad, man. They were a better squad yesterday, and it showed.
The most discouraging thing for me, if we're just talking like long term, the most discouraging thing for me is, number 9, DeMeco Ryans decided to kick a field goal with a guy who's never made a 50-yarder instead of giving C.J. Stroud a chance.
Mm-hmm.
12 plays over 12 yards, and there was an 11-yard scramble.
Mm-hmm.
Quit talking about how close it was. It wasn't as close as we're talking about. It's not a distance thing. He's got to kick it higher. The higher he kicks it, the further it goes down. It might have bounced up. It might have bounced down. It wasn't that close.
It was at least a yard or two.
I thought that was a bad decision.
That he would need more leg.
Thought that was a really bad decision by DeMeco. Really, really bad.
I get it.
But this offensive line, what you have invested in it, like we can look at the corners and we can look at the D-line and we can look at the linebackers and say, well, you're going to have to invest more here. But the fact that you have Laramie Tunsil, Shaq Mason, and Titus Howard, I know he got hurt. He was getting his ass kicked before. But the fact that you have all that invested, you got to get some return on investment because it's going to start mattering a lot more once those extensions kick in and once those resources prevent you from addressing other resources. That the offensive line not being very good, not good. That's rough. And I know Laramie's been good for the most part this year. By the way, when does he have media availability? I'm not trying to call out PR or anything like that. When does he speak? I'm serious. I haven't heard him talk all year.
That's right.
No, there's no there. Like, I know that the people that go interview him are scared because they want to carry his water and they don't want to like say anything and they don't want to rub them the wrong way. And PR is good to us. When is Laramie Tunsil available? Like, give me some sort of availability. He's the highest paid guy on the team. When can I hear quotes so I can tell Bajani or someone that's there? When do I hear from Laramie Tunsil? Does he just get to sit there and throw a dip on his lip and not talk?
Yeah.
When do I hear from him?
It's a good question.
I'm serious. I'm asking.
Highest paid player.
I mean, one of the faces of it. Like, when's it happen? Just let me know. 7135. Shoot me a text. Cuss me out. Say what you want to say. Just let me know when this happens. 713-572-4610. Because you know what? I heard that locker room was a ghost town yesterday. Mm-hmm. There were a lot of guys that got to dip right out of there, some of which played bad. Tavier Thomas, man, he's holding the door open for you when he plays good.
He is.
Who wants to talk to me?
Yeah.
He wasn't there.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know if they just wanted to avoid it or anything. I think there were like 15 guys I heard when they went in the locker room that were available. Where's the accountability?
No, that's a great point. Yeah, the accountability has to be there, win or lose, and we've all been high on the Texans, and this guy and that guy are playing out, but you got to be there when they lose. Here's one more thought on the quote, refs blew the game. When it's a series of bad calls like that, I don't think it's and especially on both sides like it was yesterday, I don't think it's as bad as when one call in a key moment at the end of the game determines the outcome. Like Dez caught it. Like the pass interference that wasn't called on the Rams against the Saints in the playoffs. Those are bigger. The refs cost me the game than just a series of bad calls on both sides. So I can't sign up for that. There were some horrible calls. It was bad. There were some horrible spots, like the spotting the ball. I mentioned the kicking, the final kick. But there were some other places where I thought the spots were off. Yes, it was bad, but it was the Jags. It was the Texans. It wasn't like one call at the end of the game was like, man, he blew that and that cost the game. It wasn't that at all, No,
there's a lot of things, and I hope we get a trilogy of this. I hope there's a rematch between the Texans and the Jags because this is going to be an interesting little back and forth. I still don't think the Jags are an elite team. I'll tell you this though, if they had Aiden Hutchinson, they'd be the Super Bowl favorite.
Mm-hmm. With that rush,
yeah. If they had Aiden Hutchinson instead of Travon Walker, they would be a Super Bowl favorite.
Yeah.
They don't. Mm-hmm. They got Josh Allen, who's pretty damn good. But if they had Aiden Hutchinson on the other
just
side,
imagine Josh Allen and Aiden.
Yeah, it'd be over. Yeah, it'd be done. They made that mistake. Goodness gracious. But is what it is. Speaking of mistakes, hirings, firings, losses, we got it all. The hits are beyond lit on Reaction Monday. We got a lot to get into.
Shop us John Deere on Sports Radio 610. Live from the Twin Peaks studios, here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
The hits are too lit.
Playing all the hits. These are the hot stories of the day. You're listening to In the Loop with Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
Trevor Lawrence versus C.J. Stroud. This volume goes to Trevor Lawrence. Jags topped the Texans 24-21. Tweet in the AFC South. However, Trevor Lawrence still pretty impressed with all C.J. Stroud had to do, specifically with his legs.
I've never seen a guy scramble that much in one game. He's just getting around, finding a way to avoid rushers. It seemed like we had good rush, the whole game, and he just kept finding lanes and kept extending plays. And I'm sure as a DB, that's like the worst thing is when you're covering for like 5 seconds because he's extending plays and scrambling around. So, they did a great job offensively of being able to do that and extend plays. But then, our pass rush really stepped up at the end of the game and got some huge sacks.
He's not wrong. That was a C.J. Stroud game right there from the very start, and they worked the Texans' offensive line.
Big time.
Big time.
Elsewhere in the NFL, the big news of the day, Frank Reich, one and done at Carolina. He is fired. Bryce Young in his second season will be playing for his second head coach, third if you count the interim. So Frank Reich, one and done. I know it's obvious that Carolina is kind of a rough situation with Dave Tepper, and yesterday, the big news was he left the locker room screaming out F-bombs.
Mm-hmm.
I think this is a good decision by him, though, because when you know. More times than not, when it comes to a coach, if you're stuck. We knew it with O'Brien probably 2 years after he ended up leaving, that you had reached, it was going as good as it was going to possibly go. What were we saying about Brandon Staley after last year after they melted down against the Jags? Why are they bringing this guy back? Are they going to bring in Sean Payton? They brought him back. They wasted a season.
They did.
So when you have the number one overall pick in Bryce Young, it's clear that Frank Reich, who I think he's changed play calling, he changed the play caller 3 times this year. When it's clear it's not working, I think it's good if you can afford it to just cut bait. So I actually think this is a good decision after a bad decision by Carolina.
I don't know, good, bad, indifferent, whatever. All I know is I still think it's a Dave Tepper problem. He's got quite the track record with firing coaches. This one only lasted 11 games. It didn't work. You're right. But is that Frank Reich's problem? I don't think so. I think that's a Dave Tepper problem, and there's a track record for it, And people are out there saying, hey, there's only 32 of these jobs. Someone will get that job. Yeah, someone's going to take that job, but is it going to be someone who might have other options, somewhere or a better pedigree down the road with Dave Tepper as the owner? I don't know, man. I think he's a big, big problem. It didn't work. You're right. But I don't think that's necessarily Frank Reich's problem.
Yes, he had issue with the ownership. He mentioned the ownership earlier this year.
Yeah, it's
how
Dave
the meetings
Tepper
went
for me.
fun.
Yeah, that guy is a loon, man. He is
he's a
out
nutcase.
He's
Definitely
a nutcase.
For sure. Speaking of, or not, Dana Holgorsen out at U of H. He has been fired. I think the buyout is $14 million. Dana Holgorsen, after 5 seasons, he is no longer with the U of H Cougars. Jeff Traylor, believed to be among the, goals for the U of H Cougs.
Can I give you one of my confessions right now?
Along with, Willie Fritz.
Yeah, I'll take Willie Fritz.
That's a little more realistic.
That's a little more. Here's the thing with Jeff Traylor.
Uh-oh.
All due respect. All due respect. U of H is a better job than UTSA, all things considered. But is it so much better that Jeff Traylor would take it when he was mentioned with the A&M job? He's going to be mentioned with big time, with Tech, with other big time programs. It's don't ask, don't get.
Yeah.
Go for Jeff Traylor.
Yeah.
But from Jeff Traylor's perspective, would he take one step up when 5 steps up is just like a phone call away?
I'll put it this way: if Steve Sarkisian got fired, and
yes.
he's a long way from that, but Texas would go with Jeff Traylor.
Yes.
And people would be pleased with it. So you got to compare U of H to the other jobs in the state, because I do think he's a coach that wants to coach in the state of Texas. So TCU, SMU, Texas Tech, Baylor, that's kind of where you're looking. And would he want to go to U of H over those schools? maybe your answer is yes.
Maybe
I would say no.
Maybe he'll go with U of H, and UH should be thanking their lucky stars if he does. But
he should be number one on their list. Like, that should be the first phone call you make.
But from his perspective, I'll say it again. He could take one. U of H is a better job, flat out. Don't get me wrong. But it's not so much better.
Sometimes you want to play chess.
Yes, exactly.
Like when Chad Morris decided to leave SMU and go to Arkansas, like if Chad Morris had waited, maybe he gets the A&M job.
Yeah, absolutely.
Maybe he's considered for the Texas job because he would have stayed at SMU and he would have been able to keep doing what he's doing, much like Jeff Traylor's DSA.
Mm-hmm.
So,
and he's going to get a new contract offer.
And the other thing is, even if it's a discussion about UTSA versus U of H, is it so much that you jump instead of the others?
Correct.
That's the issue they're going to have. But Dana Holgerson is gone, and props to him for being able to get the contract he got. I don't know how they did it. I mean, you would have thought that they stole, I don't know, the next big thing from West Virginia. I think West Virginia wanted to get rid of him.
Mm-hmm.
He got a $14 million buyout somehow. Good for him. My God.
Yeah.
Mike Meltzer had an opinion yesterday I thought was funny. Mike was just on it. Like, I'm so sick of him. He said Tillman Fertitta should immediately be having media availability since he had so much to do with the Holgerson hiring. I'm like, dude, what are we doing
why?
right now?
What is he going to sit there and talk about?
Why?
What are we doing right now? Meanwhile, at Texas A&M, I was driving in Panama City, where I spent the holiday, and I saw Stoops appears to be the guy for Texas A&M. Now, I thought, damn, are they going to bring in Bob Stoops?
Oh, man.
Is Bob Stoops going to go to Texas A&M?
Yeah.
Huh? It was his brother out there at Kentucky. However, I slept on it, didn't think much of it. I said, oh, they're going to hire Stoops. Cool. Woke up the next morning and said, Stoops will not be going to Texas A&M. Then you had Billy Lucci of Texags saying that this was the wildest night of covering the Aggies. And then you had the news that Mike Elko from Duke is going to be the coach at Texas A&M. Make some sense of this.
So the backstory, Stu, was the athletic director's call. Took it to the Board of Regents. There was an uproar, not just in terms of fan perspective, but from the Board of Regents too. And they kind of said,
"Can I ask why? Like, what's so bad about Stoops?"
That wasn't their preferred choice.
Okay.
That wasn't their preferred choice.
So Elko was?
Elko was one of them. Also, some others, as everybody reported, et cetera. But Elko was above him. Here's the thing about the Aggie coaching hire. They were never going to win the, quote, press conference with this hire because they fired a $100 million coach or whatever. Had they hired Dabo or Ryan Day, people would have said, "Oh, well, that's just another Jimbo. They're just throwing more money at the problem." Had they hired Stoops, they would say, "What the hell is going on? Why are you settling for that guy?" I'm just telling you the reaction would have been. Had they hired some?
I feel like people were happy with Stoops. Like, I feel like it was getting praised.
Hell no.
No, not Aggie guys.
Yeah.
Not ring wearers.
Yeah.
I'm talking about like college football. Like, analysts thought that Stoops would have been good there.
Maybe, but he was not their first choice, and I think Elko is a better hire, but they can't win the press conference with Elko. Like, the Aggies were never...
That dude ain't winning no press conference.
The Aggies were never going to win the press conference, no matter who they hired. So they went with the guy that has coached there before, that is very much different, very different from Jimbo in terms of, like, he is going to be in these guys' faces, and he is to disciplinarian and all that stuff. So I'm good with the hire, but I said it from the very start. What did I say? I don't care.
You basically said I'm out of the Aggie opinion business after Jimbo.
No, I didn't say that. I said
I'm not going to have opinions on the Aggies after Jimbo. I'm scarred, so I'm just going to sit on the fence. That's what you said.
Never said anything of the kind. What I said was big name, no name, coordinator, head coach, mid-level head coach, not I don't care. Because what I care about is 1, 2, 3, 4 years from now. And if it doesn't work out, get his ass out of here too. Like, I don't care. They just got to win. They just got to go to another level.
Look, surely he's not going to get like some big buyout.
Why not?
I mean,
that's the way it works now everywhere.
What?
And his agent.
Shouldn't he be thankful for getting that opportunity anyway, though?
Man, I ain't giving him no buyout.
He's going to get a big buyout.
No, your buyout's $5 million, buddy.
Well, maybe it'll be $15 million, something like that.
Or take your ass back to Duke.
Yeah, go back to Duke.
I'll tell him that if he doesn't get it done. But what I'm saying is, in the landscape of college football right now, you're going to get a big buyout, no matter who you are.
I think this hire for me, this whole process this Saturday night, it kind of showed me the light.
How so?
Of something.
Mm-hmm.
A&M has accepted the fact they're a basketball school. So they went after Kentucky coach, and then they went after the Duke coach. A&M has finally accepted the fact that they're a basketball school.
They are top 10. They are top 10 in basketball. No, this is like everybody's going to have an opinion. He stinks. He's awesome.
You can't say he stinks.
I'm saying people are going to have the opinion.
Yeah, if someone's like you're like overly impressed with Elko, but who in their right mind is going to have an opinion that he stinks?
Well, I mean, look what he did at Duke, and then he lost his quarterback and all that stuff. No, he could be good. He could be bad. But they were never, ever were they going to win this press conference.
End of the college football regular season, and now we await championship weekend. I say weekend because the best conference championship game arguably is on Friday night.
Yeah.
But we will find out how the CFP is going to unfold. Georgia taking on Alabama after their miraculous win against Auburn. This was going to be one of the upsets of the year.
Mm-hmm.
Alabama sitting there 4th and goal from the 31-yard line. 31-yard line, needing a touchdown to win. Here's what it sounded like on CBS.
That's all it is. But there's a lot of airspace to cover for Milroe. Still looking. Firing. Near corner. It's caught! Touchdown, Alabama! Isaiah Bond!
Every time there's a call, it makes Al Michaels look worse. That's what it sounded like on CBS. Now let's hear the Auburn.
Oh, no.
The Auburn radio call.
Oh, no.
Here we go.
Backfield 4. Jalen Milroe on 4th and goal from the 31. Milroe to throw out of the shotgun with time. Still with time. He looks. He throws to the back of the end zone. It is caught for a touchdown. Isaiah Bond with the catch.
Call, man.
That was actually better than I thought.
That was better than Al Michaels.
Yeah, that was. I mean, that was a fair. But that was a fair call, though.
No,
that was a very fair call.
It was very Vandermeer-esque. Vandermeer will give flowers when due, even though it's killing him inside.
So we have Alabama versus Georgia. I'm going to ask you this. If Alabama wins this, do you put both Alabama and Georgia in? Because Alabama would be a no-brainer if they win. They would have one loss. It would be against Texas. Do you put both Alabama and Georgia in? Keep in mind, Georgia, I know it's the SEC. They've had a couple of decent wins, but it's the East, not the West. So they're not going through the gauntlet that Alabama goes through.
I would. Would you?
No, I would have to put just Bama, and I'd feel real weird about it.
Yeah, I think
because
I
you
would.
can't put. Because I don't think you can put Georgia over Texas if Texas beat Alabama and you didn't, because you would have a true head-to-head comparison.
Yeah.
And I don't even know that Texas deserves to be in. Washington versus Oregon.
Yeah.
Man, I feel like Oregon is the better team. Washington beat them earlier in the year. Is there a scenario in which 2 Pac-12 teams get in? Okay, so the winner of this one is in, though.
The winner of this one is in.
No doubt.
Yes.
Okay, but you don't put.
So the winner of Georgia, Alabama for sure.
So if Oregon beats Washington, which a lot of people think they will, you put them in over Washington and the other loss. Because I thought Dan Lanning kind of wet the bed in that one too.
Yeah. Yeah, and it was like, what a game. I mean, it was an incredible game. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I would do that one for sure, and the winner for sure, I would put Georgia in if they lose.
So you put Georgia in. Georgia, Bama.
That would be 3.
And then the Pac-12. Michigan if they beat Iowa.
Yeah.
Michigan if Iowa. And then you have Texas versus Oklahoma State, Louisville versus FSU. I'm sorry, Florida State.
Forget Florida State.
I'm sorry. I don't care.
All due respect.
That y'all are winning. Y'all are in the ACC, and you don't have your quarterback.
Yeah.
If your quarterback
it's been a good run this year.
If your quarterback were still there, yes, but sorry, Florida State. No mas. The committee is, by the way, hoping that Louisville can just end that and not even get in that situation. Florida State's a 2.5-point favorite. And then you have Texas versus OSU. Man, I was ready to go to Texas OU again. I'm going to go to this.
You are going?
It's the last Big 12 championship, and the first Big 12 championship that Texas won over Nebraska was a big part of my childhood.
Yeah.
So I think I got to enjoy this one, just a day trip perhaps. I I think that I can hear a case of putting Georgia in. I don't think it would be like a travesty. The only problem is the committee would then have to say, okay, Texas has this strength of schedule, and they beat Alabama, and Georgia lost to Alabama. Now, Alabama's a lot better now than they were then, but we could see how that happened. I would be interested to see how they handled Washington versus Oregon. Michigan, Big Ten's so stupid. Brother, they're 23-point favorites in their conference championship.
Yeah, well, Iowa can't score.
Yeah, and they're in the other region where they don't play anyone.
They can't score.
23.
That tends to be important.
Golly.
Yeah, it tends to be important.
Unbelievable.
Yeah.
But, yeah, that's where we're at. It's going to be a very fun college football weekend. It always is. Was it fun yesterday for the Houston Texans? Let's get into the why. Let's talk about the things that matter most. Let's hear from you, 713-572-4610. React continues next.
Monday night. Odyssey app. It's Reaction Monday, presented by Shoppers John Deere on Sports Radio 610. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
I want a rematch. Damn it, I want a rematch. Taking me back to my childhood. I feel like I just lost a game of Madden. Run it back.
Yeah.
That's what I want with Texans-Jags. Might not be talking about the division, but I want a rematch. We saw it in 2018. Texans, the comeback against the Colts, the first time around, second time around, end up losing. Third time around, they ended up losing, but they at least got the rematch. I want a rematch. That is my main goal. I want the Texans to get into the playoffs, but with the way this thing is shaping up, with C.J. Stroud and Trevor Lawrence being the two clear long-term quarterbacks in the division, with the games that we've seen up to this point, I want a rematch. That's my dream scenario. Texans versus Jags injected into my veins for a third time. I want the rubber game.
I'm with you, and I think we not only won it, I think we need it for the division. You're not on this side with me. The fact that the AFC South could have a Trevor Lawrence, C.J. Stroud back and forth for years to come. I just want to be entertained. It's entertainment to me. It's important, but it's entertainment. And so I think that would take it to another level. It also would mean, like, the Jaguars, as much as yesterday was eye-opening, I mean, it was an eye-opening day for me. You know, like the Jaguars looked really good, really talented. As I mentioned, the elite players played like elite players. They were the better team. Forget anything about refs and anything else. They were the better team, but they still don't scare me. And
they're not scary at all.
But they were really good yesterday.
If they had Aiden Hutchinson,
yeah, but
I'd be scared.
They were really, really good yesterday, but they don't scare me. And frankly, in Jacksonville, they scare me even less, which is where that game would be played. So you got the C.J. Stroud, Trevor Lawrence. I like that prospect. They don't scare me. And as much as the Texans, there were some eye-opening things from the Texans' perspective yesterday as well. Offensive line, pressure from the defensive front, wide receivers not being able to get open, etc. Really, a lot of these teams in the AFC that the Texans might face and have on their schedule the remaining of the way, they don't scare me either. Look, the Broncos are real. They're real.
They're what?
They're real.
Real what?
You've never given Russell Wilson this year his credit, but he's playing pretty damn well.
He's what?
He's playing pretty damn well.
Okay. I'm guaranteeing a win this Sunday.
I hope they do.
No, I'm guaranteeing a win this Sunday.
But that said,
that's where I'm at. Guaranteed dub. Last time I did this was the
I'm
guaranteeing a dub. They ain't losing to the Broncos.
I hope you're right, but they're real. But thing with the Browns. The Browns defense scares me, but no Myles Garrett as of now.
Yeah, he's in a sling.
They're going to have DTR, who's just not, scary. To stay with that theme. And then the rest of the way, you got Colts. Colts are playing their asses off, man, but they don't scare me. So I think this is going to be great to the rest of the way. There are games that are going to be tougher than we thought, Denver and Cleveland in particular. And then you got Jacksonville maybe and the Colts maybe. I think this is stacking up just nicely. I'll put it this way. My big picture stuff with the Texans hasn't changed. Yesterday was just eye-opening.
Okay, if the big picture stuff hasn't changed, I'm going to ask you and Figgy this. 713-572-4610. It is Reaction Monday. Texans take the L onto the wild card. Right now on the outside looking in, but they've got matchups with the teams in front of them. The Colts, they got the same record. Going to get to face them again. Cleveland, they're 2 spots ahead of you. You got them on Christmas Eve. And then you have Pittsburgh, who you've already beat. If your long-term aspirations, et cetera, optimism hasn't taken it back, what do you feel worse about today? that could matter moving forward.
Yeah, what might change
more so than you did before noon yesterday? Because there's a couple of things for me.
I think the problems at wide receiver are not going to be long term. I think they're because of C.J. Stroud, because of his
Noah's out.
Noah's out, but okay. I mean, he'll he's big. Don't get me wrong.
He's playing some pretty good ball.
But Tank Dell is your clear number one wide receiver.
Sound like Sean with Anthony Davis.
Okay. Tank Dell is your clear number one receiver now, in my view.
Okay.
I think Dalton Schultz is not going to be slumping like he was yesterday continually.
Probably needed to help Tunsil out.
He probably did. I think obviously Nico has stayed healthy and is productive. So the wide receiver issues yesterday are not going to be. They're not going to be long term. They're going to be fine. The only thing that I would be like, and wonder about is that offensive line.
I mean, that's not going anywhere. I think CJ can save all butts. The long term, that's going to be a real problem moving forward once you're actually investing in this.
Yeah.
I mean, it just is. Laramie Tunsil got roughed up yesterday. Roughed up. 8 pressures from Josh Allen. He had 12 total, he being Josh Allen. Shaq Mason, I mean, come on, brother. I mean, what did they see in him to where they decided they wanted to make him one of the highest paid guards in the league without even seeing him in this system? He's all right, but, I mean, Shaq Olajuwon, I already told you. That's his name, Shaq Olajuwon Mason. Shaq with the Celtics, not even with the Suns. Shaq with the Celtics and Hakeem Olajuwon with the Raptors with the high black socks. Give me a break.
That's rough.
My biggest concern, and I think we can connect this to the offensive line, is I don't know what's up with Bobby Slowick. I get that Jacksonville's a better run defense than Arizona. I get they're a better run defense than Cincinnati. He had 150 damn yards 2 games ago.
And 106
and 110 the last game.
Yeah.
He gets 6 carries. Ian Pierce gets 5. What is the deal there? Like what is going on there to the point where you're not even like you're just and let's be honest, 2 of those carries were inside the 5, so it's not like he had a real chance to break it off. It was bunched up there. What are we doing, Bobby Slowick? Like seriously, I don't want to be like just a reactionary guy, but I kind of am. 6 carries for a guy who's rushed for over 100 yards the last 2 weeks in a game that was close. And not only that, it's not like you just decided to air it out with C.J. Stroud. You gave Dameon Pierce 1 less carry than Singletary. I thought we were past that.
I did too.
What was that?
They not only did I think
3rd and 1 and 4th and 1 we're taking deep shots.
That's a whole other issue. But not only do I think we were past that. I don't know. Like they have to have a number 1 running back. You have to have, and that guy is Devin Singletary.
Well, the other thing about Jacksonville is they got multiple running backs that can make plays. The Texans have 1.
But Etienne is their number 1 running back.
I know, and they had Bigsby, and they had
that other big
Ernest
dude.
Johnson guy coming in there.
That was good. But you still have the guy, and they need to make a decision. And I think it does tie in with the offensive line, too. The offensive line was just bad yesterday.
And it's going to matter more. Like, it's going to – right now it doesn't matter. Like, those extensions haven't kicked in. But it is going to matter a hell of a lot more when you're investing this much in an offensive line that stinks. And maybe not to – but, I mean, Bobby Slowick damn sure didn't trust him yesterday. I am flabbergasted that these guys come out here and they say, we need to run the ball. 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 So does Bobby Slowick just look at the box score like a jamoke like me and say – well, the Cincinnati Bengals, they're bottom 4 in rush defense. Hey, Motor, I'm going to give you the ball 30 times, and you're going to be the AFC Offensive Player of the Week, and then look in the box score and say, or look in the standings after that and go, well, Arizona's not a good run defense. Oh, let's give him the ball 20-plus more times and get 100 more yards, and then just pee his pants when he sees that the Jags are a top 5 run defense?
Yeah.
Is that how it works?
Do
you just let them dictate stuff? I mean, I get that there's a balance. I don't expect you to give him the rock 30 times. But damn, 6 carries for a guy who he had a realistic shot at 1,000 yards because of what he done the last 2 weeks.
Absolutely, he did. Yeah.
And it wasn't like some fool's gold type of stuff. Like they were literally thrashing.
No, he was.
But we have situations, John, where against Cincinnati, you get to 3rd and 3, and there's 6 minutes remaining, and the guy has 150 yards rushing, and twice you decide to throw the rock. Then we get in a situation where here you decide not even to run the rock at all, and you just have Devin Singletary out there doing nothing. And Dameon Pierce, what has Dameon Pierce done to where he gets one less carry than a guy that was AFC Offensive Player of the Week 2 weeks ago and rushed for 100 yards? Furthermore, when they were both in the lineup, I kind of thought we were past this. We saw Devin Singletary. We saw the game against the Saints where he had 12 carries and Pierce had 11, and it was clear that Singletary was the better guy, and he figured it out. Like, what happened? Did you think that Dameon Pierce, like, while he was on the injured reserve, did you think that he went and, like, hit a Mario Brothers token where it gives you like good vision or something like that? Like, what are we doing here? Did he just like jump up and get like a, hey, more burst through the hole? All of a sudden system fit like those damn coins like Mario when he's running around?
Look, they had been transitioning toward Devin Singletary becoming the go-to running back for 2 games before Dameon Pierce went out. Then he went out and he had the 150 and the 110. You say I thought we were past it. They should have been past it. Like Devin Singletary is the better option. It's not even what he did the last 2 weeks mean nothing? Yeah.
This isn't LaDainian Tomlinson. It's not like Arian Foster's coming back. Like Dameon Pierce is okay, but it's not like that.
Yeah.
Like, does Dameon Pierce need to be inactive for Bobby Slowick to actually realize stuff? And this is the other thing. Text line 713-572-4610. A little frustrated by this. 713. Slowick has shown the ability to recognize mistakes and correct them. I'm not worried there. Why not? Why not? Why would you not be worried? Yeah, this mistake shouldn't even need recognition. This should not be an equal carry share. He does go on to say, though, Petry's the one to keep an eye on. Petry's a lost cause.
Yeah.
He's an okay player.
He had a good game yesterday.
He's an okay player. He's a liability.
Yeah.
John, he was average.
I'm trying. Yeah, he was okay.
He got mossed on the one, and the guy lost it in the light.
Yeah.
He fell down, and they made that goal line stop, whatever the hell he was doing there. And the biggest play that he's contributed on all season was a non-call penalty. He's all right.
Yeah, no, he's all right.
He's not underrated. That's for damn sure.
But to get back to that text, Slowick has shown the ability to make adjustments. Yes, in this situation, he went to Devin Singletary because it wasn't just these last 2 games. Devin Singletary got more carries in the previous 2 games before that as well. So why go back? You know, unless it's I don't know what it is, but why go back to?
I mean, they sit here and call him Motor. Yeah, Motor's great. Oh yeah, Motor. Oh yeah, he's great. He's got a great thing. And then Dameon Pierce comes back and he's gone.
Yeah. No, I
mean, what was that? I think this is. We've talked our way into. We've talked about refs. We've talked about offensive line. This to me is the most frustrating thing. Is that Bobby Slowick on 3rd and 4th down and 1, he throws twice.
That was a big. That one frustrated me.
And then Devin Singletary's just gone. Like, there's no balance. Like, you're scared. Like, I don't like you are just completely scared.
My biggest one, not to diminish that one because I agree with you, but my biggest one is the offensive line because it wasn't just the run blocking, it was the pass blocking, and it was the twice highest paid left tackle in football. That cannot continue. That just absolutely
was the worst,
cannot.
one of the worst games of his career, I will say. But
it just
can't get bullied like that.
It just can't continue. It just can't continue by any stretch. And on the 3rd and 4th and 1, that one really frustrated me. You bring in the 3rd down, or at least you're on the sideline. You're on the headset saying, "Hey, let's throw the ball here because we're going for it on 4th down." All right. So throw the ball on 3rd down. You don't get it. Run the damn ball on 4th down and get the 1st down.
Here's the other thing about this, just to add to this. Yeah, do that.
Yes.
Last time the Texans faced the Jags, Singletary had 9 carries, 41 yards.
Oh, I remember.
He averaged 4.5 yards a carry against them, and then he gets 6 here. Dameon Pierce in that same game, 14 carries, 31.
Yeah. Remember, we talked. That's
touchdown.
when we really started talking about all this.
14 carries for 31, and we just got to give him the same carry share of Devin Singletary, who's, by the way, I also think he's found like some sort of rhythm behind this offensive line.
No, for sure. It's like I said in one of my passing thoughts. Even though he only, neither one really ran the ball very well, but he only had 6 touches. He just looked like he knew what he was doing, what the blocking assignments were doing, and where the lanes might open up better. Devin Singletary. I thought he just looked like more comfortable behind that line.
And MIA. No. I mean, I hope Bobby gets asked about it this week.
Yeah.
Coordinator speak. I hope so. Because that's and maybe he'll come out. Yeah, I made a mistake. Yeah, no kidding. I mean,
he did that last week.
It is unbelievable that happened. Now, on the other hand, though, sometimes you know how a game it's not as close as the score, and a game is they were in more control. They were in firmer control of it than the score shows.
Yeah.
I mean, Jacksonville's looking at this and they're saying we had our receiver get tackled, and it led to a Texans touchdown. Calvin Ridley dropped a pass in the end zone that was a dime from Trevor Lawrence. Our head coach decided to not take the points and make it a 2-possession game at the end of the second quarter. And our kicker, I know there's a lot of talk about what this kicker did. Mm-hmm. This is a kicker who's never made a field goal past 50 yards. Mm-hmm. Our kicker missed a 55-yard field goal, and he had made 18 straight. Yeah. And a lot of times you feel pretty good there.
And Christian Kirk was tackled on the 1-yard line.
So they're probably saying like some similar stuff in Jacksonville, like, man, this shouldn't have been as close as it was. And they're complaining about the refs as much as we are here.
Yeah, the refs. We talked about this. I mean, it's not a huge factor for me. It was a factor, but not a huge factor. I think Jacksonville, because of all those things you pointed out, they just looked like the better team. And the Texans, to their credit, to C.J. Stroud's credit in particular, managed to get in a position where they could have tied and maybe won it in overtime or whatever. But the Jaguars came, and they were the better team. They were the better team yesterday.
Bobby Slowick, the hell was that?
Yeah.
Moral of the story, what the hell was that? Seriously.
Mm-hmm.
You got to be better than that.
Talk about keeping an eye on it.
I mean, goodness gracious. Mm-hmm. Let me look up. Hold on. Let me see. Is Devin Singletary? What's the rush defense? Because I think that's how Bobby decides whether he's going to try to run it or not. Let me see.
Oh, you're talking about Denver?
Yeah. Let's check this out. I'll do the Bobby. Hey, Slowick, if you're listening, you don't have to worry about it. I got your game plan for you here. Let me see if you're actually going to try to run the ball with the offensive player.
Top 5.
Oh, damn. Singletary. We might as well make him inactive. Let's make Singletary inactive. Maybe Dameon Pierce can work his way back up to 20 carries. Mm-hmm. Lord, Bobby. Coming up, lunchtime confessions here on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Football's fun to watch, except when a couple of things are happening. I think a lot of Texans fans can relate to this next.
Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
Lunchtime confessions sends you the loophole. Shout out to the loopholes. If you listen, you are one. Some of these confessions have to do with sports. Some have nothing to do with sports. We're transparent with you 24/7. Let it hang a little bit lower to the left during lunchtime confessions. It is time to confess.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
We've been talking about the offensive line.
Yeah.
Just got to confess. Wasn't cheering for an injury. I was glad Juice Scruggs was out there. I think he was better than Titus Howard.
I didn't miss Titus.
Yeah.
I didn't miss Titus. And the extra stuff kind of just has me a little bit annoyed with Titus. I feel like he's been more focused on Twitter beef than run blocking this year. So, yeah, I hope he's okay. If he decides to rest up and ice up, come back next year, maybe play tackle, it won't hurt my feelings.
And keep in mind, that was Juice Scruggs' first NFL game ever.
Yeah.
And he just stepped right in.
Yeah.
It figures to get better. Nothing
See what
against
happens.
Titus.
Get well, Titus.
Yeah.
Get well.
Yeah.
But, man. He was getting roughed up before that, too.
The play before, right?
Very much.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
I think sometimes there can be like too much complaining when it comes to watching a game and your team losing. Sometimes I think the frustration of an intense game piles on when talking about announcers and stuff like that. I got in from Panama City at 3 p.m. or 3 a.m., excuse me, on Sunday morning. So I took in the game at home and I did the stream after, etc. Ryan's awful. He's not.
I didn't really. Only a couple plays here and there later.
It is cliche. And there's a reason that they had a three-man booth because Matt Ryan could not carry being an analyst by himself.
Yeah.
It would be a disaster. That's why they had to bring Tiki in there because Matt Ryan can fill maybe 1/3 of the analysis. It was bad. And here's the other thing. I got to confess this. I love the guy. He's an icon. He's one of the best brands in the history of sports. But the only thing more annoying than your team losing a big game is having to watch Shaq with that Papa John's commercial acting like he's a genius for inventing a pepperoni pizza with extra cheese. I've seen some pies.
We were doing that in the 70s,
Come
man.
on, brother. Like, I get that you're a good businessman and you're invested in Papa John's. But I've seen some people invent some pies. A Shaq-a-rooney, a pepperoni pizza with extra cheese.
Yeah.
Come on, brother.
The crazy part about it is I actually got that not that long ago. It was a regular pepperoni pizza, man. I'm talking.
That's what you get.
It wasn't even
That's
a lot.
what you get.
It wasn't even a lot of pepperonis.
Between that and going to get a burger at Arby's, that's what you get.
Oh,
hey, man.
Oh, speaking of announcers, this isn't a confession, but you just reminded me because I thought of you Saturday night. I was watching Iowa State and K-State.
Oh, God.
Your boy, Spencer Tillman. Dude, you probably didn't watch it. You were driving or whatever. But that Abu Sama from Iowa State, really good. Says he reminds me a lot of Walter Payton.
Watch this.
Walter Payton. I've got the answer for U of H.
Okay.
I got the answer. Now Jeff Traylor, go try.
Dana Holgerson has been fired.
Dana Holgerson's been fired. It just hit me like a ton of bricks a little while ago when we were talking about it earlier. Go try to get Jeff Traylor. He's a hell of a coach.
Yeah, call him.
Don't ask, don't get. Make the call, make him tell you no, all that. I don't think he'll take the job. I think he understands that while U of H is an upgrade in terms of overall, it's not the kind of upgrade that he can expect next. Here's your answer. If Mike Elko doesn't keep Bobby Petrino as offensive coordinator, hire that SOB. Hire Bobby Petrino at U of A. He'll take it. He'll take it. I think that would be a really good hire for U of H. I really do.
Okay.
Yeah.
Watch this.
That'd be interesting.
Yeah.
These are my confessions.
I gotta confess, I'm confused by our buddy, our friend, our coworker Sean Pendergast's reaction to Frank Reich being fired.
I saw this.
I was a little bit. I'm just a little bit confused here. So Sean quote tweeted Frank Reich being fired and said this quote: LOL at all the people who insisted Bryce Young was being drafted into a much better situation than CJ Stroud. Y'all are hiding today.
Mm-hmm.
Like, we all wanted Bryce Young, so why are we trying to pull cards and not just move on from this?
Maybe he's talking in retrospect. Like, if you thought that was a better situation.
And a lot of people did.
Yeah.
A lot of people did.
Yeah.
It's been proven as not, though.
That is a bleep show.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
Y'all might not be ready for this. I had a spiritual experience Saturday. So we went Friday. I went and fished. By the way, we killed the fish Friday, man. Whew, one of the best days in a long time. But so Saturday, we went to the Aransas National Wildlife Refuge because the whooping cranes were down from Canada. They'd make a 2,500-mile trek every year. And we went in there thinking, oh, whatever, we might see some. We saw probably 6 or 8 whooping cranes. It's amazing. Like, keep in mind, you might not know the backstory. At one point, not long ago, there were only estimated 10 whooping cranes remaining. They're still on the endangered list. And they came down, and we went there, and we saw like 6 or 8. Have you ever had a spiritual, like, I was watching them, and I was like overcome. Like, emotionally.
Really?
Yes.
It was that deep, huh?
It's an endangered species that landed they were right in front of us, and they were making their whooping calls, and they're like 5 feet tall. They're the biggest birds in North America. And we just kind of looked at each other, like, got kind of emotional. Like, it's an endangered species that we got to see live and in person up close. I had a spiritual experience. You ever had a spiritual experience?
Yeah, but not
over a bird?
Not like that. No.
It was awesome. Bird. It was awesome.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
So I initially had this as a confession, and I was going to say one thing, but I think I might be leaning in a different direction. This was J.J. Watt on the Pat McAfee show talking about working out at the Texans facility.
We working out, maybe? Doing a physical?
Beautiful.
Whoa. Doing a physical down?
I told you I was working out down here. I've been working out at the stadium.
working
all
out
week.
with the team.
I told you that.
At the stadium? You in the gym all by yourself? Who's in there?
The whole team was in there this last.
You're lifting with the team? This guy's a team workouts?
Yeah. I'm not hiding it. I'm going over there after this to go work with some of the young guys. Like, I'm not hiding it.
Coaching.
I'm going over there right after I'm done here.
You're on the Houston Texans? You're playing football again? Is this happening?
No, I'm good, man. I'm good. I just enjoy. I mean, it's the best place to work out while you're here. I love being around the guys. DeMeco's the best. Matt Burke was my D-line coach last year. He's the D coordinator now. And there's nothing better than going back in that building. I mean, all the cafeteria workers are the same. The trainers are the same. I love it, man.
All right, so my whole thing was I'm ready to move on from JJ. But with the way they pressured the quarterback yesterday, maybe bring him back.
Wow.
I mean, they lost their starting left tackle. You couldn't even pressure Trevor Lawrence. Maybe just let him come back for the stretch at this point.
Let me ask you this. Have they brought it up? The Texans.
Why is he making such a big deal about working out there? And they've been, acknowledging it? I don't know. Just bring him back. They need some pressure.
I think they're kind of past that, too. But given what happened, I'm wondering if they're going to...
He's in shape. Put him in there.
They're going to bring it back.
Press yesterday.
Yeah.
Would have been nice.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
First time all year that I looked at a Texans game and I thought they've got to get more talent. Like they were not the most talented team yesterday. Those elite players that the Texans don't have that many elite players. I mean, you got Calvin Ridley, Josh Allen, Christian Kirk is your number 2 receiver, Trevor Lawrence, Travis Etienne, Cam Robinson, even though he got hurt. And I'm looking at that lineup, and I've been saying that they were just happened to be a better team yesterday. You know, we can talk all we want about how C.J. Stroud makes receivers better. They got to get a stud. They have to get a stud. We've been talking about, Devin Singletary and Dameon Pierce. They got to get a stud. And on the pass rush, Will Anderson, who knows what he's going to be, but you got to get a big time, whether it's a linebacker. I mean, they need elite talent.
The problem I have is I don't expect the talent to be elite in the short term at some of the areas you mentioned.
Mm-hmm.
The offensive line should be better than it is.
It should be elite.
Should be better than it is.
I mean, what you're paying it should be elite.
Should be.
Yeah.
Is not.
Yeah.
It's lunchtime confessions here on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Coming up, do we want a rematch? And Lopez passing thoughts. Do we want Texans versus Jags Volume 3? What is the dream scenario? On to the wild card and on to the OG's passing thoughts.
is Reaction Monday, presented by Shoppers John Deere on Sports Radio 610. Live from the Twin Peaks studios, here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
I don't know how it goes. I don't know if my life depended on it, if I would pick the Texans in the scenario, but I want the Texans-Jags. I want a rematch. I'm looking at the wild card situation, etc. I want a rematch. I want a 2 out of 3 rematch. That is my dream scenario, regardless of how it ends. If it ends with the Texans walking off the field and the Jags ending their season, so be it. If it ends the other way and the Texans get a second playoff game, all good. But of all the possible scenarios, I just want a rematch. I like that there's a rivalry developing potentially that's in division. This isn't the long shot. Deshaun Watson, Patrick Mahomes, well, maybe they'll meet in the conference championship. You literally play this team twice a season. You feel like you have the better quarterback, at least I do, in C.J. Stroud. I want a rematch.
It would be good for the rivalry. It would be good for the Texans. It would be good for football. It would be good if you can get these two teams. And Trevor Lawrence has to hold up his end of the bargain because I thought he was really, really good yesterday. Probably his best game all year. So, Trevor Lawrence, C.J. Stroud, I'm with you 100%.
Let's go to Jersey real quick before we get OG passing thoughts. Dominic, what up?
Landry, happy birthday, bro. I don't know if you remember a year ago on your birthday, they had a terrible game too, and I called in and apologized for their performance, and here we are again a year later. I called out sick from work today. I hope my chief understands. I hope he's not listening.
Crime's up in Jersey. Good Lord.
Yeah. I needed a day. Couple thoughts from yesterday. Bobby Slowick, 3rd and 1, 4th and 1. Why are we taking shots downfield? It just doesn't make sense to me. You got Dameon Pierce. Give him a chance. You want to give him the ball? Put him let him put his head down and get you a yard. C.J. Stroud, I love you to death, bro. But on that 3rd down, right before the final field goal attempt, he could have ran for a few yards and made the field goal attempt a little shorter. He did his best Deshaun Watson impression yesterday, trying to do a little too much. Still love you, CJ. In the trenches, D-line, totally embarrassing. Sheldon Rankins, non-show. Will Anderson, a little bit of a mid-performance again yesterday. But real quick, my last thought, this offensive line, I don't want to see anyone get hurt. I didn't want to see Titus get hurt. But I'm not going to miss him too much. Laramie Tunsil, I don't know if you ate too much on Thanksgiving. Your skinny jeans were too tight yesterday, but what a disaster yesterday. Either way, I'm going to take a few days here, relax, gather my thoughts, and go Texans.
There you go. That's what I'm talking about. That's how you're supposed to feel after a loss, though.
Yeah.
You don't want to go to work. You don't want to be around people. This dude's a cop in Jersey.
Yeah.
Crime rate's up right now in Jersey.
Yeah, well,
he's chilling because the Texans lost. I like that.
Crime rate is up. I don't know about that. But that actually leads to my first passing thought. And I think it's an important one. Just like Dominic, this was the first time in I can't remember how long that leaving this game, like, it hurt. Like, usually you think, okay, the Texans lost, no big surprise, or all right, they lost to a better team, but they played well. There's progress being made, blah, blah, blah. I am out of the progress business.
Yeah.
I'm out of the
progress
business.
We're in it, man.
Business.
We're in it.
Yeah, this is a team that has higher expectations, obviously bigger goals, inspires greater confidence in the fans. You should have different goals. It should hurt that this game, and you should expect more, to be honest. Next passing thought.
OG passing thoughts here on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610.
I love that the crowd actually, not all, for the most part, was in the stadium for kickoff. And by the way, it wasn't all the way full by the end of the first, start of the second quarter, but it was pretty damn full. And I think this crowd is starting to think, like a lot of fans, I need to be there from the start. I got to help this team. I thought it was a good crowd. Figgy said earlier that the parking lot was a little bit, so-so, average. But I thought the crowd in the stadium was real good. Real good.
Yeah, it was loud as hell.
Yeah. Next passing thought. We have different standards now for Jalen Petrie, right? Because I thought that was a good game on Jalen Petrie's standard.
Oh, so now we're just...
You mentioned it last week.
So we're there.
Yeah.
So we're grading Jalen Petrie as a mid player.
That
was a good game for him.
Yeah, that was a good game
for him. For what Jalen Petrie is and what we've accepted, that was a good game.
I mean, that's how I
He's
felt.
not an elite safety.
Isn't that how you felt?
Yeah, a good game.
It was a good
Got away
game.
with the penalty too.
Yeah.
Okay, so we're there.
Yeah.
Damn, Figgy. We're there.
We're not saying Pro Bowl anymore.
We've adjusted. Jalen Petrie had a good game yesterday. We have adjusted the standards. That's where we're at.
Yeah. He had 6 tackles and a tackle.
You see Jonathan Owens scored a touchdown?
I did. I did see that. That was a huge play.
By the way, he's playing good.
Yeah, that was a huge play. Yeah. He's playing real well. So 6 tackles, one tackle for loss.
Man, I was about to say, you kind of miss him.
He might have been the best safety on the team last year.
Yeah, he played well. So that's where we are. Jalen Petrie, good game. Because that was our expectation.
Jonathan Owens was better than Petrie?
He was. That was a game changer, right? For Owens.
He's been making plays, man. He made it in the prop bets.
He did?
He was in the prop bets. Well, Jonathan Owens have an interception, and then they had like tackle props. Like he was in the prop bets. That's pretty crazy.
That's very crazy. Another passing thought, and I expect this to change, but it is an eye-opener. Thank God C.J. Stroud was elusive because his receivers could not get open. Tank Dell did.
He was running for his life, man.
And he was extending plays and trying to – I mean, he was back there sometimes 4 and 5 seconds.
Houdini.
Yes, and it's only because that is a good secondary. It's not a great secondary, but these receivers had altogether their worst day. Another passing thought here. I'm still trying to find that illegal shift on Tank Dell on the 62-yarder. If it comes down to one play, if one play changed everything for me, it was that one. I thought that 62-yarder, they're rolling. I looked at that play a couple of times afterwards. Did you see the illegal shift? Did you see another guy moving? I didn't see it, Figgy.
Well, CBS didn't see it. They didn't put the flag graphic up.
I just seen one person move, and that was Tank.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. Did they say he was moving forward? I don't know.
I thought that was
talk about it.
I don't know.
I don't think officials made the difference.
No, I think it was bad both ways.
But that was a bad call. That was a very bad call. There could have been a big momentum.
Oh, it was the momentum.
Yeah, it was a big.
No, that was it.
Yeah, that was a big.
I think they would have scored.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
they would eventually scored on that drive.
Yeah, that was it. Man.
Yeah, that was a big one.
That was one of ooh-wee.
If you want to complain about one play, that's it for me. Another passing thought here, also involving Tank Dell. We said this last week. I'm saying it again this week. Don't ever underestimate that the call on the field is enormous because he caught that ball. I am convinced.
Well, I don't. First of all,
but the call on the field was incomplete.
There's a couple things that I have an issue with there.
Yeah.
OG passing thoughts here on In the Loop Sports Radio 610. First of all, the guy that was right by it, 10 feet with the best view that we've seen,
he was saying
catch.
Yeah.
This Jamoke who wanted some camera time, he ran over doing the sign for out of bounds because he wanted to get on TV and do a little dance. And then he was so emphatic about it that he said it was. Who the hell do you think you are, buddy?
Yeah.
You're 20 yards further away from it. You don't have as good of a view, and you're just coming up there and overriding that guy like that?
Yeah.
Who the hell do you think you are?
No.
That was a bad call right there. That was frustrating.
Yeah, it was very
And the other thing is this. What is with CBS and their replays and their inability to spot flags? And why is it that whenever there's a replay, they go from giving me the most crystal clear picture on my TV screen when I'm watching the game to where I think C.J. Stroud's about to throw a football and hit me in the forehead like the dad in Varsity Blues, to all of a sudden during replays they're using my dad's camcorder they used in the early 90s.
I told somebody in the press box, I've seen better images in the Kennedy assassination. Like, it was the Zapruder film was better.
How do they go from crystal clear HD to Babe Ruth baseball highlights?
I'm like putting my hands over my eyes trying to squint.
How do they do that?
It was like a mile away.
All the things we can do.
It was like
the Woods thing last week. I get that it was like
Yeah.
it was higher, but where did the replay?
Yeah.
Where's the quality of the replay?
You had a better chance of spotting the second shooter than seeing if he was in bounds or not. It was that bad. Next passing thought. I wasn't mad at Matt Amendola on that last second kick. I didn't have any expectations. I was a little upset that they went for it, but I'm going to trust DeMeco on that because and Frank Ross, because they were down on the field during warm-ups when he was kicking. They had the confidence. I wasn't mad at him for missing that.
It was closer than I thought.
Yeah.
I thought it was going to be wide left, wide right,
I don't even
short.
think he should have been in the situation now.
Yeah.
All right, 0061's up to it on the text line. He said Titus Howard tried to give me a ticket to go see him. I said I had a doctor's appointment, and it was Sunday.
Oh, my goodness.
Oh, Lord. Another passing thought here. I would be destroying Doug Peterson had they lost that game.
If I were a Jags, if I were covering the Jags, I would be kind of questioning Doug Peterson anyways. You got to take.
But you know what I'm talking
You got to take the points. Especially, he said it was a win-win. It's not a win-win if you go for it.
No, I would be killing him because it turns into a 2-possession game.
Yeah, and you've seen them miss a field goal. You know they have kicking issues.
A 2-possession game and a 6-point swing because the Texans missed a field goal.
Yeah.
You get it back. There's a 6-point swing. You turn it into a 2-possession game.
And you get the rock.
And you get the ball to start the second half.
Agree.
I'd be killing it. Next passing thought. You guys are a lot hipper than I am. You and Figgy and pretty much everybody listening.
I'm not. Figgy is.
I'm not.
I'm not.
They got to get rid of that baby boy. That baby boy TD celebration.
I mean, it's a one-time thing.
I hope so.
Yeah, it's a one-time.
If you have to Google it, and I haven't seen the movie, but I did.
I thought it was funny.
I thought it was good.
It took too long. How long? It took a minute for him to set that
but
thing
I
up.
think that was fun. What are they doing? What are they doing?
Lining them all up. They're trying to kick an extra point. Or
what are you doing? You're like, what are they doing? What are they doing? Then he did it. I thought it was tight.
And then good call, good acting performance though for fans.
The only issue I have with this, I wish you would have punched like 2 or 3 more people because that's what happened in the movie. Yeah. He just went down the line, just hitting them.
By the way,
them down.
when I did Google it, that's a terrifying scene, man. That is terrifying.
That's an underrated movie, man.
This the dude that stole my bike.
It's an underrated movie, dude.
I was like, wow, man, these are some bad dudes right here.
This little dude got heart.
And then he still...
He took the belt and whooped him at the end.
The belt and whips his ass.
Jody loved that bike, man. He loved that bike.
Oh, man. Thought Severe Thomas.
Cooked.
Trevor, you could see Trevor Lawrence looking for him.
I legitimately felt sorry for him.
Yeah. Yes.
No, I really
get him
did.
off the field,
man.
Like,
man, please don't do this to him again.
Yes, he was getting embarrassed.
That's hard, man.
And gave up a touchdown basically on 3 plays on the same drive, 2 pass interferences or holdings, and then got cooked by Calvin Ridley. Next passing thought. We might be on to something really cool here. We're really good with Derek Stingley. Another good game.
Hey, hell of a play by him. I know there was a penalty, but that's a hell of a play by him.
That might be the best news coming out of the game.
Yeah, he's balling. Yeah. I mean, that's a hard play. That's a very difficult play to make.
Yeah.
You're supposed to be following the receiver. Boom. He's got good ball skills, man. Balls.
Yeah.
But yeah, he does. For sure.
You mentioned this earlier, and I disagreed with you slightly. You said it was on Frank Ross. Kudos to DeMeco for burning that timeout with 12 men on the field because that would have been inexcusable to get a penalty there. I thought it was Steven Sims. I thought Steven Sims. That's their only. That's
got to count.
It's the first thing you do when you get back there.
Second game. Come on.
Okay, but that's the first thing you're taught in middle school. Count 10 in front of you. Count 10 in front of you. You're number 11. What was he doing?
Oh no.
That was on Steven Sims, man.
I'm just excited, man.
Maybe Frank Ross, partially to blame, but that had to be the returner do it. One more here for you. And we've talked about this a little bit, but let's make sure we're clear on this. If you're going to go for it on 4th down, you decide before 3rd. The Texans did do that. They decided after 2nd down to go for it on 3rd and 1 in a crucial situation there. But what you do is you throw on 3rd down. You sure as hell don't throw a deep ball on 4th down. You don't even throw really, maybe, but I wouldn't even throw on 4th down. You got 1 yard left to go. You got to turn around and run the ball there, man. Bobby Slowick. Love you.
He was awful.
I call you the savant.
6 carries for Singletary is embarrassing.
That's
bad.
a
disgrace. That's a disgrace.
That was bad.
Let's go to Larry and Stafford real quick. What up, man?
Hey, what's going on, fellas? How y'all doing today, man?
Terrific.
Look, I want to get into it, man. We talked about it. Everybody's talked about it. I was so pissed off yesterday that I didn't even call the post-game show, man, because here's the thing about the game. The fact that we're playing these type of games, that's a huge step for this organization to get back to this position, right? But the thing about it is we've been in this position so many times where we're just the door is creaking open, and then we don't take advantage of the opportunity to just kick it all the way open and announce that we over here being for real. That was a huge game for me yesterday in terms of wanting them to win, because the thing about it is that everybody had placed a whole bunch of money on the Texans winning. They had the momentum. We was at home. And Jacksonville just wasn't somebody that I was that worried about. And when you get those opportunities, you can't have this whole in and out thing that they had going on with Singletary and with Pierce, man. We had watched Singletary run the ball for 2 weeks straight where he was running at a high level, and it made the offense look really easy. And so for Bobby Slowick to go back and forth with that, man, it felt like they was trying to force it to work, and you can't do that in football. And, J-Lo, you just said it. I almost jumped from the 500 level when they threw that damn ball on 4th and 1 after throwing it on 3rd and 1. If you got Shaq Mason and Noah Fant playing football on the right side, and they was playing pretty good because Tulsa was getting his ass tore up yesterday, if you run that damn football 2 times behind those 2 dudes, and you go and you pick up that first down and you move on. But to throw a pass to Dalton Schultz on the out and up or wheel route for a tight end, hey, man, like I said yesterday to a couple of my boys, I'm not happy with that, and that was Slowick doing some real Slowick, silly-ass stuff, man. But here's the thing, and I'll leave with this. C.J. Stroud is a damn good quarterback. And we sometimes we lose sight of the fact that he may be a rookie. And he's going to go back and he's going to look at the film and he's going to recognize you cannot take those sacks in that situation, man, under no circumstances. You bury that damn football at their feet. You move, you get out of the pocket or something, but you can't take a sack on that, man. But here's the thing. We got another shot against Denver. So we're going to have to ramp ourselves back up and get ready for it because these boys really got a legitimate shot to go to the playoffs in our hall.
Yeah, got a big one. And we'll talk about the layout for the Texans on and off the field. Very active Week 12. We'll go around the league next.
Monday Night Football is on Sports Radio 610. The Bears head to Minnesota to take on the Vikings in an NFC North. It's Reaction Monday, presented by Shoppers John Deere on Sports Radio 610. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
Let's go around the NFL to keep you in the loop. This is Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
DeMeco Ryans, couple of questionable decisions. We'll hear from him in a sec. He's not in any jeopardy of getting fired, though, so that's the good news.
I don't think so.
Frank Reich has been fired.
Yep.
11 games and done. I would say 1 and done. How about 11 and done?
Yeah.
For Frank Reich. He gone. Carolina's going to be looking for a new coach. Bryce Young's going to have a new coach. And Frank Reich, bye-bye. See you, buddy. I think it's the right decision. Now, obviously they made a mistake. Sometimes, though, you just gotta accept when it's right there. The Chargers didn't do that, and they got Brandon Staley right now. They're going to wait a year later. They wasted a year.
You're going to hear my opinion on him when the internet goes nuts. But, yes, on Frank Reich, I think you and I slightly differ. You say it's the right time. I don't disagree because it just wasn't working. But it's not his fault. Like Frank, yes, he could have done better. He could have been equipped better. And his owner is a loon. What has he fired? Ron Rivera, Matt Rule, Frank Reich, and they don't last very long. He's only been there since Dave Tepper's only been there since 2018. Man, he's a loon. He's a nut. He's a George Steinbrenner without the budget and without the talent. I mean, people say, and it's all over the internet. I'm not just going straw man here, but like, oh, they're going to find a coach. It's only one of 32. Yes, but they're not going to have the same crop of coaches that are interested because of the owner.
Why don't they hire Bryce Young's college offensive coordinator?
Oh, Bill O'Brien? I had to think for a second. Well, I don't want to have a murder on our hands. I wouldn't want that. That'd be like, man, that would be someone would murder someone at some level. No, man, it's Dave Tepper. They've got a Dave Tepper problem big time there. Oh, one more thing on this real quick. The whole concept of would he have been fired if they drafted C.J. Stroud? First of all, no, because C.J. Stroud, I think, would have played better even in that environment. And secondly, everybody wanted Bryce Young. Yeah, everyone wanted Bryce Young.
Yeah, I mean that's
including here.
Yeah, I think it was a unanimous. He's number one type of situation here. So yeah, there's a lot of what ifs, but bottom line is, Carolina is the first, I believe, of many teams that will be looking for a head coach, and the Texans will be on that list. Although yesterday was the most unorganized that I've seen a DeMeco Ryans team. Now we can have a discussion about how much of it was his fault, how much of it goes to the special teams coach, how much of it goes to the offensive coordinator. But I think we can agree at the very least before we have that potential discussion, this was the most unorganized that DeMeco Ryans football team has looked. Killed 2 timeouts in the second half. Only had one when they got the rock with a chance to tie it up. Here was DeMeco Ryans talking about killing the timeouts.
It's tough for us, not having those timeouts, having to waste them on procedural things that we need to clean up. We have to play better. All those timeouts are just self-inflicting things that we have to be better at, right? Whether it's making sure we got the right amount of people on the field, right? Getting the calls in quicker, getting to the line of scrimmage quicker. We just have to be better.
And who knows how much different that looks if they do have more timeouts. Who knows if maybe they have like a last chance effort, but they killed the timeouts. Also, it seemed like C.J. Stroud was under a little bit more pressure, and he was having to save all butts, as I like to call it. Here was DeMeco talking about the more pressure on C.J. Stroud.
Yeah, I thought they did a really good job of mixing up the pressures, all right, mixing up the drop 8 and coverage. They did a really good job of mixing it up, right? And for us, just up front, we have to protect it better.
Yeah.
Sure, Coach.
Yes.
Well said, Coach.
Yes, they do.
Did you know that the Texans, for 5 straight weeks, had played a number 1 overall pick?
I did not.
They played every number 1 overall pick from 2018 to 2023 in the last 5 weeks.
Nobody's talking about guys.
Yesterday it was Trevor Lawrence and Travon Walker. Week before that it was Kyler Murray. Week before that it was Joe Burrow. Week before that it was Baker Mayfield. And the week before that it was Bryce Young. There's no way that's been done before.
I doubt it. I don't know what it means necessarily.
That's 6 and 5 and 5 straight.
Yeah,
it's pretty insane.
That's a
might not mean a damn thing.
That's a good factoid.
Yeah. It's pretty interesting.
Yeah.
NFL Week 12 action. Texans fall to the Jags 21-24. Tampa Bay Colts, they improved to 6 and 5. Same record as the Texans. However, the Colts right now possess the final spot in the postseason. Shane Steichen doing a hell of a job.
He's doing a great job.
He's doing an incredible job in Indianapolis. You look at what he's had to deal with, his owners, bat bleep crazy. We'll get to that when the internet goes nuts or he goes nuts, however you want to look at it. Tomato. Jonathan Taylor drama.
All that.
Anthony Richardson hurt, then
All
not
that.
hurt. Gardner Minshew. Shaq Leonard ends up kind of falling apart. You release him, then he's in a suite yesterday.
Yeah,
Gets
he's
a
watching the
standing
game.
ovation. What was that?
I don't know.
Colts have done a hell of a job. Now, do I fear the Colts? No, from a Texans POV, but I recognize real. That is the best job going on in the NFL that no one is giving the appropriate amount of credit, I believe.
I agree. Nobody that would be key games down the stretch scare me. I think the Broncos don't really scare me, even though they're playing great. 5 straight wins. The Browns don't really scare me. They're injured at key positions, namely Myles Garrett and quarterback. But they kind of scare me if anybody would, because he's doing a really, really good job.
Props.
Yeah.
And let's not forget, Jonathan Taylor wasn't a part of things last time they faced him. So
correct.
They're going to have one of the league's best weapons. Titans top the Panthers 17-10. That was a knockout blow for Frank Reich. The Dolphins, they beat the Jets 34-13. Robert Saleh committed to good old Timmy Boyle, said, quote, "We're running with Timmy."
Yeah.
After this, good luck with that. Keep an eye on Saleh.
Mm-hmm.
Now, actually, Aaron Rodgers, I don't think wants Saleh to go, so I don't think he's going to go. But keep an eye on how that whole thing unfolds. Broncos top the Browns 29-12. Texans and Broncos have the same record. That's another wild card team. That game Sunday, that's going to be huge. I'm pumped for that one. That's going to be a huge. I'm excited for that one. I'm real excited for that one.
That's going to be a very big game. Russell Wilson is playing really good football. Their defense
is what?
He's playing really good football. Their defense, keep in mind,
really good what?
He's playing really good football.
They're closer to what they were supposed to be last year. Like, my whole thing with this, like, Broncos, Sean Payton's going to say, "Oh, we improved this much." Yeah, Nathaniel Hackett's an idiot.
Yes.
Like, he's a moron. Like, he should never be a head coach. So I don't disagree with that. I mean, Nathaniel Hackett without Aaron Rodgers. Now with the Jets, we saw it last year with the Broncos. The only time he's ever been worth a damn is when he had Aaron Rodgers. So I think the Broncos are basically closer to what they should have been last year with a competent coach.
And this is something we're going to talk about as the week goes on, but I want to mention it right here. Vance Joseph gave up 70 points this year. They lost 70-20, and they didn't fire him.
Yeah, they stood by him.
They've averaged more than 3 turnovers a game the last 4 weeks and are giving up 16 points a game. You got to give it to them.
I didn't know you were against me. Why are you so high on the Broncos? What's going on right
I'm
now?
just giving you, I mean,
Lord.
Do facts scare you?
Jeez.
I'm just giving you facts.
Jeez.
That dude should have been and would have been fired in a lot of. You give up 70?
Yeah, I mean, Sean Payton wasn't looking for a scapegoat like that.
Yeah.
By the way, I said this at the time. Maybe it was a little bit classist. Nothing he said about Nathaniel Hackett wasn't true.
Right. But they're just in a different place now, and they're past that.
Yeah, we'll see what happens. I mean, this is playoff implications. This is a big one. I mean, can I call it a must-win? Am I allowed?
Not by me.
Okay.
Maybe Figgy will allow it.
All right. I think it's a must-win. Baltimore, man, Brandon Staley stinks. Baltimore tops the Chargers 20-10. Zay Flowers with 2 touchdowns. He's having a hell of a rookie season. We talk about Tank Dell. Zay Flowers doing his thing. John Lopez did not like the baby boy celebration by C.J. Stroud. Lamar Jackson did not like the touchdown celebration by Zay Flowers.
It was horrible. I told him. I didn't know what was going on, so I was just standing there like, all right, come along with it. Yeah, when I seen what happened, I was like, yeah, that was ass. I told him, my fault. But I told him that, I'm like, that was the worst celebration I ever seen. Like, but he scored, so I'm good.
I guess. Doesn't sound like it.
Chiefs topped the Las Vegas Raiders 31-17. Listen to Amick Robertson of the Raiders. Did you hear this guy?
Did not.
Do you even know who he is?
Do not.
I don't really either. I don't know much about Amick Robertson. Maybe I should. I know that he's kind of delusional. Here's what he had to say after the Raiders lost to the Chiefs.
I know we better than that team. I know we got more dogs. I know we better than that team. So, I'm just pissed off that we couldn't put up the win.
Is that the same feeling that the rest of the locker room has, in your opinion?
Yes. I mean, of course, there's a lot of competitive guys. We know that we better than that team.
Come on, dude.
31-17.
Brother, they're the Chiefs. You're the Raiders.
Do they even know who he is?
I mean, what are
You
we
mean the Chiefs?
Yeah.
Hell no.
I mean, come on.
Who the hell is that?
What are you doing there?
Turn around.
man?
Let me see your name.
I don't know you,
Aaron
bro.
Foster
Yeah.
thing.
Let me see your name. I don't know you, bro.
That's right.
Pittsburgh tops the Bengals 16-10. This one was close. Pittsburgh a game ahead of the Texans, 2 spots. Texans got a good chance to catch Pittsburgh if they handle business. Green Bay 29-22 over the Lions.
Man.
Those fraudulent-ass Lions I've been trying to tell you about. Fraudulent-ass Lions I've been trying to tell you
Looking
about.
like how they usually look on Thanksgiving.
Fraudulent-ass Lions.
Same
7
old
straight
Lions on Thanksgiving.
Fraudulent.
They're not frauds.
Frauds.
And they're still in a great spot.
They are frauds.
But they have to be sick about this. They all
Same old.
Everybody finally wanting to watch them on Thanksgiving, and they bleep the bed like that.
They are overrated. And you know who agrees with me?
Who?
Equanimous St. Brown.
Oh, go figure.
Who is a Chicago Bears wide receiver. His brother, Amon-Ra St. Brown, is a Lions receiver. This was before the game.
Yeah.
The Bears almost beat the Lions. The Lions ended up winning. And E. Brown would not give Amon-Ra St. Brown and the Lions credit. I cannot wait to hear what they have to say this week on their podcast on the 33rd Team.
There's some choke artists. What was going on your sideline? I know you guys were so happy. You guys thought you were going to win the whole game, huh?
Of course. There's not one point I was like, we're not going to win this game. I was ready thinking about this podcast. I was like, I was ready to light you up.
For us to win that, is it good on our part or bad that we barely beat the Bears?
We get
it shows us that we're a good team or that we're not good? Like, what do you think?
No. It shows that we need to finish games. Like, we should have won that. You guys.
I'm saying, okay. Our standpoint, like, what do you think? Like,
does nothing for you.
Some people say, like, oh, they don't know. They don't like the way that happened, even though they won, or that shows you how good they are because they're able to come back and win.
You get a suspect. That's what it shows you.
We're suspect.
Suspect.
8-2, and we're suspect.
Suspect, bro. Suspect. That's what I'm saying.
There you go.
Brothers like that. It's just great.
They just talk crap to each other all the time. Washington falls to Dallas on Thanksgiving 45-10. This was the 3rd most viewed regular season NFL game of all time. 44 million viewers. It was the most watched program on any network since Super Bowl, whatever the hell that is. What is that?
That's 52.
Okay, there you go.
57. 57.
All
My
right.
bad.
Is it?
My bad.
I thought it was 53.
Since a Super Bowl.
No, it's 57.
We'll put it that way.
No, that's 55.
Dolly Parton did her thing. We'll get into that.
Oh, Lord.
And the internet going nuts. Dave, you horny about that too?
Who's not?
Me?
Yeah, I said I'm not.
Okay, we'll get into that. Goodness gracious.
I got standards.
49ers topped the Seahawks 31-13. Atlanta 24. New Orleans 15. Bijan Robinson, a lot of highlight plays there. Brian Dable and the Giants. They topped the Patriots 10-7. I'm not sure this is something that you want to do. Patriots still looking at a quarterback. Giants, man,
Number
they're
2
playing
overall
their way
now?
out of it. Yeah, Giants are playing their way out of it.
Yeah.
There were reports of beef between Brian Dable and his defensive coordinator, Wink Martindale. He was asked about it. This is what Brian Dable had to say.
There was a report pregame that you and Wink are not getting along. Do you care to comment on that? Do you expect him to be back?
Yeah, I'd say the biggest argument Wink and I have had is who has the last piece of pizza. So got a lot of respect for Wink.
I know you win that one.
Done a good job. So I'll leave it at that.
He damn sure ain't losing that one.
By the way, Giants winning and Jets losing.
Ain't no one taking no pizza from him.
No, not from him. Giants winning, Jets losing. No Monday night for the Texans, I'll bet.
I hope not, because I want to go to the game.
Me too.
Yeah. But I think Texans losing, Giants winning, Jets losing. I think the fix is off the table.
Today's it'll be announced tonight.
12 days, yeah.
No. So tomorrow's the deadline. They would announce it tonight during Monday Night Football.
Or tomorrow. The NFL announces it.
No, but don't they always have like that graphic dun dun dun? Like they come
Yeah, but that's
in
2
and they
weeks
flex
out.
it?
That's for 1 week.
No.
Oh, no.
No,
You're right.
Tuesday's the deadline.
Yeah, you're right.
Tuesday's the deadline.
Yeah.
Tuesday's literally the deadline
Tuesday
for them
is
to
the
announce
deadline,
it.
yeah.
So I think they'll announce it tonight if they're going to announce it.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we'll see.
But I don't
Please don't flex that
I don't
one,
think it's going to be
man.
flexed now.
Please.
Let me go to the Jets game.
In order for it to be flexed, the Texans needed to win. Didn't happen. The Jets needed to win. Didn't happen. And the Giants needed to lose. Didn't happen.
Hope not.
So the Texans will not be flexed. Just my opinion.
Yeah, well, I hope you're right. And I don't give a damn about Monday Night Football. I want to go to the game.
Yeah.
Being selfish. Sorry to the loopholes. Y'all are fine. Y'all can watch it either way. The Rams all over the Cardinals, 37-14. Buffalo falls to Philadelphia, 37-34. You want to hear some crazy stuff about this one?
I do.
So the Eagles were down 24-14 at the end of the third quarter. They had 76 passing yards through 3 quarters. Their defense ended up giving 505 yards in the game. So 76 through 3 quarters. Here's Jalen Hurts' final stats. 18 of 31, 265 total yards, 5 total touchdowns, MVP frontrunner.
Oh, for sure.
Local lad, Jalen Hurts.
For sure. I thought for sure the Bills had their number. Like, I was like, oh, this is impressive. And then all of a sudden, everybody talking about their new offensive coordinator and all, their problems on defense right now, Bills.
Oh, they're a mess.
There are problems on defense.
They might be looking for a new coach.
They might be.
Looking for a new coach. Other news in the NFL, Shaq Leonard has cleared waivers. Apparently the Cowboys and Eagles both interested in the former Colts linebacker. And we give him a hard time for being bros, the Bosa bros, Nick Bosa and Joey Bosa. Yes, did you see what Joey was doing yesterday during the Chargers game?
I had some this morning.
Joey Bosa was in the suite eating a bowl of Raisin Bran.
I had Raisin Bran this morning.
Being injured. Would you eat it in a suite?
Hell no. Hell no.
My man is just sitting there. Where was the water jug at his feet?
Eating Raisin Bran.
Goodness gracious. That's around the league.
I was craving a hot dog so bad yesterday.
Brother.
I don't know why.
I had the best hot dog you will ever have in your entire life. And I might be pulling
better than the one in Greece?
Brother. It was
Greek hot dogs, man?
No. It was in where did they film the Truman Show? Seaside.
Oh, okay.
Seaside. All the way down there, Seaside. Fancy ass area. Golly.
Mm-hmm.
They had a hot dog stand there. It was like toasted, like almost like a piece of Texas toast, like bun.
Nice. Yeah.
With like, oh man. Off the hook.
I skipped the lunch in the press box because I was craving a hot dog so bad I went down and got a hot dog.
How about that?
That's weird how that happens.
It happens.
It just
when you want a
over
hot dog, you want a hot dog.
Yeah.
Coming up, the internet goes nuts, and so does an owner in the division. We'll let you know that. But someone give you a chance. $50 gift card to Texas Star Grill Shop. $50, 713-572-4610. Caller number 9 to 713-572-4610. You're going to get a $50 gift card from our great friends at Texas Star Grill Shop. Also have a chance to win a Traeger grill and a case of OG sauce. Caller number 9, 713-572-4610. Good luck. Coming up, the internet goes nuts. So does a billionaire.
The Texans took a tough loss against the It's Reaction Monday, presented by Shoppers John Deere on Sports Radio 610. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
I got the internet going nuts.
All right, so Texans fall to the Jags. As a result of that, along with Indianapolis's win, both teams are at 6-5, but the Colts possess the final playoff spot right now because of their head-to-head with the Texans. Texans and Colts still got another matchup coming up. So the Colts are in the news for a good reason. Can't say that was the case last week. I don't know what was going on with Jim Irsay. They ran like an HBO documentary where he said that he was racially profiled.
He's just a poor billionaire.
He said he was a white billionaire, so they pulled him over. I mean, there was like $27,000 in cash and about 6 different alleged prescriptions, how many ever it was. But I guess they talked about it on First Take, and Jim Irsay put off an array of tweets that had the internet going nuts. First, he talked about his grandparents crossing Ellis Island, blah, blah, blah. Basically, how he had to take out a loan to get the Colts, and he was self-made. Then he put a picture of him and Edgerrin James and said, "Hey, at Stephen A. Smith, my friend and buddy Edgerrin James from Spain on vacation together. Say, get a life, fool. You ain't got a clue." Bunch of emojis. Then said, and on First Take, the woman that preceded Stephen A., "How dare you pretend to know me? I don't know your name and I don't care. If my black mother Dorothy was still alive, you'd be in some big hot water. You are mean and ugly. You're a nothing burger."
You're mean and ugly?
Follows it up. YOUR, by the way. I know that makes you happy.
Yeah.
He followed it up. "Dorothy Bloodsaw was my black mom. She carried me in the house in Lincolnwood, Illinois on 1959 June and raised me in the light of Christ. I would be dead if not for her unconditional love. She showed me that Jesus was my Savior. I owe everything to her." Next tweet. There's more. Did someone get a hold of him at some point when this is going on? "Dorothy, known as Doss, passed in 2002 after raising her grandchildren, Carly, Casey, and her beloved buddy, Kaylin. She altered Irsay history. She was the strongest woman I'll ever know, and my children will testify that altered our family's history forever." More emoji. What is going on with Jim Irsay?
Why is anybody surprised?
God.
This is what Jim Irsay does. He just goes on these rants, and
of course Florio is saying he should have to sell the team and stuff.
And is he really? I didn't see that.
Yeah, it's like he's not suited to be an owner. He should sell the team.
I mean, that's beside the point at this point.
Some people were making like drug jokes, and there's always like the one guy who gets like offended by it. You shouldn't joke about sobriety. I look at that more as a benefit of the doubt.
Yeah. Maybe
maybe he's
he had a bad day.
He's high.
Yeah, maybe he had a bad day.
Yeah, it's not even like for me. It's like I hope you are.
Yeah, exactly.
I got the internet going nuts.
Dolly Parton, baby, that was amazing. Like
the halftime show, Cowboys
in a Cowboys
cheerleading outfit at the age of 77.
And look, I was kidding around. I mean, like she looked fantastic for 77. And anybody who criticized, she shouldn't be wearing that or she can't play. What the hell are you doing?
I saw some guy on Twitter. I didn't want this to get lost in translation. I didn't want him to take it the wrong way. But he put a picture up of him and his mom, and it was after the Dolly Parton thing, and it said, "Me and my mom going to the to somewhere." It was a game or something for her 77th birthday, and I was gonna be like, "Damn, Dolly looks even better now."
No, it's true. Like that's the thing about that was so impressive.
So
to me.
she made you horny.
No, I was just kidding about that. She looked fantastic.
She didn't make you feel horny.
I did not feel horny. I can tell you
lying.
that. I can tell you that with 100% honesty. No, I'll tell you next time I get horny, I'll text you. But I'll text everybody. I'll post it on Twitter. Hey, I'm horny. No, she did not. But here's the thing. What I respected the most about Dolly Parton doing that is
she had to hold the side though, man.
No, I know. Like she was trying to walk.
Yeah.
But what I respect the most is not only did she pull it off for 77. Everything you have to qualify is she's 77, but the guts to do it. Like the guts to say, you know what? I'm going to wear a Dallas Cowboys cheerleader in front of millions. In fact, you just mentioned it, the largest crowd, third largest ever, watching on television.
Here was Tony Romo. Tell me if you think he's horny about it.
Wearing the Cowboys cheerleading outfit.
Yeah.
You saw that coming, didn't you? You said, I think she's going to go with a little cheerleading outfit tonight. And I was like, wow, it's pretty good.
What do you think we're going to see?
I mean, she looks amazing, right?
You never know what's going to happen
wonderful.
here.
Who doesn't like Dolly Parton?
No, she's absolutely an American treasure. That's for sure.
I think Romo might have been horny.
Yeah, he might have been.
Two thoughts on this. Two thoughts on this with Dolly Parton. I don't know whether she has the choice or not, but apparently she has a new album coming out this week.
It's skyrocketing.
Okay.
Yeah.
Number one, thank you for playing your hits and not your new crap.
Yes.
Because we don't know
9
it.
to 5,
thank you very much for playing all your hits.
Yeah.
That's number one. Number two, you know who else really helped Dolly Parton in this whole thing?
Who's that?
Jack Harlow being as pathetic as he was on his halftime show.
I didn't see it,
dude,
but I saw mixed reviews. No, some people liked it.
Who?
I mean, I'm just going off of what I saw on social media.
The only person I saw that liked that performance was Titus Howard. That was the only person
I
say
that
something positive.
Yeah, maybe that's what I saw.
What'd he say?
He pretty much saying it wasn't that bad or something like that. I forgot what he said, but I'm like, nah, you wrong. I don't know what you
I
was
didn't
watching.
see that halftime performance.
What was that guy doing in the background with him?
I don't even know what they was performing on.
That guy.
What was that?
The song?
No. What was the background?
It was like a Eskimo thing, like a house or something, like an ice fishing thing.
I thought it was an igloo.
Yeah, igloo.
Might have been an igloo.
That guy was in the background. Did you see? You know that video where the guy's doing karaoke, the white guy, and he has the guy dancing. People were saying that was Jack Harlow's performance. I don't know what that was. But he has sucked as a college game day picker. Like, I think he actually had good results, and he's been awful.
What was the movie
he did? Show. White Men Can't Jump. I liked it.
Oh yeah.
I thought that was pretty damn good.
Yeah. But Dolly, my biggest impression was that just the guts to say yes to that. Yes.
You know how much work she's had?
You know how many 77-year-old women would say, "Are you freaking crazy? You want me to wear what?"
She can afford that.
I know, but I'm saying she could pull it off. You want me to wear what? On national television?
You think she had to be told to do that?
No, I'm saying just to either ask or...
Oh, I was going to say, I'm pretty sure they didn't make her do that.
Just to wear it is what I'm saying. In public like that, in front of millions and millions of people, I respect the hell out of that. And who doesn't love Dolly Parton?
By the way, Titus Howard tweet was, "I'd rather listen to Jack Harlow over Dolly any day."
No, I mean,
only older people complaining. No, he said only older people complaining.
That's a lie. Yeah. No one even questioned that. It was the actual performance.
Yeah.
Titus is so awful on Twitter.
I got the internet going nuts.
Brandon Staley.
Oh, Lord.
This is, you talk about like you felt a little bit embarrassed for Tavir Thomas. I'm embarrassed for Brandon Staley because last week, remember he was popping off about I'm calling the plays, don't even ask anymore, and all that other stuff. And now this defense is looking like that. Rex Ryan sounded really up last week, but he was 100% right now that you look at it. Go back to Division III where you belong. He's awful. He's the worst. Should have been fired before Frank Reich. He's horrible.
I got the internet going nuts.
So I went to bed. I guess it was Saturday, believing that Mark Stoops was going to be the head coach at Texas A&M. Now, currently the coach at Kentucky. I woke up the next morning with news that Mark Stoops was not going to be the next football coach at Texas A&M. Instead, it ended up being Mike Elko. What was going on there, sir?
Yeah, I actually had a little bit of insight as this was happening, just from my people. And this was a Ross Bjork. He's the A&M athletic director of production. And he wanted, for some reason, Mark Stoops. I don't know why. Not a bad hire, but whatever. Not the ideal, hire according to a lot of people. But the Board of Regents has this. They've had this call from the very beginning. And when he went to the Board of Regents, they said, hold your horses. We're not done yet. And they put an end to that. Ross Bjork Mark Stoops was already telling people in Kentucky that he was gone without having gotten the approval from the Board of Regents. So Mike Elko comes in. I don't know. I don't care. Just win. But I will say this, and I think this is, no matter who the have announced, they were not going to win the press conference. Because if it was another Jimbo Fisher type like Dabo or Ryan Day, people would have said, there you go again, just trying to money whip people, and they're going to underachieve. If it was a coordinator like whomever, to become the head coach, you'd have been criticized. If it was a someone in between like a Mike Elko, you're going to get, why didn't you get the big? They have no chance of winning the press conference. I don't care. I mean, fine, whatever. If you want to criticize the Aggies, I just care about winning the games. And get back to me in 2 or 3 years.
Lopez has retired from the Aggie opinion business.
No. I'm giving you opinion right now.
They can do whatever they want.
Yeah. No, I'm
it's
giving
just
you
about winning, baby.
I'm giving you the opinion right now.
I don't care what they do.
Yeah,
my opinion is they were going to lose publicly no matter what.
I feel like Stoops was getting a lot of love. Traylor was getting a lot of love.
No, Stoops was not getting a lot of love.
From non-Aggies.
Yeah.
Yeah, not the ring wearers. I'm talking about
Yeah.
outside of that.
But again, I'm giving you my opinion right now. If he's going to, I can't tell you I like the hire or don't like the hire. All I'm saying is you better damn sure win.
Who are you?
I mean, I like Elko. I mean, they had their best defense.
I don't care about them no more.
They had their best. Oh, I care, but they had their best defense under Jimbo Fisher for 3 years, with 2 years with Elko, and I like him. I think he's going to be good. But I can't tell you, home run hire.
You're scarred, man.
I can't tell you home run hire.
You're scarred.
I mean, it's like, if you do that, then you're probably saying Charlie Strong was a home run hire. You don't know how it's going to turn out. All I'm saying, if he doesn't win in 2 years.
Nobody thought Charlie was a home run hire.
Somebody did.
No, people thought Herman was.
Somebody did.
People
and
Herman. No.
That's what I'm saying.
So I just think my biggest takeaway here is A&M is accepting that they're a basketball school. They were juggling between the Kentucky football coach and the Duke football coach. They've accepted it.
Hey, why can't you be both?
Elko.
I think they're top 10 now.
I feel like Elko's going to look weird in maroon.
He's already worn maroon. He was a DC for 2 years.
No, but like as the head coach, I don't remember what he looked like as a DC.
Yeah,
but as far as being a head coach, DCs can get sweaty and nasty and disgusting and all that. I feel like he's going to look weird in this as a head coach.
I will say this: I think he's going to change a lot of opinions about how things are done there. He is a disciplinarian.
What's he going to do?
He is a disciplinarian.
So what's he going to say?
Tight ship. Get your ass out of here if you're not going to be part of it, that type thing.
Yeah, he's going to look really strange on the sidelines. Because he even looked weird as a DC there. It's going to be a weird looking sidelines at A&M.
I'm giving him 2 years.
I'm trying to get you to encourage him, man.
No, I am.
I'm just shocked that I'm trying to get you to just be different and from me and defend your guy.
Actually, I kind of sound like you with Sark. You weren't all in on Sark.
No, I was fine with it.
Yeah, I'm fine with it.
I'm fine with it.
I'm fine with it.
And that was pre like this NIL getting out of control. I think for the NIL, Sark's perfect.
Yeah.
Yeah, for the NIL and all that crap, he's fine.
Hey, he's 2 years in my book. Or move on. Let's do it again. Just find someone else. Enough's enough. They have everything.
Is T. Mill trying to soak this one in? Is he a Elko guy?
I think he's fine with it. I mean, you're always going to support your guy, but I'm not gonna have any long.
Fooled me.
Like, no, I support him. I want him to win. I'm going to be there. First game next year, Notre Dame.
Okay.
Atta baby.
There you go.
Yeah, I'll be there.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll be wearing maroon.
Good for you.
I'll be cheering.
All right.
I'll be humping it.
There you go.
Yeah.
Coming up.
But you got 2 years, bro.
Coming up, the final grievances and on to Denver next.
What's DeMeco's message to the team? Presented by Shoppers John Deere on Sports Radio 610. Live from the Twin Peaks studios. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
Let's hear our final grievances before we go on to Denver. Landry Locker, John Lopez. Figgy Fig with you here on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610. So, the offensive line got its ass kicked yesterday. Is that fair to say?
More than fair.
All right, Laramie Tunsil, he allowed 8 pressures from Josh Allen. I don't think he allowed 6 in the last few years. Allen had 12 total. C.J. Stroud appeared to be running for his life a little bit more. This is kind of a wild question. I know the Jags are playing better now than they did the first time the Texans met. But someone on Twitter, friend of the show, at Beltway Boys, shout out to Walker, he asked a very simple question. Why did our O-line play better the first matchup against the Jags?
Well, it wasn't the same.
Just got a target on my back.
You know who was starting it on the Texans' offensive line when they took on the Jags the first time?
Go ahead.
I'll go from left to right. I'll start at left tackle. Josh Jones.
That's right. I couldn't remember Josh Jones.
Kendrick Green. Jared Patterson, Shaq Mason, and George Fant. That was your starting offensive line. You added Laramie Tunsil, 2-time highest paid offensive lineman in NFL history.
Yeah.
Titus Howard, one of the highest paid right tackles in the NFL now.
Well, we think he's the right tackle.
And you still had Mason and Fant.
And then Dieter came in.
And then you had Michael Dieter in for Jared Patterson.
Yeah. Yeah.
In the game in which Josh Allen had to go against Josh Jones at left tackle, you know what his stats were?
What's that?
2 assisted tackles.
Oh, my.
2 assisted tackles. No pressures, no sacks. 2 assisted tackles.
And he had 12 yesterday, 8 against Tunsil.
He had 8 against Tunsil, 2.5 sacks.
Yeah. Beast. But, and I said this earlier.
This could be a coincidence, but I mean, damn.
I mean, yeah, he could have just had one of those days. But I also believe this very strongly. If you're not going to be good at run blocking, you can't afford to give up 8 pressures as a pass blocker.
And some people will say, well, it's the first time he hasn't done that. And I see all these.
You can't do it.
But I see all these stats with Laramie Tunsil where it says, he's an elite pass blocker, and statistically he is. But my whole thing with that is it's the same thing, the argument that Alex Smith and Tom Brady are having kind of their pissing match on the internet where Alex Smith basically says that Tom Brady was in a crap division, so he was guaranteed to get to the playoffs, so he was able to flip the switch, yada, yada, yada. Like, Laramie Tunsil, like these pass blocking stats that we see the last few years. You know who led the AFC South in sacks last year?
Who's that?
Yannick Ngakoue.
Okay.
I think he had like 9 or 9.5. I'm not saying that Laramie Tunsil
wasn't exactly a murderer's row, is what you're saying.
All I'm saying is that of all the things that are concerning, once those extensions kick in for Titus Howard and Laramie Tunsil and Shaq Mason, once those kick in and that large of a chunk of the pie is being invested in the offensive line, if the offensive line's not significantly better or it doesn't improve, then you're wasting money and you're really wasting time because you can only have a rookie quarterback on a rookie deal for such little time. So for all the good stuff that Nick Caserio's done, and I know everyone's handing him flat, all that rightfully so, the offensive line, like the return on investment of the offensive line has been very, very mediocre. And I'm not sitting here asking Titus Howard to be elite at guard. And I know he got hurt yesterday. Before that, he was getting roughed up.
Yeah,
I mean, he was getting smacked around.
No, it was already, they were establishing.
And he's been okay, maybe at guard. This all I'm asking is for when Juice Scruggs makes his NFL debut, 12 weeks into the season, coming off of an injury, that I can see some sort of drop off. I mean, good for Juice, but I mean, I didn't really miss Titus Howard yesterday.
No, you didn't miss him, and that's a problem for Titus Howard. While we're airing grievances, this isn't so much a grievance as just an admission. I walked away from that game yesterday thinking Jalen Petrie had a good game. And the reason I did is because my standards were lower. Like, I came into the year thinking Pro Bowl, thinking this guy would be next level, start really blossoming. And that's not my expectation anymore. My expectation is just play decent safety. And I thought he had a good game yesterday. He had 1 tackle for loss and 6 tackles.
Based on the standards that we've adjusted?
Yes, I've adjusted my standards for Jalen Petrie.
Well, there we are.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, that's rightfully so. And, I mean, there were some – he should have given up a longer reception. He got lost in the lights. I don't know what he was doing. This is the play against the Patriots in the preseason. This was my first sign, man, was that.
Yeah.
He jumped sideways 5 feet.
The tackle he tried to make yesterday.
At the goal line.
Yeah.
When everybody else is trying to make the play, he's coming out there celebrating. I mean, he set the edge, I guess.
Well, he
dove.
I
feel like Desmond King was there.
Yeah.
Got thrown down. Jalen Petrie, like the notion that maybe he's going to be one of your leaders for a while, but he has not been good. He's not this fringe Pro Bowl like fairy dust. DeMeco Ryans is going to come in here. That's
what we thought, but I've adjusted.
Yeah, adjust. Okay, so good. So he had a good game yesterday.
I've got one more sort of airing of grievance before
we go on to Denver.
Before we move on, and this is not you or Figgy, but any fan that says I was hurt, watching that game, it really disappointed me, but that's progress. We are out of the progress.
We're in it, bro.
We're in business.
We're in the mix.
You should expect more. You should have been hurt and mad, and you should be understanding that there's higher standards now.
That's where it is.
It's a different Texans team, so adjust accordingly.
Adjust accordingly.
Yeah,
for sure. And Bobby Slowick, I'm going to move on.
Oh, there's another one.
Yeah, I'm going to move on from this.
I'm with you though.
This is my final grievance. I don't know if Bobby Slowick, part of his game planning is he just looks at the NFL stats and decides, Cincinnati and Arizona are bad run defenses, so we're going to try to run the ball. Singletary got 30 carries 2 weeks ago.
Yeah.
And then he had 20 last week, I think. He had over 100 yards in each of those games. He had 6 carries yesterday, and Dameon Pierce had 5.
No.
That's outrageous. I'm sorry. That is outrageous. And then 3rd and 1, 4th and 1, the calls been good this year, so I'm going to move past it. But that there's no excuse for that. Maybe Dameon Pierce is just like his kryptonite. I don't know. But that, to me, is outlandish.
I agree with that, but I want to focus more on the 3rd and 1 and 4th and 1. I had no problem going for it. I had a big problem passing on both downs. I think you make that decision after 2nd down. We got 2 guys walking into the studio that know a lot of football, and I'll be interested in knowing their opinions on this. If I'm the head coach there, if I'm the offensive coordinator, Clint, I'm telling them after 2nd down, hey, we're going for it on 4th. So I'm going to start making some play calls with that in mind. And I might throw the ball on 3rd down. I might run the ball, but I might throw the ball on 3rd down. But I sure as hell ain't going to throw it deep on 2 straight downs in that situation.
Yeah, it was interesting. I think that, and then the sequence of plays at the very end of the game to settle for 4th and 12 in the field goal. Like, I mean, you don't know exactly what's going through their mind from a management standpoint at that point in time, but you would hope in both situations, hey, 58 is Amendola's. That's we're stretching it with him.
At the best.
If we at least get 6 or 7 here, and now we give him a legit shot of a 52-yarder or a 51-yarder versus trying to get the first down on 4th and on 3rd and 12 right there. Which again, I'm splitting hairs, but it is a game management situation, right? And then as you said on the 3rd and 4th and short, some people like Sean and I were talking about it last night. And you go, it's maybe that was the 4th option in the progression, and that's all CJ had. Kind of like what game was that where he threw the go route to Tank Dale down the side?
Cincinnati
game. Very similar to that one, and you're just like, I'm going to know in those 3rd and 1, less than 1, 4th and less than 1, they're going to press, they're going to take away all the quick stuff, they're going to make it difficult, so you better scheme something up to get somebody in space immediately kind of deal.
Yeah.
I think in those situations they would definitely, in hindsight, do it different, no doubt about it.
The Devin Singletary thing, it's weird to me. I don't know. I'm not sitting here saying you got to try to square peg, round hole type of situation, but I mean, just okay. 6 carries out of 11 with the running backs. Did we make any progress? Like, did what happened the last 2 weeks matter at all? Did what we saw against the Saints matter at all? What are we doing here?
Yeah, that's a tough one to answer, because I understand your point from a number standpoint, from a number of touches, right? A number of rushes. But then I watch, and I mean, my man he chose to start a series in 22 personnel with a fullback, a tailback, and 2 tight ends on the field.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, so that there's obviously an effort and a focus there from a game plan standpoint of, hey, we're going to establish. They went back to the whole, we're going to establish this thing, and then to your point, Landry, it all just kind of disappeared. I don't know. I don't know the answer to that one right there. I just hope like hell it was another one of those last ditch efforts. Hey man, we're fixing to be 11, and we're going to put this thing in CJ's hands from jump.
I hope.
Felt like the game plan from the very get-go that they were going to use the pass to set up the run, and they just couldn't get away from the pass. They just absolutely couldn't do it, and ultimately it was instantaneous. The moment Sean Pendergast comes over and tells me, man, it certainly looks like, Singletary's going to be the dude going forward and Pierce is going to be the change of pace guy, the running game went to absolute hell.
Yes, it did. You're listening to KILT AM, KILT HD2. The Drive is live.
It's live. It's still alive. Sean Bajani in for Ron Hughley today. Clint Stoerner here as well. I am pumped up. There is so much to get to after just one of the most incredible football games that I can remember watching in person or on TV yesterday, Clint. It was incredible. Unbelievable. That was the only word that came to mind when Matt Amendola's 58-yard field goal attempt doinked off the crossbar. I can't remember seeing and feeling anything like that. Like, for me, and I've been to probably 95% of all Texan games in their 21, 22-year history. The last time I felt that heartbroken was probably a Peyton Manning game-winning drive at NRG. But the one that I really remember feeling like absolute crap on was when Vince Young beat the Texans in overtime when he ran for like 40 yards on a damn keeper.
Yeah.
That hurt.
I imagine those hurt a bit.
That hurt.
I imagine those hurt a bit. Yeah, look, I mean, it's a good thing, though, right? I mean, on this Reaction Monday, it is an absolute beautiful thing that we're all sitting here heartbroken on of the NFL season because a game come around the bend here that was for the division late in the season. I think I can say we're late in the season. Week 12 is late in the season, right?
Yeah.
I mean, that game, the reason it hurt so much, the reason it was tough to watch, the field goal bounce off the upright or the crossbar is because that game meant so much. And so here we are with the Houston Texans in year one with DeMeco Ryans, and we've got meaningful football, in a big-time atmosphere, and it comes down to the wire, man. We're going to dig into the game itself and the Texans and what we saw and a lot of what we didn't see. But at the end of the day, that was a huge game that would have given the Texans a big-time cushion in terms of qualifying for the playoffs. They would have had the lead in the division. They would have been able to stay ahead of Indianapolis and Pittsburgh and all these other Buffalo Bills.
Yes.
These other kind of middle of the pack teams, but they fell short. And so now every game moving forward, Sean, they were going to be important anyway, whether you had the lead in the division or not. But now every single game, all 6 of the games remaining on this schedule are unbelievably big for the Houston 100%. Texans.
This is what you wanted. This is what we all wanted. Yep. You didn't know you were going to get it this quick in season 1 under DeMeco Ryans and with CJ Stroud and so much newness and unproven and unknown. But it's week 12 headed to week 13 and you are in the thick of it. You're in the nitty-gritty. It's getting late. That you couched it perfectly. That is exactly why that game hurt as much as it did yesterday. And look,
I'm going to tell you, Sean, real quick, bro. Here's the deal, and I don't want to put the cart before the horse and fast forward this thing 6 weeks, but as we were going through the post game last night, Sean and I were talking, and there's a really, really, really good chance that Indianapolis game in Week 18 is going to be for all the marbles.
Possibly, sure.
There's going to be – how big was the game last year when it was for the number 1 overall pick or not? And we came up – we drew the short stick on that one. There's a really good chance if the Texans just handle their business that Week 18 game in Indy could literally be for a playoff spot. You talk about a huge game. But again, I don't want to jump 6 weeks ahead here too quick. But boy, it's setting up for all these games.
It's hard not to because of the way that this football team is playing, and that is a very generalized statement. There is so much more to talk about just in what I said there. The way that this football team is playing, I can hear arguments for, you know what? That is another example yesterday of just how far the Texans still have to go to be considered a good team. You can't play that way and expect to win football games. Well, I could see and hear another argument where you say, you know what? This is still a damn good football team because they still had an opportunity to tie and or win the game late. Destiny for what was it? Like the 6th time in the last 8 weeks that you had an opportunity to tie and or win a game inside the final 30 seconds of a football game. Are you freaking kidding me? In a game, Clint, that it was the biggest game for this franchise in the last 5 years, the most impactful, meaningful game since the 2018-2019 divisional round playoff game against the Kansas City Chiefs. There are things, though, you said this, there are things that you just can't afford to do against playoff caliber teams and expect to win at the same time. Yeah. Even though you have an opportunity to do so late, you can't do it and survive, and more times than not, you don't. For me, Clint, this was one of the final backbreakers.
Bunch formation left, Hutchinson right, Stroud in the gun, Motor to his right. First down Texans at the Houston 47. Here's the snap. Stroud with pressure. Stroud's going to be sacked back at the 32-yard line. Could not get away from Josh Allen. His second sack of the day. Ouch.
It was just one step forward, not 2 steps back. It was 15 yards back, 9 yards back. That son of a gun, Josh Allen, just kept coming and whooping Laramie Tunsil's ass all day yesterday. 12 pressures on C.J. Stroud. Laramie Tunsil gave up 8 of them. We're going to talk a lot more about that throughout the show, but look, there's a laundry list. I have something up on SportsRadio610.com right now, the 12 most impactful plays from the game yesterday. You can check them out on SportsRadio610.com. I know you've got this well, Clint. Let's hear them. That has to be one of them.
Yeah, look, I think there's 2 ways to look at this game, Sean. I mean, one is you played as bad a football. Look, I think this is as bad a football as we've seen the DeMeco Ryans Texans play. The early games, early on, you didn't have an identity. Nobody knew, their tail end from a hole in the ground. Nobody knew what the hell was going on. So I exclude those first couple of games. I look at the last 8 weeks, 9 weeks worth of football. This is the worst football as a team that we've seen the Texans play. So you can get your dauber down about that, which we're going to do. I'm going to talk all about that. Or you can look at it and say, well, all of that is very, very true, and a kick that would have been about 6 inches further than it did, and all of a sudden you're in overtime with a legit playoff caliber football team. And so depending on how you want to look at this thing, glass half full, glass half empty, we can take that approach. I'm going to look at it right now through this lens because I know there's a lot of fans out there hurting. I know there's a lot of frustrated fans. Here's the deal, and I heard DeMeco Ryans say this in his post-game press conference, and I heard Christian Harris say this when he met with us me and Sean Pendergast in the post-game yesterday. Mm-hmm. Both of those guys said they did things that you just can't afford to do when you're playing a good football team across the field. When you're playing that caliber football team, when you're playing a playoff caliber football team, you cannot afford to do what they did. Now, what exactly did they do? What are those guys referring to? I've got a long laundry list. We've heard guys talk about all the penalties, right? The Jacksonville Jaguars were tremendous on third down, running their own plays. There were 4 penalties that gave the Jacksonville Jaguars a first down in critical situations. Carson had it
on third downs.
Yes, on third down. These are third. Yeah, these are third downs. 3rd and goal from the 5. Carson, PI on Jones. 3rd and 3 on Ingram, midfield. Thomas, PI. Thomas, PI on Kirk. 3rd and goal from the 5. Nelson, defensive holding on Ridley on 3rd and 7. I mean, a couple of those were inside the 5-yard line, but they all resulted in first down situations. When you're playing a playoff caliber football team, You can't afford to gift them first downs in third down situations. I know a lot of people will say the refs were bad, but at the end of the day, it is what it is. They were bad both directions, right? You cannot have the penalties because they are damn near impossible to overcome when you're playing an offense that's already really good at converting third downs. That's already really explosive. You can't give them first downs via the penalty. Secondly, they gave up 4 plays of 42 yards or more.
Yeah.
Right? Johnson had a catch early in the game, 42 yards on Christian Harris. Christian Kirk had a catch, 57 yards on Tavier Thomas. Farrell had a 42-yard catch on a Stingley Carson safe combination. And then Calvin Ridley had a 57-yard catch on Steven Nelson. And there were several other 20, 25-yard, 18 to 25-yard plays as well. But you can't give up 4 42-plus-yard explosives in the secondary.
No question.
You just can't do it.
No question.
Not versus a good football team.
It was just the explosives in general. You talking about the real big ones, and my God, those hurt yesterday. But it was 9 total explosive plays allowed by the Texans yesterday that went for at least 18 yards.
Yeah.
There were 2 for 18, 1 for 20, 1 for 21. You mentioned the 2 for 42, the 45, the 57. I mean, it was just like bam, bam, bam. Whenever Trevor Lawrence wanted to dial it up, it just seemed like they could. And so many times it just felt like Tavier Thomas was a part of every damn one of them. That sucker got cooked by Christian Kirk. He got cooked by Calvin Ridley. He got cooked by Evan Ingram. It did not matter. They put his ass in a deep fryer yesterday.
Yeah.
And that was one of the most infuriating things for me, Clint, is the inability or just the damn stubbornness to not make a personnel or schematic adjustment. Hell, at one point, they moved Tavier Thomas's ass over Calvin Ridley in the red zone.
Yeah.
I'm thinking, what the hell are they doing?
Look, I'm gonna tell you, I'm gonna watch. I want to watch the all 22 before I go in real hard on number 4 on his play. Not him personally, but obviously his play. Clearly, I've said this all year long, and it's not Tavier Thomas's problem. I mean, we had people talking about Tavier Thomas was the highest back in week 1, and we've just swept under the rug that Tavier Thomas, if anybody that's watched practice, anybody watched training camp, anybody watched the preseason at times, I mean, he is not a cover defender. He is going to get cooked when he is in man coverage, and DeMeco Ryans likes to pressure and play man coverage. Number 4, I've told everybody from the jump, he is going to get cooked in those situations. Now, to be fair, I want to see the all 22. I want to see how much of that was man-to-man, how much of it was zones where he ended up matched up with guys. I want to see it all clear, real clear, before we paint the picture of just how bad it really was. But to your point, he's the duck in that secondary. And good offenses ultimately are going to go right after him. They're going to match Christian Kirk. They're going to match Calvin Ridley. They're going to match up Ingram. They're going to get their best matchup. And when you got that many guys, you really just break the huddle and line up, and wherever 4 is, you work on him kind of deal. That's going to happen. That part of this defense, the DeMeco Ryans defense, got exposed yesterday, and it's going to get exposed moving forward by good offenses.
Something real quick that just it came to mind that DeMeco said last week during one of his availabilities.
Yeah.
Everybody on that team, offense or defense, everybody except the quarterback, we want to have the best guys out there. And he was really, the impetus for that statement was talking about the offensive line, because, again, he was asked, like, hey,
sure,
when are you going to make a change at left guard? Well, now.
Right.
Whatever. But he said, everybody except the quarterback was just the best guy possible out there on a particular play. You're not moving quarterbacks in and out. And he completely went against that logic and that wisdom by continuing to trot out Tavier Thomas yesterday when it was clear they were looking his way. They knew they could take advantage of him, and they did repeatedly.
Well, we'll see. We'll see how DeMeco Ryans handles that situation, because the one thing is he's got 3 options. He can stick, which he did in the postgame presser. He said TT is fine. Tavier Thomas is fine. I believe he's going to see something a little different on the film. We'll see how that goes. But you've now got Des King over there, who was active yesterday after being picked up last week. And then you also got Shaq Griffin, which obviously is a better cover defender. May not be able to play the run as well, but he's a better cover defender. So he's got options. We'll see what DeMeco Ryans.
Where was he yesterday?
Well, yeah, he was standing on the sideline because that's when it dawned on me. Like, damn, let's get him in some of these coverage situations. But that's defensively, right? It was about the penalties and the chunk plays, the explosive plays, those two things. Now, when we flip over to the offensive side of the football, talking about things that the Texans just aren't going to be able to do. When you play, the mistakes that they're not going to be able to make when you play playoff caliber teams, you're going to get beat 10 out of 10 times, right? Number one, I feel like Bobby Slowick went into this game thinking, man, we ran it good against Cincinnati, we ran it good against Arizona, and I think early on, I think they wasted plays offensively. Mm-hmm. I think they wasted plays. They started the second drive of the game. They started with 22 personnel. They had a fullback and 2 tight ends on the field. There's nothing that we've seen this year from the Texans that thinks, hey, let's line up and play bully ball. Yeah. Let's line up. Bobby. And by the way, the only receiver at that point in time was Mechie, right? And this and I'm not saying you just completely abandon things, but that was to start a damn drive. Like, I don't get that mindset, right? Based on what I've seen from this team. The third drive of the game, they were in 11 personnel, but they didn't have Nico Collins, Robert Woods, or Tank Dell on the field. Yeah. They had Xavier Hutchins, they had Mechie, and they had Sims on the field where your wide receivers. They know damn good and well you ain't throwing the football. Mm-hmm. And Damian Pierce was a running back, by the way. They know damn good and well you're not throwing the football. So I question, you're just wasting plays at that point in time. You're wasting plays. You're trying to run the football which again we should know now that we're just not a very good run football team. Number one. Number two. Your highest paid offensive lineman in Laramie Tunsil got worked all day long. Yep. He got worked over all day long. You're not going to win ball games if Laramie Tunsil is getting worked all day long. Your quarterback, he takes a sack on a screen in crunch time late. Now, I don't know exactly what happened. We'll see the all-22, but that last sack that C.J. Stroud took, that was a screen play where they gave the sack to Allen again on Tunsil, but I think that was some kind of screen that had gone off the deep end.
Yeah, it was funky. That's the one we just heard.
Don't know exactly what happened there. And then Bobby Slowick, again, 0 targets for your best wide receiver in the second half of a game where you need to score points with that offense across the field.
That was incredible.
Tank Dell had 0 targets.
1 touch.
And look, we've got to get beyond. It's great, Sean, that we've been able to have Brown go for 100+. We've seen Nico go for 100+. We've seen Tank go for 100+. We've seen Dalton Schultz have good games. We've seen Robert Woods be that clutch, be available for the quarterback and make some big plays. We got to get away from the whole, hey, man, we're just going to run our offense and whoever gets touches gets touches. Tank Dell, and we're going to talk about this down the road, Tank Dell is a guy that should damn near never come off the field.
Yeah.
You should never start a drive with Tank Dell off the field. You should damn sure never start a drive with the 3 receivers, with Tank, Nico, and Robert Woods all on the sideline for damn sure. But Tank having no targets in the second half is crazy.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's crazy.
I never thought I'd get there with him, honestly, because of the size issue.
Sure.
And I think he's got every much as bit to do with that, as you have to give Bobby Slowick the credit as well for the way that he's utilized him. As Slowick said last week, they figured out a way, and he's figured out a way, Tank Dell, to make the size issue a non-factor. And when you have the ability to do that, yeah.
Well, Sean, you can argue. Look, I mean, the size was never an issue for me, but I do understand where people are coming from. But you can argue the size is a reason why he can jump in the air and land flat on his back after that one catch and bounce up like nothing happened. If he was 220, it would hurt a lot. It hurt a lot more when he landed flat on his back or on his hip or something like that. Yeah. So I mean, and it's like he's not going to have the twitch and the ability to get in and out of his breaks if he was. If he were 6'2", 210, he wouldn't have the ability to do that.
Sure.
I mean, his abilities. A lot of why he's so good is because he's so small.
Yeah.
But he plays big. He plays big. I guarantee you, his catch radius is bigger than anybody's on the team.
Oh my goodness! I tell you what, you should have been able to go +1 on the catch radius yesterday, but the referee saw otherwise.
Oh, yeah.
I got to talk about that. Momentarily, we're going to hear from Texans head coach DeMeco Ryans. He'll take the podium inside of the next 15 minutes. We'll have that here for you live on Sports Radio 610. That's next, along with the NFL absolutely needing to take a hard look and make a significant change for getting this particular call right. I'll tell you what that is next. It's Sports Radio 610.
It's a Reaction Monday, brought to you by Shoppers John Deere. or you can win a pair right here on Sports Radio 610. Every day this week, be listening to Payne and Pendergast in the 7 a.m. hour for your cue to call. And you could be heading to see the Stones at NRG Stadium in April.
Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
It's Reaction Monday, presented by Shoppers John Deere on Sports Radio 610. Here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Alongside Clint Stoerner, I'm Sean Bajani in for Ron Hughley, who will return tomorrow from Kansas City. Terribly hear from Texans head coach DeMeco Ryans.
You think he got K Sleazy? You think he got Sleazy in KC?
Oh, without a doubt.
Of course.
What was that? Wednesday or Thursday night? He was
planning on
going out with the fellas. I didn't see any posed up like when he puts his good clothes on and goes to a nice joint. He likes to take a photo like up close, real close with his glasses and his hair all nice and stuff. And I didn't see any of those. Did you, T?
No, I didn't see any evidence.
Oh man. Wonder how sleazy
they're out there. They're out there. He took those pictures. Maybe he just didn't post.
If he was single, I'd call him K Sleazy. That'd be his nickname right there. That'd be his nickname. My bad, Johnny. I screwed you up.
No, you didn't.
You were on a roll, man.
You actually, since you're talking about sleazy, I know a lot of people would use the term sleazy to describe the referees yesterday.
No question about it.
They were a part of the game. There's no question. They weren't the reason. They were maybe a reason why it was more difficult on the Texans to create opportunities for themselves late. But hell, I thought this damn game was over inside 9 minutes, or inside the 10-minute mark of the fourth quarter after the 3rd and 1 and the 4th and 1 heave-hos from C.J. Stroud. That felt like the game was over for me. But the Texans found a way, defensively, offensively, to create an opportunity for themselves to still control their own destiny late in that game. There were a lot of plays. And this is, before we get to DeMeco Ryans, I'm just going to tell you right now, and I do think it happens, because every year it just compounds, where there are calls that the NFL finds themselves in a situation where they know they must consider and discuss possible significant changes to rules. And I'm telling you flat out right now, the NFL needs to rule everything a catch, when the only question about it is whether or not it was in or out of bounds. And that means everything. That clears and cleans up every situation remotely close, especially related to the Tank Dell no catch yesterday in the first half.
So catch until proven otherwise.
100%.
100% catch until... Okay.
If the question is not that it was a catch by controlling the ball standards, right, but just whether or not it was in or out,
yes,
it changes everything, because that call yesterday in the first half, which ultimately led to a 50-yard missed field goal attempt by Matt Amendola on the very next play, if it was called a catch on the field, then it becomes impossible to overturn it upon review, because you couldn't tell. There wasn't a great shot that said it's definitive yes or no, he did or did not have his feet inbounds while making that catch. But that referee initially called it before he was overruled or convinced otherwise by a freaking side judge that was literally 20 yards behind the play.
Part that really bothers me. And I'll tell you, this bothers me more than the PI calls, because, look, I think, again, I'll say this. I think the defensive holding call on Steven Nelson that gave him a first down late, I think that was a bull jive call. Like, that guy should be fined heavily for that call, any way you slice it. But the PI stuff is, I mean, you can't grab. Mm-hmm. You can't grab at any point in time beyond 5 yards. You can't contact him. You can't. You're going to get those calls against you the majority of the time. And look, I'll be honest, when you play better football teams like the Jacksonville Jaguars who have weapons, guess what happens when those weapons put your defensive backs in panic mode, right? They start grabbing, so you're going to get more PI calls. Yeah. So that's not all just the referee. That has a lot to do with a lot of different facets of the game.
Yeah.
This is the one that irked the hell out of me because of what you just got to. it was ruled a catch initially.
Mm-hmm.
So to me, when they decide, hey, we've got to review this thing, it should go back to the initial call. Whatever referee by design is in position to best make that call and makes that call on the field. Yep. Now then the play is discussed and it goes to review, right? If it goes to review, whatever was called on the field should originally, I'm not talking about after everybody got together and all the different angles. No, what did the guy that had the best view of what did he call it? Okay, he called it a catch. Now let's go review. What I don't like is it was called a catch. Somebody ran up. No. We're going to overturn it. That was not a catch. And then all of a sudden, well, it was close enough that we need to go review it.
Yeah. And that's
so
the
let's
replay
go
official upstairs
Correct.
making that call.
Correct. So for me, the problem isn't what ended up happening and how the problem to me lies where the guy on the field that made the call initially, that the initial call, that should be the one that has to be overturned, not after everybody meets and everybody discusses and then they come to something and then they go to review.
Yep.
Right? That's the part that really frustrated me with that particular situation with Tank Dell.
To me, it's not convoluted. It's not complex. It's not confusing. It's very simple. If it was called a catch, it would have stood. At this time, we're going to go to NRG and listen to DeMeco Ryans.
Pass rush, some of the struggles creating more pressure on Trevor Lawrence? For us, when it comes to pass rush and creating more pressure, it starts first with our coverage. Right? Rush and coverage is tied together. I feel like we can be better in coverage, therefore giving more time for our pass rush to get there. We can execute better in all phases.
It seemed like there were times where it felt like the Jags were kind of picking on Tavierre at times, but they kept targeting at him. Were there any discussions about possibly when you're got Robert to like pass it off to whoever was the Robert guy to help Tavierre whenever they were going across the field?
They made a couple plays. Tavierre, he was sticky in coverage. They made a couple plays on him, but fighting right to make plays there. He was challenging guys. That's what we asked for. So he was good there. We would like to see him make plays, of course, but they made plays, and that's how it happens sometimes.
But I'm curious, there seemed to be, even on both sides, there seemed to be some calls that were kind of, off. Did you get any explanations? Was there any talk about, talking to the league about the officiating at all from some of these games?
No, we'll submit some calls, but no, and we'll let the league handle that from that perspective.
What calls will you submit?
Well, we'll talk to the league about that.
How excited are you to get Denzel Perryman back this week?
Yeah, excited to get Denzel back. Denzel brings a physical presence to our defense that we definitely need him to step up and play for us. So excited to have him back, and what he brings to us, the experience that he brings, it will definitely help us out on defense. So happy to get him back in the building.
What I like CJ, continues to play at a pretty high level. How much confidence do you guys have, no matter what the score is, we have a guy like Jack Cole have a chance?
With CJ and what he's been able to do, I think it's part of the reason why we are where we are, what our record is because when he's played well, I think everybody around him has played together and he can make plays for us, and we've seen that, right? But from this past game, we all have to play better, right? From CJ to its O-line, D-line, linebackers, every team has to play better. Right? It wasn't good enough from an execution standpoint all the way across the board for our entire team, right? Although we've had a lot of good things that happened in that game, made a lot of good plays, like a lot of explosives, a lot of things off schedule that we made plays on, but just overall we can still execute a lot better.
As you start turning your attention to this week in Denver and seeing all that they've been able to do in the last 4 or 5 weeks, I know you probably haven't gone through anything, but what kind of concerns you most?
For this week, my concern is us as the Texans. Like, we have to fix us. Right? We have to play better. We have to execute better. It really doesn't matter who our opponent is if we don't clean up our house first. So we have to clean up our house, and we'll be able to go out and compete fairly when we clean up our miscues.
Just
32 rushing yards from the two running backs in the game. What were the Jaguars doing that maybe had you guys shy away from the rushing attack? And was that sort of a conscious decision or an adjustment in the game?
We know we have to run it better. I think Jaguars did a really good job of closing space. When there was space, the lanes closed up quickly. And credit to them with, their defensive line, their linebackers, the way they played in the run game, did a really good job for us. Of course, we want to run it better. We got to make sure we're targeting better, make sure we're finishing better up front with all our blocks, and we just got to run it better. And hopefully we get an opportunity to do that this week. It was good to see Juice in there get some time. I think he did a good job. He's the first action in a long time, so he stepped in and did a really nice job for us. And Juice will only continue to improve with the more reps that he takes.
Is the thought with Matt that he's made some kicks for you that he can continue to hold it down for you and be your guy?
Yeah, we'll keep going with Matt. We'll keep going, give him opportunities. Do not have an update right now. Still gathering more information on Titus.
With regards to just the execution of the offense yesterday, how much of it was, I guess CJ/Bob not having, I guess, the eyes in the right spots post snap? Because it seemed like a lot of plays that the Jaguars were mixing things up, kind of flooding where they knew CJ/Bob was trying to attack, and then there appeared sometimes there were other opportunities on the other side. How much of that was kind of the issue, and how do you kind of, when it's happening in-game, adjust on the fly?
Jags did a good job yesterday of mixing up the looks on their defense, but there were also looks that we've seen and looks that we made plays against. So we just have to be consistent with our reads, our progression, and we just have to continue to play within the rhythm and timing of our offense. That's where we have to reestablish that focus, right? Just recenter and just get back to the basics of owning our fundamentals when it comes to the timing and rhythm of our offense.
Honestly, to follow up on that, as a coach on the side, what's the balance of, okay, you know that it's out of structure, but the plays are being made? What's the balance of, kind of riding that, but also, we still have to get back?
As a coach, as you go through the game, you continue to teach, right? Continue to coach them as best you can, right? And at the end of the day, players out there on the field, they're playing, they make the plays.
You guys are strong on third down offensively, and defensively kind of struggle a little bit on third down. Is there any correlation to that being good on third down, but also kind of having issues defending it?
For us on third down versus the Jaguars, we weren't good enough defensively. When it comes to rushing coverage, being tied together, we weren't good enough. They executed on third down, we weren't, so we didn't. So they made the plays and we didn't, and that was the difference in the game.
What's the challenge to the offensive line, given how you guys ran the ball in the previous two games and weren't able to do what y'all wanted to this game? What's your challenge to them?
Yeah, the challenge to our guys up front is just to have that physical mindset to finish every snap, make sure our hat placement is in the proper place, and make sure we're creating displacement up front, right? Denver's going to be a tough run defense, right? At 5 across the line, it's going to be a tough run defense. We had to make sure we can create displacement, we can create lanes, running lanes for our running backs, and our backs have to run and finish. Every yard matters, right? It's just about pressing forward in the run game with every carry that we get.
In terms of coaching technique, and everybody says you got to play defense, pass defense with your feet. How do you get guys to avoid penalties with the way the league is emphasizing that so much with essentially it's really hard to put your hands on the receiver?
Yeah, it makes it hard to cover guys, right? These are some of the best athletes in the world at the receiver position, so it's definitely hard to cover the guys. It starts with getting pressure on the quarterback to speed him up. That helps with coverage, but it's about moving your feet, right, and make sure we're playing clean at the top of the routes.
DeMeco leukemia is your cause for cases. Is that personal to you, that bringing awareness to leukemia to the American country?
Yes, that's personal to me. Yes, it is.
I don't know if we talked about much, but for Desmond King to come in on the streets and kind of make that play at the end of that first half, what do you think about that?
It was an exciting play for Desmond to step in at that moment in time in our goal line package. He stepped up, and he stepped up big time, right, to make that stop there going into the locker room before halftime. That was a huge play. All right, you felt the energy from everybody, not only on the defense but from our entire team. Right, it was a big time hit by Dez, and just happy to be able to get him back.
knowledge of y'all's defense, kind of just have y'all miss that out?
We miss Jimmy a lot. Jimmy brings a calm to our defense. He also brings big-time playmaking ability to our defense. A guy who can move around, play multiple spots, tackles really well, instinctive player. So we've missed Jimmy. He's our starter for a reason. We've missed him, man. Hopefully we can get him back here soon.
When a team like the Jags, like it looked like they also get a lot of movement, a lot of scrimmage sometimes on the back end. How difficult can that be for quarterbacks to kind of cipher and diagnose all the movement?
With the movement that we'll get from many defenses, all defenses move post-snap, pre-snap. It's something with our quarterback, with CJ, that he's seen before. He just has to continue to go through his progression, right? Really doesn't matter about the defense. It's about us as an offense dictating and going where we want to go with the football and getting the ball into our playmakers' hands. And if we handle that efficiently, that's when we play good offense. When we get off schedule, right, and we don't play on time and rhythm, then that's what you see. You see we're kind of sputtering around there. We just have to be more efficient on offense, sustaining drives, all right, continue to press forward. All right, thank you, guys.
All right, that was Texans head coach DeMeco Ryans at his weekly game after press conference. A lot to unpack there, Clint, and we will do that when we come back. Also, going to gauge how you guys are feeling and how Clint is feeling. Surprisingly encouraged after yesterday's game. We'll talk about it all next at Sports Radio 610.
The Texans took a tough loss against the Jags.
matter who, I'm paraphrasing, I don't care who we play. Opponent doesn't matter. We have our own mistakes to clean up, and that was one of my biggest takeaways in what we just heard from DeMeco Ryans.
Well, that's just DeMeco's doing the coach speak thing very, very well. I don't mean coach speak as in phrases, but just not giving you a whole hell of a lot, avoiding some of the bigger topics. But that's one you just can't avoid right there. And when DeMeco says, you can't do those things and not execute against really good football teams. By the way, if you're listening on the Odyssey app, there's a rewind feature. You can go back to the first segment. We covered what exactly DeMeco Ryans is talking about when he says we can't execute or we can't struggle to execute against a team that good. We went down a laundry list of things that the Texans did not do well, which ultimately got them beat against a good football team in the first segment. So feel free to go listen to that. But yeah, I mean, there's no way around it. I mean, I love that from DeMeco actually is because yesterday wasn't about Jacksonville. Yesterday wasn't about the refs. Next week it's really, we'll see how it plays out, but I don't think it's going to be about Denver. If you go out there and you do the things that you did yesterday against Jacksonville, you're going to struggle and probably lose next week against Denver. If you do those things that you did yesterday, again, there's a long laundry list of them. If you play like you played yesterday, this next 6 ball games that most people look at and say, man, you got a pretty soft schedule. You should, good chance could win out if you play good football. If you play like you played yesterday against Jacksonville, you're going to have a hard time winning ball games.
Isn't it encouraging somewhat, though, I guess, as I'm listening to you kind of talk through all of these things? Sure, the Texans had a lot of issues yesterday, but is it encouraging at all to you that there's not really a recurring issue here that we're seeing and you're able to string together week on top of week, right? And just going off the top of my head, Clint, look, the run game. We were all encouraged by back-to-back great performances in the run game the last 2 weeks.
Use that we all lightly now.
I mean, you're going to argue with the buck 50 plus.
I ain't going to argue with it. I just wasn't. I didn't believe in it. But
you might not have believed in it, but you take it, right?
I got you. Yeah.
Okay,
I'll damn sure take it.
The offensive line has played pretty spectacularly in terms of protecting their quarterback since week 2.
They've been tremendous.
They've played their worst game of the season since week 2 yesterday, in my opinion, and I think you share that sentiment as well.
Yes,
but penalties. They were the most heavily they've been the most heavily penalized teams in terms of yardage week in and week out. And hell, last week it was 3 penalties for 19 yards. And in terms of the penalties that I think we'd all agree with that should have been called on the Texans yesterday, they were whistled for 7, maybe about 3 of them were legit. So I get that's a little up for argument, up for grabs there. But you see my point. I don't know that there's anything that you can string together that says, you know what, this team just doesn't do this well, aside from consistently being road graders as an offensive line and generating any type of confidence that you can run block. That's where I would land on it.
Yeah, look, I mean, there's clearly, to me, the run game stuff is, as I've said multiple times, it's never been about one running back or the other.
Yeah.
We can get into a debate about who's better and why they're better and what their skill sets are. Okay, whatever. But at the end of the day, this offensive line is not what DeMeco Ryans and what Bobby Slowick thought this offensive line was going to be when the season started.
In many more ways than one.
It just at the end of the day, it's just not. And so the run game has been so bad for me that I understand why you would go out there and you would abandon the run early. You would come out and be a pass first football team. I completely understand why you would do those things.
Mm-hmm.
The other stuff that we saw yesterday, some of them were first times that we've seen the defense struggle with PI situations, the pass protecting being an issue, like you mentioned. Those are things that all of a sudden, because you're playing a better football team, all of a sudden those things showed up, and you just hope they can get them right.
Yeah.
You just hope they can get them fixed. You hope that's not an ongoing problem anytime you play a playoff caliber team or a good run defending or a good pass rushing football team. Let me tell you what we saw yesterday. Cleveland's going to have a field day. That Cleveland defense.
Yeah, man.
The New York Jets defense. Chief, these are all games that you would have. Denver's defense. I'm going to tell you, man, Denver's defense of late, their stats are all wonky because of that giving up 70 points earlier in the year and
100%.
stuff. But don't fall for that now. You look at if you're a box score guy, don't fall for that. Denver's defense has been straight the last month.
It's an incredible nugget of information that John McClain shared earlier today that my jaw almost hit the damn floor. In terms of what the Broncos defensively have done, they've allowed just as many touchdowns over the course of their 5-game win streak as they did in one damn game against the Miami Dolphins when they'd scored 70 points on them. I mean, that's just incredible. But, you had your eye on a Cleveland defense now for a few weeks now. And, I don't care who their quarterback is. At the end of the day, it's about playing complementary football. Well, you know what the Texans didn't do yesterday? That. There's many different ways to do it, and I know they had their opportunities, but it's the many confounding things that they did to shoot themselves in the foot that prevented them ultimately from controlling their own destiny and winning that ball game yesterday. He's Clint Stoerner. I'm Sean Bajani in for Ron Hughley. Coming up next, we got the Big 3 at 3. NFL news of the day. Was this the best the Aggies could do, and the most heartbreaking loss since when? I'll tell you that next at Sports Radio 610.
What's good, y'all? Look, fellas, there's a lot of people about testosterone, man. Here's the deal. You got to do your homework. You got to go to a provider that you can trust.
professional-grade supplies for every industry, even hard-to-find products. And we have same-day pickup and next-day delivery on most orders. But most importantly, we have an unwavering commitment to help keep you up and running. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive The Titans play here. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. With the biggest stories of the day, it's the Big 3 at 3. Number 1.
Career long is 49. This is a 58-yard attempt from Matt Amendola for a tie. John Weeks will snap. Cameron Johnston will hold. Here's the snap. Here's the spot. Here's the kick. Does it have enough? Amendola off the crossbar. No good. Oh my goodness. He didn't make it. Another foot, and he's got it. And with 29 seconds to go, the Jags will kill the clock.
Sean Bajani in for Ron Hughley. Clint Stoerner here. It is The Drive on Sports Radio 610. It's the first time I'd heard that call from Mark Vandermeer on the missed 58-yard attempt with 29 seconds remaining in the 24-21 loss to the Jaguars yesterday. Clint, that was a damn shame, dude.
The game is over!
That was literally the toughest game that I can remember watching the Texans lose. Since I mentioned this earlier, since VY beat him in overtime years and years ago. I'm sure there's a Peyton Manning game-winning drive in the fourth quarter late that I don't recall.
Yeah.
I don't remember feeling as sick. My jaw literally hit the floor yesterday. I probably squeezed Brandon Scott's arm, the life out of it.
I'm sure they vomited in the stands.
Seth Payne and I just looked at each other in absolute disbelief.
Yeah.
I couldn't believe it.
Well,
But we're encouraged. Somewhat? Are we encouraged?
Yeah. No, look, I mean, I'm encouraged. I don't know about everybody else. I mean, I'm looking forward to the rest of the show today and even the first half of the week around these parts. We try not to move on to Denver until we get this win or loss, and this week it's an actual loss. We're going to get this thing good and hashed out before we just move on to Denver. And we're going to talk about all the problems that the Texans had. But for me personally, yes, I'm encouraged about my team overall, big picture. This team is in a place, we can all agree before last week, that they are well ahead of where we thought they would be in terms of rebuild, right? They were well ahead of that before. I had no idea that this team had the ability to go out there and do all the things that they did in one football game as poorly as they did it, against a playoff caliber team, one of the better, higher AFC seeds ultimately, is what it's looking like. And literally have a chance as time expired to kick a field goal to take this thing into overtime. Really had the football with a chance to win it with 3 minutes left and a timeout in the 2-minute warning. To think that this team was in that position, given all the stuff that they had done poorly on both sides of the football, and those special teams in there, they had 12 guys on the damn field at the end of the ball game, and they wasted a timeout. So those special teams in there too, they could screw that game up, and damn near took them to overtime. Had an opportunity to win it in regulation, and damn near took it to overtime.
People forget about that. What you just mentioned, having 12 guys on the field, that's a mistake, Clint.
Yeah.
That you maybe have only seen once before this season. Totally uncharacteristic of, really, in that sense, a very disciplined, organized, put-together, DeMeco Ryans-led football team.
Yeah.
And to have that happen in that situation, one of those inexcusable things that you have to say it just like this. We've talked about it ad nauseum already today. One of the many things the Texans did to themselves that you can't do against a good football team and expect to win.
Right, correct. Correct. Big. You just can't do it. Special teams can't affect you negatively with big returns, big explosive returns, or penalties like that. They're inexcusable. So, but the point is I mean, I'm encouraged because every think about the teams right now. Think about the Eagles. They have consistently won this year, and then after the game, everybody talks about, well, Got a new offensive coordinator, that Brian Johnson guy, who's from Baytown, by the way. That Brian Johnson guy and Jalen Hurts, man, they hadn't really figured it out. Man, they're kind of growing pains. They're not hitting on all something, but they find ways to win.
Sure.
Right? They played a bad football game yesterday, somehow scored 30-some-odd points, win in overtime, right, with Jalen Hurts versus the Buffalo Bills. Thank you, by the way. We're in that swamp with the Bills right now. So, but they go on and win. Think about the Kansas City Chiefs. I mean, Pat Mahomes has not been Pat Mahomes this year. He's thrown interceptions. It's been ugly, right? But they've continued better team record-wise in the league. And so you all the good teams that are consistently in the playoffs, that are consistently playing for a Super Bowl, Sean, they have that ability. Now, you don't want to make a habit of it, but they have the ability to give themselves a chance to win in the fourth quarter, even when they're playing horrendous.
And the Texans have done that, at multiple times this year.
But they played good. It hasn't been because they played. Now, they've given, like, Cincinnati opportunity late.
Yes.
Like, yesterday's on a whole different level. Mm-hmm. They didn't deserve to be within 3 touchdowns of Jacksonville, given the way they played on both sides of the football.
That was my pulse as well, yeah.
Yeah, so the fact that you were there at the very end, I'm encouraged by. Again, don't want to make a habit of it, but the good teams have that in them once or twice a year where, man, you just ain't your day. I mean, everything's going against you. The refs are going against you. Your defense giving up explosives. Your offense can't run or protect, but you end it at the end. That's what good teams do. Yeah. So I'm encouraged by that. The other thing, real quick, C.J. Stroud, man.
Yes.
C.J. Stroud. Call it what you want. That was an NFL version of his Georgia game in the college ball playoff.
I thought for a lot of that game yesterday, it's funny you mentioned that. That was Georgia 2.0 for C.J. Stroud. Just because, look, for us this season, we have not seen C.J. Stroud have to be or just simply be that elusive, have to extend that many plays, that routinely. And the way that he did it, it was just to operate almost exclusively off schedule.
Yep.
It was incredible to watch. I told you this earlier. It felt like I was watching somebody play Madden with, like, Michael Vick. Yep. I'd love to see, like, his next-gen stat, like, what that looked like. All the places he'd went on a football field yesterday to make a play. It'd be incredible to see.
Yeah, look, and it was effortless, man. So again, I'm encouraged overall by the team can play as poorly as they did, and you're still in it at the end. Really good franchises, really good organizations, really good football teams have the ability to do that. And then the quarterback. I mean, I don't want to make a habit of it. I'd rather not see it. I'd rather not see it much from C.J. Stroud, if we're being completely honest. But the ability to go out there and play under the circumstances that he was having to play under, no run game, and the offensive line couldn't protect. And my man went out there and was 26 of 36 for 300-plus yards and 2 touchdowns.
Yep.
And kept us in a game. That right there, to know that my quarterback has that in his toolbox, yeah, man, I'm encouraged about that. Again, I'd rather not see it.
Sure.
But the 1 or 2 games that you need it, it's good to know that it's there.
It's good to know you have that in your bag. You just mentioned it. They are still very much in the playoff picture. Here's where we're at, folks. 6-5, even though they're currently on the outside looking in with the 8th seed right now. The Jags holding the 3 seed at 8-3. The Texans, their remaining schedule, you've got Broncos this weekend. You've got the Cleveland Browns and the Indianapolis Colts. Those latter 2 teams are the 2 teams directly in front of you in the playoff standings. So still somewhat controlling your own destiny because of those head-to-heads left.
3, number 2.
All right, next up on the Big 3 at 3, the Carolina Panthers this morning firing their head coach Frank Reich. Poor Frank Reich, man. Panthers lose 17-10 to the Titans yesterday. They're 1-10 on the season. They're going to be in search for their 4th head coach since 2019 when they canned Ron Rivera after a 9-year stint as their head coach. Reich is the first coach since the 1970 merger. You know it sucks for you whenever you begin a sentence since the 1970 merger. Yes. It's never a good thing. He's the first coach since 1970 to be fired in back-to-back seasons. What a stinker. His offense, led by this year's number 1 overall pick, Bryce Young, has failed to score more than 15 points 5 straight games. And for the 7th time in 11 games yesterday, they were held to just 10 points. How are you feeling right now? I mean, is this, for a Texan fan collectively, like, you already knew it, but damn, you got the coach right, you got the quarterback right, And to just think that people getting paid a lot of money preseason, Clint, were talking about how the Carolina Panthers, they were trying to convince you that was a better situation for Bryce Young to be in than C.J. Stroud here in Houston, Texas.
Oh, it didn't take much convincing for me. I mean, I am shocked that Frank Reich and this staff, with all the offensive minds, the power that they have in that building from a offensive perspective, I am that they have been this bad with Bryce Young. Whether I don't care necessarily how many games they've won, because look, when you're drafting a quarterback 1, 2, 3 overall, typically they're joining a bad situation. The Texans, looking back on it, I mean, what they did right was spend 2 years ridding the organization of all the cancers and the issues and the problems, whether you're talking about salary cap or no draft picks or literal cancers in the locker room, and getting rid of those guys. The Carolina Panthers didn't do that. They hired a guy and tried to make it happen right then and there with Bryce Young. But I am shocked that Frank Reich is out in Carolina, and it has been as bad as it has been in Carolina. I mean, he gave up play calling duties and then took them back.
Yeah.
There's word on the street that he wanted C.J. Stroud at 1, and the staff wanted C.J. Stroud at 1, and the owner was the one that David Tepper's the one that went after, told him, no, we're going with Bryce Young. Don't know how true that is. It makes for an interesting conversation right now, given how well C.J. Stroud is playing. That's for damn sure. But I am shocked, Sean, that this thing has gone. It's one thing if they'd have just been mediocre, maybe struggled a little bit, and they were young and gave up their biggest target in the trade, their best receiver in the trade kind of deal, and so they need to accumulate some weapons. But, man, this is clearly dysfunction at its finest when you let go of Frank Reich. And, by the way, they also let go of Josh McCown, the quarterback 100%. Coach, as well.
And it starts at the top. I mean, you've seen it. It's literally there as a track record since Tepper has taken ownership of that franchise.
Yeah.
Meddlesome, and if you believe all the reports, right? I mean, because you don't truly know, but I'm just saying it's there, and you know that does not ever usually breed any type of success, especially in the short term when your owner is that meddlesome.
I agree, and I think Tepper obviously deserves a lot of the blame here, but how you handle situations in the building is I think has a lot to do with this. Clearly, the communication between owner, general manager, head coach, quarterback coach, offensive coordinator, it was bad on several levels is what I'm getting at. When the offensive play caller, the offensive-minded head coach who is a play caller, former quarterback, when he's calling the plays, he hands them off to Thomas Brown. He ain't handing them off to Thomas Brown until it looks like John McClain, maybe the one that first said this, David Tepper probably told him to. Right? And then he takes him back over 2 weeks later. Like, I've never met a play caller, ever, good, bad, or indifferent, that willingly gave up play calling duties. Right. Oh, yeah, sure, here. Like 4 weeks into the season. Yeah, here you go, take this.
Yeah, 100%.
Like, that's wild to me, man. But so I think the dysfunction, a lot of people are going to point at David Tepper, and rightfully so. But, look, the dysfunction was clearly at multiple levels.
Yes.
In this organization.
Yes. And to what degree that they were enabled to be that way. It's going to be an interesting follow. There's no doubt about that.
Big 3 at 3.
I thought this was going to be an interesting follow for a lot longer than it was. They found their guy. In fact, he was introduced just moments ago in College Station. The Texas A&M Aggies hiring Duke's Mike Elko as their next head football coach. Elko, 16-9 his 2 years in Durham. 7 of those 9 defeats came by 1 score or less, Clint. This year, the Blue Devils broke into the AP Top 25 following a 4-0 start. Hot start for them, but they lost their starting quarterback, Riley Leonard, to an injury. They ended up slumping to a 7-5 finish, but including 1-score losses to then-ranked number 11 Notre Dame and then-ranked 24th overall North Carolina. It feels like a pretty damn good hire, but here's the question. After you just paid a guy $75 million in Jimbo Fisher to get the hell out of Dodge, is this the right hire?
Well, look, I mean, we won't know if it's the right hire until it happens, but it's a guy that's very familiar with the situation in A&M, so there's some familiarity with the recruits that are already there. So you want to talk about keeping guys in-house. He's probably going to retain a lot of the staff. I've already heard the interim head coach is probably going to be retained as his defensive coordinator. Again, I just saw that on social media, just saw that report out there. Don't know if it's true or not, but those kind of things do matter in this situation. And then you look at what Elko's done at Duke. Look, you want to talk about doing more with less. You want to talk about playing uphill while you're on the field, as well as playing uphill from a development standpoint, as well as playing uphill from a recruiting NIL standpoint at Duke, and had great success following up David Cutcliffe, I believe, at Duke and winning ball games. You mentioned Riley Leonard, I believe is his name, the quarterback.
Yep.
Boy, he found a quarterback that can absolutely go now, and a kid that early on was in some fringe Heisman Trophy conversations. That is a huge statement for the Duke program and where Elko had that program. And so I think there's plenty of reasons to believe from the outside looking in why this is a tremendous hire for Texas A&M. Now, my only concern, I talked a little bit with Tyler about this before, my only concern is that familiarity with what I think A&M, personally, I believe A&M had the biggest problem is a culture problem.
Yes, no doubt, yeah.
And so you hire somebody that's very familiar with that and very familiar with the players that are there, and so now is it as powerful as bringing in a guy that they don't know and they better get in line or they're going to get pushed out kind of deal? What is that familiarity? Is it a positive or is it a negative as it pertains to, flipping that culture? All reports are that Elko is a huge culture guy and has a tremendous locker room at Duke. We'll see if that happens at A&M because that's the part they got to get right. X's and O's on the field, culture in that locker room, and all the other pieces are going to fall in place, and A&M will be the powerhouse that we've all expected them to be the last 3 or 4 years.
No question. Just for S's and G's, because I'm going to pull a Spolane. It's not my money. I'd love to know the contract and the buyout.
We don't know. We'll know what it is.
That's going to be fun to follow.
What was he, 2 years into a 4-year deal at Duke? Is that what it was?
I believe that's accurate, yeah.
Yeah, not just there, but what's it going to be at A&M? How long is the leash that he's going to get?
I'm going to guess that Duke is probably a little bit more fiscally responsible than A&M was with Jimbo. So it probably and A&M's going to benefit from it because the buyout probably wasn't anywhere even remotely close to the range that Jimmy got.
No question. We're following a pivotal potential hire here in the city of Houston with the Cougs just down the road after firing Dana Holgerson over the weekend. We'll continue to keep you up to date on that one as well.
Hey, real quick.
Yes, sir.
I hate to steal the tease from you, but I'm doing it, Johnny. The Texans just signed a guy that I am absolutely actually claimed a guy. Didn't sign a guy. They claimed a guy that I am absolutely stoked about. We'll tell you who that is, and we'll discuss next.
Let's go.
Listen, if you're out there looking to sell your car, many of you are. Who isn't at this point? At least giving it thought. I know I have. GiveMeTheVin.com is.
Heat Check with Trista Crick. Stay up to date with the latest storylines, hottest takes, and best interviews from around the game. New episodes every Monday and Wednesday. Just follow Heat Check on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts. It's Reaction Monday, presented by Shoppers John Deere on Sports Radio 610. Here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
And for Ron Hughley today, I'm Sean Bajani, Clint Stoerner here as well. It's The Drive on Sports Radio 610. Glad to be with you. It's been a little bit. If you'd like to be a part of the show, you can hit us up, 713-572-4610. You can text in. We've got a lot of them coming in, talking a lot of Texans today. Making some news here per ESPN's Adam Schefter. Clint, I'll go ahead and let you spill the beans for the people.
The Texans considered trading for Derek Brown before the NFL's Halloween trade deadline last month. Instead, obviously that didn't happen. Instead, they claim him today on waivers.
Derek Barnett.
What'd I say?
Brown.
I'm sorry. That would be a huge get. The interior defensive lineman from Carolina. That would be monster. It was not Derek Brown. Sorry. Anybody that knows football that well that I just gave you a heart attack. I'm sorry. It was not Derek Brown. Derek Barnett, yes. I love this guy. I loved him when he was at Tennessee. He got to Philly's first-round pick for the Philadelphia Eagles. He's been injured on and off throughout his entire career. 27 years old. ACL last season, early on, I believe it was opening week of the 2022 season, right after signing a 2-year deal. He tore his ACL, so he missed the rest of that season, and then he obviously got waived here by the Eagles. But if he's healthy and if he's in shape, I love Derek Barnett for the Houston Texans. Obviously, with Dylan Horton going out with some of the off the field isn't the right way to put it. How'd they couch that?
Just
last
personal
week?
matter.
Personal matter. There you go. They're clearly down a defensive end, and we've seen a couple of different guys kind of cycled through there.
Mm-hmm.
Myjai Sanders was one of them, and then who's the one I told you earlier that was with San Francisco last year? Hyder Jr.
Yeah.
He played this past week, and Myjai Sanders was on the inactive list. There's obviously some rotating going on with that third edge rusher. Fourth edge rusher on this team. You got Will Anderson, you got Jonathan Grenard, you got Jerry Hughes. That fourth spot at the defensive end position, I think, has kind of been a turnstile. And so what are they going to do there? And is Derek Barnett in shape and able to jump in there? If he is, man, I'm gonna tell you, I like this guy a lot. I like what he brings to the table, both versus the run and rushing the pass.
It's worth the flyer, right? I mean, as you said, coming off of a ACL injury last season, after the first week. I mean, look, why not? He's 27 years old, former first-round pick. He's obviously proven to be a starting quality defensive end. NFL. There's no question about that.
Well, he was cheap too. They restructured his deal right before they released him, and so he's a cheap get for them. This is the second year on that 2-year contract, so it's a cheap get, and then you're free and clear after the season if you wanted to go that direction.
Does this answer one question that every Houston Texan fan still, for whatever reason, has about the future status of a future Hall of Famer?
JJ Watt?
Yeah. So much for JJ.
None of these guys. There's not a guy that we've mentioned today, including Derek Barnett, or that's on this football team currently that would keep me from making that move.
Hey, you find a spot for him, right?
You betcha. There's plenty of room for 99.
I mean, if JJ was he hasn't been adamant about a dang thing. But we also know this about J.J.
He
Watt.
also hadn't denied a damn thing.
Well, he hasn't denied it, yeah. I mean, he's kind of laughed it off tongue-in-cheek a little bit, but we know this. J.J. likes to string stuff along.
J.J. likes some J.J. now.
Loves the attention, so. Good stuff for the Texans, picking up Derek Barnett. I mean, it's definitely worth a flyer. We got to get to this. Man Eye Institute Player of the Game. We do it every single Monday. Usually Ron Hughley will make his pick, and I feel like I'm representing him in accurate fashion today with the pick that I've made for my player of the game. You've picked one, Clint. Tyler has picked a player of the game for the Texans after yesterday. Who wants to start it off?
I'll crank this thing up, man. My man, institutor of game is none other than wide receiver Tank Dell. Look, there wasn't a whole hell of a lot, to be honest with you, to pick from, and so I think we hit all three of the guys that are worthy. Tank Dell, to me, every week, whether he goes out there and he has 5 catches, and I don't know how many yards did he have this week, 50 yards and a touchdown, or he has 10 catches for 150 yards and 2 touchdowns, whatever it may be. This guy's just electric, man. I mean, my level of enjoyment and entertainment watching the Texans is affected every Sunday multiple times by one dude, and it's Tank Dell. I mean, the 5 catches that he made, the 62-yarder that was taken away from him for some kind of illegal formation or illegal procedure, whatever it was. I mean, this guy is electric. He's worth the price of admission, and he goes out there and look, he can't help that he wasn't targeted in the second half. That's on Bobby Slowick. That's on C.J. Stroud. But Tank Dell is a guy that week in, week out just puts you in a position offensively where you can win a ball game. So I had to ride with the Coug, man. Tank Dell.
I like it. If I wouldn't have picked my guy, I definitely would have picked Tank Dell. You want to bring up the rear, Tyler, or you want to go ahead?
I'll give you mine just real quick. Nico Collins is who I'm rolling with here. Came back from injury, got triple digits in that receiving yards column once again. 104, 107 yards.
7
something.
catches. Just 104 touchdown.
Yeah, and a touch. Getting in the end zone for Nico on the return. I go Nico Collins.
I think that's a good one. To me, he was the second half player of the game because everybody aside from Tank Dell had gotten 1 target in the first half. Tank had, I think, 8. 0, as you mentioned, in the second half. 1 touch, period, for Tank Dell in the second half.
Yep.
And look, my guy has a little bit to do with that, and it's something that he's going to have to go back to the bank and make deposits this week. Again, it was last weekend, it was the 3 interceptions he was going to have to figure out. Now it's going to be maybe some decision-making post-snap, getting his eyes in better spots to make plays. But to me, C.J. Stroud, without this dude yesterday, extending plays, being as elusive as we've ever seen him at any level. I mean, it might have been Georgia 2.0, 3.0 yesterday. That's what came to my mind.
C.J. Strong!
I just think, guys, yesterday, without C.J. Stroud's ability to elude the rush, extend plays, step up in the pocket, hang in there, make some difficult throws. Hell, the one that he threw 70 yards to Tank Dell on the 62-yard catch that was negated by the illegal shift. Hell, there was juice left in the tank there. It looked like he could have aired that out from 85 if he would have gotten a chance to follow through on it.
Yep.
He was on a different level yesterday afternoon. The Texans, there's absolutely no way that they're even in that game. It's a game in which, to be honest with you, they had no business being in because of multiple factors. He almost willed their ass to a tied ball game yesterday, an extension of maybe what already had come to be, but he's my Man I Institute player of the game, C.J. Stroud. We do it every single Monday. He's Clint Stoerner. Sean Bajani with you. Coming up next was the toughest day at the office for Texans offensive coordinator Bobby Slowick yesterday. We'll explain next at Sports Radio 610.
All right.
AmericanEagle.com. P.F. Chang's and AmericanEagle.com. Another example of the best businesses in the world. Turning to the best in the business for websites. Go to AmericanEagle.com or call 877-WEB-NOW1. That's 877-WEB-NOW1.
It's a Reaction Monday, presented by Shoppers John Deere on Sports Radio 610. Live from the Twin Peaks studios, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Welcome back. It's Sports Radio 610 in for Ron Hughley. I'm Sean Bajani. He's Clint Stoerner. Good to be with you today. If you'd like to be a part of the show, hit us up, 713-572-4610. You can send your texts in. We've got a lot of them coming in hot and heavy all day. A lot of people, Clint, wanted us to talk about the illegal shift with Tank Dell on the 62-yard catch that was negated because of an illegal shift. I just found the answer to that. Thanks to Texans Cap on Twitter for putting the all 22 out. Nico Collins is the one in question on that play. Literally a millisecond switching his feet had not come set before Tank Dell was motioned by C.J. Stroud to go left to the right side before that play started. Literally like a millisecond. You brought up a good point. You said how much time was left on the play clock. It was inside 5 when they did it. So I mean, Stroud was kind of up against it. You had to get it going.
I mean, ultimately, here's the deal, and this team doesn't fall for this very often. Usually, they're coached to a level where those kind of mistakes just aren't made. That's on C.J. Stroud for moving him. Right? It's either on Bobby Slowick for getting a play call in late and then not having time to get set, or it's on C.J. Stroud for moving him too early. Because C.J. and on that play, especially a play where you want Tank Dell specifically, full speed when the ball's snapped. You know he's not getting set. You know, like it is emphasized. We want him rolling when the ball's snapped. Like it's emphasized damn near every time you run that play. Make sure everybody's set before you move. Everybody gets set in a hurry. And CJ, you make sure everybody is set before you move Tank Dell. Tank, you make sure everybody's set before you move. And so really several guys could have possibly dropped the ball, but ultimately, to me, this one's on the quarterback. You can't move a receiver until you see that everybody's set. And a lot of times I'll give the quarterback a little leeway if the person that was still moving is backside. But the person that was still moving was literally right in front of the guy that you were moving in motion. So I put that one on Tank Dell. I mean, I put that one on C.J. Stroud first and foremost.
Here's the problem.
What's that?
And we'd seen it multiple times this season already. And I just got through saying a couple of segments ago how uncharacteristic, like having 12 men on the field for the Texans special teams late was before that 58-yard. How uncharacteristic that was for a very well-organized, prepared DeMeco Ryans coached football team. They had just called a timeout after the play before. So that was fresh off of a timeout.
Oh, really? I didn't realize that. Wow,
so
that's tough.
We've seen that. If you think back, Clint.
That's on brand for what the Texans were doing yesterday.
If you think back, we've seen this about 3 times this season where the Texans are still late getting into their play fresh off of a timeout. And you remember that this was still in the first half that we're talking about with this 62-yard catch that was negated because of the illegal shift. You remember? I think it was on the Texans' first possession. Yes, it was. It was their first offensive possession in the second half. DeMeco was pissed.
Yeah.
DeMeco was pissed. They had to burn their first timeout. How big was that, right? They had to burn their first timeout on that first possession because they couldn't get a play in. And it's just procedural things, right? Pre-snap that you've just got to tighten up. And Bobby Slowick, you'll hear him here on Sports Radio 610 on Thursday. That is when you'll get the explanation for some of his decisions, which we'll get to right here. I'm asking a simple question. I don't think it's too harsh because of all of the things that we've already talked about, Clint, what yesterday's game meant. It doesn't matter. I don't want to hear the Texans are playing with house money. You know, they're in a place where you didn't expect them to be. I get all of that's true, but they are where they are because that's where they deserve to be.
Sure.
And as poorly as they played yesterday, they still deserved to be in that game for many reasons. Never mind the referees, but for many reasons, because players at the end of the day made plays and gave CJ Stroud an opportunity to do some things late. Didn't follow through this time, couldn't make it happen, maybe took a sack or two on that final offensive possession, but there were instances in this game, particularly on that 3rd and 4th and 1, in which Bobby Slowick dials up pass. Now, CJ Stroud airmails Nico Collins, who barely was in the same zip code, and it was probably a part of his 3rd or 4th option on the play. And then on the 4th and 1, just slightly overthrows Dalton Schultz in single coverage down the left sideline, which, again, was probably the 3rd option on the play. Some of that's on Stroud, but ultimately that play that's called, that's put in that headset, I mean, it was clearly pass. We're not even thinking run. We're not even going to think to put a millisecond of doubt in the opposing defense's D-line or linebackers and go play action to even make them think we're going to run. I think for those two reasons, those two play calls particularly, and there were other ones, other decisions, that was probably Bobby Slowick's worst day at the office since week 2.
Yeah, look, I think you put all these things together. I think it was a tough day for Bobby Slowick. I don't know if it was his roughest. I mean, I know he self-proclaimed one day earlier in the year was rough on him. I think it was Baltimore. Maybe that was the opening game of the season, wasn't it?
Yeah, he said he called it his rock the boat moment.
Or
right?
was that Indy? Who opened the season?
That was Baltimore. He called that his rock the boat moment.
Yeah.
Yep. And then said he had his worst play call of the year. What was it in the Bengals game?
Bengals game, yeah. But yeah, the 3rd and 4th down call. My problem with the third, I'll never have a problem with them putting the game in CJ's hands versus putting it in the run game's hands in a particular instance. My problem here is that it appeared with the play calls and the way the game unfolded on that 3rd and 4th and short in that moment was that you didn't know you were going to go for it on 4th down.
Mm-hmm.
Right? I mean, it clearly, if you're going to go for it on 4th down, it affects your 3rd down call. Or you would think that it would, right? And it's hard for me to really lean into it could have been a progression, which everything they do is progression. So maybe CJ just got all the way through his progression and throw a go out to Dalton Schultz of all people.
Yeah.
Right? Like I just don't buy that. Like that was in terms of it being a good call or not, right? You don't have a guy on this team right now that in bump man-to-man 3rd and 1, 4th and 1 situations that is going to win quickly versus good defenses, right? Yeah. Your best option is Tank Dell. Not taking anything away from Tank Dell, but we're talking about big-bodied guys that can catch the back shoulder, that can catch the slant route, that can just manhandle people and create space and create opportunities. You don't have that guy. So you got to scheme something up there in hopes of getting your running back in the open field, getting Tank Dell in the open field, even if it's short of the sticks, getting them in open field with blockers in front and trying to let those guys hit a seam. So I don't believe that you had 2 play calls and your best option. Both times Jacksonville played it so well that your quarterback got to the last receiver in the progression, and it happened to be a low percentage throw on both of them. I don't buy that.
Here's the thing: I feel like people gloss over on those 2 plays particularly, and this is a drive, that went from like the 11.5-minute mark to just about the 9-minute mark in the 4th quarter, where they threw it on 3rd and 1 and 4th and 1. At that moment, Clint, I felt like that was ball game. I really did, just because of the way that the game had unfolded.
Sure.
If you weren't going to make a play there, it was going to be really difficult, down 10 points, and the Jags able to drive the ball, not just those 2 play calls. Oh, let me get to this real quick. The one thing I wanted to just make mention of that people gloss over there, CJ had time. Back-to-back plays.
Yeah, he had good protection.
No play action, nothing. I mean, he had time, as you said, to go through all of his progressions and make a decision. Now, both times, it was maybe the wrong decision. I think he missed Singletary on the 4th and 1. She ran underneath just in front of the linebackers. Looked like he could have easily completed that pass for a 1st down. And him and Nico clearly weren't on the same page after what I guess you would deem a scramble drill.
But that's the deal is when you you put it in the quarterback's hands. He can't decide to throw. Like I think Bobby Slowick protected him in the Cincinnati game. Like you can't tell me that he got all the way through a progression and then through a go route. That he didn't get through a progression that quickly to that go route to throw Tank Dell. He saw that go route. He saw that man-to-man coverage, and then I don't know if it was. He was throwing that go route to Tank. He was trying to put a nail in the coffin.
And you know what? Tank might have called it. We saw it. I mean, did you see the mic'd up this past week? No,
I didn't.
On the scramble drill where Tank catches that leaping, touchdown, like where he falls on his back last week. Mic'd up, Tank's like, I'm going deep, throw it.
Right. Yeah.
So he's just like, yeah, okay.
Got it. Yeah, I mean, look, I just don't buy that on all three of those plays, the Cincinnati play and the two on 3rd and 1 and 4th and 1 yesterday, that we got through all of our progressions and we just happened to have to throw that deep ball. I think Bobby Slowick's got to be better in those moments, whether it's knowing on 3rd down you're going to go for it on 4th and switching some things up, but getting guys touches in open space it's your only option with this team. You don't have the ability to go back there and just throw, again, a big body throw to a guy that's bigger, faster, stronger than anybody.
But look.
The other thing, too, because we're talking about Bobby Slowick having a rough day, it's not just about that 3rd and 4th down. Tank Dell had 0 targets in the second half. We've talked about that multiple times. I'll even look at the end of the game, and again, it's 4th and 12. It's 3rd and 12, and you're a fringe play field goal range. What are you going to do there? Are you going to try to convert the 4th and 12, or are you going to get 6, 7, 8 yards and be okay with attempting a 50-yard field goal versus a 58-yard field goal? I don't know how that situation was managed. It seems like it was a tad bit mismanaged as well.
Dude, who's been so good at getting yak this season? And
Nico.
Yeah. And seemingly you could find him anytime you need him.
Yeah.
Now, he wasn't looked at in the first half. He had 1 target to Dell's 8 in the first half. Yeah. It was vital for Slowick to get Nico involved in the second half. And you know what? He did. But at one of the most important moments where you have to make that decision, I said the same thing at the time. Get the ball in the hands of a playmaker and let them get the rest. All you had to do is give yourself a legitimate opportunity to get 3 there. That's it.
Yeah.
And they didn't. They went for the home run.
Look, you live by the sword, you're going to die by the sword. The Texans have won and lived with it for multiple weeks. It got them this week. And as we look back at it, I just had a rough day at the office in some critical situations. And he's been, look, we heap praise on Bobby Slowick consistently on this show. And when the team struggles, I think there's some things offensively that could have been done a little bit differently. I think they wasted plays early on in the game, trying to run the ball, trying to quote unquote establish the run. We've seen enough of that. Bobby should ultimately, in my opinion, Bobby should know better. I mean, this team's not going to be able to run the football the way that DeMeco wanted them to be able to run the football early on in the season. It's just not. We got enough proof now. We got a big enough sample size. It's not going to happen. I felt like Bobby also wasted downs and drives ultimately early in the ball game, trying to generate that, establish that run, if you will. So rough day for Bobby, and good thing is with Bobby Slowick, he has more good days than he has bad days. That's for damn sure, but we got to keep it real around here. All right, coming up next, we heard from DeMeco Ryans a little earlier in the 2 o'clock hour. I'm not going to play all of it for you, but there were a couple of cuts that stood out big time. Hearing from the head coach. It's always big to hear from the head coach on Monday because he has had time to sit down and watch the film, right? He can walk into a press conference after the game and go, hey, man, I was on the field, a lot of action, not real sure. Let me watch the film and see. Well, Monday, he's watched that film multiple times and should have answers. I'll have a couple of those answers for you from your head coach, DeMeco Ryans. We'll do that next.
Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. Clint Stoerner's Football at 4.
Fellas, I just got a text from the wife, man. She wants to take me to dinner.
Ooh.
Pregnant wife, he wants to take daddy to dinner.
Well, that's a good text. I mean, the other one would have been a good text, but that would have been a I got to get out of here text.
Well, yeah. Look, we're up against it for those listening, man. You're going with the drive is going to be without old Dirty for a while, for a couple weeks here coming up because my wife is about ready to pop. We're inside 7 days to the scheduled due date, which is going to happen next Tuesday. Either way we slice it. If it doesn't happen before, but we've been on the boss man has been he's been on call. Had Brandon Scott on call actually the last couple of weeks. It's been close, but she must be feeling pretty good, man. She wants to take daddy to dinner tonight,
That's
y'all.
awesome. Where are you going? Where are you going? Do you know yet?
We got a nice little spot over on we got a couple nice little spots over on our side of town.
All right.
Casa Julia, a little Mexican food joint. Really good. They got some really good enchiladas, good fajitas, great margaritas, although my beautiful bride is pregnant, can't partake.
Man, there ain't nothing like good Mexican food, though, when the weather's cold outside. You know, do you get some good tamales or
Yeah. Look, I mean, I'm going to be honest with you. I'm an eater, man. When it comes to Mexican food, it doesn't really matter what the weather is. But so I'm a little stoked, boys. But nonetheless, here on the drive and here in the world of the Houston Texans, sitting at 6-5. Disappointing loss, 24-21 yesterday. Monster game. The Texans, look, they had positioned themselves for December games to be big, right? And late November games to be big. None bigger than what we witnessed yesterday, where the Texans came up a little bit short. Many people believe that's the biggest game, the most hyped game, the most consequential game that we've had since maybe Buffalo in the playoffs, Kansas City.
Yeah, for sure.
The Kansas City comeback, which was a heartbreaker. The fact that yesterday's game was a heartbreaker puts it in a little different category, but just the hype around that game was absolutely huge. First and foremost, I'm thankful that the Texans have put us in a position as fans where we can get excited about games in late November. We can get excited about games that mean if you win, we're in the driver's seat. We're leading the division kind of deal. Now, the reality is we lost the football game 24-21. All right? Now, the games in December have become even bigger. They've become even more important. They've become even more consequential. You lose one of these games, you lose ground on the middle-of-the-pack football teams. Good thing is the Texans' schedule, 6 games left. The rest of the way, they've got it relatively easy, you know, as you compare it to other teams around the country, around the NFL. So, the Texans, they got to go out there and win the majority of the games that they have left.
Texans, by the way, depending on who you trust, what you like to reference in terms of strength of schedule.
Yeah.
I think it was Tankathon that I was looking at earlier today, where the Texans have the 7th easiest remaining schedule amongst all NFL teams. Another site referenced the Texans as having the 5th easiest schedule remaining.
Yeah. I mean, here's the deal: is you got our division is playing the Baltimore's division. What is that? AFC North. So you've got those two divisions are crossing over, right? And you've got Joe Burrow's out. You got Deshaun Watson is out. You got Pittsburgh. I don't know how in the hell they're 7-4, right? You got Tennessee stinking the place up. Indy. You got. I mean, look, Indy is. Regardless of what you thought of Anthony Richardson, they lost their starting quarterback ultimately.
Yeah.
Those 8 teams in those two divisions, right?
Mm-hmm.
I'd be willing to bet you a good chunk of money that they're all in that top 7 or top 5 that you just mentioned. Those remain. They're all pretty easy. So, nonetheless, the Texans lost yesterday, and now for us fans, look, it's not all bad. We've got games in December that are going to be for all the marbles. We got to go out there and win. And as a fan, you get excited about those games. There can't miss moments, and I'm here for it. But after yesterday's loss, heartbreaking loss, DeMeco Ryans went home. Actually didn't go home, went to the office. Actually didn't go to the office. He never left the office, right? He was at NRG Stadium. He walked upstairs after the game, and he watched the game film. Has probably watched it multiple times and has had time to gather his thoughts, right? And for all the people out there, I think there's a couple of hot-button topics out there that people want to hear about from the head coach. right? We got explosive plays that were given up on the defensive side of the football. If you're a fan, you got to be frustrated. Penalties, probably the number one. Probably should have led with that. Penalties, the referees are catching absolute hell. On the postgame show last night, Sean Pendergast and I took about 3 calls that got folks were wondering how they could get referees fired. They didn't want them fined or no, we're gonna get these guys fired, right? And I think the lack of the run game needs to be addressed. That to me, that's the most egregious. We ran it well for 2 weeks, and then boom, you're right back to 11 for your running backs. 11 carries for 32 yards. We're under 3 yards a carry again. That's ugly. Tyler, let's start with the explosives that the defense gave up from DeMeco Ryans. Here's DeMeco Ryans on his defense. He's a defensive play caller now. DeMeco Ryans on his defense. They gave up 4 plays of 42-plus yards a game. Hard to win when that's the case. Here's Miko on the explosives.
For us, when it comes to pass rush and creating more pressure, it starts first with our coverage. Right? Rush and coverage is tied together. I feel like we can be better in coverage, therefore giving more time for our pass rush to get there. We can execute better in all phases.
All right, so we've heard that from DeMeco before, right? That's kind of one of his crutches, if you will, when he talks about defensive football is the rush has to be married to the coverage. When you blitz, you got to cover down, you got to be sticky, right? Clearly they did that yesterday, and they weren't successful with it. They gave up way too many explosive plays. And because on top of those explosive plays, then you got to throw in the PI penalties, the defensive holding penalties, which they were 4 of those two categories. There's 4 that were just, crippling as it pertains to winning a football game, getting off the field defensively. 4 of them were third downs that they had stopped the offense, and boom, they flipped into PIs or defensive holding, gave the Jacksonville Jaguars the first down. A couple of those were inside the 10-yard line. That was obviously a problem. DeMeco Ryans did dig a little deeper here. It wasn't just about the rush and the coverage. Tavier Thomas is a guy that's going to get a lot of talk. The nickel defender on this football team, that position, to me, it's no surprise. It's been a problem. I think it's been at least an issue all year long. It hasn't been an issue as it pertains to losing ball games, but to me, it's been something that you needed to address a long time ago, but it finally hurt the Texans. Here's DeMeco Ryans, who's asked specifically about Tavier Thomas, the nickel defender.
They made a couple plays. Tavier sticky coverage. They made a couple plays on him, but he was fighting, right, to make plays there. He was challenging guys. That's what we asked for, so it was good there. We would like to see him make plays, of course, but they made plays, and that's how it happens sometimes.
That's how it happens sometimes. Sean, this one for me, 2 things. I'm gonna put out there. I gotta wait to watch the All-22 because I'm not the guy that's gonna come on these airways. I think I got a professional responsibility to not just professionally hammer somebody's play until I've got plenty of. That's just me. Now you do what you want to. I'm just saying me.
I'm gonna wait.
I've got to watch it and see exactly what was it man, was it zone, did we stumble, did we what exactly happened before we go in on a particular player and his performance. Okay, number one, I'm gonna do that. I'm watching all 22 specifically for him. Number 2, as it pertains to the nickel defender. As I've said all along, I think there's a problem there, and they need to address it. DeMeco Ryans has options and has answers at that nickel defender. 1, he can stay with Tavier Thomas and roll with that. 2, Des King is in the building, and I've said all along Des King is the best nickel defender on this football team, and I firmly believe it. I believed it 8 weeks ago. I believe it today. And then number 3, if you need against teams that are going to throw the football on you and throw it at will, you do have a third corner that would allow you to shift one of your better cover guys into the nickel defender, whether that's Steven Nelson, Derek Stingley Jr., or it's Shaq Griffin. So DeMeco has options. We'll see how he plays that nickel defender.
I have to see these guys most every day, being at NRG and covering them.
Sure.
I went after Tavier Thomas all game yesterday. And I've got no problem doing the same thing today. Doing it professionally, though, I'm with you. I'd like to go back and watch the All-22 as well. But I can tell you one play in particular that I don't care what they were in, the play call that was made by DeMeco from the sideline to switch Tavier Thomas over the top of Calvin Ridley before he'd smoked him, cooked him, deep-fried his ass on that touchdown pass.
Smoked him, cooked him, and deep. Hey, Tyler, you think Ron Hughley's ever smoked, cooked, and deep fried somebody?
Nah, man, I don't think anybody's done that but Tavier here lately.
Hey, after on the same possession, he was penalized not once but twice for at least the second was a phantom pass interference call. That one, I'm going to tell you right now, there is no way in absolute hell Tavier Thomas should have been on the field in that instance to cover Calvin Ridley. Because as you said, you have options. And the one thing that I feel like, and I'm very adamant about this, that we praise Bobby Slowick for being as transparent. I feel like DeMeco Ryans is missing the boat in that area, being completely transparent with some of the things. You've got to give us a little bit of a peek behind the curtain. Look, one of the guys that maybe made the most impactful play of the game yesterday was not on the field after the fact very much at all, and that's Des King. If he doesn't make that saving tackle at the goal line to prevent the Jags getting in the end zone before the half, you're looking at a 20-7 football game at that point.
When Tavier got cooked, would have actually hurt you. Because remember, he got cooked, tackled a guy on the 1 yard line, then we stopped him going into halftime. So it did end up hurting him. The Christian Kirk over the top throw. Remember, you know what I'm talking about? That was on Tavier Thomas at the end of the first half. The 50-some-odd yarder that went down to the 1 yard line.
Yeah, 52 or 57 yard. It didn't end up hurting him.
Correct.
But who was on the field to make that touchdown saving tackle?
No, I'm agreeing with you. No, I'm agreeing with you that was a throw that was Christian Kirk on Tavier Thomas. And then Des King came back the next play and made the stop that should have created a little momentum. Yeah. Point being is, I'm
just saying, you needed to utilize Desmond King in situations in which you already knew Tavier Thomas was not capable of covering either Christian Kirk, Evan Ingram, or Calvin Ridley.
You're preaching to the choir with that. Hell, I was wanting Des King to play when he was with the Steelers, much less when he's here now. Look, but I'll give DeMeco the benefit of the doubt of like, I don't know that Dez had a full grasp of the entire game plan and defense to play it. That's just where I'm at, is giving the benefit of the doubt. Bottom line is you've got options. We'll see what happens moving forward. The explosives on this defense, if you keep doing that defensively, I don't care how soft you think the rest of this schedule is, you're going to get beat more games than you win if you keep doing that defensively. Penalties, you got to clean that up. The Pico spoke on, and this one rubs me a little bit wrong, by the way, is once again the inability to run the football even remotely close to effectively. Here's DeMeco Ryans on the run game.
We know we have to run it better. I think Jaguars did a really good job of closing space. When there was space, the lanes closed up quickly. And credit to them with, their defensive line, their linebackers, the way they played in the run game, did a really good job for us. Of course, we want to run it better. We got to make sure we're targeting better, make sure we're finishing better up front with all our blocks, and we just got to run it better. And hopefully we get an opportunity to do that this week.
I'm gonna tell you, this is the one you mentioned a while ago with DeMeco needs to be a little bit more transparent.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I think with Tavier Thomas, I think some of the decisions they made at cut date, Des King, I think some of the injuries, like I think because of DeMeco, like they're putting Des King, and I think DeMeco knows this, like Des King is put in situations he shouldn't be put in. So I think DeMeco probably feels a little bit responsible.
Des King or Tavier Thomas?
I'm sorry, did I say Des?
Yeah.
I meant Tavier Thomas.
Yeah.
I believe that Tavier Thomas is being put, and DeMeco knows this, that he's being asked to do things he can't do. I know there is no way in hell that DeMeco Ryans did watch the same training camp I watched and then said, yep, let me go out here against Christian Kirk, Calvin Ridley, and put this kid on an island. That's part of my problem with the whole situation is I feel like you're setting the kid up to fail. DeMeco's somewhat protecting him when he's saying, hey, look, we got to do – okay. Like this run game is something that I feel like we as media, and I'm very rarely am I this guy, like I feel like we deserve a little bit something from DeMeco Ryans and Bobby Slowick. Then we just got to run the ball better. We got the football talk of we got to create lanes and we got to dominate the line. We got to get more physical. The generic 30,000-foot offensive line talk, like we got to get beyond that. This is David Culley, Lovie Smith run game bad. This is Rex Burkhead getting a heavy dose of the carries along with rookie Dameon Pierce bad. I mean, it is 11 carries for 32 yards by your two tailbacks, under 3 yards a carry.
Yeah.
Like it's to a point where, it's all things under the sun. It's not just, well, the running back doesn't fit or the O-line's not strong enough. The scheme is this or the scheme fit is that. No, it's all of that. Like everything. Like I just feel like there has to be at some point. It's so bad that there's got to be some answers outside of just your generic run game talk.
Answers, I don't think would be an issue. I think we would understand the situation a little bit better, Clint, if in fact you asked the right person about it. And I'm going to tell you, we could talk about it coming up next. The one guy that has been the most transparent about philosophy, decision-making, and maybe the most self-deprecating individual on this Texans team this year, we routinely hear from every Thursday. His name is Bobby Slowick. But for some reason, DeMeco Ryans more questions about the Texans' inability to run the damn football than Bobby Slowick does.
But he meets with the media on Monday after they run for less than 3 yards.
Understood. But the run game has sucked. For what are we going on? Week 13, It is stunk for 10 of those 13 weeks. And the one guy that we always ask questions to, and hey, look, I'll raise my hand. It's my fault. I'm right there asking questions, but I'm damn sure going to hit Bobby Slowick up about this on Thursday, and I'm going to find a little bit more about why this run game is struggling. But I also think the Texans owe us a couple of things that could better help us peel back the curtain and understand the struggles.
Yeah, I think we deserve. I think not we deserve. I think that in order to not look silly when you're responding, like it cannot be, man, we're close. Man, we just got to be more physical. Like, it's bad, man.
Sure, then you ain't close when you can see how far away you really are.
Yeah, that's the deal. Is like you can only say you're like you've been saying you're close for the last 13 weeks. Like 12 weeks. That can't continue to be.
Look, I'm not going to beat a dead horse. I can move past Javier Thomas. I'll watch all 22 with you later on tonight.
You're talking to a guy that can beat the hell out of a dead horse now.
No, I'm not going to say I'm not going to get to it completely next segment, but I do have something that I want to talk about in terms of run game transparency and DeMeco Ryans being a little bit hypocritical. That's next at Sports Radio 610.
All right, right now you can save big on Silverados at Ron Kraft Chevy, y'all. I'm talking about 9,000, man. 9,000.
should. Don't believe us? Check out our brand new Twitch and YouTube live stream. Every show, every day. See your favorite 610 hosts like never before on YouTube and Twitch.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
It's Reaction Monday, presented by Shoppers John Deere on Sports Radio 610. Here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Sean Bajani in for Ron Hughley today. Ron will be back tomorrow. Clint Stoerner here. He ain't going nowhere till his wife is ready to go somewhere.
Nope, not until I'm a family of 4, baby. I'm going to tell you that right now.
And you will be officially outnumbered. There is no question about
Look,
that.
I'm outnumbered, brother. I'm outnumbered. There ain't no doubt about it.
All right, look, 713-572-4610. You can continue to text in your thoughts on the Texans. We got one text I want to get to here momentarily. It's so good to be here. I'm here, few and far between. I am, like many of you listening, many Texan fans, just psyched up that we have football that is passionate, that is meaningful, that we can watch and literally live and die with, watching week in and week out again. Like, they mean something. And there are gigantic games coming up for the Texans in these final 6 weeks of the NFL season. Maybe the most impactful play of the game yesterday, I mentioned, was made by Desmond King, that touch first half. I think that's a large part of one of the arguments that I'm about to make. But I told you I needed to cover two things here. One was run game transparency. And I'm just going to say it like this. The point I wanted to make about Bobby Slowick, who's so transparent, self-deprecating, is not afraid to be as honest as possible without giving away anything of his game plan with the media. I just don't think, Clint, he's asked about the run game a lot, and he needs to be. But I also don't think as media, it's as easy to ask about the run game as it is the quarterback or the pass game. It's a little bit more convoluted, sure. I feel like, and I think I need to do a better job of that, and I'm going to try to figure out how to do a better job of that on Thursday. Right? Look at me being Bobby Slowick-esque and self-deprecating and saying I just need to do a better job. Well, I'm going to try to do a better job on Thursday of that.
To me, that's a difficult. It's a difficult thing. Now, you guys get paid the big bucks to do that. I don't necessarily. I don't know how to do it, but it almost has to be shaped in a way of, Bobby, we've watched the same film that you guys have watched. Like, it's not close. I mean, you can't be 11 for 32 and then say, yeah, we're close, man. We just got to keep at it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like it's they make it to a point where you almost have to like corner them to get the good stuff, if that makes sense.
100%.
100%. I just don't like they're really good at talking around the point and quite frankly over a lot of people's heads.
Exactly.
And it's intimidating when you got a guy that's that advanced in the game to then almost push back and question. But like with the run, that's what I'm saying with the run game. Like it like they are bordering on sounding silly when we're 10 of 12 weeks, 11 of 13 weeks, whatever it may be, where it's just been awful.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, 100%.
So I don't know how you do it, Sean, but I your point is valid.
I'm going to work on it. Also, to a similar point, Laramie Tunsil, extremely smart football player, in my opinion. We don't hear from him at all, and we need to hear from him because I honestly think in terms of being transparent, giving a little peek behind the curtain, educating, the football audience, I think he could provide, a little bit more insight for us to understand what we're seeing or maybe what we think we're seeing, what we're not seeing within the game of a game, in terms of how the Texans are running the football. Dameon Pierce, by the way, who returned this week after being out, 4 games, 5 weeks with an ankle injury, has not spoken to the media, but I believe one time since leading into the Falcons game.
Yeah.
It's been a long time. And there are plenty of questions, and he's an excellent guy to talk with about the run game, who's shared, and I think, some really insightful thoughts and ideas about why he's not only struggled, but the Texans' run game has struggled. We need to hear from him more. Here's my main thing, man. DeMeco Ryans. I feel like, and I'm not being a hater, this is my observance. I feel like he's been a little hypocritical in the sense that last week he referenced in one of his availabilities, speaking in a generality of sorts because it was really asked about the offensive line, but he kind of couched it as all-encompassing when he'd said, hey, we're going to play the best guys at every position and keep them as fresh as possible. He talked about rotations, on the defensive line, the linebackers, the whole bit. Everything goes the same with that except for the quarterback. You're not rotating that dude in and out because he needs a breath, right? He had an opportunity to do that yesterday with Tavierre Thomas, and he knows who he has on the sideline. He knows Tavier's getting exploited. He knows that defense, particularly him in that position, whether it be on Ingram, Ridley, or Kirk, had absolutely no answer for him, and he refused to give somebody else an opportunity to make a play. And he'd already known Des King spent the entire training camp here with the Houston Texans. Des King had been in the building for a week leading up to that game. When you said, yeah, maybe he didn't have a great grasp of the game plan, might be fair. Don't know how knowledgeable of a football player he is, how easily he can grasp a game plan inside of a typical week for him. Never mind moving from a city to another city and that whole thing being picked up essentially off of the street. But you can't worry about benching somebody because they're a hindrance to what you're trying to accomplish defensively. Yeah. You can't worry about hurting feelings, and you can't worry about maybe entitling somebody to the degree in which you're telling them figuratively, we really need you, without telling them that we really need you. They really needed somebody else, and that somebody else was Desmond King yesterday to step up and make a play in which Tavierre Thomas was not capable of.
Yeah, it is interesting, whether it's Des King or not. It is interesting that it's like I find it hard to believe that DeMeco didn't have a backup plan at that nickel defender position, whether that be Des King this week or whether that be like Shaq Griffin, a better cover defender. Like when it got down to where they were clearly going to attack the nickel defender and they had the weapons to do it without having to move everybody around. They have the weapons to do it. The quarterback can just decide to go there, and he's got a pretty good target. I was surprised that we didn't see Shaq Griffin mixed in there a little bit more and see some kind of an adjustment. So, because, again, it's not I don't care what they've said and what – I know John McClain has said it, and a lot of people have bought into it. There's no way that football guys watch – Tavierre Thomas cover and go, yeah, man, we're gonna pressure the hell out of him. We're gonna feel comfortable locking down in man situations versus a receiving core like the Jacksonville Jaguars. You can't. So I mean, to not have a backup plan as it pertains to covering, I think would be borderline criminal. So I like that. The lack of adjustment there was interesting in my opinion. Late in the game,
I've gotten a lot of text today in regards to this. Guys, you should know by now that no good coach is going to throw his players under the bus. I'm not asking him to throw them under the bus. I'm not talking about what DeMeco said in defense of Tavierre Thomas's play today or even after the game yesterday. I'm just simply wondering why the decision was not made to give somebody else an opportunity to fix what you were being cooked on all day yesterday by multiple different receivers for the Jaguars.
Yeah, why no? I mean, it's more about why no adjustment in the game. What Sean's saying is why was there no adjustment in the game, not why is he not throwing the player under the bus to the media.
DeMeco would never do that, and I would never expect him nor really any coach to do that. I mean, it's entertaining when it happens sometimes, especially when it's not your team, right? But I mean, in no way, shape, or form am I asking for that. I thought that was pretty clear. You're talking about the game within the game, and you've got to play the game of chess. And I felt like yesterday DeMeco was beaten badly by not making an adjustment, not giving it a shot. I mean, what could it have hurt? You know, when you had two very capable guys, better cover guys than Tavierre Thomas. And I think you've been on it, all season long, and you don't give a guy like Shaq Griffin or Des King an opportunity to make a play when you needed it most. He's Clint Stoerner, Sean Bajani in for Ron the Show Hughley. I called him Show. force of habit. Coming up next, we get the final segment. The Texans position still for very meaningful games this upcoming month, and maybe none bigger than the last one of a stretch of 3 at NRG Stadium this Sunday when they take on the Denver Broncos. We'll talk a little bit about that and some positive takeaways from the game yesterday. That's next at Sports Radio 610.
All right, I got to tell y'all a little bit about Mo Karam Law Firm. I ran into them yesterday up in the suite. Great people.
Intermission Monday, presented by Shoppers John Deere on Sports Radio 610. Live from the Twin Peaks studios, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
And for Ron Hughley, Sean Bajani with you.
Yeah, he
Clint
is.
Stoerner here as well. Man, it's been fun today.
T-Mill's here with a kick-ass T-shirt on.
What's he got? I haven't even
It
noticed
ain't Victory Monday, but
What do you got?
it's a nice.
Got some Texans for you.
It's a helmet with a real Texans vibe to it. Got the bullhorns coming out of each side of the helmet. Did you have that custom made or what?
I did not. I found it on some random website, man. Somebody was putting it out there. Maybe they've heard some whispers about the new uniforms next year, you know?
I love it when people get creative. You know, I am seeing a lot of that stuff, you know, with the Texans swag, infusing old Oiler colors and all that good stuff. You see a lot of alternative logos. I love all the stuff that people come up with on those websites. You kind of shocked me earlier, Clint, when you'd said that you were encouraged.
Yeah, man.
After yesterday's game, you know, encouraged by the Texans, and I guess I kind of am too, but it more comes down to particular players whom I'm encouraged by, rather than the team in general. And I say that because I don't look at this team and the way that they're playing right now like the final 6 weeks they're playing with house money. Like, I didn't expect them to be in exactly where they are right now.
But you're here.
But you're here, and
expectations have changed.
Expectations have changed. Now, I fully expected this team, you know, when you get around week 13, 14, like we kind of are now, to be on the right side of your TV set in that column that says in the hunt. I didn't expect them to be in the hunt at 6-5. Okay, but somewhere around that area. I figured they'd be a pretty solid, much improved football team from the last 3 years of what we saw. They still kind of on destiny. So I am kind of encouraged by that, because you've got games against the Cleveland Browns and Indianapolis Colts, two teams that are directly ahead of you in the AFC playoff picture that you've got to play here in the next few weeks. That is encouraging, as much as I would like to be atop the AFC South right now after a dub yesterday, which you didn't get.
Yeah.
That's still pretty cool, man.
Well, you really could have look. You could have got created a little bit of cushion for yourself in terms of making a playoff appearance. You obviously would have been in the lead in the division, but more importantly, you'd have been in the lead of the division with a leg up on several teams. Now you don't have a leg up. You're right in the middle of the middle of the pack, and now every game, 6 remaining, every single game is of major importance. And so given what we've been through the last 3 years, I'm absolutely stoked about where this team's at. And it's not necessarily about the 6-5, because I personally believe they're better than 6-5. I can't believe you lost to Carolina. If we're being honest, I think right now you're a better team than Indianapolis, who you lost to week 2. And so, really, I think they're better than
Falcons game hurt too.
The Falcons game, I forgot about that one. The Falcons game, I think you're better than them as well. So, I think they're really better than 6-5. And if you look at them in that middle of the pack, which is you are what your record says you are, where you're ranked, they're the middle of the pack team. But of those teams, I feel like they are a team that's ascending faster than everybody else, and they're better than a good chunk of those teams that they're right. And so. I look at yesterday. I try to take a look at this from a 30,000-foot view every now and then, right? It's easy to get in there right now and go, man, you had a chance to get in the division. Man, you're 6-5. You're right in the middle of it. Man, you got to win these games. And, what does next week look like? And we're day to day and, all that kind of coach speak crap. But really, if you take that 30,000-foot view of this football team is ascending in the right direction on all fronts. There's two things that I saw yesterday that make me more confident about this team continuing to ascend, right? And number one, it is the team overall, the culture that's built, the systems that are in place, the foundation that's built is that of a team that can play as poorly as they played yesterday and be 6 inches away from taking a legit AFC power, a legit AFC playoff caliber football team to overtime.
Yeah.
They had the football down 3 with 3 minutes, a timeout, and the 2-minute warning to deal with. And all they needed was a field goal to tie, and they had put themselves in position with the football to potentially go and win after playing absolutely piss-poor football.
Yeah. It was,
and it's all 3 phases now. You couldn't run the ball. You couldn't pass protect. Defensively, you gave up 4+ plays of 42 or more yards. You gave up, what'd you say, 9 explosives of 20 yards or more?
18 or more.
Special teams-wise, you had 12 guys on the field at the end of the ball game when the defense got the stop. You had to waste a timeout, which could have ended up hurting you, but it didn't because you never got that far. I mean, it was all 3 phases of the game. You played as piss-poor as you possibly could. And with all that said, you had the ball with a chance to win the ball game under 3 minutes.
Yeah.
You know what that is? That's what championship teams do. That's what playoff caliber teams in this league do. We've watched the 2 best teams in the league. We've watched the 2 best teams in the league, arguably, let's say the 2 best teams in the league. The Philadelphia Eagles, they've been trying to figure out their offensive coordinator, Brian Johnson, and Jalen Hurts, and the offense isn't hitting on all cylinders. What's it going to look like? And they've done it to the tune of, what are they, 9-1, 10-1?
I believe they're 10-1 now.
There you go.
Yeah.
I mean, they've won. They've won through some struggles, right? Kansas City, Pat Mahomes has not been Pat Mahomes that we're used to. And they've won through all those struggles, and they're still, the arguably the best team in the AFC. And so that's what good teams do, is when you play like crap, you look up and in the fourth quarter, you still got a shot.
Sure. Yeah, in some degree that we talk about teams winning ugly, it's very rare that a team plays what I guess a lot of people would consider a close to a perfect game.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like I'm going to relate it to kind of baseball. It's going to be a bullpen game more times than not.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like, you're going to have to rely on a lot of different people to put you in position to win, especially when maybe your ace or a guy that you that's gotten you to the end before just doesn't show up. He doesn't have his stuff. Well, and sometimes that happens. And look, yesterday I think it was one of those times where C.J. Stroud, as deadly as he's been in the pocket, and threading the needle and just spreading the ball around, how crazy was it? We spent probably all last week talking about how great it was that C.J.'s been able to just, who's your number one receiver? He's been able to spread the ball around like it's somebody different every week. And then Tank Dell's got 8 targets, and everybody else has 1 in the first half last week.
It's look. I mean,
they're in that position.
But that's, and I'm not saying the Texans are the Eagles or the Chiefs, Sean. I'm just simply saying that
they share good qualities.
For me to know that my team has that in them, right? And it's something that we haven't seen yet. And then number 2, and this is the biggest thing, is the quarterback who we know is the face of the franchise, who is as good as there is in the league at this point in time. Damn sure for the young guys. We saw him play a game at the NFL level like we saw him play his last game in college, which was the Georgia game, off platform, off schedule, put up big numbers, and keep his team in the mix, although everything around him was chaotic, right? 26 of 36 for 300-plus yards and 2 touchdowns from C.J. Stroud yesterday. The majority of that coming off script, the majority of that coming while he's getting the hell beat out of him with no run game. Wasn't the best game for his play caller. Didn't even target Tank Dell in the second half. I mean, and he still put his team in position to win. It wasn't enough, but those 2 things I learned yesterday about this team that makes me more confident about their ascending at a rapid rate, infinite that it's not fake, it's the real deal, and it's not going to tank, it's not going to fall off a cliff.
Yeah,
I just like what I saw from those 2 perspectives yesterday.
I'm with you 100%. That's where we're in agreement. There is still a lot to play for. Texans still, in many respects, control their own destiny.
Absolutely.
A lot of fun today, Clint, man.
Yes, sir. Always good, man. Enjoy
do it again soon, I hope.
Man, Johnny.
Ron Hughley back tomorrow in this seat with The Drive, and it will be live tomorrow at 2. Have a great night, everybody.
Seemed impossible to face.
Calvin Ridley, before he'd smoked him, cooked him, deep fried his ass on that touchdown pass.
Smoked him, cooked him, and deep. You think Ron Hughley's ever smoked, cooked, and deep fried somebody?
Then I look at you, and the world's all right.
The Texans took a tough loss against the Jags.
Here's the snap. Here's the spot. Here's the kick. Does it have enough? Amendola.
Denver team and get a win there.
Well, perspective is everything, and the Texans are 6-5, entering the month of December with a winning record and right in the thick of the playoff hunt. What does it say about the Texans that this loss is so disappointing? They could have had first place in the AFC South, but they're still in the mix.
It's a long season, man. I don't think it hurts us like that. Like, of course, yeah, divisional, you want to win the game, and it hurts us pretty significant, man. It's about a mindset, though. Like, what we going to do, not play no more? Like, we going to just tuck our tail and not play hard? Like, nah, I don't really believe in that type of mindset. I'm going out there every play, every game, trying to win. So I don't really think that our season's over at all. It's a long year. We have 6 more games to play, 7 more games to play. Like, it's a lot more football left, and you can see the trajectory we're on. We're taking strides, but we got to play complementary football. We got to play for the offense. We got to help the defense. Defense got to help the offense, and special teams have to do their job too. So there's a lot of things we can learn from, but I think we're at where we're at, and the sky's the limit still. There's no confidence taken away in this loss. We're going to learn from it. We're going to get better. We're going to go get a dub.
One more from C.J. Stroud for now about scrambling. He scrambled a ton in the game against the Jaguars, and that as opposed to standing in the pocket and throwing it, and the mental process that goes into all of that.
Yeah, I try to do my best to keep my whole line in the pocket really well, and when it's time to scramble and get some yards, try to go get some yards, and feel like I try to do that as much as possible today. Got a couple good runs, but at times and sometimes I don't need to scramble. But it's tough when they're towards the end, especially they're dropping 8, rushing 3, and they're really covering a lot of the zones, taking away some of the short stuff and backing up. So we take away the deep stuff. So my job is to try to make a play, and I feel like I did that as many times as I could. Credit to those guys in Jacksonville. It's a great team. They have a great defense from D-line all the way to DBs to the backers. Communicate very well, and I mean, at the end of the day, we got to lick our chops and lick our wounds and understand like. It is what it is, and we got to be better. So I got to go out there and make some more plays on my end. And but this isn't the end, and we'll be better.
We might hear more from C.J. Stroud later on in the show, but now let's get you ready for the head coach as Denver comes in on Sunday. This is a team that has won 5 consecutive games, and they have 4 straight of 3 takeaways or more. They are taking the ball away at an alarming rate for opponents. It's not like they put up a lot of yards, but they are opportunistic, extremely dangerous, and let's get to it with head coach DeMeco Ryans. Coach, great to see you.
Hey, great to see you guys.
All right, big week against Denver. And how important and difficult is it to get the message across constantly to the team that the only thing that matters really is the next one, no matter what happened in the last game, right?
Right. As bad as the last one hurts, right, we can't go back and do anything about it. We can't go back and correct what happened. We can't change the score or the outcome of that game. But what we can do, we can learn from it, press for this week. We can clean up our issues, our miscues that we had, and now we press forward, and everything is about Denver. That's all that matters. And it's not difficult for guys to understand where our focus has to be, right? Of course, we would have loved to win that game versus the Jags, and we were in position to do that. Came up short, but now we still have a lot of games ahead of us, right? We still have a lot of things that we're vying for in our season. It's right there ahead of us. It's just we have to handle it the right way going down the stretch.
Coach, I think, in fact, I got run over by a few players because I was ready to interview you, and then you took off because you had to go celebrate with guys right before the end of the first half. I can only imagine what that was like going from, oh, my gosh, Kirk got the ball, is he going to score, to a few minutes later you're making the stop. How big a swing momentum-wise did you feel that was to hold them out of the end zone right there at the first half?
That was huge, man. When I seen him, I was like, I was deflated. It's like, oh, just get him down, get him down. And then I was thinking, I didn't know if the time had expired or not, but then I seen we had, another few seconds on the clock. And for us to get that goal line stand, you talk about going from the lowest of low to the highest of high, and that's the energy we kind of needed going into that second half.
Yeah. You also made a big stop toward the end to get the ball back with 3+ to go and a chance to win the game. So despite everything that had happened throughout the day, there you were with an opportunity at the end.
And that's how our day kind of went. There was a lot of good things that we did and mixed in with a lot of negative things that we had to clean up. But Stingley to step up in that moment and make a big time, PBU to give us a chance. That was a huge play by him. Excited to continue to see his progression and continue to see him step up and make game-changing plays for us.
Coach Mark and I do this thing where what if I told you before the game, 24-21, 3 minutes left, and you've got a timeout or two to go down the field and maybe tie the game or win the game. Would you have taken that? I know there's a part of you that says, no, we'd be ahead. But, I mean, just like you said, given everything you had been through,
no doubt,
would you have taken it yesterday, given that time and that opportunity?
Without a doubt, I would take that, right? Because I know, I would say we've been in that situation before, right? And our guys, our offense has come through big time in those situations. So, yeah, I would love to say I'll take that opportunity. And, man, wish we can have it back. There's some plays there, man, we can execute, just one more play. Right, one more play, if we can execute that, man, we're sitting here in a different position right now.
Yep. Houston Methodist must be getting more business in the cardiology department, Coach, because of everything his team has been through. And you get into some situations with C.J. Stroud where things break down, but he finds a way to make a play anyway. It felt like he set a record scrambling yesterday and doing things a little bit off schedule.
Yeah, we don't want to see that as much, but when he had to move around and improvise, he did a really nice job of not only making plays but creating explosives. As he had to move around the pocket, right? We want him to stick in there, right, and play in the rhythm and timing of the offense and deliver the ball sooner. But scramble, right, whether it was running the ball or scrambling to throw, I think we had a touchdown to Tank, touchdown to Nico, just with him on the move. It's impressive, right, to continue to see the growth that he shows every single week.
Coach, I know one of the things that you had mentioned at some point was trying to eliminate the explosives for them. And I told Mark, they basically came up with this map on 6 of their plays. They produced over 50% of their entire offense. But on 62 of their plays, you held them to less than their total offense. Was it really just about the explosives yesterday because you held ETN in check? You kept him from really breaking out of there. But was it just the explosives that really were kind of the backbreaker yesterday for the defense?
Yeah, it was definitely the explosives. And that's one thing. And that's our number one goal every week is to eliminate the explosives because explosives equal points. And that's what we always talk about. That's what we harp on. It's like eliminate the explosives. And the explosive plays that happened, it was truly all self-inflicted. Right. Like whether it's a bust in coverage, a bust in communication, not being exactly where we're supposed to be. Like we have all those plays accounted for. It's just we weren't in the right spot at the right time, and we allowed them to have over, I think it was 4 or 5 plays over 40 yards, which it cannot happen. Yep. And I know we're better than that. We have to be much better than that coming into next week.
When you beat the Jaguars in North Florida in Week 3, you didn't sack Trevor Lawrence, but you beat him decisively, the Jaguars. And yesterday couldn't sack Trevor Lawrence, but he got the ball away so quick, Coach. Is that why it's so hard to get him down and pressure him?
Yeah, he gets the ball out, one of the NFL of getting the ball out, whether it's, and I think a lot of that accounts for the screens, the RPOs, like the ball is out of his hands quick, and they do a good job of designing plays to have whether number one open. So he's able to make that decision quickly. So envision playing a little bit tighter with man coverage to try to force him to hold the ball, but they did a really good job, all week.
Coach, something we talked about last week, you face a team for the second time, your division opponents, or maybe something in the playoffs. Did you see a lot different from Jacksonville than what you saw in Week 3?
It was
on either side of the ball?
Yeah, it was most of the same. It was most of the same stuff. I would say it was probably a uptick in the screens, and that's where a little different from the first game. They ran the ball really well on us. All right, the first game, I thought we did a good job of stopping the run and forcing them to throw it more, but they leaned heavier on the screen game.
Yep. All right, running the football, we talk about this every week. Yeah, Devin coming off back-to-back 100-plus yard games for the first time in his career, but yesterday was a lot tougher. They're a good run defense, so what went into that, the difficulty in doing that, and trying to do it better next time around?
Yeah, their run defense, they have really huge defensive alignment. Those guys are long players. They're physical players in there. And what goes into it is when you have the defenders that they have, or when you have those lanes and you have space, like that space closes quickly. And we knew that going into the game, like there wouldn't be lanes like the previous 2 weeks. And so we had to be able to sustain blocks, have our hat placement perfect in the right spot, and we had to finish, right, creating displacement up front. And we didn't do a great right in our backs. We wasn't good enough all the way across the board with how we ran it compared to how we ran it the previous 2 weeks.
Coach, what have you seen in the growth of Christian Harris? He leads you guys yesterday in tackles, but just the beginning of the year, wasn't getting as many reps. But as the season wore on, injury, gets back in the lineup, starts doing some things in the last few weeks. It really kind of feels like he's getting his feet under him. But what have you seen from Christian in the last few weeks, kind of getting him going?
Yeah, Christian, he does some really good things. You talk about a guy, he's flying around, sideline to sideline, flying around, playing with good energy. And Christian he's still learning. He's still growing. Still have a lot of things to improve on. Made some plays for us there yesterday. And he's headed in the right direction, right? Continue to work. Love working with Christian. Love his attitude, right? And his commitment to getting better every single day.
It seems like, and just listening to you talk to the media, Coach, it seems like there's a lot of understanding and forgiveness for mistakes for your players and nurturing. Really, these are young guys by and large, and you're just trying to get them to do their best next time around and not hang their heads, right, if they make a mistake or two, because the next one is so important.
For sure, man. I could have easily went into our meeting today and been like, hey, everybody, you screwed up on this, and this. Well, that's not going to spark any change. I want our guys to be positive about what's ahead of us, right? Because we can't go back and change what happened in the past, but I just want our guys to have a positive outlook on the future. So we're going to clean up the mistakes that they made. We're going to continue to coach them, continue to help them as best we can, and let's press forward, right? Press forward and see if we clean up us, right? I say we clean up our house. Now we compete fairly, right? We got to not let the Texans beat the Texans. Let's go out, let's compete, let's play our brand of football, which I don't feel like we played our brand of football yesterday versus the Jags, right? And we were still in that game. That game was still tight. I just couldn't imagine, I was just telling the guys, just imagine if we played our style of football, what the difference in the outcome would have been.
Well, it's funny because this league fascinates me. You work all off season long, and then you have these games, and it comes down to just inches literally yesterday. And so every weight you lift, every rep you run in the off season might affect a moment like that, no matter what it is, right?
That's it, man. It's all about the details, right? Yeah. Every team is good. Everybody has great athletes. Everybody has strong play. Everybody has good scheme. But when it comes down to it, right, all these games in the NFL comes down to the last possession. So it's about those small details and who can execute, right? Who can execute in that critical situation, that critical moment. Can you execute? And can you be on it to put your team on the winning side?
Plenty more coming up with the head coach to get to the winning side on Sunday. They'll have to beat a team that's won 5 games in a row, and they've beaten a team already this season that had a big winning streak going when they knocked off the Bengals in Cincinnati. They had won 4 in a row at the time. More on the way with DeMeco Ryans. 2 minutes with a Texan with Nico Collins. Later on, Christian Harris. And also, we'll visit with Brevin Jordan. It's all coming up here on the DeMeco Ryans program. It's Texans Radio.
I'm Steve Naylor. We're a manufacturer in the HVAC business. The reason why we've been with Amity Bank all this time is because they meet our needs. They're very responsive and they react quickly. We can call them up anytime and they work really hard to get us what we need. They are absolutely invested. Amity Bank is very involved with what we're doing and they want to hear our story and they want to know how they can help us. They make you feel like you're part of the family.
Amity Bank. Here, you grow. A division of Zions Band Corporation N.A. member FDIC.
When you wake up well-rested on a great mattress, everything becomes clear.
My life coach has a terrible life.
Things you missed when you were tired finally reveal themselves.
My passport is in the pocket of the duffel bag I took to Mexico.
It's the Black Friday sale at Mattress Firm. Get a king bed for a queen price and save up to $700 on Sealy. Plus, get a free adjustable base with select mattresses. And if you see a better price, we'll match it. The right mattress matters. We'll find yours. Restrictions apply. See store or website for details.
You need facilities designed to perform under pressure. From refineries and petrochemical plants to terminals and pipelines, Burns & McDonnell delivers fit-for-purpose solutions on time, on budget, and with a steadfast commitment to safety. Our still-growing team has been in Houston for 25 years and draws on the full integrated EPC services of one of the nation's top 10 design firms. Find your fit at burnsmcd.com/Texans. Burns & McDonnell is an equal opportunity employer.
You don't want to miss it.
Y'all deserve to feel.
Stroud throws back in the end zone. Caught Nico Collins. Touchdown, Houston.
We find our tails off every day to make sure y'all walk around with that swag that we walk around with when we get a dub.
C.J. Stroud Stroud with more magic.
Nice.
Catch the Texans as they take on the Denver Broncos Sunday, December 3rd on My Cause, My Cleats Day, presented by Chevron. Tickets at HoustonTexans.com. What a day!
This is Texans Radio.
Whether running a marathon or walking your dog, every movement matters. But when you're in pain, simple activities can feel unbearable. At Houston Methodist Orthopedics and Sports Medicine, our specialists can help you heal faster using the latest technology, minimally invasive procedures, and advanced physical therapy. As the top-ranked hospital in Texas, we have the expertise to keep you moving and help you get back to doing the things you love. Houston Methodist, leading medicine.
It's always football season in Texas, and Reliant is bringing the energy, powering game day for the Houston Texans and Texans fans across the Lone Star State. Reliant is the only energy provider trusted by the Houston Texans to power every electric moment for the fans in the stands or on the couch this season and beyond. Reliant, proud to be the official energy provider of your Houston Texans.
Reliant, PUCT number 10007.
Hey, did you know the Statue of Liberty is the largest holiday gift ever given?
That's a big deal, just like those at the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Hey, did you know when the year ends, so do the deals? It's your journey. Own a Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Get 3.29% APR for 48 months, or get up to $1,250 bonus cash on the Hyundai Sonata. Now for a limited time, only during the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Offers end November 30th. Call 469-613-0227 for details.
I guess you can't win them all after all. The Jaguars got their revenge and took down our Texans in the rematch. But no worries. We've seen DeMeco's crew shake off a tough loss a few times already this year. Let's do it again on Sunday with the Broncos coming to town.
Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
Back with so much more on the DeMeco Ryans Show. And before we get back to the head coach, a quick visit with Nico Collins in the locker room after the game. Nico has 800 receiving yards now after going over the century mark again yesterday. And he's got a great chance to get to 1,000. Not that that's what it's about, but we follow these things. And in yards per catch, check this out. Nico is 10th in the NFL, 16 yards per reception. Noah Brown leads the league. Now, he has 21 catches. That's not a ton relative to the rest of the guys, but Noah averaging 20.9 yards per reception, and he's banged up right now. Tank Dell, if you're wondering, he's 18th in the league in yards per catch, 15.1. And Dell has 709 receiving yards. That means you could have two receivers this year go over 1,000 for the first time in franchise history. Again, not that that's the goal, but it's interesting. Also interested visiting Lee here with Nico Collins after the game.
Nico, with all this football left, is that one of the encouraging things? Like, you're that close, but you know you've beaten these guys before. You've beaten a lot of other teams so far.
Yes, sir. You know, we know how close we are, man, and it hurts when we come up short like that. You know, by 3. Big up to Jacksonville. You know, we know what type of game it was going to be coming into it. You know, this game was determined a lot, but it can't stop us from chasing our end goal. Continue to grow and just continue to be great in life.
And how encouraging was it on that final drive? Get you guys in position to tie it up with what CJ was able to do. What'd you think?
Man, it was big time, man. You know, just put our kicker in the right position to go out and just make a change on the scoreboard. You know, we did what we could. Big up to 7, man. You know, he's continued to ball and continue to grow every week. You know, and it shows. You know, just because we came up short don't mean the end of the road. You know, it's life, man. You know, you're going through obstacles. You know, 7, he's here for a reason. He's a captain for a reason. And I feel like for him, man, it's only going to get better for everybody, and continue to grow together and continue to win.
It's almost December, and you guys are playing really meaningful football. How special is that? And I know you don't get the result you wanted today, but what's that like? Oh, man, it's big time, man. You know, I feel like around this time, this is what matters the most, winning between Thanksgiving and Christmas. I feel like that between that little time frame is huge, you know, in the league, man. And I feel like right now we just got to be dialed down on our details, you know, continue to stack, man, and continue to play all out, go all out, you know, for one another, because around this time it's crunch time. You know, we got to continue to chase our end goal and continue to be great. Nico Collins, over 100 yards. Thanks so much for the time.
Yes, sir. Appreciate it, man. Thank you.
There's Drew Doherty with Nico Collins after the Jaguar game. Now, back to it with the head. The Texans are in a lot of tight games. 7 consecutive down-to-the-wire affairs. The Texans are 4-3 in those games, with Denver coming up on Sunday. Let's get back to it with the head coach.
We know you're a pretty cool customer, Coach, but it's 7 straight within the last minute of the game. And I know I get a little bit nervous, but do you find yourself kind of like, all right, we're just kind of back where we normally are? That you kind of you're more accustomed to it, and you're comfortable kind of being uncomfortable in the last minute of a game, so to speak? Is that you kind of feel that after all these games that you've had?
Yeah, that seems to be who we are. So I had to get comfortable in that moment, and probably a little more nervous earlier on in the season, but now seeing our guys, right, and how they performed in those moments and seeing us come out with victories, right, they've given me that confidence to know that I know we're going to find a way to make a play. I know we're going to find a way to be on the winning side of this game. So it's all about those players and the way they execute in that moment to give me that confidence.
All right, so for the Denver Broncos, you probably don't look at too much tape from earlier in the season, right? Maybe the Miami game, you don't even look at it. I don't know if you do or not, Coach, but here they are having won 5 games in a row. That's tied for the league's longest winning streak, and they're taking the ball away a lot lately. What are you seeing in them so far before you dive really deep into the prep this week?
Yeah, I think it starts with their defense. As you said, Mark, the way they're creating turnovers, right, giving their offense a short field, that's how they're winning games, right? They're playing really good on defense, and we have to match their defense. We have to play better. I know this game is going to be about the turnover battle, right? We got to find a way to create some turnovers on defense, right? But that's where Denver is. They're going to run the ball well. They got good backs, good O-line. They run the ball well, and then they really rely on their defense.
Coach, when you face a quarterback like the one you're about to face, he's a guy that's made a lot of people miss over the years, doing the things that he does. And we talked about it a little bit with some of the quarterbacks you face, how much longer you got to stay in coverage, plaster receivers, double covering your receivers because this guy could get out and go. Russell's been doing it for a long time. How big a concern is that, even though he's a little bit older as a quarterback, not as a human being, but as a quarterback, but yeah, he can still hurt you in that particular way. How tough does that make it on your linebackers, on your front, to make sure that he doesn't play off schedule?
Yeah, it's really going to be tough. Played against Russell a lot, and that's when he's created those plays. Like, gets down in the fourth quarter, he scrambles and makes a play to extend a drive. So our D-line, they have to be in tune to, hey, he can get out at any time. The linebackers, the safeties, all right, whoever's in coverage, we have to have him, right, accounted for. So we have to make sure our pressures are designed the proper way that we can cover up all of the gaps to make sure he can't get out.
All right, since you're the head coach of this team, you're just going to have to indulge me on this, Coach. You played against the Broncos, obviously, before, but I remember a big Bronco game with the Texans in 2007. It was a prime-time Thursday nighter. Do you remember this one?
Hell yeah, all red.
Yeah, battle red. Yeah. And you went to 500 for the first time in franchise history that night. It was a big game. Mario had a good game. You had a good game, so you remember that evening.
I definitely remember that evening. Battle red, you don't forget those battle red. I remember playing against Denver. I think the roof was open that night. It was a primetime game. There weren't many primetime games, but you remember those opportunities. And, man, funny how, full circle now we get the opportunity, all right, to be in a primetime spot, I call it, getting a noon game, getting more eyes on us this week. Great opportunity for our guys to go out and show what Texan football looks like.
Coach, I've always wondered this. Game is at NRG.
Yeah.
I'm very glad for that because especially the crowd lately has been incredible, and they've given you a boost. You could tell Trevor was really working to communicate with his guys. How tough is it to play in Denver? With the altitude, is it that much? Is it better that the game is here? Is altitude really a factor for players when they're up in Denver?
Yes, it definitely is a factor. Yeah, you talk about breathing and you can't get acclimated as quickly as we would go in, say, a Saturday before the game. It's hard to get acclimated. So it is an issue when you play in Denver. So happy to be in NRG and happy to have our crowd causing fits for Russell.
Yeah. Well, isn't the Olympic Training Center in Colorado Springs or something like that? Shouldn't they be the best road team in the world with the altitude that they deal with on a regular basis? Then I don't know. Maybe not. Who knows? The Battle Red, one quick question about that. You went all red yesterday with the red helmet. You like that combo better than the week before? Do you have a personal preference here? Because the week before you had the color rush with the red helmet. You probably don't care. Let's just go out and play some football.
all.
I do like the red helmets. The red helmets are pretty sweet, and I think our guys really love the red helmets. The battle red is always cool. The color rush, that was a unique combo that I really liked as well. Anytime you throw the red on, the guys get fired up.
Coach, how much Sean Payton had spent a long time with New Orleans, and then there. Do you go back to that? Those years at all in preparing for a game like this because Sean's only been in Denver for 1 year, or because situations are so different, he's got much different quarterbacks, that you got to just rely on what you see with Denver this year?
Yeah, we'll rely on what we see with Denver this year, and then as we get later in the week, I'll have time to peek back at some of the games we played versus the Saints back in, I think, 2019, 2020, played against those guys. So we'll see, how Sean called it then.
Along those lines, and you don't have to tell me what it is, but is there anything particular that you're looking for as you go back, as you're going through? Are you looking for anything particular in kind of a review of former years?
Yeah, just looking for tendencies and how he tries to attack, a similar scheme. Yeah. And so I look at all the previous opponents that he had that plays a similar scheme to us, and we'll see the play calls, when and where he tried to, take a couple shots or reverse any gadget plays, things like that may show up.
We know you don't do it, but do you have to tell your players or remind them not to do it, not to stick your head out of the hole and look at what the other teams around the league are doing this time of year as you head down to these final 6 games of the regular season? I know we talked about focusing on the next one. Do you have to remind them of that, or is that not necessarily?
Well, I just told our guys today, look, the next 6 games that we have, right, everybody is vying for a spot. Right, so we have an opportunity 1 week at a time. You just handle business the right way, but everybody is the same spot. So if we go out, play our style of football the way we're supposed to play, we'll love where we end up at the end of this 6 weeks.
Coach, Denver, like you mentioned earlier, they got a team living off of turnovers with, I think, 13 in the last 4 weeks, and that's really been something that's kind of propelled them. Overall, defensively, Surtain in one corner, Alabama guy, shockingly. But overall, defensively, what are you kind of seeing as you just taking kind of a 30,000-foot view look at them?
Yeah, starting with their defensive line. I always think DJ Jones, he's made a lot of plays at the interior nose spot, so it starts with him. And Nick Bonito on the edge is doing a really good job. Cooper on the edge. They have really good edge players. But the strength of their team definitely lies in their secondary. Yeah. Right, they have multiple guys at different spots, whether it's the safeties, the nickels, the corners. They're all over the field. Vance does a really good job of mixing up the looks, the coverages, and I know they'll be coached well. Vance does a really good job of coaching those guys, and they're going to strain us. Vance is going to change it up a lot, give us a lot of different blitz looks. So we have to be on it, right? We can't focus on all the chaos that he will show us, right? We just have to go out and execute one play at a time, back to our basics, back to our fundamentals.
All right, the Amegy Bank Ask Coach question of the week. Now, Coach, it's the holidays. Christmas music is being heard. Is it too early for Christmas music, or are you okay with it? When is it acceptable to start hearing Christmas music? You probably don't hear anything. You're here all the time. It's not like it's playing in the building constantly or anything.
Is it December yet? All right, December.
Are the decorations up in the Ryans household yet?
Now they're getting pulled out of the garage tonight, and we'll start throwing some things up.
How much do you get asked to contribute to the decoration of the house?
Oh, definitely the Christmas tree. That's the big one. So if I handle the big one,
that's the big one.
And they take care of everything else.
That's good.
That's the thing of pride right there.
Yes.
Yeah. All right. Yes. Do you have a favorite Christmas song? And we will ask Nick Casario this as well, by the way.
Favorite Christmas song? I think Silent Night by the Temptations.
By the Temptations.
Yeah.
Nice.
We've got a lot more coming up with the head coach, and I would play some of that Temptations Silent Night for you, but we don't own the rights to it, so I don't want to get sued by the record companies. But that is a good one. I've got my personal faves, but we'd be here all night if I start talking about music, so I'm not going to do that. I will talk about some of the numbers without bogging you down too deeply in the numbers regarding your Houston Texans, who are 6th in the NFL in total offense, right behind the Dolphins, Lions, Niners, Bills, Cowboys, then it's your Texans. So they're right there in total offense thanks to the passing game, which is second in the league overall. And Stroud leading all quarterbacks in yards per game. The rushing offense, obviously not what they want so far, but they're working on it, and they had the good games against the Bengals and, of course, against the Arizona Cardinals, but they need to do more against the Denver Broncos, who are giving up some yards on the ground, no doubt about it. So look for the ground game to improve on Sunday. And in points per game, the Texans are 10th. They haven't been this good, this productive on offense in points and yards since the Kubiak era. At no time in the O'Brien era, after a full season, had they been this productive. That's highly notable, and they're going to need every bit of production on both sides of the ball, all three phases, if they are going to accomplish the goals they want for the 2023 season. More on the Denver Broncos coming up. Brevin Jordan visits with us, had a big catch yesterday. It's also My Cause, My Cleats Day on Sunday, and a little best of with Christian Harris, who had 12 tackles. He was on the postgame show with Sean and Clint, and Amity Bank Amazing Plays of the Game, among other things. Coming your way here on the DeMeco Ryans Show, it's Texans Radio.
It's time for the Make the Holidays Bright sales event at your local Ford dealer. Get special offers on our adventure-ready Ford SUVs or on our great selection of Ford trucks. Choose from a large inventory of Ford vehicles equipped with technology, space, and flexibility for any season. And let Ford make the holidays bright, bringing everyone together. Visit your local Ford dealer today during the Make the Holidays Bright sales event.
And we're back with the action. Coke Zero Sugar might be the best Coke ever?
That's right, Jim. With an irresistible taste and zero sugar, Coke Zero Sugar is a must-try for any sports fan. So make sure you... Wait, Jim, I didn't mean try it right now. We're still on the air.
Best Coke ever? Take a taste, Jen.
Really?
No, not right now, Jen. We got a game to call.
These days, everyone is searching for the best ways to put their health first. But when it comes to cancer, one important way to prioritize your health is through routine screening. Detect cancer or precancer sooner with regular screenings. Schedule your cancer screenings today or talk to a doctor about what screenings are right for you. December 4th through 8th is Cancer Screen Week and the perfect time to learn more about recommended screening guidelines. Visit cancerscreenweek.org to find resources near you, even if you're uninsured.
The Texans took a tough loss against the Jags.
Here's the snap. Here's the spot. Here's the kick. Does it have enough? Amendola off the crossbar. No good.
We got to play complementary football, offense, defense. We got to help each other out. So it's a great one to learn from. You can't put the whole game on that situation.
Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
He's in. Touchdown, Houston.
This is Texans Radio.
The Whataburger Jalapeno Cheddar Biscuit is back. But some folks have yet to try it. So let's not do the thing where we're like, you've never had a jalapeno cheddar biscuit before? You know what? It's okay. Let's just invite them to try this flaky, cheesy, and slightly spicy goodness for themselves. The Jalapeno Cheddar Biscuit, available as a sandwich or on its own from 11 p.m. to 11 a.m. for a limited time at participating locations. Whataburger, just like you like it.
Around these parts of Texas, we've seen some pretty good power runners, and one that's always got its game face on is John from Brookside Equipment. With Brookside at your side, you'll score big with the right John Deere equipment for your front lawn, weekend ranch, or a construction project. Brookside, your Houston and Texas Gulf Coast dealer with 9 locations. Brookside is a proud sponsor of the Houston Texans. BrooksideUSA.com. That's BrooksideUSA.com.
This Thanksgiving and Christmas, imagine the juiciest smoked turkey, a ham that's the envy of the block, and sides infused with that irresistible smoky flavor. All thanks to the Big Green Egg from Texas Star Grill Shop. Its innovative design and precise temperature control turn every meal into a masterpiece. Say Texans and get a free gift with your Big Green Egg purchase at Texas Star Grill Shop. From game day grilling to legendary holidays, the Big Green Egg from Texas Star Grill Shop elevates your cooking to championship levels. TexasStarGrillShop.com.
It's been said that your network is your net worth.
What better way to grow both than through Houston's most exclusive business network? 50% of Fortune 500 companies in Houston are part of the Texans Lux family, where you can tap into our network from day one. Lux is an asset that goes beyond game day, and our team is here to help you make business connections and gain visibility to meet your needs. Find out how you can make lasting, intentional connections by visiting HoustonTexansLux.com.
Now, back to more with the head coach, the DeMeco Ryans Show, presented by Amity Bank.
Back with so much more on the DeMeco Ryans Show. And before we get back to the head coach, a quick visit with Nico Collins in the locker room after the game. Nico, let's get back to it here on the DeMeco Ryans Show. We'll take you around the building, talk about some of the things going on with your team. But first, the Amity Bank amazing plays of the game. We do this win or lose, so let's get to a couple anyway, involving who else? C.J. Stroud, who had a terrific scramble and found Tank Dell in the end zone. Amity Bank amazing plays of the game, brought to you by Amity Bank, the official business bank of the Houston Texans. Second and goal at the 7. Stroud in the gun, gets the snap, looking. CJ stepping to his right, now winding back to the left side, trying to find some time. Now throws back across his body. Caught, touchdown, Tank Dell! Stroud with the amazing scramble, and Dell with the TD reception. Don't try this at home, folks. Stroud later on in the game, he did throw a touchdown pass to Nico Collins as well, but I thought this one was maybe even more amazing. Nico's having a great season, like we pointed out earlier in the show, but what about this Stroud TD run? Texans down 13-7, 8:20 to go, third quarter. Third and goal at the 1. I formation, Singletary and Beck. CJ. Back to pass, runs to the right side. Stroud runs across, high-stepping, touchdown, C.J. Stroud. C.J. Strong. Amity Bank amazing plays of the game. There were others. It was entertaining. It was a loss, though, and we don't like that. Denver in on Sunday at noon. It's My Cause, My Cleats Day. Players wear cleats, they can if they elect to, that highlight and showcase a charity, a cause that they really want to support and bring attention to. And even employees in the building get to do this to an effect with My Cause, My Kicks. More on that later. But we caught up with Brevin Jordan, Johnny and I, earlier in studio and talked to him about My Cause, My Cleats and the big game with the Broncos on Sunday and what went down against the Jags. How's it going, Brevin?
Doing good. How you doing?
Doing great.
Yes,
Let's
sir.
talk about this coming week and what happened in the game against the Jaguars. But first, it's My Cause, My Cleats week, and I know this is so near and dear to your heart. In fact, you and I were at an event in October out on the field, and you were talking about your mom, a breast cancer survivor. What an amazing story. I mean, you brought the house down. There was not a dry eye when you were telling that story. You remember that?
Yeah, I do, man. It was emotional. It was just one of those things where, I used the platform that I have to just, share a testimony that I feel like needed to be heard. It was when I was asked to share my testimony, I was humbled to do it. And I was like, yeah, no question, let's do it. So it was awesome.
What's it like when you see your cleats and you know your cause, but that everybody else is going to see it as well? What's that like when you open up the box and you're like, yo, he's nice?
It's
what
awesome.
Are you thinking?
I was like, let's get it. Like, let's get them. Like, we got to get them dirty. We got to go to work. Like, that's my mindset, really. When I see the cleats, like, we got to make them a little dirty at the end of the game. You know what I mean?
And it is an inspiration. So to know that you affect so many people potentially, and it's going to go on. I mean, you're not done here. You're going to continue to spread this message, right?
No doubt. No doubt. I mean, my mom, she's my foundation. She's played a huge part in me making it to the NFL, living out my dream. So any chance I get to share her story, I got to share it for sure.
If you don't mind me asking, Brev, how's she doing?
She's doing fantastic.
Yeah.
She's doing fantastic. She owns a real estate company in Las Vegas, Elite Realty. So anybody that needs a house in Vegas or whatever, hit my mom up, no doubt. Send you guys on Instagram.
Oh, she's been through some ups and downs in that market too in Vegas.
I'm telling you, man. But she's helped me, man. I got 4 houses because of her, man. So she's on top of it.
Wow. Very nice. Very nice.
Wait, did you say 4?
4. 2 a year. 2 a year.
Wow. So you're an investment specialist here. This
Trying
is very
to.
nice.
My mom, man, she gets me right. She's my rock.
There you go.
You're also a good tight end specialist. All right, catching balls. And yesterday saw some action against the Jaguars. That was very cool to see. Ooh, almost stayed in bounds. That was tough.
I tried, man. I was so excited. My adrenaline was just going like as soon as I saw a green light, like I was just ready to go. I feel like I could have stayed in bounds watching it.
Had you stayed in bounds,
I would have scored.
That's what I was thinking.
I would have made the
there
safety
weren't
miss.
very many people back there.
I would have made the safety miss. I would have cut inside and made the safety miss.
Ooh,
no doubt.
Oh, I want to see that again.
Oh.
Man, I'm telling you. I'm excited though this week.
But you almost had another one too on that. We've seen that play before. You guys have run. It's kind of a delay for you, and then everybody kind of clears out, and there you go. And that ball's coming to you, but it gets tipped. So what are you thinking when that ball's in the air? Like, oh my gosh, what are you thinking when that ball's in the air?
It happened so fast. Like I turned my eyes around and CJ he threw it, and then the D lineman tipped it. So I was just like, dang, like it was just one of those opportunities where you just wish you could redo it.
All right, Brevin Jordan with us, CJ Stroud.
That's the thoughts. There's no words, man. That dude is unbelievable. My older brother, you know the draft stuff, man. Everybody loves the hype and stuff. My older brother was like, CJ Stroud the whole time, and he was spot on, man. He was spot on. Like the dude he's unbelievable. There's really no words for it. He's a good dude. Like when you guys see him, like he's real serious. He handles business, but man, he's a big kid, man. He loves to have fun. He has a very charismatic personality.
Brev, I was hoping that we were going to get you last week, because I think what's gone very underrated. Like if you go look at my draft report of you, one of the games that I watched was Florida State, and I thought you blocked your ass off in that game against Florida State. So I gave you. I was like, man, all these people talking about him just as receiver. Man, he blocks. Your game against the Arizona Cardinals, you had 2 or 3 really key blocks. And we've talked about that since you've been here, about the fact that blocking matters. You're not just, I'm not just going to be a glorified receiver. Like blocking really has mattered, and it's really kind of coming into your own. How has that really kind of manifested itself, especially this year in this new system?
The new system, I mean, you have to be able to block. I mean, you won't play if you can't block, at our position. We have to be Swiss Army knives. We can't just be, one-dimensional guys. You have to be able to really excel in this offense. You have to be able to block, pass protect, run routes on the outside, protect from the backfield, run routes out of the backfield. Like, we're required to do a lot. So I think just putting an emphasis on it this year, from OTAs going into training camp and even now into the season, I mean, our main thing that we talk about really in our tight end room is blocking. Like, we have to be able to do that.
Yep.
You've battled adversity in your personal life. We talked about your mom. You've battled through adversity in your football life. In training camp, you got nicked up. It probably slowed you down a little bit coming into the season, but here you are now ready to make some plays down the stretch, right?
Ready to go. Yeah, you know how football is, man. I mean, I'm telling you guys, football, you just wake up one day like your shoulder hurt or your hamstring a little tight, and the next day it's gone. Like football, man. So I mean, I'm glad to just be here, be with the Houston Texans, and I'm just ready to capitalize on all the opportunities I get.
I don't want to waste too much time with a long story, but I was playing a game a long time ago, and in warm-ups, I felt both shoulders as we were doing tackling drills just die. And I go to the locker room, and I'm like, I don't know how I'm going to play in this game.
I'm already knowing.
Went back out on the field, and I was like, I'm okay.
Yeah.
I just played.
Adrenaline goes, you're good to go.
Yeah, your adrenaline gets you going. It's pretty incredible to watch and to see that. Like, man, I just played a game, but
100%.
They're both dead. Like, my arms are just hanging, going to the locker room.
I know
like,
how it
you okay?
goes,
I'm like,
man.
yeah, I'm fine. You're not taking me off the field. And that's the thing. I would imagine that's say you're not going to take you off the field. You're going to do whatever you can to stay out there.
100%. You got to. I mean, if you feel like, look, you're going to be sore. Like that's the game of football. You're going to be sore. But if you can, lift your arms up, you can run. I mean, strap them pads up, baby. Let's go to work. You know what I'm saying? Like that's the deal.
Brevin, you've been here for a minute now, and here we are coming down the stretch. Got 6 games left, coming off a loss to the Jaguars. But it feels like, just talking to some of the other guys, it feels like everyone's ready to shake it off immediately and move on to Denver. It's such a big game coming up.
Yeah, we're not. I mean, we lost. It's the NFL. Every week it's about the team that makes the least amount of mistakes, and we just. We went out. We got to execute better. But we're not worried about it, man. We're gonna shake it off. We're gonna bounce back against Denver.
What's it like, Brev, to have 3 games at home with all the the travel that we do and going to games and such? What's it like for you as a player to have 3 games here at home?
It's beautiful. My mom comes to every home game, so for me, it's awesome. I get to spend time with my mom. My girlfriend, her whole family was here this past week, and her sisters. My older brother, my younger brother was here, so it's awesome. I mean, home games, get to go home after the game and get some home cooked food. There's nothing better than that. Korean barbecue. It's nothing better than that. Nothing better.
Thoughts on facing the Broncos? This team has won 5 games in a row. They're really hot. They're really good at taking the ball away. What do you think? I know you're not completely into them yet with the tape and everything, but what do you think so far?
I mean, they're a team that hasn't let any adversity, stop them. They had losses to like the Dolphins earlier in the year. That was, but they didn't let anything, stop them. So we know they're a good team. They're a really good team, and we have to be on all cylinders to beat them. It's going to be a challenge for sure.
Okay, I got to ask just because I got 2 Hurricanes. Wasn't the greatest season for the U, but your thoughts about Hurricanes in 2023? How do you think Mario did? How do you think it'll get turned around going forward?
Man, it was tough. I had very high expectations, honestly, for them this year. It was tough to watch, man. Honestly, we'll see. I really don't know, honestly. It's one of those things I really don't know.
Okay, I know this is maybe a hard question to ask, but having grown up and played high school ball in Vegas, if you didn't go to the U, where else would you go? And I asked this question because I saw the other day online, for long story, I saw a picture of C.J. Stroud in a Utah jersey, and it it shocked me. Like, what? Where would you have gone if it wasn't Miami?
My top 3 schools were Miami, UCLA, and Michigan. And so I visited Michigan. I like Michigan a lot. They use the tight ends a lot.
Yeah.
But, man, when I visited there, I went there so unprepared. I had a regular jacket, some sweats, and it was freezing, bro. It was snow. I had to go to, a Big 5 to go get some snow boots, a snow jacket. So I was like, man, I couldn't go there. Then UCLA, I really loved UCLA. It's a 45-minute flight from home. So, it was one of those things where they had coaching changes, and it wasn't a fully stable program at the time. So Miami was just perfect for me. They were number 2 in the country at the time. The turnover chain, everything was just steamrolling for them. So I was like, I got to go there.
Brevin, I was thinking about this. Here we are entering December, and you've never spent a Christmas outside of a so-called warmer weather area. I know it gets chilly in Vegas. It gets chilly here too, but Miami, here, Vegas, you've never had that snowy Christmas.
Nope. And
you're okay with that?
I'm completely fine with that. I am not a fan of the snow. Actually, I was talking to my girlfriend the other day, and I think the first trip I want to take at the end of the year is a snow trip, a snow cabin or something like that. Getaway.
Are Christmas decorations up yet at the house?
Absolutely. My girlfriend set up the Christmas tree with me. I didn't do nothing.
How early did it go up?
I want to say 2 weeks before Thanksgiving.
Oh my God!
Oh man, I'm telling you.
Look, I like this now. I used to be against it, but I'm into the holiday cheer, right?
I gotta get with it. I gotta go over it now. So I gotta.
Listen, girlfriend or wife says it's going up on November 1st. It's going up on November 1st. And it's just that's the way it is.
You're not home to do anything about it.
Happy wife, happy life.
Yeah, exactly. So you got to live with it. But I can think of worse things to go up a couple weeks before Thanksgiving. It's not a bad thing at all.
No question.
Y'all are moving me towards